Dan Marshall Evil Sovereign Chapter 974 to Chapter 1056. Although this was the truth, Li Zhongjiu didn't say it out so directly. He should at least save some face for Zishuan court. Ahem, at the moment, we just have some disagreements. Your Zishuan court's attribute is more toward yin and cold. If I remember correctly, you cultivate the moon god power, right? Li Zhongjiu looked at Palace Master Yunqi. Some of the cultivation methods of a sect were secrets, and some were just new information. After all, the cultivation methods of a sect were powerful, and it was an invisible deterrent to others. However, the moon god power was a secret of Zishuan court. Only the palace master and above could cultivate it. How could Li Zhongjiu know about it? Therefore, when he said it, Palace Master Yunqi's expression changed. How did you know? But soon, Palace Master Yunqi's expression relaxed. After all, Li Zhongjiu had captured the ninth prince for some time. It wasn't difficult for him to know this information. The moon god power is actually an incomplete cultivation method. Your pavilion master should have told you this. I have the complete version of the sun god power here, Li Zhongjiu said. Then, he took out a scroll that he had prepared long ago from the Southern Kingdom's ring. What was recorded in the scroll was the sun-moon divine skill. Speaking of the power of this divine art of sun and moon, Li Zhongjiu encountered a person who cultivated this divine art of sun and moon. However, this person wasn't a member of Zishuan court. But in the end, the cultivation method of the sun god power fell directly into Li Zhongjiu's hands. At that time, it was very convenient for Li Zhongjiu to get something. After all, his strength was there. What? You have the sun god power? Yunqi stood up from her seat directly. Han Shuang and Han Shui also closed the doors and windows very sensibly and retreated. When it came to the divine sun-moon technique, it was not something they could listen to. Only Li Zhongjiu and Palace Master Yunqi were left in the whole room. Li Zhongjiu did not try to hide anything. He handed the copy of the divine skill of sun and moon that he had copied from his memory to Yunqi. When Yunqi opened the scroll in her hand and read a few lines casually, she knew that the thing in her hand was definitely the real thing. It was an orthodox cultivation method. It was in Li Zhongjiu's hand. No, she was holding it in her hand now. A long time ago, Zishuan court's strength was quite good. But a series of things later, even the sects present. Even now, only a few peoples wandering around. It was very difficult to preserve the sect's books, preserve this cultivation method, even this cultivation method. Now, Zishuan court was already on the path of decline. The palace master of Mystic Sensitivity Palace wanted to rely on an even more powerful force in order to restore Zishuan court's former glory. This was clearly a matter of a lamb entering the tiger's den. How could there be such a good thing? It was obvious just by thinking about it. But the people under Palace Master Xianmin didn't have much contact with Palace Master Yunqi's people. The great Zishuan court didn't collapse under the crisis of the poison cult in Nanjiang. On the contrary, the current situation caused them to be in an irreversible crisis. It also made Palace Master Yunqi very sad. The fall of the Pavilion Master also made it difficult for the people below to gather together because Yunqi and Xianmin had the same status and power. Both of them had the chance to become the new Pavilion Master. Since neither of them was willing to yield to the other, they could only be in a stalemate. Xianmin's strength was increasing little by little. Originally, Yunqi could rely on the ninth prince to cushion her a little. But now the ninth prince was also disabled, so Yunqi's defeat was inevitable. But all this was before Li Zhongjiu appeared. After Li Zhongjiu appeared. Or it could be said that after the appearance of the divine power of sun and moon, the situation would be completely reversed. With the power of the divine power of sun and moon in his hand, this was something that had been lost since the great ancestor. Without a doubt, anyone who cultivated this divine power of sun and moon would have to call him Pavilion Master. If Yunqi cultivated it, he would become the new Pavilion Master of Zishuan court. This was also the great ancestor's instruction. Now that it fell into Yunqi's hands, it made Yunqi very excited. He thought that Zishuan court finally had a chance to be reunited. Yunqi was secretly happy. But at this critical moment, he realized where the problem was. Li Zhongjiu didn't know where he got this divine power of sun and moon from. now he took it out and gave it to her. Obviously, he wanted something. For such a valuable item, the price to obtain it was naturally quite high. Yunqi forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart and gently put the divine power of Sun and Moon scroll in his hand on the table. Young Master Li, what are your conditions? Please tell me. Although he put it down, the fire in Yunqi's eyes was real. As long as Li Zhongzhou's request didn't exceed his bottom line, he would agree even if he had to suffer a loss. If he thought about it carefully, Li Zhongzhou was a little young, but with such qualifications and his current status, it seemed that he wouldn't suffer too much. Immediately, Yunqi took a deep breath as if he was waiting for Li Zhongzhou to speak, and then he pretended to think about it. He couldn't agree immediately. What I want is very simple. You can be the pavilion master of Zishuan Court and maintain a good cooperative relationship with White Deer Manor. Li Zhongzhou said lightly. As for the act of annexing other forces, Li Zhongzhou had never thought about it. On the one hand, it was troublesome to do so, and on the other hand, the effect wasn't good. He just needed these forces to help each other in the early stage. That was why Li Zhongzhou came to Zishuan Court. Li Zhongzhou had offended many forces, but there were even more forces that were willing to cooperate with Li Zhongzhou. Therefore, Li Zhongzhou also needed to choose some forces that could help increase the power of the Li family, and correspondingly, it would be more comfortable to cooperate with them. Otherwise, in the Holy Flame Royal City, there would be countless people who wanted to cooperate with Li Zhongzhou. At least, before Li Zhongzhou's potential was squeezed out, they would be extremely willing to cooperate with Li Zhongzhou. Li Zhongzhou didn't need these ingrates either. It would be troublesome to deal with them one by one. What do you mean? Yunqi didn't understand Li Zhongzhou's meaning. When he said this, it didn't seem like there was much that he needed to be responsible for, but what did he mean by maintaining a good cooperative relationship? This was even more thought-provoking. Your Zishuan Court's intelligence network is blessed by the heavens. In the future, it will definitely develop into the #1 intelligence network of the Xingyan dynasty. When that time comes, I will naturally need you. Right now, you should just focus on increasing your own strength. If Zishuan Court continues to be this weak, even if it's not destroyed by our own people, it will be destroyed by others sooner or later. Li Zhongzhou said, looking at Yunqi in front of him with an extremely calm expression. There was no hint of mockery in his words. Instead, it was an extremely accurate statement. You. Yunqi was very unhappy when he heard this. Wasn't this cursing Zishuan Court? Tonight, I want you to help me imprison 2 people. I know about your ability to control people. Control these 2 people. Who are they? The top assassins of the Haiku dynasty. When you completely control these 2 people and combine them with your information, I believe that they will become a sharp knife. Li Zhongzhou said. The ancient Zong family? Yunqi asked in surprise. With just a few words, he had already obtained such important information and analyzed it. Yes. Gathering the top assassins and the top intelligence network. Yunqi already had a general idea of what Li Zhongzhou wanted to do. Outside the city. Xizhuang town. A caravan was ready to set off. Just as they were about to set off, 2 guards suffered from diarrhea. Therefore, they only found 2 people in Xizhuang town. After all, with so many things, they would need manpower to unload them one by one. Everything is ready. Let's go. The destination of this trip was to deliver goods to a family in the sacred Flame Royal City. The goods were also some frozen meat and beast bones, so it was more concealed. The caravan was also in a long formation. Looking at it, it was a black mass. A caravan of this size could only be considered a medium-sized caravan. If they encountered a large-scale caravan, they would be like a small army. Zhang Yishang and Zhang Feng mixed in with the caravan. They repackaged themselves and returned to the sacred Flame Royal City. Even if Li Zhongzhou was extremely powerful, it would be impossible for him to discover them so easily. Moreover, they had already obtained some information about Li Zhongzhou. Now they knew why they fell so quickly. How unlucky. How would I know that Li Zhongzhou owns a casino? Boyu Casino was Li Zhongzhou's territory. The moment they walked in, Li Zhongzhou had already seen through them. It was not that their disguise skills were not good enough, but that they were too unlucky. Now that they had come out and walked around, it was not a problem to disguise themselves and return. Li Zhongzhou's methods would not be able to reach the heavens in the sacred flame royal city. The premise was that he had someone to help him. Both of them were top-notch assassins, and they were also very traditional assassins. This was the education they had received. If they could avoid making a move, they would definitely not. Everything was done in a low-key manner. If they made a move directly, they would not be assassins, but bandits and robbers. There were rules in this line of work. The two of them followed the caravan and entered the city when the sun was about to set. After entering the city, someone in the caravan gave Zhang Yisheng a note. There was an address written on it. Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Pavilion? This place sounds expensive. Zhang Yisheng and Zhang Feng looked at each other and nodded. However, he had finally passed this hurdle. Now that they had avoided Li Zhongzhou's eyes, they could finally show off their skills and completely take down the person. They had a thorough plan. After killing the person, they had to leave without a trace. Every business deal was a form of art. This was not something that could be easily achieved. It depended on the individual's skill. The two of them walked to the front of the Spring Flowers and Autumn Moon Pavilion and stopped at the entrance to take a look. In case it's a trap, I'll go in first. You stay at the entrance and buy something from the other side. Buried Night Sorrow said in a deep voice. In fact, these two top-notch assassins didn't have much experience in roaming the underworld. Most of the time, they stayed deep in the mountains and forests to cultivate. After all, if they didn't cultivate enough strength, they couldn't leave the mountains. In addition, the order itself was to kill, so the experience gained from killing people was even less. Therefore, before carrying out the mission, the methods that kept them alive were mostly things that they had learned from their families. After all, it was impossible to have so much combat experience. Zhang Feng nodded when he heard this. Then, he walked towards the opposite street. Burying Night Sorrow walked into the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Pavilion alone. One could imagine the result that awaited him. After entering, there was no sound. Zhang Feng, who was waiting outside, frowned. Why is there no sound at all after entering for so long? This made Zhang Feng puzzled. It's been too long. Could something have happened? Zhang Feng thought to himself. Wait. Why does this place look so similar to? At this moment, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. He seemed to have realized that the place in front of him was similar to the legendary place. Damn, no wonder I had to wait outside. After Zhang Feng saw that the Spring Flowers and Autumn Moon Pavilion should be the legendary brothel, he understood why Buried Night Sorrow had asked him to wait outside. On the spot, Zhang Feng rushed in without hesitation. At this moment, Burying Night Sorrow was already tied up. He was in the secret underground room of the Spring Flowers and Autumn Moon Pavilion, and there were some spells carved on his body. Ah, you damned be** cheese, let me go. Buried Night Sorrow roared furiously. He originally wanted to trick Zhang Feng out so that he could have some fun and mingle with the people of the Xingyan dynasty. Who would have thought that as soon as he entered, he would see the person he didn't want to see the most, at least for now. Li Zhongzhou, without a second word. Buried Night Sorrow was taken down again. This time, he didn't use any killing methods. He didn't even have time to escape before he was taken down by Taifai and his men. Li Zhongzhou rewarded him with a soulless talisman. This time, Li Zhongzhou specifically inserted the soulless talisman into a part of his body. It would take at least 7 days to dissolve it. 7 days was enough for Yun Qi to finish carving the spell. When Zhang Feng rushed in, Taifai and his men had been waiting here for a long time. It's you again. Zhang Feng couldn't help but want to attack. However, he remembered that his family had taught him not to attack unless it was absolutely necessary. F***CKU. I won't let you catch me. In an instant, Zhang Feng defeated the 6 Yuan monarchs who had rushed up. The 6 of them were instantly sent flying. Boom. The 6 of them lost their ability to fight and fell to the ground. He's running away. Catch him. The rest of the men shouted. They immediately chased after him. However, Zhang Feng's figure was like a phantom as he quickly flew past them. It wasn't suitable for him to escape from the door. He would definitely be heavily guarded by the other party. Zhang Feng immediately jumped toward the window on the second floor. By the time Zhang Feng's figure had already rushed to the window on the second floor, the people below were still unable to react. "Do you think trash like you can catch me?" Zhang Feng sneered. When he turned around, he saw a man around his age standing not far away. "If you can escape from me, I will let you go," Li Zhongjiu said nonchalantly. These words angered Zhang Feng. "We are all around the same age. Even I am not so arrogant." "What gives you the right to be so arrogant?" Just thinking about it made him unhappy. Zhang Feng was different from Zhang Yishang. He wasn't as tolerant as Zhang Yishang. He was about to be killed, yet he was still hiding his strength. "Wasn't that stupid? Since you, Li Zhongjiu, want to compete, then come at me. Just as well. I can also complete this mission." Zhang Feng took out his dagger. Every assassin had their own personal dagger. Zhang Feng's dagger was a dagger that he had painstakingly saved up for 10 years to get the elders of his family to refine. Even the defense of a level 6 Yuan beast was like soft tofu in front of this dagger. Zhang Feng could no longer tolerate Li Zhongjiu's arrogance. He had to use his true means to let Li Zhongjiu know how powerful he was. The rest of the Zishuan court disciples were also hiding in the dark and did not participate in this battle. This battle had nothing to do with them, so they only needed to watch. At the same time, they also wanted to observe how powerful the legendary Li Zhongjiu was. He had just captured a person, so this young man now looked more handsome. His abilities also seemed to be better. This person defeated 6 Yuan monarch experts in an instant, and those people couldn't do anything to him. If young Master Li didn't make a move, this person might still have escaped. I wonder how strong this man is compared to young Master Li. Many people were also very interested in Zhang Feng, who dared to face Li Zhongjiu head-on. Zhang Feng tried his best to find a loophole in Li Zhongjiu's aura. However, Li Zhongjiu's aura was like a flawless sphere. There were no flaws in all directions. This made Zhang Feng feel very troubled. Unlike what his family had taught him, everyone's aura had a weakness, and this was their weakness. As long as he grasped this weakness, he would be successful in every endeavor. Therefore, Zhang Feng also tried his best to find Li Zhongjiu's weakness, only to discover that Li Zhongjiu's defense was natural. "Since you don't have a weakness, I'll force it out." Sometimes, it was normal to not have a weakness. However, as long as one moved, a weakness would definitely appear. This was the time to succeed. Zhang Feng's figure immediately turned into an afterimage. His figure instantly hid in the darkness. Whoosh, his trace disappeared. He disappeared right in front of everyone's eyes just like that. Tai-Fi and the others widened their eyes. The people who had fallen to the ground just now also got up with difficulty. They hadn't been able to react in time and had been directly knocked down. The other party's speed was so fast that it made them speechless. Even their opponents' attacking methods were unclear to them. They were completely unable to grasp their opponent's attack patterns. He disappeared. How fast? "Protect the young master." Someone shouted loudly, but he was pulled down by someone else. "What's there to protect with your meager strength? When the time comes, you won't even know how you died." In the blink of an eye, Li Zhongjiu stood rooted to the ground, as if he had lost his sense of direction. At this moment, Zhang Feng, who had disappeared, suddenly appeared. There was more than one. 3 figures, although he knew that one of them was definitely a clone, there was no way to distinguish which one was the real body. When the 3 daggers were about to stab Li Zhongjiu was stunned. However, Li Zhongjiu's figure suddenly passed by the 3 figures and directly headed towards the darkness. Behind a pillar, he directly grabbed it with his hand. Immediately, a figure on the pillar flew into the distance. He actually saw through it. What kind of eyes does this kid have? Even Zhang Feng hadn't expected that Li Zhongjiu would be able to see through his move. His body concealment technique could at least be ranked in the top 10 within the family. Even the family's elders said that he'd practiced it to the point of being as pure as fire. However, in front of Li Zhongjiu, he still didn't stand a chance. He was directly seen through by the other party. Wasn't that embarrassing? As an assassin, if even his tracks were known by others, then it was considered a failure. Therefore, he had to retreat and couldn't fight head-on. In terms of speed, I, Zhang Feng, have never been afraid of anyone. Get down. As soon as Zhang Feng boasted, Li Zhongjiu directly grabbed his pants. F***ck. Zhang Feng's face instantly revealed extreme astonishment. In the next second, he lost control of his strength and fell from the air to the ground floor. Bang, the entire floor trembled, and all the floorboards were directly shattered. The floor was just put up. This fall made the girls from Zishuan Court nervous. Now, it seemed that the floor that was just put up was now completely ruined. The one that was truly ruined was Zhang Feng, who fell to the ground. The latter wanted to get up, but he discovered that he couldn't move his body anymore. Crap, my bones are broken. Zhang Feng didn't even have time to attack before he lost the ability to fight. In this state, Zhang Feng closed his eyes in hatred, not daring to accept this reality. Drag him down. Li Zhongjiu landed on the ground and said. At this moment, everyone could see it. Zhang Feng and Li Zhongjiu weren't on the same level at all. Zhang Feng already used his full strength, but he couldn't even escape from Li Zhongjiu's palm and was instantly killed. With this kind of strength, it was better for him not to be arrogant in front of Li Zhongjiu. Get your palace master to settle the matter within 7 days. Then, I will give you half a month's time to train. After half a month, I will need it. I need to use that half a month, Li Zhongjiu said to the people from Zishuan Court. Then, he didn't wait for the people from Zishuan Court to respond. It seemed that after he gave them some instructions, this matter was considered clear. If they didn't do as he said, there would definitely be bad consequences. These girls from Zishuan Court were only responsible for bringing the message to Yunqi. Yunqi naturally knew what to do. Among the people from Zishuan Court, there was a special method that could control men and use them for their own purposes. However, this method was extremely complicated, so they wouldn't use it under normal circumstances. Only Li Zhongjiu knew that Yunqi and the others had this method. Therefore, he captured these 2 top-notch assassins. Find a few people and put their floor back up. Li Zhongjiu instructed Taifai. Since they attacked in other people's territory, they naturally had to fix the things they broke. Otherwise, wouldn't they become bandits who bullied others? Yes, young master. Taifai quickly arranged this matter. For the few people who were injured today, Li Zhongjiu rewarded each of them with a 5th-level medicinal pill. The rest of the people received a considerable commission as a reward. This immediately made the rest of the people extremely envious. If they had known earlier, they would have rushed to the front. Their injuries weren't serious at all, but if they wanted to get this 5th-level medicinal pill, they didn't know how much they would have to pay to get it. As for those who were injured, they were naturally delighted. They didn't expect to have such an unexpected and rich harvest. It was simply unimaginable. If something like this happened next time, they would be even more courageous. The 5th-level medicinal pill that Li Zhongjiu casually rewarded was enough to cover half a year of their cultivation. Following a super powerful alchemist boss like Li Zhongjiu would definitely have a promising future. After dismissing everyone, Li Zhongjiu returned to Bailu Manor alone. On the way, he passed by the Qi family's courtyard and took the time to go in and have a cup of tea. Since Li Zhongjiu threw Huaqin from the Hua family onto the street, everyone knew that the Qi family's daughter was Li Zhongjiu's woman. If they wanted to provoke her, they had to weigh their own strength first. White Deer Manor. Li Zhongjiu came back to meet Xinghaoren and the others. The 2 sides also had their first conversation. This time, Xiaoxiao was also on the side. After all, Xiaoxiao was more aware of the resources in White Deer Manor than Li Zhongjiu. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu also talked about some of the new warships 3,000 years later. Zhongkong and the others were indeed the top warship designers. With just a little guidance, they immediately learned some things from it. When they learned these things, it was as if they were enlightened. If you want to achieve that effect, first of all, the material requirements are very high. The current warships are just coated with a layer of paint on the outside. In essence, some hardwood is still used to complete the main body. If you want to use real gold and iron to complete it, the materials and some key parts of the energy supply must be extremely high. Li Zhongjiu only told them that most of the warships in the future were made of black iron. In this way, whether it was the defensive power or the collision force, it was quite outstanding. It was completely suspended in the air like an iron wall, absolutely safe. But with the current technology, to achieve this effect, there were still many problems to overcome, but it was not impossible, and Li Zongjiu had also said that all the research funds would be provided by White Deer Manor. No matter what they wanted, they just had to say it. Although they did not know how much money Li Zongjiu had, however, Li Zongjiu's strength as a 6th-grade alchemist was there. Even if he didn't have enough money, he could casually transfer the resources from a few big families. The resources that could be used were several times more than the Jing family. Now the Jing family was still a slave for the Azure Wave giant city to become a first-class city. Now if they put this matter aside and put all their energy into researching a new type of flying ship warship, it should not be difficult for the Jing family to become a first-class city. Zheng Kong and the others seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. His imagination began to run wild. As for the technical aspect, I've made an appointment with someone tomorrow. She should be able to help you. As for the materials, Xiao Zhao, make the arrangements and see if the Qi family can cooperate in this aspect. Li Zongjiu said. Yes, young master. I'll arrange it now. Xiao Zhao nodded. The first was materials, the second was technology, and the third was money. All of them were dealt with in an instant. Just do whatever you want. If there's anything you need, you can look for Xiao Zhao. She's my housekeeper. Li Zongjiu said. Many thanks to young Master Li for your help. My Jing family will definitely develop a super strong warship. We definitely won't let young Master Li down. Not to mention the purpose of Li Zongjiu's strong support, just the fact that he was willing to spend money on this was enough to make the Jing family extremely excited. After all, the Jing family also relied on this flying boat to make a fortune. If they couldn't improve, they would definitely be overtaken by others. Since they were in the lead, they had to be in the lead step by step, otherwise, they would be overtaken sooner or later. Li Zongjiu was willing to provide such a good opportunity to them. This was enough for the Jing family. That was why Zheng Kong and the others were so excited. Okay, then you all go and rest first. I'll ask someone to call you tomorrow afternoon. Li Zongjiu said. The Jing family was also very excited throughout the night. It would probably be difficult for them to sleep tonight. Such news was really a dream for them. What's more, Li Zongjiu also said that he only needed to have the priority to buy the warship. As for the materials needed and some of the costs, they would have to slowly discuss these things later. What's more, the warship hadn't been developed yet. At the same time, Li Zongjiu also said. Now the Jing family's goal was the Xingyan dynasty's Heaven Workshop. It must surpass the craftsmanship of the Heaven Workshop to be considered excellent. Although it was very difficult, it was worth a try, at least for now. They had Li Zongjiu as their backing. With the financial resources of the entire White Deer Manor as their backing, it wasn't impossible to achieve such a goal. The next day, the Jing family also dressed up. Next, they were going to have a formal discussion. Zheng Kong didn't sleep well last night. Later, he simply got up and began to draw the blueprint. Song Jieyu didn't arrive too early. She only arrived a few minutes early in front of the White Deer Manor. Xiao Zhao went out to welcome her. How have you been? When Song Jieyu saw Xiao Zhao, her eyes were full of affection. In the past, Xiao Zhao was inseparable from her. When she first lent her to Li Zongjiu, she was a little unused to Xiao Zhao's departure. Now, the two sisters were extremely busy. They didn't even have much time to communicate with each other. Xiao Zhao had gradually become the real leader of the White Deer Manor. In fact, he was now on equal footing with Song Jieyu. Now that Xiao Zhao was the steward of the White Deer Manor, he had more opportunities to come into contact with Li Zongjiu. If someone asked Li Zongjiu to refine an elixir or something, they would naturally look for him. Naturally, he was looking for Xiao Zhao. After all, Li Zongjiu wasn't someone that anyone could meet just because they wanted to. Not bad. Where's Miss? How have things been? In Xiao Zhao's heart, he respected Song Jieyu. He wouldn't completely forget about her just because he left the 7-star fire room. It's a long story, let's go in first. Song Jieyu only brought an assistant with her. She didn't even bring any guards. If Li Zongjiu's place wasn't safe, then there wouldn't be many places in the sacred Flame Royal City that were safe. At the very least. Song Jieyu believed that no one would come to Li Zongjiu's territory to cause trouble. Most of the time, Li Zongjiu would go out to look for others. Some of the people who came to Li Zongjiu's house to cause trouble had all mysteriously disappeared. This mysterious disappearance was also obvious. They had all been killed. Xiao Zhao led Song Jieyu to the guest hall. Most of the furnishings in the living room were also very old, and each of them was very valuable. Of course, many of them had been snatched. Previously, they had directly plundered the Gu clan's treasury and had more or less found a few valuable items. In addition, they had snatched so many storage rings. There had to be some treasures. With just a glance, Song Jieyu knew that Xiao Zhao's recent improvement had been very good. Otherwise, one would be able to roughly tell the taste of the owner just by looking at the arrangement of these things. If one wanted to become a butler, one would have to learn endless things. In the guest hall, Li Zongjiu and the people from the Jing clan were chatting. Zheng Kong originally thought that Li Zongjiu would be an extremely arrogant and domineering person. However, after interacting with Li Zongjiu, he realized that Li Zongjiu could be described with 3 words. It didn't matter. He had an indifferent attitude towards many things. He was very direct. If there were some things that couldn't be bought with money, he would directly snatch them. It was extremely simple and crude. In terms of ideas, he wouldn't take the initiative to advocate. He only cared about the results. No matter what method was used, it was fine as long as he could achieve his goal. This was Li Zongjiu's character. Moreover, Li Zongjiu wasn't as fierce as the outside world said. Instead, he was extremely respectful of the opinions of others. He would listen to anything that was said. It was more comfortable to get along with him. It seemed that this fierce side of him could only be enjoyed by his enemies. Young Master Li, it's really rare for you to invite me. Is there anything I can help you with? After Song Jieyu entered, she asked Li Zongjiu very directly. After all, Song Jieyu knew that Li Zongjiu's character was not the kind of person who liked to beat around the bush. You're here. Let me introduce you. This is Song Jieyu from the 7-star fire room. These are the elders of the Jing clan from Cerulean Wave Giant City. Song Jieyu looked at the people in front of her. She smiled and nodded at them. Cerulean Wave Giant City. Song Jieyu also knew about Cerulean Wave Giant City. After all, Cerulean Wave Giant City was considered one of the top second-class cities. Song Jieyu had also interacted with the merchants in Cerulean Wave Giant City before, but it was only a preliminary contact. After all, second-class cities did not necessarily need Song Jieyu to maintain relationships. Even for business connections, there would naturally be agents below to do the handover. It's Miss Song from the 7-star fire room. Naturally, they had heard of Song Jieyu's name. Xinghaoren was even more clear about it. After all, Song Jieyu was also on the list of beauties in Royal City. This list was made by a boring organization, but it was very popular. However, these people were really daring. If they met some bad-tempered young ladies, they would directly destroy this messy organization. After all, in terms of beauty, no one would admit that they were uglier than others. Xinghaoren did not dare to imagine that he would be able to sit opposite Song Jieyu one day. Song Jieyu was not only a famous beauty in Royal City, but she was also one of the more famous managers in the Song family. At least in Holy Flame Royal City, when the 7-star fire room was mentioned, Song Jieyu would be the first to come to mind. To think that she could be related to the Song family of the 7-star fire room. Now, the two families were even talking about cooperation with each other. It was equivalent to putting them on the same level. It was simply unimaginable. After all, the Jing family was only a second-class city's family. Compared to the families in first-class cities, they were still relatively weaker. The Song family was a big family in Royal City. They were even more powerful. The shops of the 7-star fire room were also opened all over the Royal City. Just the scale alone was not something they could imagine. Li Zongjiu also briefly explained his purpose to Song Jieyu. Song Jieyu was indeed a leader in this industry. With a few simple sentences, she understood Li Zongjiu's intention. The worship industry is indeed a very advanced industry. If a few families join forces, it might not be impossible. Song Jieyu's eyes were also shining. Just yesterday, she was still thinking about how to improve herself and expand her industry. If she stayed in the same place, it would be difficult to create many flowers. In the future, there will definitely be a place for flying boats. Currently, there are relatively few types of weapons on flying boats and warships. After all, the 7-star fire room is in the yuan weapon industry. If they can develop more yuan weapons suitable for warships, they will definitely be able to defeat people in the future. Zheng Kong said. If one wanted to arm a warship and make it more powerful, one would need a variety of origin tools that could be equipped on the warship. Currently, the origin tools that could be provided on the market were relatively few. Most of the origin tools were developed by oneself. This made it seem a little difficult to make ends meet. After all, the Jing family was not very good at weapons. Professional matters should be left to the professionals. Not bad, Song Jieyu and Jing Kong could be said to be eloquent, chatting endlessly. The designers of the Jing family were so excited that they even took out the blueprints they had kept for many years. This is the multi-directional shooting cannon that I have been studying. It can be controlled by Yuan Qi and can be turned 180 degrees. It is attached to both sides of the warship. Even if it is surrounded, there is no need to be afraid. I also have a plan here. Li Zongjiu naturally could not stand such a thing. He did not understand what these people were talking about. Of course, Li Zongjiu did not need to understand. It was enough for them to understand. How is the Qi family? Li Zongjiu found Xiao Zhao and asked. The Qi family said that they will send a special person to the manor. Oh? Who will they send? Li Zongjiu could not help but ask. Me. A figure came in through the door. It was Qi Yanran. The few people who were in the midst of conversation also stopped what they were doing. Song Jieyu also looked at Qi Yanran. This was the woman who had won Li Zongjiu's heart. It was not a big deal to know this news. After all, Li Zongjiu threw the young master of the Hua family on the road for Qi Yanran. It had long been well known, and Song Jieyu also knew it. Before this, Song Jieyu had not seen Qi Yanran much. After all, Qi Yanran had always been in a state of cultivation under the protection of the Qi family. The outside world knew very little about Qi Yanran. When Song Jieyu looked over, Qi Yanran also looked at Song Jieyu. After all, Song Jieyu's beauty naturally could not be concealed. The two smiled and nodded to each other. Who is this person? Zheng Kong asked Song Jieyu in a low voice. Qi Yanran, the eldest daughter of the Qi family and the future mistress of Bailu Manor. Song Jieyu responded. The meaning was very obvious. Unless Li Zongjiu abandoned Qi Yanran and didn't want to be with her, then it was hard to say. The future mistress. When he heard this, Jing Haoran's eyes revealed shock and admiration for Li Zongjiu, not to mention the admiration in his eyes. It could be described as prostrating himself in admiration. My God, the boss is so handsome. He deserves to be my boss. This made Jing Haoran's admiration for Li Zongjiu even more. Previously, he could only see that Li Zongjiu's strength must be very strong. Perhaps one day, Li Zongjiu would be able to protect him. However, Jing Haoran absolutely did not expect that Li Zongjiu could be so powerful. It was really enviable that he could win the heart of the Qi family's eldest daughter. Hello, everyone. As the representative of the Qi family, I will discuss matters with you. If you need any help from the Qi family, just let me know. Qi Yanran sat down graciously. Li Zongjiu also smiled knowingly. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be convenient for Qi Yanran to move into the White Deer Manor. Otherwise, she would definitely be gossiped about if word of it got out. However, this was different. She was here to discuss matters and to discuss cooperation. There was no other meaning in it. At least, this could be considered as a reason to spread the news. She could live in the White Deer Manor openly. It was also a routine inspection to see if Li Zongjiu was obedient or if he was up to any other tricks. After the people of the three parties met, they introduced themselves again. Among these people, Jing Haoran felt the most comfortable calling her sister-in-law. However, Qi Yanran also knew that she had to be careful of Song Jieyu. Song Jieyu was also a stunning beauty and her ability was not much worse than Qi Yanran's. Although she was not a cultivator, she was definitely stronger than Qi Yanran in some aspects. If Qi Yanran were to take care of the 7-star fire room, it would not be long before the 7-star fire room would be closed down. This was the so-called specialization in the field. A warship research facility was temporarily set up in the White Deer Matter. Qi Yanran didn't live in the White Deer Matter, but she came here more often. Not only that, he would often work in the White Deer Manor until late into the night before returning home. Sometimes, he would even spend the night in the manor. Song Jieyu also came here often and secretly sent a weapon research master to participate in the research. On the other side, the people from the Purple Xian Pavilion had also completely controlled Zhang Yisheng and Zhang Feng. However, they still needed some time to stabilize the control of the incantation. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The research facility already had some preliminary results. Li Zongjiu had been cultivating obediently these days and didn't go out to cause trouble. However, the Sacred Flame Royal City was a little lively recently. It was time for the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter to recruit students. In the past, the recruitment of the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter was a big event. However, it was a little different this year. First of all, the Longevity Pavilion bought a manor in the Sacred Flame Royal City and opened a branch academy. Similarly, they also recruited students. This was something that had never happened before. Logically speaking, a transcendent sect like the Longevity Pavilion generally didn't care about these resources. However, they jumped out now, which showed that they were starting to panic. Ever since the Heavenly Pill Pavilion took out the results last time, they were already in a strong state and were ready to go. Many rich people also started to cooperate with the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Moreover, they gave great support to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. There were also some alchemy enthusiasts who chose to join the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. The requirements to join the Heavenly Pill Pavilion weren't high yet. As long as you could pass the first-grade alchemist examination, you were qualified to join the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. However, in the future, this matter was uncertain. Some people who were extremely sharp also chose to join one after another. Now, they could also enjoy certain benefits. Moreover, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion was now rich and overbearing. They gave every alchemist a different standard of free medicinal herbs for a month. As long as they needed it, they could go to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion to get the medicinal herbs for that month. There were also some subsidies of gold yuan. After all, there were some people who went bankrupt in order to concoct pills. Of course, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion had to support such people and promote them well. Even some people who were not interested in concocting pills came to try their luck. In order to make a name for themselves and truly expand their influence, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion would even look for an alchemist from a poor family every month to fully support them. This gave many people a feeling. As long as you like to refine pills, as long as you know how to refine pills, you don't need to worry about anything else. The Heavenly Pill Pavilion will take care of everything for you. Li Zongjiu, as the senior brother of the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter, what's wrong with standing up for yourself? Let me tell you, you haven't graduated yet. A beautiful woman with fiery red hair said in front of Li Zongjiu. Looking at her posture, if Li Zongjiu refused to go with her, she would definitely not let him go. You're just going to sit around at the registration area and expand your influence. Now that the people from the Longevity Pavilion have come out, can you bear to watch? Let me ask you, can you bear to watch? They're really too arrogant. Li Zongjiu flipped through a book in his hand. Recently, Li Zongjiu had been looking for some information about the Sacred Martial Realm. In the past, Li Zongjiu had a relatively good understanding of the Sacred Martial Continent. However, he knew little about the Sacred Martial Realm. After all, it wasn't easy to cross the wilderness. However, the remnant soul of the Sage Realm expert in the Azure Cauldron made Li Zongjiu understand that the Sacred Martial Continent was just a small place. In the Sacred Martial Realm, even Sage Realm experts had to flee for their lives. Therefore, in order to avoid encountering some things in the Sacred Martial Realm in the future, reaching the Supremacy Realm was just the beginning. There were far more powerful existences. Li Zongjiu wanted to make preparations in advance and obtain more information. Why do you have to look for me for this kind of thing? Why don't you just ask Kuan Erishur to go? Li Zongjiu was being pestered to death by Ling Yan. He wanted Li Zongjiu to appear for a moment. At least, he wanted others to know that Li Zongjiu was not only an honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, but also a student of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. He came out of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Although Li Zongjiu had never attended a class in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, he had always escaped whenever he could. Kuan Erisher, that brat isn't famous enough. Who in the alchemy world doesn't know your name, Li Zongjiu? Let me tell you, that guy from the Longevity Pavilion is really arrogant. He actually set up a great array in the Southern City Plaza, saying that anyone who can withstand his attack for a minute will be qualified to cultivate in the Longevity Pavilion. Brother from the Southern City, they're clearly targeting our Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. They're here to snatch people. Ling Yan was impatient. He was also incomparably angry at the actions of those from the Longevity Pavilion. They were too arrogant, but there was no other way. After all, they had contracted the entire arena. Moreover, for this year's enrollment, all the academies were gathered in the recruitment plaza. The Snowy Origin was also a fair competition, with on-site registration and on-site assessment. How about this? I'll send someone to help you kill them. This way, they won't be able to recruit people. Li Zongjiu said. He was the dignified evil lord, Li Zongjiu. How could he become a signboard and show his face? Such an action was too degrading. Li Zongjiu couldn't do it. Recently, Qi Yanran seemed to have been summoned back by the Four Seas Medicine Manor. After all, the Four Seas Medicine Manor could be considered as Qi Yanran's alma mater. Summoning Qi Yanran back would allow them to recruit more talents when school started. In short, based on the current situation, this year's enrollment was extremely fierce. As for what kind of people they could recruit, that was secondary. The most important thing was that the number of people registered in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor couldn't be less. If there were less, how could they explain it? How could they face others? Would they still want their face? What's the use of this? Unless you annihilate the entire Longevity Pavilion. Ling Yan said. That won't do. It's not enough. Let me tell you, a new pill palace has been established recently. They're also snatching people from us. You should annihilate them too. Their name seems to be even more arrogant. What's it called? Azure Sea Academy. Ling Yan said. This Azure Sea Academy had both elemental energy teaching and alchemy teaching. Obviously, this method was very unusual. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to obtain these two teaching qualifications. Azure Sea Academy? When Li Zongjiu heard this name, he was stunned for a moment. Yes. Don't you think they're very arrogant? If my Heavenly Star Medicine Manor doesn't show its might, these people really think that they're going to ascend to the heavens. Ling Yan said fiercely. You're an academy. There are so many good places in the world, but you chose to come to Sacred Flame Royal City. Wouldn't that increase the pressure on the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor? The Azure Sea Academy has been established so quickly? Shouldn't it be 10 years later? Li Zongjiu frowned. If he didn't remember wrongly, the Azure Sea Academy would appear about 10 years later in his previous life. In just 2 years, it had become an existence that could compete with the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor and Imperial Martial Manor. They were ranked as the 3 great academies. However, anyone could see that the Azure Sea Academy was able to fight 1 against 2. This was absolute strength. Later on, when the reputation of the Azure Ocean Academy spread, it also cultivated many outstanding talents. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu only knew that behind the Azure Ocean Academy, there was an ancient sect. Even the strength of an ancient sect was not simple. It even had a good relationship with the sect behind the Xingyan dynasty. They had only been in seclusion for many years, so it was normal for them to want to appear and make a comeback. However, after the emergence of the Azure Ocean Academy, this meant that in the future, the strength of the Xingyan dynasty would increase by leaps and bounds. Many hidden experts would also appear, and with the appearance of some geniuses, it would form a phenomenon of a blowout. Those who appeared would be true experts and geniuses. I'm not free today. I need to refine a medicinal ingredient. I'll go with you tomorrow. Li Zongjiu said. There were many ways to refine pills. In the past, Li Zongjiu was refining pills alone. However, now that Li Zongjiu was refining these pills, there were many disciples of the Li family under him. He just needed to distribute some medicinal ingredients and let them refine them. In the end, Li Zongjiu only needed to gather these medicinal liquids, and it would be easier and faster for him to refine some pills. Okay, no problem. I'll send someone to pick you up tomorrow. Don't forget, the southern square is now divided into the enrollment square. All the academies are recruiting students there. Hearing Li Zongjiu agree, Ling Yan was naturally very happy. Now, Ling Yan was in charge of more important matters, and almost all of his efforts were invested in the business of the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter. Although the Heavenly Pill Pavilion had a good cooperation with the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter, one was an institution of the dynasty, while the other was an institution. They did not participate in any disputes of interest in the Jianghu. Therefore, when 100 flowers bloomed, they were naturally the happiest. Of course, they would not help or attack either side. Of course, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion was happy to see competition in the alchemy industry. If they were to be monopolized by one party, they would definitely go downhill over time. Only through intense competition could the industry be guaranteed to progress. Thus, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion did not say anything about the Longevity Pavilion's provocation. Instead, they were waiting to watch a good show. The next day. City South Square. It could be said that the number of future students today was the highest. The entire square was filled with people. Some people were holding registration forms in their hands as they lined up in a long line. A student could only apply for 3 academies. If they didn't pass any of the 3 academies, they could only return home. As such, some people came to take a gamble. Basically, they would choose between the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor and the Imperial Martial Pavilion. Of course, the appearance of the Longevity Pavilion and the Azure Ocean Academy gave these students more options to consider. Some of them even wanted to try their luck. After all, the strength of the Longevity Pavilion seemed to be quite good. After all, it was a hidden super sect. If they graduated from the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Matter, they might have to find a job for themselves. However, in this sect, the benefits would allow them to cultivate until they were old. In comparison, more people were more interested in the Longevity Pavilion. After all, the requirements of the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor were too high and too strict. It was very likely that they would be cannon fodder. Furthermore, it seemed that the person in charge of the recruitment this time around hated the Longevity Pavilion to the core. Anyone who filled in the Longevity Pavilion's registration form was basically eliminated. In other words, you could only choose between the Longevity Pavilion and the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor. If you registered for the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor and were eliminated, then you could participate in the selection of the Longevity Pavilion. More often than not, the Longevity Pavilion would not accept you. In any case, the 2 academies were facing each other head-on. The Longevity Pavilion came to the Xingyan dynasty to recruit students and directly established the Longevity Medicine Manor. They established the Longevity Medicine Manor in the Sacred Flame Royal City. It was indeed understandable. The Longevity Pavilion came for the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor. The competition between the 2 kings was naturally extremely intense. Both the open and covert confrontations were even more frightening. Will Li Zongjiu really come today? In the recruitment courtyard of the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor, a few senior and junior sisters who were in charge of some matters were chatting with each other. Yesterday, when Instructor Ling Yan came back, her face was full of arrogance, and I heard that she went there and said some harsh words. It should be true. Speaking of which, I haven't seen this Li Zongjiu before. I heard that he's very powerful. He stirred up trouble in the city and killed many people. A few girls were chattering away. Just as they were chatting, Ling Yan also walked out with an arrogant face. Go and open the door. I've already asked someone to call Li Zongjiu over. The 2 of you, go to the arena and see if the Longevity Pavilion's flag is still there. If it's still there, pull it out. Ling Yan said. Ah? Instructor, if you pull out the flag, it means that you have to challenge them. Yes, Instructor. Think twice before you do it. This is not a joke. The other party will definitely put the flag back at all costs. What a joke. Such a big arena, only their flag is allowed? What qualifications do they have to put up an arena? Don't worry. When Li Zongjiu comes, he will definitely beat them all down. Ling Yan said with a cold smile. When they went yesterday, Ling Yan said that he would only let Li Zhongjiu walk around here and show his face. This way, everyone would know that Li Zhongjiu was here. After all, this was the celebrity effect. When they saw him, those young people would definitely rush in excitedly. This kind of thing was common. But how could Ling Yan let Li Zhongjiu be so relaxed? Of course, he had to find something for this guy to do. As for the person who set up the arena, it seemed that the person in charge was an elder-level expert. He was at least a 5th-grade alchemist, or maybe even stronger. After all, he was so young. If the disciples of Heavenly Star Medicine Matter went up, they would definitely lose. Even if Ling Yan rushed up, he might not have an absolute chance of winning. Moreover, Ling Yan was an instructor. If he took the initiative to rush up, it would really be considered as a provocation. The two sides might become extremely fierce. However, Li Zhongjiu's actions were different. One must know that Li Zhongjiu was only a student of Heavenly Star Medicine Matter. This year, he was only a second-year student. Li Zhongjiu's strength was stronger than Ling Yan. If he went up and defeated the opponent's elder, would these people be willing to give up the Longevity Pavilion or the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter? When the time comes, Ling Yan would announce that he would expand the enrollment quota and ensure that the entrance of the Longevity Pavilion would be clean. Causing trouble in front of her Heavenly Star Medicine Matter. Didn't they see who was in charge now? This was Ling Yan's idea. His heart was even more delighted. Those few girls listened, and in order to boost their courage, they grabbed a few boys and went together. One of them was called Mu Qingyun. White Deer Manor. Early in the morning, a girl with a long ponytail came. Compared to a year ago, she looked more mature. You must be Miss Gongjiu from Heavenly Day Medicine Matter. Please come in. Lu Pei came to welcome her. Gongjiu walked in curiously. Looking at the White Deer Manor, Gongjiu's life was not as rich and exciting as Li Zhongjiu's. As a second-year student, Gongjiu also needed to put her energy into cultivation. That was why she was able to advance smoothly. After she advanced, she also needed to work harder to graduate successfully. During the holidays, she would also return to the family for a few days. At the same time, Gongjiu also chose to come and help with the enrollment for credits. After all, there were only so many students in Heavenly Day Medicine Matter. The enrollment was more troublesome, so they naturally needed the help of these people. Compared to other schools, the number of students in Heavenly Day Medicine Matter was indeed too small. My name is Lu Pei. I'm a guard in this matter. Young master is still refining pills. Miss Gongjiu, please wait here for a moment. Lu Pei said. After half retiring from the city guard army to come here, his strength alone had increased by an unknown number of realms. Therefore, the change in strength was quite terrifying. Letting Lu Pei stay in White Deer Manor was also very comfortable and carefree. Even if these trivial matters needed Lu Pei to deal with, he was willing to do it. No matter where you are, you won't be able to get such a big improvement. Moreover, when Xiao Zhao went out to do things, Lu Pei needed to accompany and protect him. However, there were fewer people in the city who didn't know what was good for them. After Li Zhongjiu crippled the Gu family, the people in the city understood the strength of White Deer Manor. Even if there were some conflicts in the negotiations, they wouldn't use too much violence to resolve them. Because there were a few times. White Deer Manor inadvertently showed the existence of the primitive emperor-level soul beast in the back mountain. And there was more than one. This was the most shocking thing. It made people feel extremely shocked about the strength of White Deer Manor. Therefore, even if they couldn't cooperate, at least the relationship between them wouldn't be too unpleasant. They would always leave some leeway. After all, they would meet in the future, and who knew when they would meet again. Gongjiu didn't even have time to ask for someone to summon her before she was invited in. Moreover, she knew her name so accurately, which made Gongjiu extremely surprised. Sitting in the hall, drinking a cup of tea, Lu Pei also went to report to Li Zhongjiu. Since Gongjiu had nothing to do, he wandered around the hall, admiring the antique wares placed on the counter. 9 dragons jade? My god, didn't this thing go missing 500 years ago? It actually appeared here. Gongjiu's family had a connection with these antiques. Therefore, in Gongjiu's eyes, these antiques were very good. He could tell whether these antiques were authentic or not with just a glance. The 9-dragon wall jade carving in front of him was a stunning masterpiece of a master sculptor from 500 years ago. Later on, it was lost after a few hands. He didn't expect to see it again here. Do you like these things? Gongjiu was carefully observing and admiring the antiques in front of him. Li Zongjiu's voice came from behind. Ah, when did you come? Gongjiu was a little flustered, like a child who was caught doing something naughty. I just arrived. What's the use of these things? Li Zongjiu stared at the 9 dragons jade carving for a long time, but couldn't see anything special about it. These broken things could easily be sold at a sky-high price. How could people accept this? Some of these things were even more valuable than one's life. It was simply unbelievable. These things alone are useless. Take the 9 dragons jade carving for example. If you can gather a complete set of it, you will be able to understand the power of the master. Gongjiu explained. This should be the 7th piece. There are a total of 9 pieces. My family has 7 of them. The 7th piece, the 9 dragons jade carving, and the 9th piece, the flying immortal broken jade, are still missing. I didn't expect you to have one here. After saying that, Gongjiu looked at Li Zongjiu. So magical? Li Zongjiu had never been involved in this industry before. Now that he heard that there was such a relationship, he was slightly surprised. These people were really too free to do anything if they had to gather a set to be effective. However, Li Zongjiu didn't care about collecting these things. So what if the master was a master? He was just a slightly more powerful spiritual master. Not to mention that he was already dead. Even if he was still alive, he wouldn't be able to do anything in front of Li Zongjiu. In fact, it's just a gimmick of the master sculptors. However, if you want to sell your 9 dragons jade carving, you can consider selling it to me first. I'll give you a high price. Gongjiu said with a smile. Then you can just take it. It's just a decoration. Li Zongjiu took the 9 dragons jade carving and threw it to Gongjiu. This scared Gongjiu so much that he quickly reached out to catch it. If it fell to the ground, it would break into pieces. If this thing was broken, there would be no more of it. This won't do. It's too valuable. When Gongjiu caught the 9 dragons jade carving, he felt that his heart was about to jump out. How could this guy be so rude? It's too dangerous. However, how could he just take away such a valuable thing? This was an out-of-print ancient carving. 500 years ago wasn't a long time, but it wasn't short either. Especially when it came from a master sculptor. Take it. Take me to the recruitment square. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said. How much could this broken thing be worth? That won't do. I'll buy it for you at the market price. I only have this much money. I'll give it to you first. As for the rest, I'll go back to my family and get it. Gongjiu said stubbornly. Then, he handed a small pouch to Li Zongjiu. This was a Qianquan pouch. There was a small space inside. It wasn't big, but it was enough to store some gold yuan and purple yuan. Li Zongjiu didn't think much and took the Qianquan pouch. How much can this be sold for? As he spoke, Li Zongjiu opened it and took a look. He was dazzled by the number of purple yuan in the Qianquan pouch. F*ck, so much. He scanned it with his mental strength. 96 million purple yuan coins. Do you usually bring so much money to school? Li Zongjiu looked at Gongjiu in shock. More than 90 million purple yuan was more than the price of a 5th grade elixir. If a 6th grade elixir was auctioned, it would be about the same price. I usually bring a certain amount of money with me. I'll buy and sell some antiques to earn some pocket money. These are all earned by me. But the final appraisal of your 9 dragon jade should be about 300 million purple yuan. I'll pay you 270 million purple yuan according to the market price and deduct the appraisal fee. Gongjiu said. The appraisal fee was 10% of the total price. He couldn't refuse it. Appraisers like them had to rely on this method to survive. As long as this item was appraised by him, after the transaction, they would have to pay. Some of the more overbearing ones would directly ask for a fee during the appraisal. F*ck, these things are so valuable? Li Zhongzhou's eyes lit up. If you want to find these antiques, it's easy. In the past, Li Zhongzhou had killed and fled all the way. He relied on these ancient tombs to make a fortune. However, back then, Li Zhongzhou had only collected some cultivation methods and secret manuals from the tomb. As for the antiques and other things, they were all crushed by his foot. He didn't know that these things were so valuable. Of course, the craftsmanship can't be copied. Moreover, there's the insight of a mental strength master. If you can collect a complete set, the price will be immeasurable. Li Zhongzhou didn't know much about antiques, but it didn't matter. When the time came, he would let Xiaoxiao do some research. Perhaps there would be some benefits. When he was really out of money, or when he suddenly couldn't afford it, he would use these things to exchange for money. For Li Zhongzhou, it was also a method. Gong Jiu had been one of the people who had been in charge of Li Zhongzhou's exam back then. He had never imagined that Li Zhongzhou, who he had been watching back then, would become the poster boy of the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor in the blink of an eye. This made Gong Jiu's heart filled with emotions. At the same time, Gong Jiu also knew that the distance between him and Li Zhongzhou could be said to be very far. Just based on the current situation. He already knew that this Li Zhongzhou's future was limitless. Even now, he already had a feeling of soaring to the sky. He was afraid that Li Zhongzhou would definitely have a place in the top 10 figures of the Xingyan dynasty this year. The two of them came to the recruitment square together. However, they realized that there weren't many people in the recruitment square of Tianjin Medicine Manor. There was only a little junior sister who stayed behind to guard. Where are the others? Gong Jiu walked in and asked. Senior sister, just now, Teacher Ling Yan asked a few seniors to go and get the flag together. Later on, they seemed to be fighting. Then, Teacher Ling Yan angrily brought people and rushed out. It seemed like she wanted to take revenge. That junior sister was also quite frightened by the scene just now. She knew that Ling Yan's personality was incomparably fiery, but she didn't expect that when she was angry, it would be so terrifying, and just now, in Ling Yan's eyes, it seemed like she was going to spit out flames that could eat people. After Ling Yan killed her way out, there was naturally no one in the recruitment square. And it was said that the examinees who came to register were all rushing towards the arena. It became an extremely lively scene. This, Gong Jiu was also dumbfounded. How did things turn out like this? Li Zhongzhou felt that it was normal. With Ling Yan's temper, how long could she hold it in? She would explode at any moment, catching people off guard. Such an outcome was also very normal. Let's go and take a look. Since he was already here, of course he had to go and take a look. If Ling Yan won the fight with others, it would be fine. If he lost, then the problem would be serious. Let's go, let's go. Gong Jiu also hurriedly lifted her skirt and rushed in that direction. When they arrived at the arena, they could already see the black mass of people surging in front of them. Moreover, there were people calling their friends over to watch the show. Quick, go and take a look. There seems to be a fight over there. Oh my god. This is so exciting. I heard that the Longevity Pavilion and the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor are fighting. Really? Then I'll have to take a good look. Immediately, these people rushed out one after another. The people in front of them had already blocked the road. Li Zhongzhou and Gong Jiu also used their hidden strength to push the people around them away. Hey, who is it? So unreasonable. Why are you pushing? Can't you see that there are so many people in front of us? There was a brat who seemed to have a bad temper. He even glared at Li Zhongzhou. Li Zhongzhou did not say anything and directly threw him out. Then, under the astonished gazes of Gong Jiu and the others, he calmly continued to squeeze forward. This was the advantage of being strong. I'm rude and unreasonable. What can you do, in the arena? Ling Yan and the people from the Longevity Pavilion were in a confrontation. Behind the arena was the battle flag of the Longevity Pavilion. Whoever pulled out the battle flag of the Longevity Pavilion meant that they were here to cause trouble. When Mu Qingyun and the others came in the morning, they were ready to cause trouble. However, before they could pull out the battle flag, they were directly humiliated by the people from the Longevity Pavilion. Then, there was a competition. The main thing was that the other party actually attacked, sneakily attacking Mu Qingyun and humiliating her in front of everyone. Even with Mu Qingyun's character, she could not stand the provocation of the other party and jumped up to fight with them. The other party relied on their numbers and shamelessly said that this was the cultivation flame array of the sect. No matter how many people there were, their array would always be a 5-man array. Speaking of which, it was extremely shocking. To think that they could be so shameless. You juniors are not qualified to fight with me. Get out of my way. Ling Yan looked at the crowd before him coldly. There were 5 disciples from the longevity pavilion blocking the front. They seemed to be in a stalemate with Ling Yan and the others. The other party's strength was indeed not bad. Otherwise, Mu Qingyun would not have lost so badly. Teacher, if you are interested in challenging the cultivation flame array of our longevity pavilion, you can give it a try. If the few behind you are interested, you can come at me together. The man who was the leader of the longevity pavilion looked refined and polite. When he spoke, he was filled with pride. He did not put the people from the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor in his eyes. One must know that they were facing a group of teachers and students from the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. To think that they would dare to ask them to come at them together. If the few of you can break through our cultivation flame array, you will naturally be able to meet with our elders. Nonsense. The 5 of you just beat up our senior brother Mu. Bullying us with numbers? Don't you have any shame? One of the young ladies looked on and shouted out. Since there were so many people behind her and teacher Ling Yan was here, there was nothing to be afraid of. It's simple if you want to take down our battle flag. You just have to break the array. If this female teacher can't do it, we can wait. The disciples of the longevity pavilion were clearly very confident in themselves. The reputation of the everlasting pavilion was not just for show. Although these 5 disciples were disciples of the everlasting pavilion, they were all core disciples. In the future, important positions in the everlasting pavilion would be given to them. They would be the future leaders of the everlasting pavilion. The strength of these people was already above average in the sect. In fact, some of the elders of the sect might not even be a match for them. If they were placed in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, they would be at least 5 experts of the same level as Ling Yan. Among the teachers, they would be ranked at the top. Naturally, Ling Yan knew that these people were not weak. But if they were to fight, he would not be afraid. However, the seniority did not matter. Even if he won, it was only right to win against these juniors. If he were to accidentally reveal any signs of defeat, it would be the talk of the town. He might even become the talk of the town. It might even have a great impact on the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Just the 5 of you? I can give you some time. Go and call for more people. If you can't do it, you can call your sect master. A voice rang out. When they heard the owner of the voice and what he said, everyone was shocked. Not only did he provoke the disciples of the longevity pavilion, he even dared to shamelessly ask them to find the sect master of the longevity pavilion. He was simply too arrogant. He was simply too lawless. Hearing this, Ling Yan knew that Li Zhongjiu had arrived. Although Ling Yan knew that Li Zhongjiu was here, he would definitely not be at a disadvantage. After all, this Li Zhongjiu was simply too arrogant. However, Ling Yan did not expect this Li Zhongjiu to be so arrogant. He directly challenged the sect master. Even Ling Yan felt that Li Zhongjiu was a little too much. Gongjiu came with Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu went up the stage first. When he heard Li Zhongjiu's words, Gongjiu almost fell off the stage. He actually dared to say such words. As expected of the arrogant Li Zhongjiu, the expressions of the 5 people on the opposite side immediately changed. Just a moment ago, they were smiling calmly. In the blink of an eye, they gave off a gloomy feeling. Li Zhongjiu was simply courting death. Arrogant. You think you're worthy of our sect master? Even if you ask your father, it's impossible. A man standing at the back said coldly. These words were said without hesitation. He wanted to teach this Li Zhongjiu a lesson. At the very least, he had to refute these words. When the leader heard the words of the person behind him and saw Li Zhongjiu's expression change slightly, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Be careful. This warning was said subconsciously. However, by the time he said it, it was already too late. The person who spoke just now had already fallen into Li Zongjiu's hands in the blink of an eye. Li Zongjiu directly slapped his opponent's face twice. Then, he kicked the latter in the stomach and kicked him out of the ring. In front of everyone, he directly kicked this person out of the arena. Even the people from the Chongqing pavilion did not react in time. "You're courting death." The young man who led the group was furious. The other party had actually gone to such an extent, beating them up without saying a word. He was simply looking down on them and looking down on the Chongqing pavilion. Boom! The other 4 people burst out with ferocious flames. The moment the flames surged out, a wave of fluctuation immediately spread out. The 4 of them attacked with great rapport, releasing their own spiritual flames almost at the same time. When the flames of the 4 people intertwined, it immediately created a terrifying commotion. Ling Yan and the others saw it, but Ling Yan was not worried at all. Instead, he pushed the people from the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter to the back to avoid being hit by the flying limbs. That would not be good. "Everyone, stay away. If the blood splashes on your body, it won't be easy to wash it off." Just as expected. Even though those fellows were the future leaders of the Longevity Pavilion and would be heavily nurtured, in the face of Li Zongjiu, all of them combined were incapable of fighting back. Bang! Bang! 3 men and 1 woman. There was no difference. They were all sent flying by Li Zongjiu's kick. All of them fell to the ground. As for their refining flame array, they did not even have the chance to condense it. The stage was cleared in an instant. The one who attacked was only an ordinary-looking young man. F***ck, who is this guy? He's too fierce. Isn't he that guy? I've seen him before. I saw him last time too. Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu from the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter. He's Li Zongjiu. I heard that during the 3 Dynasties Elixir Conference, the one who suppressed the geniuses from the other 2 dynasties was Li Zongjiu. I heard that he even killed them in an instant. F***ck, he's so F***king awesome. He killed those people from the Chongqing pavilion in an instant. I heard that they'd been here for a long time. They're so arrogant and look down on others. All of them are extremely arrogant. Some young onlookers saw Li Zongjiu's natural and unrestrained posture. Although he wasn't handsome, his skills were good enough. It was hard to believe that he could directly knock down someone. One by one, legends about Li Zongjiu began to spread. I didn't expect that the Honorable Honorary Elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion would interfere in the competition between the academies and even seriously injure a few juniors. How impressive. Gong Jiu and the others immediately felt an extremely powerful pressure condensing on the stage. The appearance of this power immediately caused their faces to change. The elders of the Longevity Pavilion must have made their move. Looking at Ling Yan, he was still full of confidence. With Li Zongjiu's temper, no matter how many people came, they would only be beaten up. Anyway, the person was beaten up by Li Zongjiu. It had nothing to do with her, Ling Yan. As soon as her voice fell, an aura of anger confronted the sky. Another figure appeared on the stage. This person looked old, but there was a dense aura lingering around his body. He was in a sage-like state. With a flip of his sleeves, there was an air of arrogance lingering around him. However, his face was obviously full of anger. Just now, Li Zongjiu had directly defeated a disciple from the Longevity Pavilion without showing any mercy. Even if the elder of the Longevity Pavilion wanted to keep a low profile, it would be impossible for him to do so. If they didn't teach Li Zongjiu a lesson, then, the Longevity Pavilion would have the face to continue staying here. Therefore, the elder who had been watching from the side couldn't stand it anymore. If they didn't show up to shake up the situation, the Longevity Pavilion would have no way to go in the future. However, if you showed up and saved the situation, why did you have to bring Li Zongjiu along? You even came to provoke Li Zongjiu. I, Li Zongjiu, am mighty in this city. What can you do? Li Zongjiu spread his hands. Everyone present was shocked by Li Zongjiu's calm words. They were all stunned on the spot. Their mouths were agape as they stared at Li Zongjiu in front of them. This kid is starting to get arrogant. Ling Yan retreated to the side with her people and watched as Li Zongjiu confronted the elder of the Longevity Pavilion. I am the elder of the Yin Gate of the Longevity Pavilion's Elder Hall, Lu Sunji. Elderly, since you are the honorary elder of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion, you have taught a few juniors a lesson today. However, what did the juniors of the Longevity Pavilion do wrong? Lu Sunji said calmly. There was a sense of arrogance between his brows. If Li Zhongjiu couldn't give a reason, this matter would not be settled so easily. Can't I teach them a lesson if they didn't do anything wrong? Li Zhongjiu shot a glance at Lu Sunji, then glanced at the battle flag on the stage behind him. With a wave of his hand, he sent the battle flag flying. When Ling Yan saw this, he gave a signal to the disciple beside him. That disciple also threw the battle flag in his hand towards Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu naturally placed the battle flag on the stage. As for the battle flag of the Longevity Pavilion, Lu Sunji caught it. Since you are in someone else's territory, you must abide by the rules. The Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor is now recruiting. Anyone who wants to come can sign up. Li Zhongjiu raised his arm and shouted. He actually advertised in such a grand occasion. Lu Sunji didn't confront him. Instead, he turned around and left angrily. Before he left, he didn't say anything harsh. After all, the Longevity Pavilion was an alchemy sect. However, they would definitely get back at him today. It was just that Lu Sunji didn't have the confidence to win against Li Zhongjiu. If even he lost, it would be a true loss of face. Things had changed too quickly. The Longevity Pavilion had always looked very powerful. However, when they met a real expert, when they met Li Zhongjiu, they became so terrified. It was hard to believe that this was the case. The main reason was that Li Zhongjiu's appearance was too strong. If Elder Lu had wanted to make a move, Li Zhongjiu wouldn't have shown any mercy. After Li Zhongjiu took control of the situation, Ling Yan quickly sent people to distribute the registration form. At the same time, he also attached the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor's advertisement. Today was different from the past. In the current environment of alchemy, if one didn't work hard, it would be easy to be overshadowed by others. In that case, the future of the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor wouldn't be easy. Ling Yan was aware of this point, so in these confrontations, he would never give in. Well done. I'll treat you to red braised meat later. Ling Yan nudged Li Zhongjiu with his shoulder. Obviously, he wanted to give Li Zhongjiu an extra drumstick. Li Zhongjiu, on the other hand, looked helpless. You called me here just to deal with these three-legged cats? I'm very busy. It was rare for Li Zhongjiu to make a move. It wasn't easy to invite Li Zhongjiu for once, but he actually asked Li Zhongjiu to deal with these small characters. Don't tell me you want a girl to fight with them. Ling Yan also spoke in an extremely righteous manner. Li Zhongjiu didn't want to continue to tangle with Ling Yan. In any case, Ling Yan was also very busy now. Li Zhongjiu was wandering around the recruitment square. He heard that Qi Yanran was also here. Of course, he wanted to find Qi Yanran to have some fun. These days, Qi Yanran was also busy with the recruitment of the academy. After all, the Four Seas Medicine Manor was a relatively important project for the four big families. Some of the alchemists of the four big families also came from the Four Seas Medicine Manor. Therefore, Qi Yanran was also personally involved. After all, Qi Yanran's current partner was Li Zhongjiu. The strength of the Qi family must also be improved. Otherwise, sooner or later, Li Zhongjiu would soar to the sky and not be limited to the small Xingyan dynasty. Qi Yanran knew Li Zhongjiu's ambition. Therefore, Qi Yanran also had to speed up her own strength. And today, the Four Seas Medicine Mansion's recruitment courtyard that Qi Yanran was in welcomed an extremely shocking genius. Four Seas Medicine Manor. The Four Seas Medicine Manor also used some special methods to assess the talent of those who had yet to come into contact with alchemy. Although this method wasn't necessarily accurate, it could still guarantee that the person who was assessed would have a certain level of talent in most cases. Today, a young man had appeared in the Four Seas Medicine Manor. He had reached the level of an upper-class genius in every test. The Four Seas Medicine Manor categorized these talents into grades 1 to 9, with grade 1 being the highest and grade 9 being the lowest. It mainly measured one's affinity with alchemy fire and one's perception of medicinal herbs. As long as one's results were above the average, the Four Seas Medicine Manor would accept them to prove that they had the ability to do so. Over the past few days, apart from the disciples of the four great families who came to take the test and lowered the standards slightly, there were many students who came to register. However, most of them just barely passed. In fact, some people even started to doubt whether these things that they had spent a lot of money on were effective at all. However, Qi Yanran also took the test personally. All of them had reached the highest value, except for one test that was slightly lacking. This morning, there was a young man who looked a little like a ruffian who had casually reached the highest level of talent and passed the highest level of evaluation. All the values had reached full marks. No one dared to believe their eyes, because this person's talent was even higher than Qi Yanran's. Not only was Qi Yanran shocked, but the mentors of the 4C's medicine manor were also shocked. After a series of tests, this person's talent had completely shocked the 4C's medicine manor. They definitely couldn't allow someone with such outstanding talent to be recruited by other academies. Who knew, he might become the second Li Zongjiu. This person's name was Wuxia. He came here from a small town at the border. His family was just an ordinary hunter, and his yuan power aura was extremely weak. It was said that he had consumed some special medicinal herbs when he was young, so his mental strength was much stronger than people of the same age. Although he said that he came from a small town, Wu Xie gave off an extremely mischievous vibe. "Sisters, how are the results of my test?" Wu Xie sat on a chair and looked at the busy senior sisters with a teasing gaze. "Ah, your test. Results are very good. Did you bring the school fees? If you pay the fees now, we'll directly enroll you. I only have this much money on me." As he spoke, Wu Xie also took out 2 silver coins. In a place like the Sacred Flame Royal City, it was rare to see silver coins. Fortunately, Wu Xie's innate talent was such that even if the 4C's medicine manor had to fork out money, they would still have to keep him. "I don't think I have enough to pay the tuition fees. I'll go back and save up for another year," Wu Xie said, feeling somewhat dejected. He then turned around to leave. The girl hurriedly called out to Wu Xie. "Wait a moment. Our 4C's medicine manor is interested in nurturing talents. The tuition fee is just a symbolic thing. Your 2 silver coins are enough. This is your admission card. Welcome to the 4C's medicine manor." Wu Xie took a red certificate from the man's hand. For any rural youth, this was an invitation to riches and honor. However, Wu Xie did not seem satisfied. Why don't I go to the other smaller academies to take a look?" As he spoke, Wu Xie was about to leave. The girls immediately called him over. "With your aptitude, you will be able to receive excellent treatment in our 4C's medicine manor. You will be able to directly enter the excellent class. Senior Sister Qi Yanran, did you know that Senior Sister Qi Yanran is in our excellent class?" Presumably, any youth who came to the Sacred Flame Royal City would have heard of Qi Yanran's name. She was a super beauty in the royal city and also an alchemy genius. It was said that Qi Yanran's name was on the youth ranking recently. In a situation where there was no other way, they could only use the name of a beauty to attract this young man. "Oh?" Wu Xie stopped in his tracks. A glint flashed in his eyes. It seemed that this trip was not in vain. Qi Yanran, the Wu Xie in front of him, was no ordinary person. He was the person sent by the Black Canal Basilica to find Li Zongjiu and bring back the soul-returning beast. However, once he learned of Li Zongjiu's strength, even Wu Xie did not dare to act rashly. As a matter of fact, he only came here after making a complete plan. To ensure that his identity was trustworthy, he even stayed in a place called Guanxi Town for half a month. He even obtained a household register for Guanxi Town. At the very least, the source of his identity could not be wrong. Besides, it would not be easy to deal with Li Zongjiu. It was said that the assassins sent by the ancient Zong family had not done anything yet. In fact, they had not even sent a reply. The ancient Zong family had already assumed that the 2 of them had failed their mission and had sent a second group of elites. They soon arrived at the Sacred Flame Royal City. Before the assassins from the ancient Zong family took action, they had to bring back the soul-returning beast from Li Zongjiu's hands. Otherwise, they might not be able to find the soul-returning beast, and if the soul-returning beast ended up in the ancient Zong family's hands, the price they would have to pay for it would be even greater. It would be fine if these people knew what was good for them, But if they did not and killed the soul-returning beast, then it would be terrible. You're Wuxia? Qi Yanran walked in at that moment. It was the first time Qi Yanran saw Wuxia. She and the others had been alarmed by the return of the data, which was why Qi Yanran had reported the news to her superiors, and they had quickly decided to recruit this person. However, when Qi Yanran walked over, Wuxia was about to leave. When Wuxia saw Qi Yanran, a smitten look appeared on his face. In truth, Wuxia was also incredibly impulsive. He did not expect that there would be such a beautiful person with such exquisite features. Her eyes were so beautiful that they were unparalleled in the world. If there was even the slightest hint of flirtatiousness in her eyes, it would definitely be an incredibly lethal weapon. Wuxia immediately started laughing. I am Wuxia. Once Wuxia finished speaking, he saw a figure walking over from behind Qi Yanran. Wuxia's gaze froze. At that moment, Wuxia's state of mind was affected to a certain extent. It was a reaction when danger was near. The hair under Wuxia's clothes had already stood on end. His muscles had also entered a defensive state. Just by getting close to him, he gave off such a feeling. Yanran, you're here. Li Zongjiu walked in and recognized Qi Yanran when he saw her back. Zongjiu, why are you here? Qi Yanran turned to look at Li Zongjiu and smiled. She was like a warm spring breeze. She was an iceberg that would never melt. Only when she met Li Zongjiu would she smile like this. I just went to the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, so I came to see you. Li Zongjiu said. When he walked in, he saw Wuxia. Wuxia was about the same age as Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu's aura gave off the feeling of a proud and aloof ruler. Even the few young ladies from the Four Seas Medicine Manor behind him were excited when they saw Li Zongjiu. Is he Li Zongjiu? I heard that he also won first place in an exchange competition held by the Four Seas Medicine Manor. Some time ago, Li Zongjiu shocked everyone in the Haiku dynasty. The opponent's trump card couldn't even last one move in senior brother Li's hands. So powerful. It seems like he's already together with senior sister Yanran. What a good match. A few young ladies were chattering away. As for Li Zongjiu's achievements, it was not easy for him to go out and achieve such a proud result. As the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion, of course, they had to publicize it. They didn't want everyone to know about it, but they had to at least set off a trend in this circle. Moreover, their goal was to make it so that everyone knew about it, only then would it feel good enough. Wait a moment. Qi Yanran said to Li Zongjiu. This is the Four Seas Medicine Manor Special Recruitment Order. If you are willing, you can stay in the Four Seas Medicine Manor. The rest of the assessment can be waived. Qi Yanran handed a piece of paper to Wuxia. When they heard the word special recruitment, the surrounding people couldn't believe their ears. Specially recruited. Oh my God. This is a very precious quota. When they heard about the special recruitment, everyone was shocked. After all, the special recruitment opportunity was usually reserved for extremely talented people. Once they enjoyed the special recruitment and entered the academy to further their studies, everything they needed would be handed over to the academy. Everything would be taken care of by the academy. Moreover, the treatment enjoyed by the students of the academy was the highest. Some privileges that ordinary students could not enjoy were enjoyed by specially recruited students. In other words, almost all the resources of the Four Seas Medicine Manor could be opened to them for free. It was that direct. The four great clans behind the Four Seas Medicinal Manor had no problem gathering this amount of money. If they were able to cultivate a top expert, then it would definitely be a very high return on investment. Really? That's great. Thank you, senior sister. I still have some things to do, so I'll go back first. Wuxia immediately took the special recruitment token from Qi Yanran's hand excitedly. Then, he quickly walked outside. He wanted to get close to Qi Yanran first, then get close to Li Zongjiu. However, he didn't expect Li Zongjiu to appear so suddenly, and the latter's strength was much stronger than expected. He really is the person who killed Meng Qing. When Wuxia arrived that day, Meng Qing was already dead. Although Wuxia used a unique secret method today to temporarily seal his cultivation, Wuxia couldn't guarantee that Li Zongjiu didn't see through his strength just now. If he did, then it would be terrible. As long as Li Zongjiu carefully Investigated, he would be able to find out Wu Xia's identity. Wu Xia couldn't withstand any consideration. Now, he could only pray that Li Zhongjiu didn't see through his hidden strength, and it wasn't easy to see through it. Another thing was that Li Zhongjiu didn't investigate his identity so seriously. Otherwise, with Li Zhongjiu's power, it would be too easy to catch him. Therefore, it wasn't good to stay here for long. After getting the special recruitment token, he quickly left. However, all of this couldn't escape Li Zhongjiu's eyes. It was easy for Wu Xia to hide his strength from others, but it was impossible for him to hide it from Li Zhongjiu. With just a glance, Li Zhongjiu already knew that this person's strength wasn't weak. That guy's strength isn't simple. What's his background? Li Zhongjiu asked Qi Yanran. Li Zhongjiu's first instinct was that there must be something wrong with this guy. Not simple. He only cultivated a little bit of Yuan Qi, and is at the level of an ordinary Yuan scholar. As for his background, he came from a hunter family in Guanxi town. Guanxi town? When Li Zhongjiu heard this, he remembered that Guanxi town was his mother's home. How could there be such a strong person in Guanxi town? He was so young and so powerful. It wasn't easy to meet someone like him. Hey, elderly, what wind blew you to our place? Just as Qi Yanran was about to ask what the problem was, she heard a hearty voice. She could hear a slight gasp from the person's voice. It was obvious that he had just rushed over. Qi Yanran glanced at the person who had come. It was Zhao Jingxian from the Zhao family. This guy really came because he heard the news. He probably rushed over after hearing that Li Zhongjiu had come to the admissions institute. Li Zhongjiu wasn't someone that ordinary people could come into contact with. If he could invite Li Zhongjiu to have a meal or drink tea with him, he would definitely be able to use him in the future. Of course, Zhao Jingxian had helped Li Zhongjiu a lot in the past. At least, he made Li Zhongjiu remember the person in front of him. In the past, Zhao Jingxian avoided Li Zhongjiu when he saw Li Zhongjiu because every time Li Zhongjiu appeared, there would always be a big commotion. At that time, Zhao Jingxian estimated that Li Zhongjiu wouldn't live for long. Who knew that this guy would become more and more famous? More and more arrogant. Now, Li Zhongjiu was ranked at the top of the list of people who couldn't be provoked in Holy Flame Royal City. This was because Li Zhongjiu had used many examples to prove that he couldn't be provoked. Zhao Jingxian, you're quite diligent. Qi Yanran said faintly. Admissions wasn't a small matter, but some people chose to treat it negatively. For example, Zhao Jingxian was busy making money and managing his business. Now that Li Zhongjiu was here, this guy shamelessly came over. It's you. Li Zhongjiu saw Zhao Jingxian. Yanran, do you still have something to deal with? Li Zhongjiu suddenly turned his head and asked Qi Yanran. Qi Yanran smiled knowingly. Yes, there are still thousands of registration forms that haven't been counted, hundreds of test results that haven't been classified, and more than 50 people have been scheduled for an interview in the afternoon, Zhao Jingxian heard. Hey, this kind of thing, why would senior sister Qi need to come personally? Don't worry, leave it to me. I, Zhao Jingxian, promise to help you do it beautifully. Zhao Jingxian directly took care of the follow-up matters. Zhao Jingxian did not expect that Li Zhongjiu was already together with Qi Yanran. Moreover, he did not expect that Li Zhongjiu would appear here. Zhao Jingxian did not expect that Li Zhongjiu would be here. Since the matter was handed over to Zhao Jingxian, Li Zhongjiu took Qi Yanran to wander around. Li Zhongjiu took the time to walk around, but before walking around, he still had to solve some things. There's something wrong with that kid just now. Let's go and check it out. Li Zhongjiu said. After Qi Yanran heard it, she nodded. Qi Yanran originally felt that something was wrong, and now that Li Zhongjiu mentioned it, there must be something wrong. Let's go this way. His address is in the information he submitted. Qi Yanran said. Then, the two of them walked towards a relatively remote path. This area was relatively remote and poor, moreover, the surrounding air also had a kind of turbid feeling. However, when Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran walked in, they immediately felt that the air was fresh. In front, Li Zhongjiu said, and then gave Qi Yanran a look. Qi Yanran immediately walked towards another path, and finally appeared at the other end of the road, blocking Wu Xia's path. Senior Sister Yanran, why are you looking for me? Could it be that you want to take back this special recruitment token? Wuxia stopped his footsteps. He wanted to slip away directly, but he did not expect that Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran would follow him. This caused Wuxia to become even more impatient. Why did Li Zongjiu not act according to common sense? Could it be that he wanted to kill someone just because of suspicion? One was Li Zongjiu, one was Qi Yanran. If the two of them joined forces, Wuxia might not have a chance to win. However, escaping wasn't a problem at all. However, if he did that, his half a month of dormancy would be completely wasted. Who are you? Qi Yanran said lightly. A pair of cold eyes stared at Wuxia. Originally, even if Wuxia had hidden something, it was not a big deal for Qi Yanran. After all, there were many people with secrets in this world. It was very normal to have one or two small secrets. However, Li Zongjiu wanted to follow up and investigate, and Qi Yanran also agreed. Although Li Zongjiu had killed a lot of people, no one had ever said that Li Zongjiu was wrong or that he had killed innocent people. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Senior Sister Yanran, I've already submitted my personal situation to the higher-ups. Don't tell me you didn't see it? Cut the crap. If you don't speak today, you'll die. Li Zongjiu walked out. Step by step, he approached Wuxia. Wuxia couldn't believe that Li Zongjiu was really going to make a move. Was there no law in this world? How could he kill someone just because he wanted to? What are you trying to do? Who are you? Wuxia looked at Li Zongjiu with extreme vigilance. He seemed to be frightened and on guard. Li Zongjiu had already taken out the black dragon hammer in his hand. Boom, Li Zongjiu smashed the hammer towards Wuxia. There was no need for so much nonsense. Was there a need to talk so much? If there were any suspicions or problems, he would beat them up first. The black dragon hammer erupted with terrifying power and surged towards Wuxia. Wuxia immediately leaped in another direction when he saw the terrifying power of Li Zongjiu's attack. This leap immediately erupted with power comparable to the peak of the Yuan monarch realm. If it was just ordinary strength, he wouldn't even be able to break free from the lock of the black dragon hammer. Boom, seeing how powerful Wuxia was, Qi Yanran was also shocked. The aura just now had already surpassed her own. He obviously had such strength, yet he kept a low profile and tried to sneak into the Four Seas medicine matter. He must be up to something. Therefore, Qi Yanran was a little wary and relieved. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu had appeared in time. Otherwise, who knew what kind of trouble he would cause if he entered the Four Seas medicine matter? Wuxia avoided Li Zongjiu's hammer with his speed. However, Li Zongjiu would definitely chase after him. It wouldn't be so easy to escape. In the blink of an eye, Wuxia already had a plan of action. He directly rushed toward Qi Yanran. Boom, Wuxia stretched out his hands and immediately condensed a quagmire of power in front of him. Demonic Wind Claw. It seemed that a cold wind was stirred up and swept directly towards Qi Yanran. This move made Qi Yanran feel a strong pressure in crisis, but Qi Yanran also took out a weapon from her hand. She easily broke free from Wuxia's lock. Desolate Heaven Essence, swoosh, Qi Yanran lashed out with her whip. Wuxia was confident that he could block this move, but he was puzzled. Qi Yanran was only at the Yuan monarch realm. How could she break free from his power? Wuxia was sent flying by Qi Yanran's whip. He rolled on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Wuxia, who had fallen into the pit, couldn't believe what he was seeing. My boundless inner armor is broken just like that. What is that thing? It's so powerful. What's with the combination of these two? Damn. Wuxia couldn't care less about hiding his strength. In fact, Wuxia didn't have the opportunity to hide his strength from the beginning. When this power erupted, it was close to the Yuan monarch realm. A mere second-grade Yuan monarch dares to behave atrociously in front of me? Li Zongjiu looked at Wuxia and shook his head. However, after sensing it carefully, Li Zongjiu also knew where Wuxia's power came from. So you're from the Black Canal Temple. The woman I killed last time was with you, wasn't she? Li Zongjiu said faintly. Qi Yanran held the Desolate Heaven Essence in her hand and looked at Wuxia, who was lying on the ground. Black Canal Basilica? Qi Yanran heard Li Zongjiu talk about Black Canal Basilica. After all, this kind of thing had to be told to Qi Yanran, so she had to be vigilant. Back in the Heique dynasty, Qi Yanran was extremely angry, but she didn't make it public. After all, the relationship between the dynasties was still there, so it wasn't good to flare up. She didn't expect that they would still be so arrogant after returning to the Xingyan dynasty. So you are the ones who want to hurt Zongjiu? Qi Yanran's eyes suddenly became colder. Wu Xia immediately felt that the situation was not good. He quickly took out a scroll from his storage ring and tore it. Suddenly, a powerful spatial force wrapped around Wu Xia. Li Zongjiu, Qi Yanran, the two of you will definitely die in the hands of Black Canal Basilica. You can't escape. Before leaving, he left a ruthless sentence. However, Li Zongjiu didn't intend to let him go just like that. You want to escape from me with a mere spatial teleportation scroll? Li Zongjiu waved the black dragon hammer in his hand. Suddenly, a thunderbolt descended from the sky. It instantly struck the scroll. The scroll burned with flames, and Wu Xia, who was preparing to teleport, was interrupted. What? Wu Xia didn't dare to imagine that even the surefire teleportation scroll could be destroyed by someone. This was too cruel. What kind of monster was Li Zongjiu in front of him? Come out. Li Zongjiu stepped forward and grabbed Wu Xia. The power of space was completely gone, and Wu Xia was directly smashed to the ground, vomiting blood. He was seriously injured. Wu Xia had never experienced such a scene before. What kind of monster was Li Zongjiu? He originally had the strength of an origin emperor. He had never imagined that he would actually fall in front of Li Zongjiu at this moment. Even though he had made ample preparations and had even calculated this battle countless times in his heart, Wu Xia still couldn't accept it. Logically speaking, with Wu Xia's strength, it was impossible for him to defeat Li Zongjiu. But now, he was easily defeated by Li Zongjiu. This made Wu Xia completely collapse. You won't have a good ending if you go against the Black Canal Basilica. It's not too late for you to regret now. At this moment, Wu Xia couldn't do anything else. He even gave up resisting. In front of the two, he had no chance to escape at all. Moreover, the lightning just now had seriously injured him. At this moment, he sat on the ground, paralyzed. Falling into Li Zongjiu's hands, he didn't want to live anymore. Bang! Before Wu Xia could say anything, Li Zongjiu directly smashed down with his hammer. He ended Wu Xia's life. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Li Zongjiu smashed the kid to death with his hammer. A lot of blood splattered out. Qi Yanran looked at the scene in front of her without the slightest change in expression. She just took back the specially recruited book in Wu Xia's hand. She didn't expect Wu Xia to be from the Heique dynasty. This made Qi Yanran a little unhappy. No matter what, the Four Seas Medicine Manor was still part of the Qi family. Therefore, she couldn't let these people mess around in the Four Seas Medicine Manor. Whoosh! Suddenly, two figures descended. Who's there? The two of them surrounded Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran one after the other. The commotion just now had already alerted the special envoys patrolling the area. When the special envoy department sensed the commotion, they immediately rushed over. After all, too many people had come to the Sacred Flame Royal City recently. Hence, the special envoy department had to be fully prepared. One of them looked relatively young, and his movements were also extremely immature. He should have been recruited not long ago. After all, they needed more manpower. When he approached, he immediately pulled out the weapon in his hand. The man and woman in front of him actually dared to openly commit murder in this city. Put your hands on your head and squat down. The young envoy pointed at Li Zongjiu and shouted. At the scene of the murder, both the suspect and the evidence were found. It seemed that the opportunity for him to be promoted and make a fortune had come. He had only been in office for a few days, but he already had the opportunity to solve such a big case. On the other hand, the slightly older envoy first glanced at the corpse on the ground, then looked at the traces of battle around. This was obviously a fight between very powerful experts. Moreover, why did this young man look a little familiar? Hey! Aren't you? When the older envoy saw Li Zongjiu, he stared at him carefully. Suddenly, he remembered something, and his eyes suddenly became frightened. Elderly. Greetings, elderly. We'll take our leave first. We won't disturb you, the envoy said directly. Then, he stepped forward and pulled him away. The young envoy still wanted to say something. This was obviously a murder scene. Why didn't he do anything and just leave? This was too casual. Boss, just now. Why didn't that kid catch him? When the young envoy was dragged away, he kept asking. However, in the end, the boss directly covered the latter's mouth, afraid that he didn't directly knock him out. Damn it. Do you know who that is? You still dare to shout here? You and I almost lost our lives. The old envoy directly dragged him away. Moreover, his expression was extremely serious. This matter was not so simple. That Xianxia was an out-and-out homicidal maniac. Don't be fooled by his gentle and quiet appearance. In fact, his hands were very bloody. If the latter was unhappy, he would directly kill your whole family. Now, the Special Envoy Department directly opened a file for Xianxia. Anything related to Xianxia would be recorded in detail in the records. They didn't expect to meet Xianxia today when he was unhappy. Fortunately, they left quickly. Otherwise, they would have been killed in an instant. Xianxia was not so easy to provoke. Seeing the two envoys running away in panic, Xianxia also carefully looked at Xianxia. What are you looking at? I want to see if you're that scary. Xianxia laughed. Although being together with Xianxia wasn't a spectacular experience, the things that they experienced weren't simple. Now that they killed the people in the Black Canal Basilica would definitely come looking for trouble in the future. Although they were now separated by the dynasty, no one knew what kind of power they had. But at least in the Sacred Flame Imperial City, there was no need to worry. If you say that I'm scary, then I'll eat you now, Xianxia said and directly carried Xianxia. Xianxia also patted him repeatedly. There was still a corpse lying next to them. Wasn't it very inappropriate to do this? Of course, Xianxia did not do anything. He directly flicked his finger and a black flame burned Wuxia's corpse clean. At the same time, he took off Wuxia's storage ring. This guy had a lot of resources in his hands. Oh, this guy seems to have a lot of money. After Xianxia took Wuxia's storage ring, he studied it for a while and immediately found that there were a lot of treasures in it. Even a small family's business might not have as many treasures as this storage ring. The two strolled around the imperial city, had dinner, and then went back to their own business. Although the recruitment of students was handed over to Zhao Jingxian, Xianxia, as the person in charge, had to go back and check the results of today's work. She did not know about the results of others, but today, the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor was absolutely full. Today, Xianxia showed a little bit of the limelight and directly suppressed the arrogance of the Chongqing Pavilion. He was really domineering in the face of such an expert. How could the young people not be fascinated by such an expert? Some even directly regarded Xianxia as their idol. He was really too fierce, and they could not help but admire him. Wuxia was dead. Far away in Black Canal Basilica, Wuxia's soul tablet was shattered. It immediately alarmed the entire Black Canal Basilica. Now, the four-seated geniuses that Black Canal Basilica had painstakingly cultivated. 3 of them were dead. Most importantly, the stolen soul-returning beast had not been found yet. It was certain that the soul-returning beast was in Xianxia's hands. Damn it. Even Wuxia was killed. It seems that Xianxia is determined to be the enemy of Black Canal Basilica. This group of red bishops gathered together again. Because 3 of them had died in a row, and the only one left was still in seclusion. This matter had to be dealt with personally. Looks like we have to make use of some hidden forces. At the very least, Xianxia won't be able to continue living after killing so many people from Heichu Sacred Hall. If he's still alive after killing so many people from Heichu Sacred Hall, the name of Heichu Sacred Hall is useless. As soon as this matter was mentioned, the cardinals of Black Canal Basilica all had cold eyes. The Black Canal Basilica had controlled the Haiku dynasty for so many years, and had never encountered such a serious provocation. Therefore, the Black Canal Basilica had to do something. Otherwise, there would be a second person who offended the Black Canal Basilica. When the time came, the reputation of the Black Canal Basilica would be gone, and there would be some trouble. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu could not be let go. Send out the life and death servants. The life and death servants, it was a secret force of Black Canal Basilica. These people were extremely strong and had a very special ability, which was immortality. Even if they only had one arm left, they could still fight. It was said that the appearance of these life and death servants was due to the legendary power of the thousand-legged demon worm. Even if they were beaten to death, their dead bodies could still jump with great strength. It had been a long time since the life and death servants were used. Only when the opponent was of a very high level would the life and death servants be sent out. Furthermore, whenever this unit appeared, the mission they carried out would be complete annihilation. An entire clan would be wiped out without leaving a single survivor. It was very cruel. Okay, send out the life and death servants. 10 of them. This voice seemed to be transmitted directly to the ancient underground palace. Immediately, a few rays of light lit up in the pitch-black land. As the light appeared in the eyes of these people, the surrounding air became cold. Marquis Mansion. A highly classified intelligence was quickly delivered to Wan Yonggong's desk. In fact, even Wan Yonggong, who was in the middle of his cultivation, stopped. He walked over to the desk and opened it. After reading the contents, Wan Yonggong's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. Countless thoughts were colliding with each other. In the end, Wan Yonggong dismissed the surrounding people and ordered someone to summon Wan Yulan. Wan Yulan came in front of Wan Yonggong. "Grandfather? What do you think about this?" Wan Yonggong handed the secret letter to Wan Yulan. Although Wan Yulan was a girl, Wan Yonggong didn't mind. Favoring males over females was an extremely backward idea. As long as one had the ability to lead the family and bring glory to the family, it was a good thing. That was a true expert. Wan Yulan's ability made Wan Yonggong extremely satisfied. At least for now, the few people in the Marquis Mansion were far inferior to Wan Yulan. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Wan Yulan's eyes lit up when she saw the message. She was sharp enough to capture the opportunity. The Black Canal Basilica's power center is impregnable. Now that Li Zhongjiu has appeared, there is a trace of chaos. As long as we seize this chaos, these people will definitely reveal more flaws. Wan Yulan didn't wait for Wan Yonggong to ask and directly expressed her opinion. This made Wan Yonggong nod his head in approval. I think so too. Go to the Sacred Flame Imperial City and inform Li Zhongjiu of this news. It's best if you can assist Li Zhongjiu and make these people stay in the Xingyan dynasty forever. Wan Yonggong said. Yes, grandfather. Wan Yulan replied. Currently, almost the entire Haika dynasty was in the hands of the Black Canal Basilica, causing the entire Haika dynasty to be extremely dark. All the power was in the hands of some strange people. Moreover, they couldn't differentiate between right and wrong. If this continued, the Haika dynasty would definitely fall. It was absolutely impossible to rule with absolute violence. As the vanguard of the Haika dynasty, Wan Yonggong naturally stood firmly on the side of the Haika dynasty and was bound to overthrow the group of old vampires in the Black Canal Basilica. This time, I can't send too many people to you. Otherwise, the sacred palace will definitely be suspicious. This set of purple god flying daggers was refined with my life's effort. It has never missed a target. It can kill a 5th-grade primitive emperor expert within 100 meters. Keep it for self-defense. Wan Yonggong handed over the set of flying daggers to Wan Yulan. This item is too precious. I dare not accept it. Take it. With your mental strength, the effect you can display will only be stronger. You must be careful of these life and death servants. Be careful of their abilities. Wan Yonggong said. This time, Wan Yulan didn't refuse again. She nodded and accepted the set of flying daggers. She was extremely excited. This set of flying daggers had consumed half of Wan Yonggong's life's effort. It could even be considered as a family heirloom. Giving this set of flying daggers to Wan Yulan was actually a kind of entrustment. At the same time, it was also a kind of test. If Wan Yulan couldn't protect these 3 flying daggers, Wan Yonggong would definitely not put her in an important position in the future. However, if Wan Yulan could perfectly use these 3 flying daggers and achieve the effect Wan Yonggong wanted, then the person in charge of the Marquis Mansion would undoubtedly be Wan Yulan. Wan Yulan didn't stay for long. She went back to prepare and pack her things. In fact, there wasn't much to pack. In the middle of the night, she avoided the spies in the Black Canal Royal City and quickly left the city. In the Marquis Mansion, a figure quietly walked out from the darkness. That old bastard summoned that little bitch in the middle of the night. There must be something strange about it. The person who appeared was Wan Qianquan. Ever since Wan Qianquan was ignored by Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran that day, he was extremely unhappy. He deliberately wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge. Who knew that these people would actually go back? Just now, Wan Qianquan saw Wan Yulan being summoned in the middle of the night. There must be something going on, so Wan Qianquan went to eavesdrop. He didn't hear the details clearly. However, he knew that Wan Yulan went to look for Li Zongjiu of the Sacred Flame Royal City. Damn, she actually went to hook up with Li Zongjiu. No, Wan Qianquan, will definitely kill that Li Zongjiu. Wan Qianquan, will never forget the humiliation that day. Wan Qianquan immediately sent people to follow them under the cover of the night. It was still too early to move, so it was better to let people follow them first. At least, they had to figure out what these 2 people were doing. In one night, dark clouds were surging above the Holy Flame Royal City. Under the heavy rain, 3 figures appeared in front of an inn in the Holy Flame Royal City. Sirs, please come in. 4 rooms. The leader threw out a bag of purple yuan. He even asked for 4 rooms. When the waiter received the big bag of purple yuan, he was stunned for a moment. There were clearly only 3 people in front of him, so why did they ask for 4 rooms? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed. On the ground of the inn, a 4th figure flashed. The waiter was so frightened that his face turned pale. When he took a closer look, he realized that one of them was carrying a person on his back. Oh my God, you scared me. The person on the other person's back seemed to have broken legs and was unable to move, so he was carried. Rich people were the masters. The waiter immediately booked 4 rooms for the 4 of them. In one of the rooms, the 4 of them gathered. At this moment, they took off their black clothes. On the table, there were several cups of hot tea. When they were out on missions, they were not allowed to drink alcohol. This was a rule. If they did not adhere to this rule, then there might be trouble when they were out on missions. Tomorrow, go and find out where that Li Zongjiu is. Also, the Xingyan dynasty is not like the Haiku dynasty. There are many experts here, and they all have their own camps, so you have to be extra careful. Yes, Elder Jean. The 4 experts that were sent out were all titled assassins who enjoyed the 4 major titles: gold, silver, bronze, and iron, 4 top-notch assassins. Compared to Zhang Yesheng and Zhang Feng, who had just come out, they were many times more experienced. Moreover, their strength was more than 1 level higher. The leader of the 4 was Elder Zhang Jin. He did not expect that they would send out 4 top-class assassins in one go. Clearly, the ancient Zhang clan valued Li Zongjiu greatly. At the same time, they also placed great importance on the mission before them, at this moment. Don't move around casually during normal times. It seems like the Holy Flame Royal City is currently undergoing recruitment for the various academies. There are many people here. We need to gather sufficient information within 2 days. Yes. The ancient Zhang clan lived up to its reputation as a clan of assassins on the continent. Without any backup forces, it was the first time they had crossed a dynasty to carry out such an assassination mission. During the assassination, the target had fled all the way from the Haiku dynasty to the Tianyan dynasty. But it was different this time. They were directly coming to their dynasty, their territory, to assassinate. They didn't know how strong they were, so they had to do their homework. In the next 2 days, 3 of them began to gather information quietly. With their skills, they could naturally come and go as they pleased. There was no danger in the city, so they soon found out where Li Zongjiu was. White Deer Manor. This is the White Deer Manor. Li Zongjiu is inside. Zhang Yin and Zhang Tong hid in the dark and stared at the White Deer Manor in front of them. However, they did not enter, nor did they try to find out where the other party was. Although they had yet to rush in, they could feel the dangerous aura in the White Deer Manor. For primitive emperor-level soul beasts and Nangong Wuji. Although Hong Shirsan's strength was average, he was still an primitive emperor. More or less, the existence of these 6 powerhouses was already a thorny problem for these people. Every primitive emperor powerhouse had incomparably sharp senses. "What are you trying to do in front of my manor?" Just as the two of them were staring at the White Deer Manor in front of them, a voice suddenly came from behind them. With their cultivation, they were able to approach them quietly without being discovered. This immediately shocked the two of them. When they turned around, they saw a young man standing not far away. Without a doubt, the person in front of them immediately overlapped with a figure in their mind. Li Zongjiu. The target of the mission was right in front of them. Once they killed him, the mission would be completed. However, the two of them were very clear that if they wanted to fight with Li Zongjiu, the chances of winning were 0. Therefore, they didn't act rashly, but calmed down. Without needing to look at each other, the two of them began to release their aura after confirming each other's identity. In an instant, the two of them directly crashed through the wall beside them and immediately pulled out, quickly escaping into the distance. The two top experts escaped in 2 different directions. Anyone would be stunned at the scene. Even if it was just a second, the two of them would be able to escape very far away. At this moment, it didn't matter whether one's fighting ability was strong or not, but one's footwork must be trained well. "Still want to run?" Li Zongjiu snapped his fingers. Immediately, from the White Deer Manor, 2 figures flew out directly, quickly approaching one of the figures. Li Zongjiu also turned around and chased after one of them. His footwork was activated. Immediately, he appeared in between movements, his speed incomparably fast. What, he actually caught up. Zhang Yin's skills were at least 80 years of cultivation. Among the 4 of them, Zhang Yin's speed was the fastest, his footwork was the most exquisite, and he was the most agile. When Li Zongjiu caught up, Zhang Yin wanted to take the opportunity to attack and force Li Zongjiu to retreat. However, he saw that Li Zongjiu had a hammer in his hand. A bolt of lightning suddenly bloomed from the hammer, and with a boom, Zhang Yin immediately felt his body stiffen on the spot. Then, his vision turned black, and he fell straight down. He lost consciousness. "Old thing, you run pretty fast." Li Zongjiu weighed the black dragon hammer in his hand. In just a few breaths, he had already run out of the city. Wasn't this speed fast? If he walked back, he would have to waste a lot of effort. Immediately, Li Zongjiu searched the old man's body. Similarly, he took out a dagger. On it were the words "Ancient Zong Family." Damn, can't these top assassins of the continent hide their identities? Why are they all dressed the same way? Li Zongjiu could not help but say. In the sky above the other side of King City, 2 bird calls came. Clearly, the other one had also been caught. Zhang Tong had already escaped, but just as he was about to leave the perimeter of the path, 2 strong gusts of wind suddenly swept over him. All of a sudden, he felt 2 gusts of wind rushing towards him. Following the eruption of the cold wind, he was immediately blocked by 2 figures. To be exact, those 2 silhouettes had directly captured those 2 silhouettes. Boom! The black wind and blood shadow condor appeared and directly pinned Zhang Tong to the ground. Then, with a lift of the claw, it lifted the man and brought him 10,000 meters up into the sky. F***CK, I'm afraid of heights. Zhang Tong immediately screamed and fainted in midair. Then, he was directly brought down into the Bailu Manor. Li Zongjiu also caught him. Soon, Li Zongjiu also ordered people to bring the unconscious Zhang Tong to the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Tower. That was why Palace Lord Yunqi used the secret technique of Zishuan Court to painstakingly control these 2 people's minds. These 2 people's willpower was extremely firm, so it wasn't easy to control them. It was also because of this that Palace Lord Yunqi spent a lot of energy. Fortunately, the divine skill of sun and moon given by Li Zongjiu was authentic. This allowed Palace Lord Yunqi to replenish the energy she had consumed these days. Palace Lord, Li Zongjiu is here again. Yunqi had just finished cultivating today and had been studying the divine skill of sun and moon these days. Again? Yunqi had a love-hate relationship with Li Zongjiu. After all, Li Zongjiu's strength was obvious. He was obviously an extremely dangerous person. He was too strong. Cooperating with such a person could not be called cooperation at all. In fact, your life and death depended on the mood of others. If Li Zongjiu was unhappy, he could directly cripple you or even kill you directly. You would have nothing to say, and you wouldn't even have the strength to object. Yunqi came to Li Zongjiu and saw two figures lying on the ground. Moreover, the attire and aura of these people were exactly the same as the people locked up in this secret prison. This is? They're also in cahoots with the assassins. Help me control them. I'll leave these people to you, Li Zongjiu said. After he finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Before he left, he turned around to take a look. In the next few days, keep a close eye on any movement from the Heica dynasty, especially the people from Black Canal Basilica. Black Canal Basilica? Even though Zishuan court had been doing intelligence gathering work before, they knew very little about Black Canal Basilica. After all, Black Canal Basilica had a transcendent status in the Heica dynasty. Although he didn't know much about the Black Canal Sacred Hall, the other party was a terrifying existence after all. Even the slightest bit of information he knew was enough to make him feel the terror of the Black Canal Sacred Hall. You want to deal with Black Canal Basilica? Yunqi asked. Yunqi immediately looked at Li Zongjiu in front of him in surprise. He didn't expect Li Zongjiu to be so ambitious. This was almost equivalent to becoming an enemy of the Xingyan dynasty's royal family. Be careful. If these people want to form a grudge with me, I will have no choice but to destroy them. Li Zongjiu directly left after he finished speaking. Yunqi's eyes flashed with horror when he heard this. Li Zongjiu had been to the Heica dynasty, so he naturally knew the strength of Black Canal Basilica. He knew that there were tigers in the mountains, but he still chose to go there. This was an incredible amount of courage. This guy is really fearless. However, Li Zongjiu's words just now reminded Yunqi of something. The 4 people sent here were all top assassins of the Heica dynasty. If this powerful force was in his hands, it would definitely bring great benefits to Zishuan court. If he had this sharp knife in his hands, it would definitely bring great benefits and convenience in the future. It's not like they're useless, Yunqi said. Then, he ordered people to carry the 2 people away. Now it seemed that the 2 people's strength seemed to be stronger than the previous ones. It seemed that Li Zongjiu had also caused a lot of trouble. After returning, Xiao Zhao had also investigated the origins of these people and found out that there were 2 accomplices. Immediately, he sent people to surround the inn. Many people also appeared in secret to keep an eye on the inn. This time, Taifai was leading the team again. Many experts around him were already ready to take action. When they rushed up last time, because of their bravery and good performance, many people were rewarded. Now, these people all wanted to make a contribution. However, the strength of the people above was beyond their imagination. Are you looking for us? A voice suddenly came from behind Taifai. When he looked back, he immediately saw an old face staring at him. Taifai immediately widened his eyes. The yuan qi in his body involuntarily circulated. However, he heard a muffled sound coming from his body. Bang! Taifai's body flew out directly and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Boss! When the others saw that Taifai was actually sent flying, they immediately rushed in the direction of the person who attacked. However, in the darkness, muffled sounds could be heard. Everyone who approached was sent flying. However, these people fell to the ground. They didn't lose their lives, but they were all seriously injured. Most of the people who came to surround the inn were defeated on the ground. They didn't even see the other party's shadow before they disappeared. If the other party wanted to kill them, none of them would be able to survive. The gap between the 2 parties couldn't be closed so easily. Something must have happened to second brother and third brother. Zhang Jin and Zhang Jin disappeared. When Li Zongjiu arrived, he saw a group of people lying on the ground. All of them were seriously injured. The person who attacked was quite accurate. All of them were defeated in one move. Young master, Taifei had got up with great difficulty. This time, the 30-odd people he had brought along had all been defeated. He ran fast. Li Zongjiu glanced around and then looked at the entire city. His eyes gradually turned to an extremely distant place. You want to behave atrociously in my territory? Li Zongjiu's mouth curved into a cold smile. It was time to make a move. The easiest way to establish his prestige in the entire continent was to find some of the more outstanding ones and beat them up one by one. This way, his reputation would naturally spread. Pay attention to their movements and find out where they're hiding, Li Zongjiu said. Yes, young master, Taifai replied. The leader who escaped was Zhang Jin, and the other person was Zhang Tong. Zhang Tong's legs were used to assassinate an primitive emperor, and the other party's identity was not simple. He was the leader of an extremely ancient force. In the end, Zhang Tong retreated under the encirclement of more than 10 top experts. However, his legs were ambushed by the other party, so he did not manage to protect them. Since then, his strength had become quite strong. It was extremely shocking. Because he completed the mission with outstanding results, not only did he establish a great reputation, but he also had an extremely high status in the ancient Zhang family. Now, his skills were exceptionally well hidden. No one knew how many years it had been since he had made a move. No one knew what level his strength had reached. At that moment, the two old men quickly hid in a hidden place in the dark night. This Li Zongjiu is so resourceful, to be able to find us so quickly. Zhang Jin's eyes were filled with an unprecedented graveness. They had come to Li Zongjiu's territory, but they were found so quickly. 2 days later, a woman in black appeared in the sacred Flame Royal City. When this black-clothed lady walked into Holy Flame Royal City, she immediately felt many mental energy sweeping over her body. However, the woman in black hid her aura very well. However, her identity as a member of the Haiku dynasty immediately made the people around her vigilant. Although it did not seem like much on the surface, there were countless intelligence personnel working quickly in the dark to spread the news. A mysterious woman from the Haiku dynasty is here. Li Zongjiu also received the news very quickly. The person who came was none other than Wan Yulan. When Wan Yulan sat in a noodle house and waited for her chicken soup shredded pork noodles to be served, she sensed a figure approaching. Moreover, there were more faces around the noodle house. They came so quickly, even Wan Yulan was shocked. She turned around and saw Li Zongjiu walking in. Li Zongjiu did not expect that the person who came was Wan Yulan. When he saw Wan Yulan, Li Zongjiu was also puzzled. He waved his hand and signaled the others not to relax, but not to get too close either. He sat opposite Wan Yulan. What a coincidence, Li Zongjiu said. I came specifically to look for you. I just entered the city, and you appeared. It seems that your influence in the sacred Flame Royal City is not small, Wan Yulan said indifferently. With her mental power, it was easy for her to discover these people. It was normal for her to want to shake them off. However, Wan Yulan did not do so. This way, he could find Li Zongjiu faster. What are you doing here? Li Zongjiu looked at Wan Yulan and asked. Li Zongjiu had provoked quite a number of people from the Haiku dynasty, so if there was a need, even if Wan Yulan was an old acquaintance, as long as she came to deal with Li Zongjiu, he would not leave a single one alive. In truth, Li Zongjiu had already discovered the whereabouts of the other two powerful fighters from the ancient Zhang family in the city. However, there was no need for him to make a move yet. It was a good time for the people from Zishuan court to test the strength of the puppets he had just controlled. The puppets were ready. It had been a long time since he tested this method, so he naturally wanted to see if it had any corresponding effects. That was why Li Zongjiu kept those people alive. They were really unlucky. They did not have a chance to assassinate Li Zongjiu. Instead, they were forced to flee in all directions because they wanted to hide their tracks. You killed the people from Black Canal Basilica, so Black Canal Basilica has sent their life and death servants to deal with you. Wan Yulan stared into Li Zongjiu's eyes as she spoke. Sir, your noodles are ready. The waiter served 2 bowls of noodles. When Wan Yulan ordered, she also ordered one for Li Zongjiu. Clearly, Wan Yulan had already guessed that the person who came would be Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu picked up his chopsticks and picked at the noodles. Thank you for coming all the way here to deliver the letter, but since Black Canal Basilica did this, it means that they are determined to die. Li Zongjiu tapped the bowl with his chopsticks. This bowl of noodles is on me. After eating this bowl of noodles, we will go back immediately. Wan Yulan looked at Li Zongjiu in front of her. The latter was obviously saying that he did not need anyone's help. It was indeed cool to say that, but it was not easy to escape the pursuit of these life and death servants. You don't understand. This matter is very serious. Although I don't know what you have done, Black Canal Basilica has sent their life and death servants to deal with you. Wan Yulan said with a frown. From her point of view, Li Zongjiu did not know the specific situation yet, which was why he had such thoughts. He even said that if he wanted to fight with these people, if he was not careful, he might be killed by them. This matter was extremely tricky. Anyone who was targeted by these life and death servants would not have a good ending. Life and death servants? Is it that group of people who absorbed the power of the ancient demons and are known to be unkillable? Li Zongjiu said calmly after hearing this. Since Li Zongjiu had heard of the reputation of these life and death servants, if he had, then Li Zongjiu would definitely be vigilant and know how powerful these people were. However, after listening to Li Zongjiu's evaluation, Wan Yulan felt that these life and death servants were just a group of strange guys who had taken drugs. The power of the ancient demons was a kind of poison to the human race. Anyone who came into contact with it would become an extremely lethal force. Yes, it's them, but their strength is more terrifying than I imagined. Moreover, they are used to doing things by hook or by crook. Even Wan Yulan attached great importance to this matter, so he was naturally very vigilant about this matter. He could not relax because of this. Although this operation was an inter-dynasty operation, he believed that these people would be unscrupulous. I know. If they come, none of them can leave. Since you are not willing to leave, then do as you wish. If you have any problems, you can come to White Deer Manor to find me. If you are not an enemy, then you are a guest. I will not forget the favor I owe to your Marquis Wanyong's residence. Li Zongjiu quickly finished the noodles in his bowl, slapped a purple yuan coin on the table, and turned to leave. After Li Zongjiu left, the people who were watching them also withdrew one by one. They had obviously received Li Zongjiu's order and did not leave a single person behind. They believed that Wan Yulan was not looking for trouble. If Wan Yulan really did something, Li Zongjiu would not let Wan Yulan have an easy time. Obviously, in the face of the Haiku dynasty. For Li Zongjiu, this was a rather stressful matter. Otherwise, he would not be personally involved in everything. The slightest carelessness could lead to the extermination of his family. In the end, Li Zongjiu pondered for a while and summoned Tianfei. You and the Skyblaze Lion make a trip. Go to Luoxia City. You must ensure the safety of Luoxia City. Li Zongjiu instructed. Bring the Skyblaze Python along. Yes, young master. Tianfei half knelt and said. At this moment, there was no suitable person beside him. He first deployed the two primitive Emperor Meta beasts back. As for the other situation, Li Zongjiu was observing. Anyway, in Monarch City, Li Zongjiu was personally overseeing it. Naturally, there would be no problem. Li Zongjiu's White Deer Manor had gradually gained some fame in the Sacred Flame Royal City recently. Therefore, Li Baichao received a lot of good treatment in the Tianqian Medicine Manor. Even in his wildest dreams, Li Baichao had never imagined that Li Zongjiu would actually be able to get him to cultivate in the Tianqian Medicine Manor. Before this, the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor was the #1 school in the eyes of the Xingyan dynasty's alchemists. Of course, it was still the same now. However, there were many competitors and it was not completely ahead of them. However, the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor was still worthy of being the #1 school. Li Baicao's learning during this period of enrollment had directly improved by leaps and bounds. In the White Deer Manor, the foundation was suppressed by these people. In addition, he had a certain level of talent. However, this little breakthrough was a group of extremely abnormal geniuses compared to the people around him. They came from all over the dynasty. Although the selection this year was not the same as the previous year, where one could only come to the royal city after advancing layer by layer, but directly register on the spot and then go through a series of tests. However, in reality, it was the same. Those who failed in the end would be directly eliminated without any accidents. Those who remained were the local elites. Nan Peixian was also specially recruited to enter the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. After all, Nan Peixian was not too old. After being recruited, Nan Peixian would be a member of the research team and help the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor to research some new prescriptions. It was considered as a contribution to the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Recently, Nan Peixian's relationship with Li Baichao was quite good. Obviously, Nan Peixian knew how powerful Li Zhongjiu was and wanted to curry favor with Li Zhongjiu. Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. In Ling Yan's office, an invitation letter was sent to the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor's A class. It was an invitation letter from the Longevity Pavilion. The content of the letter was to invite the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor to jointly organize a new student competition. This person had just joined the academy and hadn't even had the time to learn. Yet, he had directly launched such a competition. It was clear that he was deliberately provoking them. Last time, Li Zhongjiu had humiliated the Longevity Pavilion in front of so many people. However, that wasn't a very public situation. Now that the freshman competition had started, it would be a real occasion. When it came to a competition, the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor was naturally not afraid of them. What was there to be embarrassed about? Since there was going to be such a new student competition, they might as well make it a little more ruthless. After receiving the invitation letter, Ling Yan's eyes burned with a raging flame. Originally, Ling Yan was a relatively radical person, but ever since he went out with Li Zhongjiu, his meridians were repaired, and he had already died once. This made him even more ferocious. Since he wanted to do it, he would do it big, hence, they joined forces with the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. A grand competition for the new students of the Pill Palace in the Sacred Flame Royal City officially began. The launch would take place 1 month later. All the academies could participate. As long as they were in the top 100, they would be rewarded. This was the condition for participating, which was to be a first-year student of the various academies. Hence, a second-year student like Li Zhongjiu couldn't participate. Of course, it was impossible for Li Zhongjiu to participate in such a thing. However, Ling Yan still found Li Zhongjiu. "Why are you here again?" Li Zhongjiu saw that Ling Yan had come uninvited and was very familiar with the place. He immediately found Li Zhongjiu, who was refining pills. "Isn't this a great thing? The first person I thought of was you." Ling Yan looked at Li Zhongjiu and said. Li Zhongjiu could only look at Ling Yan with a suspicious gaze, as if saying, "What great thing can happen to you? It's fine as long as you don't do something that will cause the sky to collapse. Look at your little eyes. Do you think your sister will harm you? It's like this. Isn't it because those people from the Pavilion of Eternal Life are trying to stir up trouble? Our Heavenly Medicine Manor has set up a training class, and in a month's time, we'll be holding a competition for new students. I'm giving you face by including your Li family members. It's just that you'll have to go and give them a lesson in our class. That's all." Ling Yan gave Li Zhongjiu a you-know-what-I-mean look. When he thought of this guy in front of him, who was just a student of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor before, he was extremely shocked that he had such an ability now. The change was too great. "I still have something to do, so I'll leave first." Who knew that Li Zhongjiu would directly stand up and walk out of the door? From the looks of it, it seemed that he wanted to escape. This was Li Zhongjiu's Bailu manner. It actually forced Li Zhongjiu to such a state. Even Li Zhongjiu wouldn't have such a big temper. Wait a moment. I'm now a member of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor's Elders Guild. I'll give your Li family 2 quotas next year. Ling Yan stopped Li Zhongjiu. The Elders Guild. Let's not talk about what this Elders Guild does. Anyway, Ling Yan and I will definitely be able to get some benefits. That's why he came to Li Zhongjiu. 3. Li Zhongjiu turned around and said. Deal. Ling Yan suddenly revealed a treacherous smile and high-fived Li Zhongjiu. Obviously, this quota was already set in Ling Yan's heart. No matter how many quotas Li Zhongjiu said, he would agree. Thinking back, this Ling Yan also liked to use these tricks to set a trap for Li Zhongjiu. At that time, he tricked Li Zhongjiu and Kuan Erishur to participate in some trial and went to White Blaze Mountain. He had also used some sort of quota to trick Li Zhongjiu. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't care about these. As long as it was beneficial to the development of the Li family, Li Zhongjiu was willing to accept it. Moreover, Although Li Zongjio was a top alchemist, if he specially taught one or two people, it was possible to use his own method to forcibly create a genius. However, if he wanted to nurture the Li family's disciples, he would send all of them to the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor to receive the systematic learning and training. After they came out, they would have a higher plasticity. This was why no matter if you were a genius or not, you still had to go to the academy to study. In the early stages, your talent might allow you to be ahead of ordinary people. However, after that, it was very likely that the gap between you and others would quickly be pulled apart. Learning was also particular about the method. Furthermore, in this academy, other than being able to learn knowledge, it also taught you how to understand and learn on your own. Young master, something happened. Li Zongjio and Ling Yan had just finished talking when they saw Xiao Zhao walk in with a dignified face. Even Xiao Zhao said that something happened. It must be an extremely serious matter. I won't send you off. I have something to deal with here. Li Zongjio said to Ling Yan. Ling Yan could see Li Zongjio's serious expression and knew that this matter might not be so simple. Okay, but Li Zongjio, remember, if there's anything you need, don't be shy. Sister will protect you. Ling Yan patted her chest and said. Okay. After Ling Yan left, Xiao Zhao also quickly came in front of Li Zongjio. Young master, early this morning, one of our casinos was massacred. 27 people died in the casino. Xiao Zhao's face was dignified. 27 people died, they even directly stepped on Li Zongjio's territory and killed all the people in the casino. Let's go. Li Zongjio's eyes were suddenly filled with a murderous aura, but it didn't burst out directly, because Li Zongjio knew that this day would come sooner or later. When Li Zongjio went out, he found that Qi Yanran also came to Li Zongjio. Something happened? Seeing Li Zongjio's expression, Qi Yanran already felt something. Qi Yanran didn't say anything and directly followed Li Zongjio. The three of them didn't make a big fuss and directly came to the place where the incident happened. The incident happened in a small casino under Boyu Casino. The business of this casino was not bad, but it was just a small amount of money. However, since there was such a beginning, it must continue to become serious. Obviously, this was a warning. Tai Feihe and the others had arrived a long time ago and sealed off the news of this place. All the corpses were neatly placed on the ground and covered with white cloth. When Li Zongjio and the other two arrived, Tai Fei also quickly came forward to greet them and told them the situation here. 28 people died. Just now, a child's body was found under the bed. There were no wounds on the deceased's body, and there were no signs of fighting around. It seemed that they were all shocked to death in an instant. Tai Fei said in a deep voice. Even if he had been in this business for so many years, he had never seen such a scene. Everyone fell directly, and even the cards on the table were not touched. Therefore, Tai Fei was so shocked. There were less than 10 gambling tables in this casino. Li Zongjio checked the condition of these dead people. Although the appearance is intact, the soul was shattered in an instant. Li Zongjio said. The strength of these people was only ordinary. To be able to do this, the primitive emperor realm was enough. They actually played tricks on Li Zongjio. Immediately, Li Zongjio's eyes became cold. There was no doubt that these people were the life and death servants mentioned by Wan Yulan. Li Zongjio's previous life had seen the means of these life and death servants, but the arrogance in other places had nothing to do with Li Zongjio. Since they came today, he would definitely treat them well. Who was it that did this? When Qi Yanran saw the body of the last child, she was even more furious. She had lost her humanity. The assassins of Black Canal Basilica are called life and death servants. Li Zongjio replied. Black Canal Basilica again. Do they think that there is no one in the Xingyan dynasty? Even Qi Yanran, who was always calm and collected, was completely enraged. Obviously, these people were in big trouble. Settle the families of these people. If you find anything suspicious, come and tell me directly. Don't act on your own. Yes, young master. Tai Feihe replied. Previously, they had wanted to hunt down the two top-notch assassins, but in the end, they had been taken down by the assassins. This made Tai Feihe and the others feel extremely ashamed. Not only had they failed to complete their mission perfectly, but they had also messed it up. The main thing was that the current opponents were more powerful than the previous one. There was no way to deal with them at all. They could only fight hard. The level of the enemies that Li Zhongjiu was facing now was not something that Taifai and others could resist at all. Li Zhongjiu naturally noticed this. If it was ordinary things, it was possible to let these people handle it. However, when it came to the real top forces, they still needed stronger people. It seems that I have to get a group of masters. Li Zhongjiu had countless elixir recipes. It was easy for him to create some strong people. However, before that, he had to make sure that these people could really be used. Yanran, these days, your Qi family should pay attention to them. I will find them as soon as possible. Li Zhongjiu said. Of course, Qi Yanran knew what Li Zhongjiu meant. After all, the relationship between the two of them was not ordinary. Since the enemy was so ruthless, it was hard to say what they would do that might be unfavorable to the Qi family. Don't worry. Our Qi family is not that simple. Qi Yanran gave Li Zhongjiu a reassuring look. Not only would Li Zhongjiu work hard to find the whereabouts of these people, Qi Yanran would also not let them go. Li Zhongjiu was not that worried about Qi Yanran's safety. After all, Qi Yanran's strength was in addition to the protection of the desolate heaven essence. It should not be a big problem. After letting Qi Yanran go back first, Li Zhongjiu was also thinking that he should find an opportunity to help Qi Yanran subdue a meta beast. This way, they could more or less take care of each other to ensure that nothing would go wrong. However, if he wanted to find a meta beast, of course, he would have to find a meta beast of the sovereign realm. Currently, these meta beasts of the sovereign realm would not be of much use. In his previous life, Li Zhongjiu had subdued a few meta beasts of the sovereign realm. However, in Li Zhongjiu's opinion, these meta beasts were still too weak. Therefore, he dismissed them and allowed them to go wherever they wanted. However, there were still a few meta beasts that were unwilling to leave. They stood guard in front of Li Zhongjiu's mountain gate. After all, following Li Zhongjiu would give them elixir pills to eat. If he was in a good mood and the gate was well guarded, he would directly reward them with elixir pills that were equivalent to hundreds of years of cultivation. Who wouldn't want such a good thing, in the outskirts of the city, beside a shallow mountain forest? 5 figures gathered. One of them held a drawing in his hand. On it was a portrait of a person. It was the portrait of Qi Yanran. Tonight, the two of you, bring this woman's head and hang it at the entrance of Bailu Manor. The leader's tone was extremely calm, as if he was talking about having dinner together at night. Hearing these words made one's hair stand on end. However, the other 4 people nodded their heads as if nothing had happened. Just as the 5 of them were waiting, another 5 figures quickly leaped out from the water current. There was not a single drop of water on their bodies as they landed on the ground. How is the completion of the mission? The leader of the life and death servants asked. His gaze was indifferent and empty, as if 2 deep abysses could make one sink into it. It has been investigated clearly. Li Zhongjiu has already received the signal. There are 2 level 3 origin emperor beasts, Black Wind Blood Shadow Condors, in his residence. A level 7 origin emperor expert and a level 2 origin emperor expert. Other than that, there are no other experts. Very good. The bishop's mission is to intimidate the sacred flame royal city. Li Zhongjiu is arrogant and rampant. Then we will be even more rampant than him. Black Canal Basilica wouldn't summon the life and death servant unless it was absolutely necessary. One had to know that these life and death servants had always been lawless and arrogant. Once they were released, there was no telling what they would do. It was hard to predict what they would do. It could be said that there would be endless troubles in the future. However, there was generally no problem in completing the mission. It didn't matter how much of a stir they could cause in the end. Anyway, there was Black Canal Basilica behind them. No matter what kind of trouble they caused, it wouldn't be a problem. Wan Yulan had also stealthily arrived at the casino that had been exterminated in the morning. After taking a look around, she knew that this was the work of the life-death servants. They killed people without leaving a trace. Very few people had the opportunity to exchange blows with these life-death servants. They were integrated with the talent of the demon race and could come and go freely in the darkness. This is... Wan Yulan saw a little bit of yellow soil on the floor and pinched it. Immediately, Wan Yulan's eyes flashed. This was the aura of the soil left behind by the life and death servants. It wasn't too difficult to find the source. The aura of the soil formed in each area was different. Everything in the world had spirituality. Therefore, when Wan Yulan found an aura that didn't fit in here, she found the soil. At the same time, Wan Yulan also released her mental strength. After all, she was a mental strength master at the primitive emperor level. When the mental power was displayed, it was as if a mighty wind was constantly passing through this space, brushing past everyone's body. Found it. Wan Yulan's mental strength sensed that among the extremely mixed aura in the surrounding area, she found an extremely weak one, but at least it matched the conditions of the soil in her hand. It's in the suburbs. Wan Yulan immediately locked on to the location. Although Wan Yulan found the location, it was definitely impossible for Wan Yulan to face these people alone. Any one of them would be enough to trouble Wan Yulan. Just as Wan Yulan was about to retract her spiritual power. However, he suddenly felt a wave of mental strength coming to find him. What? Wan Yulan could feel the strength of this mental energy. It was even stronger than her own. The two mental energies shuttled back and forth in the void. Clearly, Wan Yulan's mental energy control was not as strong as her opponent's. Boom, a wisp of power actually followed some clues and directly found Wan Yulan's body. This caused Wan Yulan to be incomparably shocked. This person's method was so covert and many times better than hers. This person must be an old monster who had cultivated spiritual power for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Oh no! Just as Wan Yulan was about to escape from this place. With a boom, a powerful aura directly suppressed everything within 100 meters of Wan Yulan. A figure landed. It was none other than Li Zhongzhou. It's you. Li Zhongzhou saw Wan Yulan here. Previously, Li Zhongzhou had felt a wave of mental energy spying on him. This wave of mental energy was very well hidden. Even some primitive emperor experts who were not proficient in mental energy would find it difficult to sense the existence of this wave of mental energy. However, no matter how subtle the movement was, there was no way to escape Li Zhongzhou's detection. He directly caught the owner of this mental energy, which was Wan Yulan. Your mental energy. How is this possible? Wan Yulan looked at Li Zhongzhou in extreme shock. She could not believe that Li Zhongzhou's mental energy could reach such a terrifying level. Moreover, Li Zhongzhou's mental energy cultivation was obviously above hers. Li Zhongzhou was incomparably outstanding, whether it was his talent in alchemy or his innate talent in origin energy. When these two aspects were raised to the same level and both broke through, it could already be considered the pinnacle of one's life. Now, Wan Yulan unexpectedly discovered that Li Zhongzhou's mental energy was actually stronger than hers. She majored in mental energy. What kind of freak was Li Zhongzhou? A triple cultivation genius? It was simply terrifying. The latter could not help but shudder. The Heichu Sacred Hall is causing chaos in the Heichu dynasty, causing the people of the Heichu dynasty to have no way of making a living. The purpose of the Marquis Wanyong's residence is to eradicate the Heichu Sacred Hall. If we can kill these death servants, we can definitely expose the Heichu Sacred Hall. Wan Yulan revealed the true purpose of her trip. It turned out that she wanted to borrow Li Zhongzhou's strength to eradicate these life and death servants and force the Black Canal Basilica to make a bigger move. The more you do, the more mistakes you make. All along, the Black Canal Basilica had been as stable as Mount Tai. No one dared to make a move within the Heichu dynasty. There was no series of fuses that could be ignited. At this moment, Wan Yulan had come to expose this flaw. Li Zhongzhou glanced at Wan Yulan. It was not so easy to take advantage of this situation. Moreover, Li Zhongzhou hated it when others took advantage of him. I have found their location. The Marquis of Wanyong will not take advantage of you. Once the Black Canal Basilica is dealt with, your Li family will be my Marquis of Wanyong's forever friend. Wan Yulan said faintly. The Black Canal Basilica will definitely die. If you want to stay in the city, you have to show the corresponding ability. Li Zhongzhou glanced at Wan Yulan and said. I have found their location. Wan Yulan smiled confidently and pinched a piece of soil in her hand. When Li Zongjiu saw the soil, he already knew what method Wan Yulan used. She was indeed a spiritual master to be so sensitive in this aspect. Let's go. The two of them rushed towards the outskirts. Boom. Two figures flashed across the sky. Many people on the ground raised their heads to look at the things that flew out and were shocked. There were actually people who dared to fly around so brazenly in the sacred flame imperial city. They were simply rebelling. In the outskirts. Just now, when Wan Yulan's mental energy had appeared, the life and death servants had also sensed it. Immediately, the guard captain sneered. If I'm not wrong, this spying power should be that girl from the Marquis of Wanyong's Marquis mansion. I didn't expect the Marquis of Wanyong's mansion to be involved. Then, the guard captain waved his hand. The five of you, go and prepare for tonight's operation. You must bring me the other party's head. Yes. Immediately, the five of them left the place. The two of you, go into the city and find that stinky girl. Yes. Another two of them went into the city. The remaining two were in charge of guarding the place because the guard captain needed to cultivate. At this moment, he had also caught a few young and beautiful women in the cave. They were good materials for cultivation. The two of you, guard the entrance. I'm going to cultivate. Yes, guard captain. Two life and death servants were guarding the entrance of the cave. At this moment, there were some extremely painful and hysterical screams coming from the cave. The two life and death servants didn't have the slightest change in their expressions. It was as if they had experienced this scene countless times. Huh? Suddenly, there were some weak vibrations in the air. At this moment of surprise, these weak vibrations directly changed and became quite strong. Boom. Be careful. Sensing the incoming threat, the two of them stood up instantly. However, just as they stood up, they saw a bolt of lightning surging towards them. Boom. In an instant, this terrifying explosive force spread out. It directly blew up the surrounding ground. The intense explosion also released a huge amount of fire, which instantly trapped the two of them. Amidst the flames of the explosion, the two of them retreated rapidly. If not for this. Whoosh, whoosh, two figures landed. It was Li Zongjiu and Wan Yulan. Just now, Li Zongjiu directly released a lightning from hundreds of meters away. Wan Yulan was also extremely worried about Li Zongjiu's personality. He didn't even say a word and directly rushed up to fight fiercely. After Li Zongjiu landed, without saying a word, he directly rushed into the fire and dust with the small black hammer in his hand. Boom. Under another loud noise, Wan Yulan saw a figure directly flew out. Half of his head was directly chopped off. Blood was constantly flowing out, and his body was already charred black. Obviously, he was burned like this under the power of the lightning just now. Boom. In the midst of the dust, there was another roar of explosion. The surrounding dust was directly blown away, and a powerful airwave spread out in all directions. This time, Wan Yulan saw clearly that one of the life and death servants was caught by Li Zongjiu. Just now, Li Zongjiu directly smashed the latter's body with his hammer. His head was still there, but the other half of his body was completely destroyed. The life and death servant's body is as hard as a mountain, yet it was beaten to such a state so easily. When Wan Yulan saw the miserable state of the two life and death servants, she was immediately shocked. She thought that it would be a tough battle, but she didn't expect that such a situation would occur. You must be Li Zongjiu. The guard captain walked out of the ruins. 6 corpses lay at his feet. These 6 people had already lost their chance to live the moment they caught the eye of the guard captain. Li Zongjiu did not care how many people the other party had killed. In terms of killing people, there was really nothing to compare with Li Zongjiu. What Li Zongjiu cared about was the fact that the others were not here. Since they were not here, he could only send these 3 people to heaven first. It seems that you still don't know who I am. Li Zongjiu casually threw the corpse in his hand to the ground. Holding the black dragon hammer in his hand, he suddenly rushed forward and killed the guard captain. Seeing that Li Zongjiu was the kind of person who didn't speak much, the guard captain smiled cruelly and activated his own strength. A domineering force condensed from his body and was instantly released. Facing the front, he punched out. This fist contained an extremely domineering force. The surrounding yuan power instantly condensed and formed a black energy vortex, which directly surrounded Li Zongjiu. The terrifying movement of the attack had already made Wan Yulan feel a trace of fear. If one was sucked into this vortex, one's life would be lost instantly. Even if one's mental strength was strong, if one was sucked into this black vortex, everything would be devoured. But there were always exceptions. For example, the black dragon hammer in Li Zongjiu's hand. Ever since the curse of the black dragon hammer was broken, Li Zongjiu had never really displayed the true power of the black dragon hammer. At this moment, in this terrifying vortex, Li Zongjiu's black dragon hammer suddenly erupted with a terrifying force. Suddenly, the force of thunder was like a spider web, instantly covering the entire vortex and forcibly breaking through it. Explode. Immediately, Li Zongjiu waved the black dragon hammer in his hand twice in succession. Each time, it was almost as if he was resisting the terrifying pressure in the air, releasing this force. Boom, the two terrifying forces collided. Naturally, there was damage. Even Li Zongjiu suffered a lot of backlash and took 2 steps back. On the other hand, the guard captain directly took more than 10 steps back. Finally, he fell to the ground on his butt. The ground where the two of them collided had completely collapsed, forming a deep crevice. Mountain flipping golden seal. Li Zongjiu had no intention of checking the opponent's condition. He immediately displayed this force, and immediately, a huge golden palm print fell towards the life and death servant. Bang! The guard captain's figure fled into the distance. However, he was once again injured by the aftermath of Li Zongjiu's attack. After all, it was a Saint Stage Yuan skill. Want to run? It was just a preliminary exchange, but the guard captain already knew that Li Zongjiu's strength was not so easy to resist, so he wanted to leave this place quickly. Li Zongjiu was about to give chase, but suddenly, the life and death servant, who had more than half of his body blown away, swung his blade towards Li Zongjiu. Clang, the opponent's blade slashed Li Zongjiu's neck. However, Li Zongjiu's blade was directly shattered. Li Zongjiu aimed at the head of the life and death servant and hammered it down. Bang! The hammer fell and completely smashed the head of the life and death servant. Li Zongjiu's hand was also holding a pile of broken bones. In reality, as long as the head of these life and death servants were smashed, how could there be so many life and death servants? Did they really think that they were so awesome? In Li Zongjiu's hands, who knows how many ancient devils he had killed? Why would he be afraid of you, who had only absorbed a little bit of the devil's power? Some unscrupulous people dared to be arrogant and unbridled in front of Li Zongjiu. Looking in the direction that the last life and death servant had fled, Li Zongjiu's brows furrowed. You escaped quickly, but where can you escape to in this place? In the sky, 2 huge figures were circling somewhere. After receiving the order, they directly swooped down in a direction. Blackwind Blood Shadow Condor. After all, this was their home ground, and the Blackwind Blood Shadow Condor's speed was still very fast. Even if something happened in White Deer Manor, they could still make a trip back. This, Wan Yulan was originally prepared for a fierce battle. But seeing Li Zongjiu rush down and kill 2 of the 3 life and death servants in less than 5 minutes, if the other one took the initiative to escape, it would be difficult for him to survive. Li Zongjiu's strength was too terrifying. No wonder, the name of Evil Lord is not false. Wait a minute, when I was probing with my mental power, I heard that they were going to kill someone, huh? Li Zongjiu looked at Wan Yulan and saw Wan Yulan taking out a picture from one of the bodies. The person in the picture was Qi Yanran. Obviously, these people not only wanted to kill Li Zongjiu, but also wanted to kill Qi Yanran. F***CK. Li Zongjiu immediately stomped the half-dead body under his foot into smithereens. The 2 Blackwind Blood Shadow Condors continued to pursue the escaping people. The average strength of these life and death servants was only at the 3rd grade Origin Emperor realm. The person who attacked just now was slightly stronger, but he was only at the 6th grade Origin Emperor realm. With these abilities, they wanted to behave atrociously in front of Li Zongjiu. No one knew where these people got their courage from. Li Zongjiu directly rushed to the Qi clan. At this moment, the Qi clan was under attack by these people. When the 5 life and death servants broke into the Qi clan's territory, it was as if they had entered a no man's land. They easily killed the Qi clan's guards who came to stop them. The Qi clan's elders quickly set up a formation, but it was easily blocked by one of the 5 life and death servants. Go, summon the ancestral formation. The sudden appearance of these people made Qi Xiaohan understand that he needed to treat them seriously. If they continued to kill, the Qi clan would soon be annihilated. Want to run? I'm not interested in playing with you. Die. Elder Qi Feiyu turned around and wanted to open the ancestral formation, but the life and death servant directly struck him with a palm. Just this palm alone was enough to take Elder Qi Feiyu's life. After all, the difference in strength was obvious. Whoosh! Bang! A beam of white light came from afar and dispersed the power. Qi Yanran, dressed in white, descended from the sky and blocked the Qi clan's elders. Seeing Qi Yanran appear, the rest of the people also showed a smile. You finally appeared. If you had come out earlier, your Qi clan wouldn't have lost so many people. The life and death servants immediately laughed. Another person made a move, and the two joined forces to force Qi Yanran. Be careful, I'll deal with one. Qi Xiaohan approached Qi Yanran and said. He was also very curious about the weapon in Qi Yanran's hand. He felt that he had seen it somewhere before. Leave it to me. Qi Yanran blocked Qi Xiaohan, who was about to attack. She waved the desolate heaven essence in her hand and shot it at the two of them. The whip formed from the desolate heaven essence was extremely painful when it struck a person's body. Bang bang bang, the 3 of them were locked in battle. Although the life and death servants were powerful, they did not dare to rashly receive Qi Yanran's desolate heaven essence. Qi Xiaohan and company saw Qi Yanran block the 2 experts by herself. They were also extremely shocked. Since when did Yanran have such good skills? This strength, when did he break through? Qi Xiaohan only felt that Qi Yanran's strength had broken through and become more powerful, but he didn't know to what extent Qi Yanran's strength had improved. Go. Even if it was a small team, there would still be a leader. The leader ordered and another person joined in to attack Qi Yanran. The addition of the 3 immediately increased the pressure on Qi Yanran. Moreover, the battle between the 4 of them immediately caused the surrounding fluctuations to become extremely dangerous. If one were to take the risk to barge in, they would be seriously injured if they were not careful. In such a crazy situation, even Qi Xiaohan did not dare to act rashly. The commotion is too big. Let's deal with her family. The 4th person also rushed out directly, and his purpose was not to fight with Qi Yanran. He never thought that Qi Yanran would have such ability. Killing Qi Xiaohan and company would definitely distract Qi Yanran and make her lose her strength. This was the effect he wanted. Family head, retreat. Seeing the 4th person rushing over, many elders of the Qi family also rushed forward and protected Qi Xiaohan behind them. Then all of you will die together. The life and death servant took out a triangular blade and stabbed it forward. How could Qi Xiaohan watch his family's elders die in front of him? He directly used his yuan force and pushed the elders in front of him away. Get out of the way. I will fight it out with him. Qi Xiaohan summoned his longevity tree original spirit. The longevity tree original spirit seemed to have transformed into a treant. It stretched out countless branches and wrapped around the person in front of it. Family head, you can't. This was a way to self-destruct. After trapping the enemy and self-destructing in such a way, the enemy would not be able to escape. At least, it could guarantee that both sides would perish together. You want to perish together with me? The life and death servant sneered and rushed into the trap set by Qi Xiaohan without hesitation. Boom! Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck down from the sky. It directly struck Qi Xiaohan. Qi Xiaohuan's body was instantly paralyzed. The longevity tree's movement also became stiff. Seeing this, the life and death servant directly stabbed the triangular blade in his hand at Qi Xiaohuan's chest. Ding! The Mitsubishi thorn seemed to have hit an iron plate, and a crisp sound of collision rang out. Huh? The life and death servant was stunned. When he looked at it, a figure appeared in front of him. Pung! The triangular blade in his hand was broken by a strange force. After it was broken, the figure stabbed the blade in his hand. The life and death servant quickly raised his hand to block. However, he was kicked in the chest and was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. You're finally here. Qi Xiaohuan's mouth was still trembling. His teeth were chattering. Next time, can you electrocute him? Li Zongjiu had intended to electrocute him. However, seeing Qi Xiaohuan's self-destruct state, it seemed that he was almost ready. If he did not interrupt him, he might really explode. As long as his head did not explode, he could recover. Qi Xiaohuan would have died for nothing. You can't die so casually now. Yanran, come back. Li Zongjiu said with a smile. Qi Yanran shook the desolate heaven essence in her hand and forced the 3 people in front of her back. She quickly returned to Li Zongjiu's side. At this moment, Qi Yanran was panting. Her body was dripping with sweat. The yuan power in her body had been depleted. Under such pressure, Qi Yanran had overdrawn her strength. It was not easy for her to last until now. Even Qi Yanran's body had a few hidden injuries. You're courting death. When Li Zongjiu saw the scars on Qi Yanran's arm, his eyes were already spewing out extremely terrifying flames. Captain, this person seems to be Li Zongjiu. The other 4 people also returned to the captain's side. Li Zongjiu? Good timing. Kill them all. Li Zongjiu glanced at the people in front of him. He frowned. To be honest, it's really hard for me to think of a solution. To torture you. There was a faint chill in his tone. Even Qi Yanran could not help but feel a little cold. Obviously, Li Zongjiu was really angry. The last time he was angry, it was because of the Ancient One. A mere Ancient One had dared to lay his hands on a member of the Li family. Everyone knew what had happened to the Ancient One, as well as the Gu family, who had protected the Ancient One. Everyone could not help but shudder at the thought of the tragic state the Gu family was in. Haha, you don't have to think about making an enemy out of the Black Canal Basilica. You won't live past tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 of them instantly moved as well. At the same time, they charged towards Li Zongjiu. The 5 of them joined forces and could feel that the surrounding space was about to explode. With a wave of his hand, Li Zongjiu brought the man before him into his blood-soul hell. If they were to fight in the Qi family, everything in the Qi family would be destroyed and there was a high chance that others would be hurt. When the 5 of them entered the blood-soul hell, they could feel the power of blood around them. At this moment, they were envious and excited because these people had climbed out of countless blood seas. The bloodier the scene and atmosphere, the more excited they were. They could treat this place as their home ground for battle. What an idiot. Your realm attribute is tailor-made for us. The leader of the life and death servants said. They had never seen such a situation. They could not believe that someone would be so suicidal. Is that so? Then you'll have to enjoy it. As soon as he finished speaking, behind Li Zongjiu, 3 gigantic dragon silhouettes suddenly appeared. Holding the black dragon hammer, they sneered and stared at the people in front of them. When they saw this scene, the 5 life and death servants were obviously shocked. Soon, from the surrounding blood sea, many blood ghosts immediately crawled out. After Li Zongjiu killed these blood ghosts, he directly buried them in the blood-soul domain and refined them into puppets that only had energy and could be controlled by Li Zongjiu at will. After entering the blood-soul hell, there had never been anyone who could come out alive. The 5 of them immediately felt great pressure. Li Zongjiu seemed to be more powerful than the legend said. After an hour, Li Zongjiu appeared in the Qi family's courtyard. When the Qi family members saw him, they were all shocked. Because 6 people disappeared at the same time, only Li Zongjiu appeared in the end. Wasn't the meaning of this very obvious? They're all dead? Qi Xiaohuan and the others looked at Li Zongjiu and couldn't believe their eyes. The main reason was that Li Zongjiu ended the battle too quickly. If the opponents wanted to escape, it wouldn't be a problem. However, in front of Li Zongjiu, they still had no chance to escape. They're all enjoying it. Li Zongjiu didn't actually do anything. He only crippled their cultivation, amplified their senses, and spared their lives. Every day, he let the countless blood ghosts gnaw on their bodies, and the next day, their bodies would be restored. It seemed to be an understatement, but when you really face it, you will feel the horror and despair. The feeling of wanting to die but not being able to do so will be vividly felt. These people came for me. I didn't expect to bring you trouble. Li Zongjiu also felt sorry. After all, this matter was indeed caused by Li Zongjiu. He didn't expect these people to directly target Qi Yanran. Fortunately, he came in time today. These people were all dead. If he came a little later, the consequences would be unimaginable. There is no family that didn't grow up in the wind and rain. This is nothing. Qi Xiaohun said very frankly. Although this kind of thing was dangerous, it was also the danger that made people realize their own shortcomings. This way, they would work harder to improve their strength. They wouldn't sit here and think that they were infallible all day long. It was a good opportunity to let these people beat the Qi family. This matter, I will solve it as soon as possible. Li Zongjiu said. How do you know they are here? Qi Yanran suddenly asked. When these people took action, they had directly isolated the Qi family's courtyard. This was a common method when they were carrying out tasks. If Li Zongjiu wasn't nearby, it would be difficult for him to know what happened here. However, Li Zongjiu came so quickly. Not good. Li Zongjiu immediately remembered that Wang Yulan didn't follow them. If Wang Yulan's mental strength could detect the other party, they might have already detected Wang Yulan's traces. Now that Wang Yulan returned to the city, she would definitely be targeted by the other party. I will go first. You guys be careful. Li Zongjiu said. Then, he directly jumped up and immediately used his mental strength to search for Wang Yulan's whereabouts in the city. Soon, he found the traces left by Wang Yulan. Then, he quickly chased after her. Qi Yanran saw Li Zongjiu's hurriedly leaving and knew that something must have happened to Li Zongjiu. These people were so arrogant that they dared to openly attack her family. Black Canal Basilica, you have provoked the wrong people. Qi Yanran's eyes were filled with a cold light. Tonight, the Qi family had escaped a disaster, but the danger they encountered was self-evident. It seemed that the situation in the continent was getting more and more dangerous. They had to increase the strength of the family as soon as possible. Qi Xiaohun was also worried sick. Although he was about to break through to the Origin Emperor realm, he was still a step away. The effect of the elixir was still suppressed in his body, and he didn't dare to make the final push. However, it seemed that if he continued to delay today, it would bring more trouble. I will go into seclusion for 3 days. All the family matters will be temporarily handled by the Great Elder. After saying that, Qi Xiaohun went into seclusion. Qi Yanran also didn't leave the Qi family. After swallowing the elixir, she stayed in the Qi family to take care of things. There might be people coming back in the next few days, so she had to be on guard. In the Qi family, excluding those old ancestors who had yet to come out of seclusion. Currently, the strongest one was Qi Yanran. Today's battle also allowed Qi Yanran to show her terrifying strength, which made the elders of the Qi family feel refreshed. She was indeed Li Zongjiu's woman. Wang Yulan's figure landed on the ground and immediately disappeared. The surrounding power also entered a state of concealment at this moment, allowing Wang Yulan's figure to completely blend into the surroundings. It seemed that after landing, she had directly disappeared. 2 figures chased after her. When they landed, they realized that they had lost track of Wang Yulan. Can you escape? One of them sneered and brazenly pulled out his sword. Immediately, an extremely frightening power erupted and slashed down in front of him. Boom! Instantly, the terrifying saber Qi smashed the road and the houses in front of him into pieces as if they were rotten wood. A fierce gale passed through, ferocious as ever. Amidst the countless flying sand and rocks, a figure was finally forced out. The powerful force impacted Wang Yulan's defensive barrier, and also caused Wang Yulan's aura to be extremely chaotic. Her figure quickly retreated, wanting to escape into the distance. Whoosh, who would have thought that another figure would appear behind him? The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, sandwiched Wang Yulan. You can't escape, right? How dare a member of the Wan family do something against the Xingyan dynasty? Your Wan family will be exterminated. The life and death servant recognized Wang Yulan. After all, these people were the focus of their attention, and even needed to be carefully monitored. In fact, there were even a few times when they were ready to take action. After all, how could the Black Canal Basilica not know the intentions of Wang Yonggong and the others? It was just that they didn't have the opportunity. Now that Wan Yulan had taken the initiative to come to their door, it gave them an ironclad evidence. After returning, they could immediately suppress the Wan family. Wan Yulan's eyes didn't have the slightest hint of panic. The two in front of her were third-grade primitive emperors. If they were to fight under normal circumstances, Wan Yulan could barely escape from the hands of one of them. Now that the two of them had joined hands, the chances of her escaping were very small. Unless she used a secret weapon. But that was only used as a last resort. Moreover, Wan Yulan, who had escaped along the way, had left behind countless traces of signals. It would only take a moment for reinforcements to arrive. He did not panic at all. Although she couldn't completely leave her life in someone else's hands, Wan Yulan felt that he would definitely be the one to do it. I advise you all to flee quickly. Otherwise, you may not even be able to return to the Haiku dynasty. Wan Yulan looked at the two of them and said indifferently. However, in their eyes, Wan Yulan was just pretending to be calm. I've heard that the women of the Wan family all have short lives. Today, I'm going to enjoy how short your life is. Using women's blood to cultivate would be even more beneficial to them. What's more, this was the blood of a spirit master. It would be a waste to kill it. Just as the two of them were about to make their move, Wan Yulan laughed and said to the air. You're here. Here, the two life and death servants sensed that there was no movement. Trying to scare us. Go. The two of them rushed towards Wan Yulan without hesitation. Who knew what tricks this woman would play? It was better to take her down first. Only then would they be more secure. After the two of them rushed up, they found that Wan Yulan was actually standing still. The scene was a little strange. However, the two of them still slashed towards Wan Yulan's head. Boom, boom, two lightning bolts fell from the sky. The emergence of the lightning lit up half of the sky. One of the life and death servants saw a shadow on the ground flashing past. However, the lightning had already locked onto them. There was no chance for them to escape. They could only use all their strength to block the attack. Bang! Bang! The two of them flew backwards. Their bodies were charred black. However, under the suppression of the two of them, they quickly returned to normal. Looking in front of them, a young man stood in front of them, holding a small black hammer in his hand. The lightning just now was summoned by this young man. Another one came to die. The two of them looked at each other. Although the lightning just now was powerful, it wasn't that easy to kill them. Are you okay? Li Zhongjiu looked back at Wan Yulan, who looked a little embarrassed. This was probably the difference in strength. With Wan Yulan's strength, facing the two of them, the only way out was to escape. However, just now, Li Zhongjiu easily dealt with the four life and death servants. Wan Yulan had always thought that besides alchemy, the gap between her and Li Zhongjiu should not be too big. Even in alchemy, Wan Yulan was not weak. It was just that she was not as outstanding as Li Zhongjiu. She spent more energy on cultivating her mental strength. However, looking at Li Zhongjiu now, there was almost nothing that the latter could not do. He was already an almost invincible existence. As long as Li Zhongjiu was given time, as long as he could continue to live, there would be a supreme being in this world sooner or later. This supreme being was naturally Li Zhongjiu. Unfortunately, what Wan Yulan did not know was that in his previous life, Li Zhongjiu had already reached the supreme being realm. Moreover, he was at the peak of the supreme being realm. He was invincible in the world. I'm fine. You have to be careful. Wan Yulan shook her head and said. After seeing Li Zhongjiu, she was willing to let go of the stone that was hanging in her heart. Even if it was someone else who came, Wan Yulan did not dare to be at ease. Such a psychological change also made Wan Yulan puzzled. How can this be? How can I have a sense of dependence on others? Wan Yulan thought in her heart. This kind of mood was really too strange. Li Zhongjiu looked at the two life and death servants. Including the two of you, there are a total of 10. How many people like you are there? Let them come together, so that I don't have to find them one by one. Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. 10 people? How did this kid know their number? Li Zhongjiu's words surprised the two of them. Could it be that this kid was actually bluffing, or was it just a guess? how do you know the number of 10? At the beginning, I killed 2 in the suburbs, and 1 escaped. Just now, I killed 5 in the Qi family. Including the 2 of you, isn't that 10? So, there are only 10 of you in total. Li Zongjiu looked at the 2 in front of him. Alright, you 2 can go to hell first. Immediately, Li Zongjiu waved his hand and brought the 2 of them into the blood soul hell. Like the people who had just started, the 2 of them were also excited. But soon, the 2 of them could not be excited anymore. 5 figures were trapped on top of a blood wall in front of them. Countless blood ghosts were tearing at their flesh and gnawing at them. Blood was dripping, but the flesh that was bitten off quickly grew back. This kind of living pain did not stop. Most importantly, these 5 people were the life and death servants. The situation in front of them had already scared them out of their wits. They had been vicious and merciless for so many years, and had long made a name for themselves. They had seen all kinds of ruthless people, but the current situation was clearly about to teach them a lesson. In other words, they had never seen such a situation before. There are 2 seats next to it. They're reserved for you. Li Zongjiu's figure appeared. Without saying a word, he waved his hand and took away their weapons. The blood ghosts in the blood soul hell completely engulfed them. A moment later, 2 more figures appeared on the blood wall. Obviously, at the beginning, they were still able to retain some consciousness. But later, they would rather have no meaning now. They would rather have their souls scattered than continue to stay in such a place. Every second was like 10,000 years of torture. Li Zongjiu left the blood soul hell. Wan Yulan, on the other hand, found a place to hide first. She did not immediately leave, nor did she immediately enter a state of healing. If she discovered that Li Zongjiu had been killed in the end during the process of healing, she would definitely be killed. Wouldn't that be terrible? He wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Therefore, Wan Yulan maintained a vigilant state. When she saw Li Zongjiu appear, she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. The moment she heaved a sigh of relief, a wave of dizziness immediately swept over her. Immediately, Wan Yulan lost her balance and fainted. Li Zongjiu supported her and checked her condition. He found that Wan Yulan's condition was not serious. It was just that she had overdrawn her mental strength and was highly nervous, which caused her to collapse. Another woman. Looking at the unconscious Wan Yulan, Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine. No matter how ruthless and cold Li Zongjiu was, he could not just throw Wan Yulan to the ground. In the end, Li Zongjiu could only bring her back first. He brought Wan Yulan to the White Deer Manor. Xiaoxiao saw that his young master had brought back another woman. Find someone to settle her down. Li Zongjiu handed Wan Yulan to Xiaoxiao. Young master, she's from the Haiku dynasty. Just settle her down. She will recover on her own. Yes, young master. Xiaoxiao hurriedly asked someone to carry Wan Yulan away. The White Deer Manor was now vast, with more than 100 houses in the 4 courtyards. Just the number of guest rooms exceeded 2,000. After all, the White Deer Manor wouldn't be so simple in the future. When the time came, there would definitely be a lot of hangers-on coming to the manor. The so-called guests were idle cultivators. When they could not afford to support themselves, they would seek refuge from other forces and use their abilities to exchange for some benefits. In fact, the only proper guest in the White Deer Manor was Nangong Wuji because he was invited by Li Zongjiu and given some benefits. There was also Hong San. This old man was not bad. Anyway, he was able to live until now because of Li Zongjiu's help in avenging him. Although the Xianyuan sect was still around and had not been destroyed, sect master Gong Wuliang had already died in Li Zongjiu's hands. Li Zongjiu had already taken his revenge. There was no need to massacre the entire Xianyuan sect. Moreover, if they rashly attacked the sect, the situation would be uncertain. After all, a sect was a sect. Li Zongjiu would not easily make a move unless he had no other choice. Back then, the Ardent Earth sect was really courting death. Therefore, Li Zongjiu taught them a lesson. The lesson resulted in the destruction of the sect. This lesson was enough for them to remember for a lifetime. In this lifetime. After handing the person over to Xiaoxiao, Li Zongjiu did not rest. Li Zongjiu had obtained accurate information from the person from the Bloody Soul Hell. A total of 10 people had come this time. The strongest one was the guard captain who had escaped just now. Since he was already here, of course, he had to properly entertain this guard captain. The Black-Wind Blood Shadow Condor summoned him in his mind. Li Zongjiu quickly locked onto the location. This kid was really good at hiding. He was actually hiding in a rock cave under a river. Fortunately, the Black-Wind Blood Shadow Condor was also a meta beast that was familiar with water. The two Black-Wind Blood Shadow Condors had completely surrounded the person. Let's throw him out first. Li Zongjiu's figure was in the air as he stared at the river below. After receiving the order, the Black-Wind Blood Shadow Condor immediately launched an attack excitedly. Ever since they had arrived at the sacred Flame Royal City, although these meta beasts had been eating and drinking well, they had not fought for too long. Hence, their bones were inevitably a little stiff. To these meta beasts, this kind of bloody battle was the most enjoyable. Occasionally, they would be injured to stimulate their bloodlust. Beep. A clear and loud cry that was filled with penetrating power rang out. The river below suddenly exploded into a huge wave that was a few hundred meters tall. When the wave soared into the sky and fell back down, it turned into terrifying icicles that instantly fell down. It was as if countless cannonballs had been shot into the water. Bang bang bang, the guard captain who was recovering in the water immediately felt the earth shaking and the undercurrent surging. At the same time, there were countless icicles flying towards his body. This made the guard captain rather nervous. I've been discovered. The guard captain rushed out. When he saw the two Black-Wind Blood Shadow Condors glaring at him in the sky, he was enraged. It's you two bastards. Today, I'll cripple you. Immediately, the guard captain, who was dressed in black, rushed into the sky. He used his vigorous Yuan power to fight with the Black-Wind Blood Shadow Condors. The Black-Wind Blood Shadow Condors were of the wind and ice attributes. The two meta beasts continuously spat out waves of cold air. However, the guard captain was after all stronger. He raised his hand and blocked it. The Black-Wind Blood Shadow Condors also continuously ate the guard captain's fists. The terrifying power directly sent the two Black-Wind Blood Shadow Condors flying and smashed onto the ground. The two meta beasts fought even more fiercely. Even though they were already vomiting blood and their wings were broken, they still continued to pounce on the guard captain. They continued to pester the latter. The guard captain also suffered some serious injuries. His body had already been scratched by the sharp claws of the Black-Wind Blood Shadow Condors. However, these injuries were nothing to him. All of you, back off. It's been half a day and you can't even deal with a piece of trash. Li Zongjiu saw that the Black-Wind Blood Shadow Condors were almost done pestering them. If this went on, there would probably be some injuries that were difficult to recover from. Minor injuries were not a problem, but if their origin was damaged, then Li Zongjiu would have to spend a lot of energy to heal the injuries of these two fellows. That was really too troublesome. It's you. The guard captain of the Death Guard saw Li Zongjiu appear. He immediately opened his eyes wide. Only then did he recall that there were two primitive emperor-level origin beasts in Li Zongjiu's white deer matter. These must be the two origin emperors. Why didn't he think of it earlier? You don't have to run anymore. Gather with your companions. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and released the blood soul hell, sucking the guard in. In less than a night's time, the so-called sharp knife of Black Canal Basilica had been completely broken in the hands of Li Zongjiu. Such a team of 10 was so easily defeated by Li Zongjiu. Heikou Dynasty, Black Canal Basilica. These life and death servants would wear a life bead on them before they left to carry out a mission. The life bead was not very useful, but it could retain the feedback of the status of life. Even if they were in two different places, they could quickly know the situation of the casualties. It seems that the situation is not very good. 2 of them have already died. The Bishop of Black Canal Sacred Hall looked at the 10 life origin beads in the cabinet in his hand. 2 of them had already been extinguished, while the remaining 8 beads were slightly dimmer than before. But there are at least 8 of them. It shouldn't be a problem to deal with Li Zongjiu. I don't know what will happen if these people are released. Although they are crazy, I don't think they will cause too much trouble. At least on the level of the Xingyan dynasty, they will definitely not be affected. The Xingyan dynasty has a genius like Li Zongjiu, so it will be difficult for them to calm down. It's a good opportunity to use our hands to destroy Li Zongjiu. Yes, let's just wait for the news. Other than counting the offerings that were sent up from below and sitting down to cultivate, the bishops had nothing else to do. Most of the affairs of the dynasty were handled by the imperial court, but if it involved money, manpower, everything had to be reported to the Black Canal Basilica. Little did they know that these people were still enjoying the peace in the Haiku dynasty. However, Li Zongjiu had already taken care of all the life and death servants that had been sent out. However, these people were completely unaware. Xingyan dynasty. Luoxia city. When Tianfei arrived with the Skyblaze Lion and Skyblaze Python, Li Tianqing could not believe his eyes. The Skyblaze Lion and the Skyblaze Lion were also staring at each other. This is the legendary Skyblaze Lion. Li Tianqing rubbed his eyes. He wanted to go up and pat the Skyblaze Lion's paw, but he dared not. The Heavenly Blaze Lion King technique that Li Tianqing cultivated was derived from the Heavenly Blaze Lion King. Someone had created such a primordial technique by imitating it. Li Tianqing couldn't believe that he would be able to see Fu Tian in person one day. This was probably how he felt. He felt like he was meeting a saint. How dignified was the Skyblaze Lion? How could it be touched by a mere human? However, Li Zongjiu had already set up this mental command. No matter how arrogant or powerful one was, one had to bow their heads in front of Li Zongjiu, because Li Tianqing was Li Zongjiu's father. Hence, the Skyblaze Lion could not help but raise its paw and touch Li Tianqing's. Oh, it's real. This big guy is really powerful. Li Tianqing was so excited that he was spinning on the spot. He looked extremely excited. It was as if he was a child. How old are you? You're still like a child. Lady Shen walked out and saw Li Tianqing's excited look. How is Zongjiu now? How is he doing in the Sacred Flame Imperial City? Did anyone bully him? Go back and tell him that we don't have to go to the Imperial City. It's fine as long as he's fine. Lady Shen said to Tianfei. You bitch, what are you thinking? Zongjiu is so capable now. Of course, he has to bring our Li family to greater heights. Li Tianqing was instantly unhappy. His son was so promising. Of course, he had to lead the family to greater heights. That way, he would not let his ancestors down. Li Tianqing's father also had such hopes for Li Tianqing back then. However, Li Tianqing was not as capable as Li Zongjiu. To be able to lead the Li family to the current situation, Li Tianqing had already done his best. He did not expect that such a terrifying monster like Li Zongjiu would appear. Of course, he had to cherish it. You heartless man. You can't bear to see your child suffer outside. Lady Shen said angrily. What's wrong with a man suffering a little? Who doesn't suffer? Since you're here, you should stay here for a few more days. Tell us about Zongjiu's recent situation. Let's have a few more drinks tonight. That's settled. Li Tianqing pulled Tianfei over directly. He did not allow any refusal. Tianfei was an orphan since he was young. He was brought back to the Sanyuan sect. Now that he was betrayed by the sect, he had long been disheartened by the sect. However, working under Li Zongjiu, the master and madam treated him like family. This was from the bottom of his heart. It also made Tianfei feel incomparably touched. Although the Li family was not the family that raised him, it was a place that truly treated him with sincerity. Tianfei secretly swore in his heart that even if he died, he would protect the Li family. The Skyblaze Lion King and the Skyblaze Python King's bodies were huge, so it was not easy to put them down. Not to mention the appearance of the Sky-Hell Python. They had been raising their heads and staring at the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle in the backyard. The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle swayed its tail gently. In the backyard, it did not dare to move at all. It did not even dare to breathe in the face of the two Origin Emperor realm meta beasts. Although their master was Li Zongjiu. However, the difference in levels was simply too great. How would it dare to act recklessly? After a discussion, they also let the two meta beasts live in the Wuxue alchemy sect. The Wuxue alchemy sect's territory was big enough. It was best to let the two meta beasts stay there. Moreover, the environment was more suitable. If something happened in Luoxia City, with the speed of the two meta beasts, it would not take long for them to arrive. The Wuxue alchemy sect welcomed these two great gods. From top to bottom, no one dared to make a sound. The current Wuxue alchemy sect had not changed much. It was just that they were more careful and fawning on the Li family. If they did not fawn on the Li family within a radius of 10,000 miles, they could only wait to be destroyed. If they did not have this little bit of foresight, they would not be able to do anything. If the Li family was unhappy, no one would be willing to do business with them. Not only would they destroy your family, but they would also cause you to close down. Invisible forces were the most terrifying. The Li family gradually did not have to worry about food and clothing. The most important thing now was to improve their strength. At the same time, some distant relatives of the Li family who had left also gradually returned to the Li family. After all, the Li family had existed for more than 500 years. Some of those who weren't doing too well basically came back directly, causing the Li family's reputation to gradually grow. Of course, for these people who returned, they also needed to be carefully managed. Otherwise, the Li family that had developed with great difficulty would be dragged down by these people sooner or later. White Deer Manor. Under the night sky, a figure quietly landed. As soon as the figure landed, it was completely hidden in the darkness. It was like a little wild cat. Over the past few days, Zhang Jin had been keeping a close eye on White Deer Manor. Coincidentally, Li Zhongjiu seemed to be in trouble today, so Zhang Jin personally made a move. White Deer Manor was deathly silent. It was obvious that they were in a state of alert. Moreover, there was a lot of commotion in the city at night. It was obvious that some experts were fighting. Although Buried Gold didn't investigate the situation in detail, he knew that Li Zhongjiu wasn't in the White Deer Manor. At the same time, it seemed that the few meta beasts were not in the manor either. Zhang Yin and Zhang Tong had disappeared. Therefore, Zhang Jin was extremely curious about White Deer Manor. The two of them might have been captured and were most likely trapped in White Deer Manor. Therefore, Zhang Jin took advantage of this free time to investigate. With Zhang Jin's ability, it was easy for him to enter such a manor. All the guards could be said to exist in name only. They did not notice anything at all. Although he was confident in his heart, he did not relax in the slightest in the enemy's territory. There was no movement in the outer layer. Zhang Jin immediately walked into the depths of White Deer Manor. When he passed by a garden, Zhang Jin immediately felt that something was wrong. White Deer Manor's guard headquarters. Immediately, the alarm went off, and many people reacted. Someone had actually invaded the White Deer Manor, and in a moment, everyone stood up. In the 8 trigrams garden in the central courtyard, Lu Pei roared. The guards in the manor were arranged from the military camp, so they reacted quickly. This kind of security work was naturally more reassuring to leave to one's own people. Coincidentally, Li Yan was also cultivating in the manor. During the day, Li Yan would appear in the underground black market and deal with matters in the Ghost King Palace. Generally, Li Yan didn't need to deal with anything personally. She only needed to give instructions to her subordinates. For example, last time, regarding the Hua family, Li Yan just gave a simple order and immediately passed it down. Then, a letter from Ghost King Palace was sent directly to the Hua family. The Hua family didn't dare to move at all. It was so fierce that it was unimaginable. The reputation of the Ghost King Palace seemed to be quite impressive. Someone actually broke into the maze formation. It must be an intruder. Li Yan opened the disk array. This 8 trigram secret sect formation was jointly researched and created by Li Yan and Nangong Wuji. Using the characteristics of the surrounding buildings and the attributes of the plants, they arranged this maze formation to trap the enemy. Once the enemy was trapped in this maze formation, they would keep going back and forth. No matter what, they wouldn't be able to get out of this maze formation. They would become fish on the chopping block. Xiao Zhao soon received a report from his subordinates that someone had broken into the manor. Immediately, Xiao Zhao came to the 8 trigrams maze formation under the protection of Lu Pei and the others. He happened to see Zhang Jin, who was dressed in black, moving stealthily. Zhang Jin's every move was quite covert. He tiptoed and his body was very light. However, he didn't know that all of Zhang Jin's actions had been exposed to the eyes of others. They saw everything clearly. Quickly take him down, Li Yan said. Her subordinates were ready to take action, but Xiaoxiao stopped them. Wait a minute. We don't know how strong this person is. Since he dares to break into the White Deer Manor at night, he must not be simple. Quickly go and get Elder Nangong. Xiaoxiao also had the authority to control the primitive emperor-level meta-beasts. At this moment, he also knew that the two meta-beasts and Li Zongjiu were outside. In the entire White Deer Manor, Nangong Wuji was the strongest person. All right. Li Yan nodded. Lu Pei immediately sent someone to get Nangong Wuji. The rest of the people were lying in ambush outside. They didn't act rashly. He seems to have realized that something is wrong. Li Yan tried to change the contents of the 8 trigrams maze formation again so that Nangong Wuji wouldn't be able to tell what was real and what was false. He would be wandering around the formation. Even if he wanted to see the flaws of the formation, it wouldn't be that easy. Li Yan also added some other things to the formation. As for these formations, they were obtained from the remnants of the formation scroll that Li Zongjiu had given her. As her experience in formations increased, Li Yan also realized the power of the remnants of the formation scroll that Li Zongjiu had given her. It was so terrifying. Oh no, I'm afraid we've fallen into a trap. Zhang Jin, who was lying in ambush, also stopped at this moment. When he was moving, he didn't even destroy the grass and trees around him. He tried his best to protect the integrity of the surroundings. This was the style of a top-notch expert. He came and went without a trace, leaving no trace at all. Little did they know that Zhang Jin was acting like a stage play. All of their movements were exposed right under their noses. Zhang Jin finally realized that something was wrong. It was because he suddenly realized that the garden was too big. It was fortunate that he only realized it now. We can't stay here for long. Retreat. When Elder Zhang Jin sensed that something was wrong, he immediately wanted to escape. Whoosh, Zhang Jin's figure instantly flew backward. When Zhang Jin's figure sped up, the power around him also sped up. The changes in the grass and trees were also completely seen by Zhang Jin. Bang, the changes in the surroundings directly sent Zhang Jin flying. Li Yan controlled the formation and urged the power of the formation to sweep towards Zhang Jin. At the same time, there seemed to be a fog appearing under her feet. This fog contained strong poison. No matter how strong one's cultivation was, if one breathed in too much of it, they would directly faint. This was because Li Yan got these formulas from Li Zongjiu. They were specially used to deal with these experts and could make them lie down one after another. Damn it! Roaming dragon stab! Zhang Jin exclaimed. Then, his figure transformed into a dragon and suddenly rushed forward. Rumble, with a loud bang, Zhang Jin directly smashed a hole in the formation. Originally, there was a rockery in front of him. However, Zhang Jin, who was a second-level expert, smashed through the rockery and broke free. Inescapable net. Lu Pei gave the order. The guards under him immediately used Raging Dragon capturing flames. Bang! 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 More than 10 explosions rang out in succession. Then, the fire nets flew out one after another. The second-generation Raging Dragon capturing flames contained a rather strong fire net. Ordinary Yuan monarchs would have to expend a lot of energy to break free from it. Even before they could break free, they would have already been blasted into smithereens by the other party. However, the moment these fire nets shot out, they did not cause any trouble for Zhang Jin. This was because their speed was really too slow. Zhang Jin very easily escaped from these attacks. Since you were already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? An old voice rang out in the sky above White Deer Manor. It seemed to have turned into rolling thunder. Nangong Wuji, the person who had been tearing down and building things in White Deer Manor all day, had finally shown his strength at this moment. An 8th-grade primitive emperor was enough to look down on the heavens. Yet, he was still doing this kind of hard work in such a place. It was simply unbelievable. Zhang Jin felt the powerful strength of the other party and was slightly surprised. However, so what if he was an 8th-grade primitive emperor? He still could not do anything to him. How unlucky! Zhang Jin immediately stomped his foot and his body turned into countless black lights in an instant, rushing in all directions. Nangong Wuji also waved his hand. The power of the primitive emperor realm immediately shattered the black lights in front of him. However, one of the lights was extremely strong. With a gentle touch, it flew out. It suddenly accelerated. After the light accelerated, it disappeared without a trace. Even Nangong Wuji could not catch up with it. Isn't his speed of escape a bit too fast? Nangong Wuji looked in the direction of the light in surprise. Of course, if he caught up with the light, he might be able to gain something. However, if the light turned back halfway, or if there were other ambushes in the surroundings, it would be a very dangerous situation for White Deer Manor. Therefore, in order to make sure nothing went wrong, Nangong Wuji would not leave White Deer Manor easily. At least, he would not wander around when there was no other force. I have never seen or heard of this person's movement skill in the Xingyan dynasty. It is very likely that he is from another dynasty. Nangong Wuji was a veteran expert who had been in Jianghu for many years. Naturally, he could tell what kind of movement skill this person had. He is not from the Xingyan dynasty? Xiao Zhao frowned. Recently, Li Zongjiu had ordered to investigate the movements of the Haiku dynasty. Obviously, he was very interested in the movements there. Since the mysterious expert was not from the Xingyan dynasty, it was very likely that he was from the Haiku dynasty. He is too arrogant. How dare he sneak into White Deer Manor? As long as he is in Monarch City, I will definitely catch him. Li Yan was obviously very angry. These people from the Haiku dynasty, it was fine if they said that they were from another dynasty, but they thought that this was their home. Did they think that the people of the Li family had no temper and could be bullied by them? My formation needs to be repaired as well. Elder Zhang Jin easily smashed a hole in the formation. This showed how strong the opponent was. Of course, the formation also had some flaws, which led to such a situation and result. In the sky, the three figures returned directly. They landed on White Deer Manor. Li Zongjiu landed and came to the front of the crowd. The black-winged blood shadow eagle returned to its nest to recuperate. When it came back, it had already given them a few elixirs. What happened? These people were all gathered together, and the atmosphere was extremely chaotic. He had only gone out for a short while. Could it be that he had been ambushed? Li Zongjiu could not help but frown. Xiao Zhao also reported the matter. If that's the case, then the people who came should be from the ancient Zhang family of the Haiku dynasty. They're the two people who escaped earlier. Taifai naturally went to the inn to set up an ambush. He wanted to control these people and not let them escape, but all of them were injured. He didn't even see the other party's shadow. Later on, they naturally found these people. There were a total of 4 people, and one of them was a disabled person. Don't worry, young master. Xiao Zhao will definitely find him. Okay, go ahead. After dismissing the crowd, Li Yan also said a few words to Li Zongjiu before she left. Li Yan was very obsessed with the cultivation of formations. Coupled with her talent, she liked to immerse herself in it very much. Moreover, the other party had forcefully created a huge flaw in the 8 trigrams maze formation. If they wanted to, they could easily escape from the formation. It might be able to deal with ordinary thieves, but it was unrealistic to deal with experts of this level. It was because of this that she had to seize the time to cultivate and research it. After all the formations in White Deer Manor were set up by Li Yan. Out of Li Zongjiu's trust, he naturally had to do this well. Did you offend the ancient Zong family of the Haiku dynasty? Nangong Wuji looked at Li Zongjiu with a solemn expression. It was clear that this was not a small matter. In Nangong Wuji's eyes, if he was the slightest bit careless, he would be in big trouble. The name of the ancient Zong family had appeared in books a long time ago. He did not expect that he would be lucky enough to meet such a legendary family leader. It was unbelievable. It was as if he was watching a character walk out of a book. Even Nangong Wuji had never come into contact with anyone from the ancient Zong family, but he had just fought against them. However, based on how the person had fled, Nangong Wuji did not fear him at all. He had escaped with ease, and Nangong Wuji did not even have the chance to catch up to him. If he had fought against him head-on, it was hard to say who would have won. Nangong Wuji was originally quite confident, but when he learned that the person was from the ancient Zong family, he gradually felt an invisible pressure in his heart. It was the influence of his reputation. Why are you panicking? Li Zongjiu cast a glance at Nangong Wuji. Who's panicking? Why would I panic? When I, Nangong Wuji, roamed the world, you weren't even born yet. I've seen everything. Nangong Wuji said proudly. This was the only thing he could slightly suppress Li Zongjiu. Otherwise, he would not be able to compete with Li Zongjiu. At that moment, Nangong Wuji realized that if he went up against Li Zongjiu, only death would await him. Fortunately, Nangong Wuji was born late. If he had been born in the same era as Nangong Wuji might not have been able to compete with him. Get ready. After some time, we'll be going to the Haiku dynasty. Li Zongjiu cast a glance at Nangong Wuji. Huh? What? Going to the Haiku dynasty? Why are we going there? Panic instantly appeared in Nangong Wuji's eyes, and there was a look of disbelief on his face. He wondered if Li Zongjiu was bragging or trying to scare him. I forgot to tell you. Not only did the ancient Zong family send someone to assassinate me, but the Black Canal Basilica from the Haiku dynasty also has a grudge against me. Li Zongjiu shrugged and said. He seemed to have an innocent look on his face. It was as if he was the one who provoked him first. When he heard about the Black Canal Basilica, Nangong Wuji froze. Nangong Wuji froze on the spot. You mean? Black Canal? Black Canal Basilica? Nangong Wuji widened his eyes. When he was young, he was not afraid of anything. He even went to the wasteland to increase his strength. Later on, he suffered a setback and hid in the sacred Flame Royal City to heal his injuries. However, Nangong Wuji had always known what kind of existence the Black Canal Basilica was. It was an existence on the same level as the royal family of the Xianxia dynasty. Why would Nangong Wuji travel thousands of miles to get rid of it? I say, you can't be serious. Are you really going to deal with the Black Canal Temple? Are you kidding me? Don't worry. I'll pay you handsomely. When I come back, I'll make pills for you. Make pills. When Nangong Wuji heard this condition, his determined expression immediately turned into one of hesitation. You are also. Zong Jin, who had escaped, was terrified. After all, there were too many unexpected things. Moreover, he had been in the enemy's formation for such a long time without realizing it. It also made Zong Jin feel the hidden strength of the Li family. It was extremely terrifying, and it was definitely not as simple as it seemed. This Li Zongjiu is poisonous. Zong Jin brought Zong Tai, and the two of them quietly left Sacred Flame Royal City. This mission was not easy, so they had to go back and regroup first. If they really could not do it, then they would go to the Qian family again and ask them to increase the price. Just this trip alone had cost them so many people. For the ancient Zong family, it was also a huge sacrifice. This mission was a huge loss. As for Zong Yin and Zong Tong, who had been captured, they were probably dead. After all, with this kind of thing happening, it was not strange for the enemy to want to kill the two of them with their strength. The Zong family left Sacred Flame Royal City. Xiao Zhao and Li Yun used their power and practically turned the Xianxia dynasty upside down several times, but they still could not find any trace of these people. In the end, the Li family in Sunset City sent them a secret letter. Only then did they know that the ancient Zong family had left the Xianxia dynasty. Although they managed to escape, it was still better than letting these people stay in the city and wait for an opportunity to attack. The problem of the life and death servants was also solved. There was no problem at all. It was settled so easily. This was also something that Wan Yulan did not expect. Li Zongjiu was so strong, and he seemed to be fearless in Sacred Flame Royal City. In fact, Li Zongjiu did not gather too much power, and he had not really attacked yet. The entire Sacred Flame Royal City was quiet for a month. When Wan Yulan found out that Li Zongjiu's White Deer Manor was recruiting guests, she immediately signed up. With the latter's strength, it was easy for him to become a guest of White Deer Manor. As for the price, it was handled by Xiao Zhao. As long as the price was set, White Deer Manor would be able to pay for it. Within a month, Li Zongjiu had also refined many pills for the Qi family, but recently, the Qi family seemed to have encountered some trouble. Last time, Li Zongjiu had humiliated the Hua family. Originally, after Li Yan intervened, the Hua family gave face to the Ghost King Palace. After all, the Ghost King Palace was specially approved by the royal family. Even the Hua family, who controlled the Green Dragon army, did not dare to act recklessly. As for why the Ghost King Palace had such power, it was hard to say. But this time, the Qi family had recently purchased a primordial stone mine at a high price. However, this primordial stone mine was a confluence mine and overlapped with another mine. The other family's power was not small either. Most importantly, this family was related to the Hua family by marriage, and the surrounding area was under the jurisdiction of the Green Dragon army. When something happened, the Green Dragon army naturally took the initiative to intervene. If the Green Dragon army was unhappy, they would directly seal off the area around the mine, and declare that this was a secret area. No matter how powerful one would not be able to enter. This was how arrogant and overbearing they were. Even if one went to appeal, it would take a lot of time and energy just to go through the whole process. Although they could not directly take away one's mining rights, they could set countless obstacles on the way and take one's life at any time. The Qi family was a little busy recently. Moreover, they had never thought of relying on Li Zongjiu's power to strengthen themselves. Once they became dependent on him, it would be a fatal blow to the Qi family. Maybe they would directly become a subordinate family of the Li family. The Qi family's hundreds of years of foundation would be wasted just like that. However, a series of troublesome things finally took a turn for the better today. In the mountain behind Bailu Manor, Qi Yanran and Li Zongjiu stood side by side. Beside them were some elders of the Qi family, including Qi Xiaohun. On the other side, Xiao Zhao accompanied Song Jiao. Nangong Wuji was originally not interested, but when he heard that so many people had come, he also went to watch. Wan Yulan stood beside Nangong Wuji and the others. Hong Shisan was also there. Many important people had arrived. Okay. Xiao Zhao gestured. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the ground in front of them. Then, the ground caved in, and a huge pit appeared in front of them. Be careful. Such a big movement made the people of the Qi family nervous. They almost rushed to protect the family head, but Qi Xiaohun waved his hand. Things were different now. Qi Xiaohun's secret breakthrough to the Origin Emperor realm was not known to the outside world. Only a few people in the Qi family knew about it, but Li Zongjiu definitely knew about it. Dust filled the sky in front of them, and sand and stones were flying everywhere. It was terrifying. At the same time, a powerful airwave spread out, as if tens of thousands of air cannons were fired at the same time. Huge. Boom. A strange-looking battleship soared into the sky. Its speed was extremely fast, and it was produced in an instant. When the battleship soared into the sky, everyone was immediately shocked. They couldn't even see the appearance of the battleship clearly. They saw the black battleship flying out. This was the first experiment. The newest battleship looked like a big bird. This prototype was provided by Li Zongjiu. In the future, it would be generally dominated by this type of battleship. High defense, fast speed, strong mobility, and extremely agile. It would take at least 400 to 500 years to design such a battleship. Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, directly proposed this idea. Everyone present was an expert, so they were able to understand the situation immediately. At the same time, Li Zongjiu spent at least hundreds of billions of purple yuan in these 2 months to fund the research, and all the money was paid by the White Deer Manor. Xiao Zhao calculated the account book every day, and almost couldn't sleep for the whole day. When she opened her eyes, she would have to spend billions of purple yuan for nothing. Tell me, what should I do about this matter? Fortunately, Li Zongjiu gave her a heads up. No matter how much money she had to spend, she would do it without hesitation. Therefore, after a lot of research, they finally built this battleship. This battleship is called the Eagle Battleship. Zheng Haoran, who was in charge of the explanation, was also excited. When he finally saw the finished product fly into the sky, he was so excited that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Finally, it was a success. Let's test the attack power, Li Zongjiu said, and then snapped his fingers. Two black figures immediately flew down from the mountain. The two black shadows that swooped down were the black wind blood shadow condors. Xianxia's eyes were filled with nervousness. This was the first eagle battleship that he had spent hundreds of billions of purple yuan to build. If he didn't have any real ability, he would be letting down Li Zongjiu and many others. The ones controlling the eagle battleship were Zheng Kong, Li Yun, and other excellent pilots. The reason why he let Li Yun go up was to let Li Yun know clearly that the power of the eagle battleship wasn't that simple. Therefore, there must be someone who knew how to tell Li Zongjiu how powerful the eagle battleship was. This was to ensure that this plan wouldn't be aborted so quickly. This was just the first generation, there were still several generations waiting for it. So. Boom. The eagle battleship had more than 10 cannons of this size, and there was also a launching cabin. As for the things stored in the launching cabin, it would be stored according to different situations. Think about it, if you were in a quiet wilderness and a powerful bomb was thrown down, it could instantly raise your family to the ground. In a matter of minutes, your family would be completely destroyed. This was the most terrifying thing. How many people would be able to withstand such a sudden attack? The eagle battleship and the two black wind blood shadow condors were also entangled for a moment, but the black wind blood shadow condors were really powerful. With their sharp claws, it only took a few continuous attacks to break the defensive shield of the eagle battleship. When the last layer of the defensive shield was torn apart, the eagle battleship instantly rose up. Boom! In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the night sky. This is an escape device. It can instantly consume the energy of a high-grade primordial stone to reach 10 times the normal speed. Even the Origin Emperor level flying soul beast couldn't catch up with it. Xianxia said. At this moment, his heart was surging and he couldn't calm down. When the others saw this scene, they were all shocked. This? What the hell is this? F***CK, F***CK. After Qi Xiaohun and the others saw this scene, they couldn't close their eyes at all. The performance of the eagle battleship was clearly seen just now. Qi Xiaohun and the others also knew that the appearance of the eagle battleship would bring a great shock to the warship fleet. It would even change the way the warship battles in the future. Too fierce. Too shocking, this should be at least a few hundred years, or even thousands of years later. How did Li Zongjiu's brain contain such things? This is only the first generation. There are still many areas that haven't been improved. Later on, there will be gradual improvements. Xianxia said shyly. If the research was successful, everything would be fine. This was a matter of life and death for the Jing family. If it was successful, they would go to hell if it was not successful. But now, it seems that it was successful. Everyone was shocked. Even Nangong Wuji didn't know what had happened. When did you guys dig a hole? Nangong Wuji was extremely shocked. These people were too much. They actually dug such a big hole in his territory and didn't even tell him about it. Of course, the appearance of the eagle battleship was even more shocking. Wan Yulan was completely stunned. Could it be that the Xingyan dynasty's development had reached such a stage? They even developed such an abnormal battleship. In the past, in order to ensure the stability and power of the battleship, a huge amount of primordial stones were used to make the battleship bigger and stronger. It was like a floating city. Many designers even thought that this would be the future development direction. But the eagle battleship displayed by the white deer matter. Wan Yulan saw it clearly. This kind of fast-paced battleship was almost miraculous in sneak attacks. These people are too frightening. If they didn't come to the Xingyan dynasty by accident, they would have joined the White Deer Manor by accident. It was impossible for them to discover such a thing. It was believed that this thing was absolutely hidden from Li Zongjiu. A figure slowly descended. Only now did the crowd see the eagle battleship at a close distance. From the front, they could really feel the murderous aura from the eagle battleship. Qi. The crowd saw a cabin door open. Li Yun, Elder Zheng Kong, and the others walked down from the battleship. Around the body of the eagle battleship, there were already very intense burn marks. Cough, cough. When we were escaping, the speed of the detonation was too slow. The safety measures were not good enough. My neck was almost broken. Also, the angle of the third attack position was not good enough. While walking, Jin Kong kept talking about the parts that needed to be improved. There was a person behind him who was specially taking notes. Obviously, he was obsessed. At present, if we want to pilot the Eagle battleship and enter a perfect combat state, we need at least 5 battleship pilots to operate it together. This is the chief designer, Elder Jin Kong. Xianxia said. He also used this last sentence as an ending to lead the topic to Jin Kong. At this moment, they looked like they had just been fished out of the water. Their bodies were soaked. Obviously, the interior of the battleship was not so comfortable. Elder Jin Kong did a good job. Howren, introduce him. Li Zongjiu said. Then, Jin Kong also met Qi Xiaohun, Nangong Wuji, and the others. After knowing that there were so many big shots present today, he couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, there were still many problems with the Eagle battleship. When a layman saw this thing, he might say F***ck, 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 F***ck. But when an expert saw this thing, he would know the fatal flaws in it. Even the flaws in it could be seen at a glance. Therefore, in front of these experts, it was better to keep a low profile. This Eagle battleship will definitely shake the whole dynasty. Qi Xiaohun said excitedly. Everyone, let's move to the living room. Li Zongjiu said. After the tour of the battleship, of course, it was time to talk about business. During the research and development stage, these few companies were the ones who were paying for it. Song Jieyu also put in a lot of effort. Recently, the pressure on the performance of the battleship was getting bigger and bigger. Many of her old customers were also poached away. They seemed to have noticed that her side was weak and started to gradually move away. If Li Zongjiu's side also failed, it would be a fatal blow to Song Jieyu. Because she also used too many resources to invest in it. Fortunately, she believed that Li Zongjiu's vision was correct. This Eagle battleship will definitely become famous in one shot. This potential market will be worth trillions. Song Jieyu's eyes began to turn red. In the White Deer matter, Xiao Zhao had already listed out the criteria and benefits of each party. All aspects of the matter had been settled. After all, the relationship between these families was good. Even if they could occupy a share, it was already a great opportunity. Otherwise, how could it be their turn? Just being able to take the initiative was already a very good treatment. Li Zongjiu didn't participate in the specifics of the negotiations and how many benefits they would obtain. The emergence of the Eagle battleship was a big step ahead. Therefore, the technology must be thoroughly protected. If it was stolen, it would be equivalent to Li Zongjiu losing several thousand purple yuan. Therefore, these people of the Jing family must be protected. On this point, Xiao Zhao had already sent people to take care of it. Although their relationship was good, they still had to be on guard. Not only did they have to guard against the Jing family, but they also had to be on guard against the people from the other families. After all, even in peaceful times, there were still many bad people. Li Zongjiu was not in the meeting hall, so Qi Yanran naturally did not go. Otherwise, the Qi family might take advantage of this relationship and ask for an exorbitant price. Qi Yanran also did not want to make things too difficult for Li Zongjiu. The two of them were taking a stroll in the courtyard when they saw Ling Yan running in anxiously. I've finally found you. You really hid very well. Ling Yan rushed into the White Deer Manor. These days, he came to find Li Zongjiu several times in a row, but Li Zongjiu had been in closed-door training. This guy seemed to have nothing else to do. He was cultivating all day long. Today, he finally found him. What's wrong? Qi Yanran saw Ling Yan so nervous and could not help but ask. She thought something had happened. Tomorrow is the day of the competition. We agreed that no matter what, you have to do this for me. You have to go and give them a lesson. Ling Yan was already prepared to use a rope to tie Li Zongjiu up. Even if he had to forcefully kidnap him, he had to take Li Zongjiu away today. Ah, right, I forgot. Li Zongjiu had also been cultivating these days. It just so happened that there were no small fries to disturb him, so Li Zongjiu simply calmed down and cultivated. At the same time, he was waiting for the right time to go to the Haiku dynasty to deal with some matters. Most of the information from the Haiku dynasty came from Wan Yulan. With Wan Yulan maintaining the communications, there was no problem. I'm going to give them a lesson. Go ahead then. Speaking of this competition, I'm the senior sister leading the team. Your Heavenly Day medicine matter had better not lose. Qi Yanran said with a hint of provocation. Li Zongjiu naturally laughed. This kind of thing was hard to say. After all, the one participating in the next competition would not be Li Zongjiu. If Li Zongjiu participated, it would be guaranteed that they would win. Now, he was just going to give a lesson and impart some experience. Of course, he could not guarantee the final result. He followed Ling Yan to the Heavenly Day medicine matter. When he returned to the Heavenly Day medicine matter, Li Zongjiu did not feel much. As for the Genius Pavilion, there was no need to go there now. Some of the things inside would naturally be left to the juniors of the Heavenly Day medicine matter. It would be inappropriate to rashly destroy the balance and the original rules. Senior Li Zongjiu personally taught the lesson. When Li Zongjiu walked into the Heavenly Day medicine matter, he immediately saw a huge banner hanging on the roof. After seeing the banner, Li Zongjiu finally understood why Ling Yan was so anxious and wanted to catch him so badly. It turned out that the words had already been said. If he did not call him over, it would be a loss of face. One had to admit that Ling Yan was really skilled and daring. He actually dared to make such a guarantee. Now, in the Sacred Flame Royal City, only Ling Yan had the confidence to invite Li Zongjiu to attend such events. The other person was Elder Su Hong of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. He still had to give them face. However, Su Hong was even more cautious. He couldn't call Li Zongjiu for everything. If he provoked Li Zongjiu's disgust, then wouldn't the gains outweigh the losses, unlike Ling Yan? When Li Zongjiu appeared in front of the freshmen, everyone began to talk about it. Nan Pei Xian also took the time to come and listen. This disciple of a big family who was good at reading people's expressions had obviously succumbed to Li Zongjiu's prestige. He had no choice but to curry favor with Li Zongjiu. He had to keep these things in his heart. He had to hold Li Zongjiu in the palm of his hand. As long as Li Zongjiu was not dead, the world would be Li Zongjiu's. He would control the wind and clouds. They actually managed to get Senior Li Zongjiu to come. I heard that Senior Li Zongjiu doesn't give face to anyone. We've already invited Senior Li Zongjiu many times to the 3 major medicinal herbs in the city, but he never showed up. Is that so? What do you think is the relationship between Instructor Ling Yan and Senior Li? Haven't you heard? During the freshman recruitment, Senior Li was directly invited and completely stepped on the Chongqing Pavilion's limelight. Therefore, we have to be very careful in this freshman competition, because these people from the Chongqing Pavilion will definitely spare no effort to target us. The freshmen chattered in their seats. Li Zongjiu walked into the classroom and immediately discovered that it was a lecture hall. In the seats, in the corridor, and in the windows, there were a lot of people sitting. This group of people obviously came to listen to Li Zongjiu's lecture. Before going on stage, Li Zongjiu also glanced at Ling Yan beside him. It seemed like he was asking with his eyes. Didn't you say that you were going to give a lecture to the participants? Just by counting with his nose, there were more than a few dozen people. It was estimated that all the freshmen and even some seniors were present. Ling Yan's gaze looked elsewhere, as if to say that this matter had nothing to do with him. Then, he directly took the lead in applauding. Everyone, applaud. Welcome, welcome your Senior Li to give you a lecture. Although Senior Li did not obtain many honors, they are all heavyweight. In this elixir gathering of the 3 dynasties, your Senior Li only used 2 minutes to defeat the trump cards of the other 2 dynasties. As soon as Ling Yan's voice fell, thunderous applause was immediately heard. The whole building seemed to be about to collapse. Ahem, all of you stop. Don't play with these hypocrites. I don't know how to give a lecture. How about this, use your mental strength to attack me. Use your strongest move. Li Zongjiu said calmly. Recommended friend Guanshanda's Heavenly Eye Treasure. The writing is exquisite and the content is wonderful. Not much to say, quick praise. Using mental strength to attack him, everyone was dumbfounded. There were more than 300 students present. If all of them used their mental strength at the same time, even a primitive emperor wouldn't be able to withstand it. Moreover, these new students were all talented in alchemy. Everyone's strength wasn't weak. Although they might not be as strong as Li Zongjiu individually, if they worked together, even an ant could push an elephant. Without a doubt, this was an extremely dangerous move. If Li Zongjiu was strong, then Li Zongjiu was only a second-year student. He was only 1 year higher than them. Just 1 year higher, yet he dared to be so arrogant. Among the new students, there were a few more arrogant fellows who sneered. "Senior Li, you'd better be prepared." Geniuses were always at loggerheads with each other. None of them were willing to submit to anyone. Li Zongjiu being the champion of the elixir gathering of the 3 dynasties didn't mean that he couldn't do it. It was just because he didn't participate. It was because of this that these people were extremely arrogant. They didn't even put Li Zongjiu in their eyes. They thought that this guy was just lucky. "Listen to my command." After 5 breaths, attack together. There was a young man in a purple gold robe. The arrogance between his brows was extremely strong. Moreover, he had the demeanor of a natural leader. The rest of the new students also listened to his command. Nan Peixian glanced at this young man. It was said that this young man's background wasn't simple. He was the favored son of a prince who was in charge of the north. This time, he came to Monarch City to explore the city. However, this prince should have seen a lot of things. However, he couldn't imagine that this young man in front of him, Li Zongjiu, was such a terrifying existence. After a silent moment, the entire space in the classroom became chaotic. One could even clearly see the ripples in the space that were like water ripples, gradually surging over wave after wave. Boom! Li Zongjiu stood still. Li Zongjiu allowed the 300-plus forces in front of him to bombard him. Li Zongjiu's own power was condensed here. It was like a huge pool, containing all the terrifying power in front of him. More than 300 people attacked at the same time, but they were unable to shake Li Zongjiu at all. F***CK. Is this kid a monster? Ling Yan stood at the side. He originally wanted to stop Li Zongjiu from doing such a dangerous thing, but after thinking about it, Li Zongjiu had never lost before. Since he said it, it wasn't arrogance. Instead, he was truly confident. It was a good opportunity to witness the appearance of a miracle. Sure enough, Li Zongjiu was able to withstand all of the attacks. It could even be said that it was a piece of cake. Boom! All of a sudden, Li Zongjiu's counterattack was delivered to each of them. With twice the power of each of them, the counterattack directly blasted these people in front of him away. Boom! 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 More than 300 people at the scene vomited blood, fell, and screamed, some of them even fainted directly. At this moment, they truly understood the terrifying strength of this senior brotherly. It was completely beyond their imagination. Just this move alone had already surpassed the cultivation realm of countless people. To be able to achieve such strength, and to be able to accurately send every force back to them. One person resisted more than 300 people. How terrifying. My class is over. Li Zongjiu used his own strength to give them a good lesson. The meaning of this lesson was to tell them that they shouldn't casually fight with experts. They weren't qualified to do so. In addition, Li Zongjiu was also very direct. In the return of mental energy, he directly gave them some spiritual enlightenment. If they could comprehend it and understand it, they would naturally gain something. If they couldn't comprehend it and only treated the mental energy as an attack, an external force, then they would gain nothing. Li Zongjiu directly turned and left after leaving this sentence. Ling Yan and the others were dumbfounded as they looked at the mess in front of him. You brat came to this class and injured so many people, and you actually just left a sentence behind and walked away like a feather. You brat is really brave. Hey, you brat, are you coming to the competition tomorrow? Ling Yan shouted at Li Zongjiu's back. Not going. Li Zongjiu directly left after leaving this sentence. How could I have so much time to accompany you to do these things every day? Originally, Ling Yan wanted to pester Li Zongjiu, at least to settle this matter. However, the scene was so chaotic. So many students were injured by Li Zongjiu. If this spread out, wouldn't it make people's jaws drop? However, an unexpected situation occurred. Some of the students who were injured by Li Zongjiu directly meditated and began to cultivate, regardless of their injuries. It seemed that they wanted to refine this power in a timely manner. If this enlightenment disappeared, for them, they would lose a very important opportunity. Looking at them entering the state of cultivation and meditation one by one. Originally, Ling Yan didn't understand what kind of lesson Li Zongjiu gave them, but now it seemed that Li Zongjiu really gave them a very precious lesson. To be able to let so many people enter the state of enlightenment, what kind of teaching method is this? Ling Yan was stunned when he saw this scene. However, to be able to achieve Li Zongjiu's level, at least Li Zongjiu's level of mental strength was required. Otherwise, how could it be possible to achieve this level? Therefore, there was no way to replicate this method. Only Li Zongjiu could succeed. When Li Zongjiu walked out of Heavenly Star Medicine Mansion, there were several figures in front of him. They walked towards Li Zongjiu and arrogantly blocked Li Zongjiu's path. You must be Li Zongjiu. The person who walked towards him had a cold face and was a head taller than Li Zongjiu. He stared arrogantly at Li Zongjiu in front of him. You want to die? Li Zongjiu looked at the four people in front of him. He really didn't know what these youngsters were thinking. They actually dared to block Li Zongjiu's path. This was too stupid of an action. In the Sacred Flame Imperial City, no one dared to block Li Zongjiu's path for a long time. We are from Longevity Academy. Under the orders of eldest senior brother, we invite you to be present tomorrow. After saying that, he used his nose to glare at Li Zongjiu and whispered in Li Zongjiu's ear. If you don't show up at that time, you will bear the consequences. Bear the consequences yourself. Naturally, the meaning of the threat was quite clear. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but laugh. How many of you are here? Li Zongjiu looked at the man in front of him. The man was also stunned, not understanding what Li Zongjiu meant. Bang! Before the man could react, Li Zongjiu had already kicked him. Then, he kicked the man who had just spoken out. Along the street, he flew out for 100 meters. Finally, he fell to the ground with a plop. His buttocks landed directly on the ground. Li Zongjiu's kick also caused a sharp pain in his chest. Obviously, this kick just now had broken several of his bones. Cough, cough. After that man fell to the ground, he never got up again. The three people beside him were furious when they saw that Li Zongjiu had dared to attack them. These people were specially recruited. Chongqing Pavilion was a sect that specialized in alchemy. However, they also paid great attention to the cultivation of their origin power because they didn't need to seek protection from the outside world. If they only focused on the development of their alchemy cultivation, they would only become tools for others in the future. They would end up in a very tragic state. The pavilion master of Chongqing Pavilion had obviously realized this. Therefore, Chongqing Pavilion was also divided into the Alchemy Pavilion and the Martial Pavilion. These people were all disciples of the Martial Pavilion. Those who were able to enter the Longevity Pavilion were all extremely talented people. There were very few disciples in the Martial Pavilion to begin with. Therefore, the requirements for talent were even higher. The disciples of Chongqing Pavilion and the Martial Pavilion were even stronger than the core disciples of some of the first-rate sections. That was indeed the case. You have a death wish. Since Li Zongjiu had attacked, there was no need for them to hold back. It was not Chongqing Pavilion's style to always be patient. If something happened, the higher-ups would naturally take care of it. Immediately, a fierce look flashed across the faces of the three people. In the next second, there were 3 consecutive muffled sounds. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3 people were sent flying. They fell to the ground. It landed on the body of the person who had been sent flying by the kick. The 3 of them fell to the ground one after another like a human pyramid. The 4 of them stacked on top of each other on the street immediately attracted the attention of countless onlookers. Coincidentally, the 4 of them couldn't get up for a long time. The strength of Li Zongjiu's kick was quite accurate. It would take at least 10 minutes for them to recover, and during this time, they would not be able to move at all. He's really courting death. Li Zongjiu scanned with his spiritual power. How dare these people from the Longevity Pavilion behave so atrociously in front of Li Zongjiu? He quickly found a figure in the city. His figure flashed, and he immediately appeared in front of an inn in the city. A man was seated at a table near the street, drinking tea. Clearly, he had witnessed the scene of the cultivators from the longevity pavilion getting kicked away. Obviously, he was extremely shocked by the scene. However, when Li Zongjiu appeared in front of him, he was even more surprised. "Brother, is there something you need?" The man was obviously surprised, but he forced himself to remain calm. "I'm fine, but you're not." After Li Zongjiu finished speaking, he kicked the man. The man had no way of dodging at all. His physical fitness was much worse than the 4 people from before. After the kick, he flew over the fence on the 2nd floor and landed on the street. Pfft! The person who was kicked onto the street spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, he did not dare to believe that Li Zongjiu would know about the people he had arranged. "Next time, find out whose territory this is." Li Zongjiu came in front of the man. Crippling these people was a piece of cake for Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu's temper had improved. If it was before, even if these people did not die, they would lose some parts. A mere longevity pavilion dared to behave so atrociously in front of Li Zongjiu. They must be tired of living. Since these people from the longevity pavilion were so eager to die, Li Zongjiu would definitely make a trip to the longevity pavilion as a guest when he had the time. The news of the disciples of the longevity pavilion being beaten up on the street quickly spread. The news spread like wildfire, and some people saw the person who beat them up. It was a heroic-looking young man, which immediately caused people to be shocked. After some investigation, it turned out that it was Li Zongjiu from the White Deer Manor. It was no wonder. They were actually looking for trouble with Li Zongjiu. How could they not be at a disadvantage? The longevity medicine manor is probably trying to build up their reputation. That's why they want to make a move on Li Zongjiu. If they can directly trip Li Zongjiu up, the reputation of the longevity medicine manor will naturally rise. However, they seem to have found the wrong person. I'm afraid that they are not qualified to go against Li Zongjiu with their strength. It's a good thing that Li Zongjiu's temper has improved recently. In the past, at least 100 lives in Royal City were related to Li Zongjiu. Some of the people who had been in Royal City for a longer time had naturally heard of Li Zongjiu's reputation. They even knew how shocking the things that Li Zongjiu had done were. Now, their tempers were slightly more restrained. Naturally, this made everyone even more surprised. Although they had been holding it in all day and had not exploded, it would be too late for regrets if they suddenly exploded one day. Jin Province. Gu family. The Gu family sat on the resources of the entire Jin province. A long time ago, as an earth-shattering and powerful family, one could imagine how majestic they were back then. Later on, when the Xianxia dynasty's royal family rose to power, they divided the world and made it their own territory. If anyone was dissatisfied, they could directly start a war. In the end, they were able to obtain such a place in the Gu family. This was already a great honor for the Gu family. Otherwise. However, this also proved that the Gu family was strong and powerful. It would not be so easy to destroy them. The cohesion of the entire Gu family in Jin province naturally surpassed that of the Xianxia dynasty. Sometimes, having a large territory was not necessarily a good thing. If something were to happen, one might not be able to take care of it. The Gu family occupied Jin province's Skygold City. Within Skygold City, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly descended between the heavens and the earth. Some of the elders in the Gu family who were waiting for orders also stood up in shock at this moment. Their faces were filled with surprise. This is, the family head has finally broken through the sovereign realm. Looking down on the universe. This surging aura was so vast that it shook the mountains and the seas. The yuan qi within Jin province also surged towards the Gu family like 3 flowers at one's head at this moment. Some of the people who were in charge of secretly watching the Gu family were stunned when they saw this scene. White Deer Manor. Xiaoxiao had also received the news. In fact, after Li Zongjiu and the Gu family had a grudge, Xiaoxiao had been paying attention to the Gu family in the Jin region. After all, the Gu family in the Jin region was extremely powerful. It was not something that ordinary forces could compare to. After such a thing happened, they actually remained indifferent. This meant that the Gu family had been preparing for something. Now, he finally knew. These people were actually waiting for their family head to break through to the sovereign realm. The entire Jin region, or even the entire Xingyan dynasty, would be extremely shocked. He did not know what the Xingyan dynasty's imperial family would do in the face of a powerful supreme being expert. In short, regardless of what the Holy Flame imperial family or other forces would do, he had to ensure that the Gu family would not find trouble with the White Deer matter. After thinking about it, Xiaoxiao decided to report this news to Li Zongjiu. Before a sovereign realm expert, any form of deterrence was useless. The sovereign realm expert only needed a light palm strike to destroy the entire White Deer matter. Contrary to Xiaoxiao's expectations. After Li Zongjiu received the news, he only nodded and said that he understood. After that, he did not do anything else. Although Xiaoxiao was burning with anxiety, he did not continue to ask because of his respect and trust for Li Zongjiu. However, Xiaoxiao was also trying his best to recruit some experts. He had to ensure the safety of the White Deer matter. A sovereign realm expert had appeared in the Jin region's Gu family. This news was not concealed at all. In just a day, the whole world knew about it. The Heavenly Pill Pavilion also knew that Li Zongjiu and the Gu family had an indelible hatred. However, the Gu family's strength made it difficult for them. One was a genius alchemist. If they lost such a genius, they did not know when they would be able to find another one. However, the other was a sovereign realm expert. What kind of concept was this? Even the royal family of the Xingyan dynasty did not dare to overlook it. They had to pay full attention to it. The attitude of the Skyflame dynasty's royal family was also unclear. However, 3 days later, they rewarded the Gu family's patriarch. The head of the Gu clan was appointed as the governor of the two mountains. The so-called governor of the two mountains referred to the terrain between the two heavenly moat mountain ranges, which would be under the jurisdiction of the Gu clan. These two mountains were actually the Gu clan's territory. It was just that he didn't say it out loud before. Now that he said it out loud, it was equivalent to tacitly agreeing to the Gu family's position as the overlord of Jin state. He didn't admit it in the past, but now he directly admitted it. He also wanted the Gu family head to report to the imperial court in a few days. When Qi Yanran heard the news, she was also very anxious. The head of the Gu clan has been conferred the title of governor of the two mountains. Within half a month at most, he will definitely come to Royal City to meet the emperor. Zongjiu, the head of the Gu clan, will definitely come to settle the score from before. Qi Yanran said to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu had also just come out of seclusion recently. The freshman competition had already entered a critical stage. In short, the situation of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor wasn't very good. The Longevity Medicine Manor and the Azure Ocean Academy were like brave armies, singing loudly and breaking through one after another. They were coming with great momentum. The Longevity Herb Manor was one thing. However, the Azure Sea Academy actually possessed such strength. Due to that, the onlookers were taken aback. They had originally assumed that the Azure Sea Academy was just a cannon fodder. At that very moment, however, the results that the Azure Sea Academy had achieved were extremely impressive. Qi Yanran was originally in charge of the Four Seas Academy. But after hearing the news, the first thing that came to her mind was Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu had killed so many people from the Gu clan, so he would definitely come for revenge. He might even kill Li Zongjiu to establish his dominance. This kind of thing couldn't be more normal. Don't worry. He's just a supreme being who has just broken through. He won't be able to cause much trouble in front of me. But your words have reminded me. Li Zongjiu stood up and brushed off the dust on his body. Waiting for the Gu clan to come knocking on his door, that wasn't Li Zongjiu's style. Since everyone said that he was a threat, Li Zongjiu naturally couldn't let him continue living. Xiaoxiao, can the Eagle battleship enter the battle now? Li Zongjiu called for Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao was waiting for orders not far away. Young master, other than the experimental model, there's a real prototype, the Eagle battleship No. 1. It can enter the battle at any time. Xiaoxiao replied. Get the pilot ready to make a trip to Jinzhou. Li Zongjiu said. The moment he said that, the two girls were shocked. Zhongjiu. When Qi Yanran heard that, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. However, Qi Yanran understood Li Zhongjiu's character. After hesitating for a moment, she stepped forward and held Li Zhongjiu's hand. No matter what, I'll accompany you. Hearing Qi Yanran's words, Li Zhongjiu pinched her cheeks. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to any of you. Li Zhongjiu said gently. Go. Also, call all the guest elders of our White Deer Manor. Li Zhongjiu said. In recent days, he had also recruited a lot of experts. At this moment, they were all gathered in White Deer Manor. Xiaoxiao was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that Li Zhongjiu would choose to take the initiative to attack. Going to the Gu clan in Jianzhou. It was truly shocking. It was completely unexpected. Just like how no one dared to believe that Li Zhongjiu could kill his way into Qingyuan Manor alone and overturn the entire manor, causing a huge commotion. How can you kill me when it's all about fighting and killing? Kuan Arashi's figure walked in from outside. When he heard the news, Kuan Arashi's first reaction was that the Gu clan was in trouble. However, the other party was a supreme being expert, and he didn't know if Li Zhongjiu could handle it. However, with Li Zhongjiu's temper, he would definitely take the initiative to deal with the Gu clan. What have you been doing all this time? Don't talk about it. Teacher Sun Yu has been researching something recently. I haven't seen the sun for a long time. When Kuan Arashir said this, he looked depressed. It was obvious that Sun Yu had high hopes for Kuan Arashir. He would bring Kuan Arashir into everything, which gave Kuan Arashir a headache. After a few days of continuous research, they also stayed in the laboratory and did very boring research. In terms of elixir research, Li Zhongjiu obviously couldn't directly take out the results of the future. If he did that, these people wouldn't be able to handle the amount of information. Secondly, if their foundation wasn't solid enough, everything in the future would be superficial. This was something that had to be remembered clearly. If they encountered a slight problem, they wouldn't be able to solve it. Alright, follow me to Jianzhou. Something big was happening in the White Deer Manor. All the experts stationed in various places were summoned. Obviously, there was going to be a tough battle. Wan Yulan was among them. The Black Canal Basilica had not done anything recently, which was out of Wan Yulan's expectation. Perhaps these people had confidence in the life and death servant, which was why they were so lax. However, Wan Yulan was also thinking of ways to cut off the information from here. Just the spies of the Haiku dynasty had been purged during this period. Except for Wan Yulan. There were also two primitive emperor experts who were hired as guests of the White Deer Manor. These two were brothers, known as the Liangshan brothers. It was said that these two were inseparable. If they joined forces, their combat power would be extremely terrifying. Although they were only second-grade primitive emperors, their combined strength would be close to that of a fourth-grade primitive emperor. However, there seemed to be some problems with the cultivation techniques that these two cultivated. Therefore, they came to Li Zhongjiu's White Deer Manor to ask for medicine. Li Zhongjiu knew the symptoms of these two at a glance. He casually refined an elixir and their injuries were healed. Of course, he did not eradicate them directly. However, this also made the Liangshan brothers understand that Li Zhongjiu had the ability to heal them. On the spot, the Liangshan brothers slapped their thighs and joined the White Deer Manor as guests. In addition, there were some Yuan King experts. These Yuan King experts were not qualified to guard the White Deer Manor. Therefore, they were sent to guard the shops below. There would often be some small disturbances. Therefore, this was a very normal thing. Now that Li Zhongjiu had taken action, he had gathered all these people. The number of Yuan King experts had reached 20. With such a lineup, ordinary first-rate sects would not dare to provoke them. No one could have imagined that the White Deer Manor would develop to such a scale in such a short period of time, and that their forces would grow to such an extent. Nangong Wuji, you stay in the manor. I'm afraid that someone will come and cause trouble. Li Zhongjiu said. Everyone else, board the warship. Even Han Shursan was captured by Li Zhongjiu as a strong man. However, Xiaoxiao was extremely worried. Perhaps if these people went, they would be completely wiped out. Perhaps the young master would really not be able to return after leaving. Tui tui tui, how could he think like that? Young master, you must be careful. The size of the Eagle battleship was enough to carry so many people. When the warship rose into the sky, two figures from the White Deer Manor swiftly followed behind it. He flew towards the distant sky. The actions of the White Deer Manor were naturally noticed by the other factions in the city. With such a big movement, it was definitely not an escape. In fact, there was no place to escape. With their strength, it was extremely easy for them to catch you. That kid really set off? When Chu Tairan heard this news, his face was also filled with nervousness and disbelief. However, Li Zongjiu's action of striking a stone with an egg was really stupid. If Li Zongjiu really had the ability to deal with a sovereign realm expert, then he would be able to do it. Then why would he stay here? No, I have to go and see Emperor Xingyan. Speaking of this, Chu Tairan hurriedly prepared. However, when Chu Tairan walked into the palace, he was informed that the great emperor was in seclusion. It was obvious that he was trying to decline. Now, the only person in the world who could save Li Zongjiu was the Emperor Xingyan. If the Emperor Xingyan was unwilling to help, Li Zongjiu could only die. Emperor, Li Zongjiu must not die. In Chu Tairan's eyes, he could already foresee that Li Zongjiu's achievements in the future would definitely surpass that of a Supreme Being expert. Although the prestige of a Supreme Being expert was unparalleled in the world, this matter was not so simple. The changes that Li Zongjiu's talent could bring to the alchemy world were immeasurable. However, Emperor Xingyan seemed to be indifferent. Even for a long time, Emperor Xingyan had solved things in this way. He let them solve everything by themselves. The extent to which this matter could develop was what Emperor Xingyan liked. Otherwise, if he interfered with any side and caused some irreversible losses, it would be extremely inappropriate for Emperor Xingyan. Similarly, the Gu family of the Jin province also received the news that Li Zongjiu was moving out in full force. In the eyes of the Gu family, such a suicidal action was simply idiotic. The third elder of the Gu family, Gu Tianqing. Gu Tianqing gathered a group of experts from the Gu family, and at the same time, he also gathered the experts from the other major families in Skygold City. If you discover the actions of the people from the White Deer Manor, you know what to do? Gu Tianqing said indifferently. At this moment, there were more than 10 primitive emperors sitting in this meeting. The number of experts from the forces behind them would be even greater. No one dared to believe that when this power was gathered together, it actually possessed such a powerful might. Rest assured, Elder. I will send people to intercept them at Walnut Ridge tonight. How dare a mere ant act rashly in front of a saint? To them, an external enemy like Li Zongjiu should be eliminated. That night, a large group of experts had already set up an ambush on Walnut Ridge. This was the only way to Skygold City. Not only that, they had also specially mobilized 2 warships that were comparable to the Qilin warships to seal off the entire sky. Many experts were resting on the deck. Do you think that Li Zongjiu is a fool? What is he thinking? Why is he attacking the Gu family? No, I think that Li Zongjiu is very smart. Oh? What do you mean? Think about it. If Li Zongjiu had stayed here obediently, he could only have died a sullen death. In the end, he would have nothing left. However, if he came here directly, although he would definitely die, at his age, he would have embarrassed the powerful Gu family. Wouldn't he leave behind a good story for the future generations? At the very least, he would have preserved his reputation. An primitive emperor said as he sipped on his wine, analyzing the situation. Currently, there were 7 primitive emperors and more than 50 primitive kings on Walnut Ridge. They were all waiting for Li Zongjiu's arrival. In their opinion, the forces gathered by Li Zongjiu were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Attention, there's movement ahead. Suddenly, someone sounded the alarm. At the same time, a light incendiary bomb shot into the sky, illuminating the scene ahead. Whoosh, when this light appeared, 2 beams of light instantly blasted their warship. Boom, billowing smoke suddenly rose into the sky. The warship fell directly from the sky. As the flames flickered, the 7 primitive emperors from Skygold City unleashed their auras and rushed towards the strange-looking warship. The outside world did not know how many people Li Zongjiu had brought with him. The 7 primitive emperors joined forces and unleashed a terrifying aura. At the same time, they immediately noticed that there seemed to be some movement in front of them. They saw a strange-looking warship appearing in front of them. It was this thing that had shot down their warship. Shoot it down. At this moment, a strong mental strength spread out. 3 of them were immediately trapped by this mental strength. They were stunned on the spot, unable to move. Then, 3 blazing rays of light pierced through the 3 of them. Boom! Immediately, the 3 of them were burned to ashes. They were killed by the other party before they could even react. What? The appearance of such a situation could be said to be unprecedented. Everyone could not believe it. 3 primitive emperors were killed by the other party in an instant. Did they think this was an opera? Swoosh! From the warship, a white light suddenly swept down and immediately wrapped around one of them. Immediately, the figure struggled for a while. However, the white light on his body seemed to be extremely powerful. He could not break free at all. The other 2 wanted to help when they saw the situation, but they were attracted by the 2 strong winds behind them. The black-winged blood shadow condor was like a killer in the dark night. It appeared in a hurry and escaped 1,000 meters away. Of course, its talons were also grabbing a figure. The cannons on the Eagle-type warship accurately blasted the figure grabbed by the black-winged blood shadow condor into pieces. Boom! Boom! 2 of them died instantly. The only person who wasn't injured and didn't target Li Zhongjiu was the person who had said that Li Zhongjiu was smart but was actually mocking him. When he saw the scene before him, when he saw this, he panicked and rushed towards the direction of Skygold City as if he had lost his soul. However, the 2 black-winged blood shadow condors rushed towards this expert, trying to outdo each other. Boom! The sound of an explosion was heard. The terrifying commotion was rather tragic. One could even see the primitive emperor expert being tossed around like a toy by the 2 meta beasts in the air. Limbs flew. Blood splattered. Kill. Li Zhongjiu waved his hand, and the expert standing on the warship jumped and rushed towards the people below. Other than the primitive emperors, there were also dozens of primitive monarchs lying in ambush below. The power displayed by these primitive monarchs should not be underestimated. They could also be of use at critical moments. However, the 7 Yuan monarchs had been dealt with in an instant. Now, there was no lack of Yuan monarchs among the enemies that were rushing over. Yuan monarchs like them simply weren't enough. After barely holding on for a moment, they began to flee frantically. The men that Li Zhongjiu brought with him did not show any mercy. They killed those that they could, and left those that they could not to the black-winged blood shadow condor. Li Zhongjiu had taken care of all the people who had shown up tonight. The person who had been swept up into the sky by Qi Yanran's desolate heaven essence. Li Zhongjiu also took the latter's life with his hammer. It took less than 10 minutes to deal with the enemies that were lying in ambush at Walnut Ridge. Although it sounded fast, there was still some resistance in the process of carrying it out. I'd like to see how many people dare to stop me, Li Zhongjiu said coldly. The men under him were also quite excited after fighting for a while. Moments later, the warship arrived in front of Skygold City. However, Li Zhongjiu did not expose the Eagle warship. He let the Eagle warship hover 10,000 meters above the ground. It hid in the clouds, waiting for the call at any time. 2 black-winged blood shadow condors were also hovering in the sky, protecting the warship. After all, Li Yan was also in the warship. Hence, the warship could not be damaged. If the warship was destroyed, the loss would be considerable. Li Zhongjiu was here to cause trouble for the Gu family, not to massacre the city. Naturally, he would not attack the city. The guards of Skygold City were soldiers of the imperial court. Although most of the people in power had been bribed, they did not dare to question Li Zhongjiu and his men when they saw him walking over. Even if they had been ordered to do so. At this moment, there would not be any obstruction and they would let him pass. Lord Li, I am the guard of Skygold City, Meng Hao. To be honest, the city is now filled with murderous intent. Lord, please do not enter the city rashly. A general in armor came up to Li Zhongjiu and said. After all, Li Zhongjiu was an honorary elder of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. He was also an official of the imperial court. If he could help him at this time, it would be considered as fulfilling his duty. At the same time, he might be able to make a fortune. If that was the case, he would have made a fortune. In any case, Li Zongjie wouldn't be able to live for long. In his opinion, Li Zongjie would die sooner or later. It was more or less the same. You accepted the Gu family's money, and now you want to get some benefits from me. You have done a good job of being smooth and slick. Li Zongjie glanced at Meng Hao indifferently. With just one glance, Meng Hao felt as if he had been plunged into an ice cellar. What kind of person could have such a terrifying look in their eyes? Meng Hao's heart was completely shaken. He did not dare to say anything more. When I leave the city, you can kill yourself. Otherwise, I will bury your whole family with you. Li Zongjie patted Meng Hao's shoulder. He directly led his men and swept past Meng Hao. Meng Hao's body froze on the spot. He did not expect Li Zongjie, who was only a teenager, to have such sharp eyes. This did not conform to the latter's settings at all. How is this possible? As he spoke, his heart began to pound with nervousness. Your Excellency, Li Zongjie is too presumptuous. One of Meng Hao's deputies stepped forward. It seemed that he could not stand Li Zongjie's arrogance, but he did not dare to say anything in front of Li Zongjie. But what he said? Your Excellency, what do you think? When Li Zongjie left, he would kill himself. You want me to die? It's hard to say if he can even survive the night. Meng Hao laughed coldly. He had originally wanted to pretend to warn Li Zongjie out of goodwill and then take the opportunity to gain some benefits. However, he did not expect Li Zongjie to directly expose him. This made him feel extremely embarrassed. You actually want me to kill myself? Do you think you are the emperor? In any case, I am the guardian general of Skygold City. If I kill myself because of a single sentence from you, how embarrassing would that be? As he thought about this, Meng Hao felt as if he had been possessed. Every moment, he thought about the way Li Zongjie looked at him. At the same time, he was also worried. If Li Zongjie really left alive, wouldn't he really be in trouble? It was already late, so Li Zongjie didn't charge straight into the Gu family. That way, if word got out, wouldn't he be like a bandit? That would be a huge blow to his reputation. Thus, Li Zongjie directly brought his men and found a top-notch restaurant opposite the Gu family's courtyard. Everyone stayed there. This place was the property of the Gu family. Although it wasn't managed by the Gu family, the big boss behind it was the Gu family. Hence, it was considered a high-class restaurant in the core district. Manager, please arrange for all of us to stay here. If we can't accommodate all of us, please chase the other guests out. You can leave by yourself. Li Zongjie walked in and said nonchalantly. Before the manager could reply, he saw a group of fiendish people walk in with smirks on their faces, as if they were ready to explode at any moment. The manager, who had been scheming, felt his heart skip a beat when he saw so many people walk in. These people didn't seem easy to deal with, so he wanted to remind these arrogant people of where they were. However, one of his subordinates also came forward and whispered a few words in the manager's ear. The manager's expression changed immediately and he immediately served them with good wine and meat. Hee. Don't worry, there are plenty of rooms tonight. It won't be a problem for each of you to have a room. As a high-class restaurant in the core district, how could it be small? Hence, there were more than 100 rooms. Clear out the best room for our young master. A Yuan monarch elite working under Taifai said. This person had been at the forefront when dealing with Zhang Feng. He was also the most courageous and unafraid of death. At the same time, he was also very observant and knew what a young master like Li Zongjie wanted. Now, not only had he killed his way into the Skygold City, but he had also stayed in the inn opposite the Gu family. There was only one word to describe it: arrogance. This person was called Mao Jiang, and he was a ruthless person. Upon hearing Mao Jiang's words and seeing the unfriendly looks in everyone's eyes, the manager looked troubled. Sir, to tell you the truth, the top floor of our Golden Heaven Pavilion has been reserved by a young master of the Gu family for an extended period of time. We truly do not possess that authority. The shopkeeper said with a long face. Mao Jiang was excited when he heard that. What a guy. Who's so bold that he dares to snatch a room from our young master? Call him down. Immediately, the slap landed on the people brought by Li Zongjie. The dozen or so tables in the main hall of the inn were all filled. Li Zongjiu sat in a private room. Qi Yanran, Wan Yulan, and Kuan Erishur sat with Li Zongjiu. During the battle just now, Kuan Erishur had also challenged a few people. Of course, in the end, Kuan Erishur did not kill them. It was not that he did not want to kill them, but that they ran too fast. If Kuan Erishur rashly chased after them, the situation would not be certain. Where did this dog come from? Don't you know whose territory this is? Barking and shouting here. Just as Mao Jiang was taking the lead to cause trouble, a handsome man came down from upstairs with a delicate woman in his arms. There were 2 burly guards in front of him leading the way. As a direct descendant of the Gu family, Gu Zhiyuan was ranked 13th among the direct descendant disciples. He was also known as the 13th young master. The Gu family was a large family with countless disciples. In order to make it easier to calculate, they directly used strength to determine seniority. The stronger one was, the higher one's ranking would be. As long as one was not over 30 years old, they would be ranked according to this method. The rooms on the top floor of the Sky Gold Pavilion were all reserved by the 13th young master, Gu Zhiyuan. In a place like the Sky Gold City, there was naturally no need for bodyguards. However, with his status, he would not have any underlings following him when he went out. How could this be? When Mao Jiang heard Gu Zhiyuan's words, a sinister smile appeared on his face. It was normal to be scolded in the underworld. However, the prerequisite was that one had sufficient strength. If one did not have enough strength, the consequences would be very tragic. Oh, this girl is not bad. Brother Mao, shall we go and get to know her? Another person who had a good relationship with Mao Jiang also stood up. All right. Let this blind thing see who's the real dog. There were more than 20 Yuan monarchs and 5 or 6 Yuan emperors sitting on his side. How could he be afraid? Even if he failed, there would definitely be others who would replace him. This brat would definitely be dead. You're courting death. Cripple the 2 of them. Throw them to the backyard to feed the dogs. With Gu Zhiyuan's command, the 2 burly men in front of him charged towards Mao Jiang and the other person. The 4 of them collided with each other and were forced to retreat. They were actually Yuan monarchs. The Gu family was indeed an ancient family. Even the 13th young master's bodyguards were Yuan monarchs. However, Mao Jiang and the other person did not cower. Instead, they revealed excited expressions. They had not had enough fun killing at Walnut Ridge just now. Again. The 4 of them fought fiercely. Who knew how many tables, chairs, and benches were smashed? The ground shook and many diners fled one after another. In the end, Mao Jiang and the other person's skills were a level higher and they directly defeated the other 2, each of them stepped on the ground one by one. Brat, how many people do you have? Just call them over. Mao Jiang's clothes were torn to shreds. The strong muscles on his chest were exposed. At the same time, Mao Jiang looked at Gu Zhiyuan provocatively and used his gaze to tease the girl beside Gu Zhiyuan. Gu Zhiyuan sneered when he saw this. Immediately, Gu Zhiyuan's figure flashed like a ray of light and instantly appeared in front of Mao Jiang. He stretched out his hand and a terrifying amount of yuan qi condensed between his palms. Mao Jiang and the other person's eyes flashed with surprise. In the next moment, they collided with Gu Zhiyuan's palms and were sent flying. Bang, bang, Gu Zhiyuan's strength had actually reached the level of a 7th grade Yuan monarch. If Qi Yanran had not consumed the Sky Dragon elixir, she definitely would not have been able to compete with Gu Zhiyuan in terms of cultivation. Of course, the elixirs and resources that Gu Zhiyuan could consume were not on the same level as Qi Yanran. It was normal for the latter to have such strength. Furthermore, with the desolate heaven essence in hand, even if Qi Yanran was only a 1st grade Yuan monarch, she would still be able to beat the person in front of her. 2 pieces of trash dare to be insolent in front of me? Trash, how many people do you have? Come at me together. Gu Zhiyuan raised his eyebrows slightly and said arrogantly. However, he guessed that these 2 were just wanderers who didn't know the difference between life and death. After he finished speaking, Gu Zhiyuan turned around and extended his hand, preparing to receive the latter. In the end, he saw that his woman had a frightened expression in her eyes. Furthermore, she was pointing behind him. When Gu Zhiyuan turned around with a frown on his face. He saw that the 20 to 30 people who were eating and drinking in the inn had all stood up. Some of them had toothpicks in their mouths, while others had pig heads in their hands. Their gazes were extremely unfriendly. "Sorry, we still have so many people." Kuan Erasher laughed loudly. Gu Zhiyuan was taken aback when he saw such a huge lineup. What sort of situation was this? However, the people before him dared to act arrogantly before him. "Gu Zhiyuan? Idiot, which clan are you from? Don't tell me you don't know whose territory this is?" Gu Zhiyuan bellowed at these people, wanting to suppress them with his aura. However, it was clear that Gu Zhiyuan's aura was unable to suppress the people before him. Everyone had a mocking attitude. From the looks of it, the latter was flustered and exasperated. However, Gu Zhiyuan was no fool. The people before him had clearly inquired about this place. It was clear that they had come to look for trouble. Immediately, Gu Zhiyuan leapt up and rushed up the stairs. He planned to flee in another direction. However, by the time that Gu Zhiyuan moved, someone had already acted. Gu Zhiyuan was directly captured. "Get down!" Bang! The ones who attacked were the Liangshan brothers. Under the beckoning of these two brothers, Gu Zhiyuan naturally did not have the strength to fight back and was easily thrown to the ground. The rest of the people also swarmed up and violently beat up the Gu clan's young master. Finally, they dragged him to Li Zongjiu. At this moment, Gu Zhiyuan's face was covered in wounds and blood. Li Zongjiu looked at Gu Zhiyuan's female companion and casually waved his hand, indicating for her to leave. However, the woman seemed to have been scared silly by this scene. She did not dare to believe that someone would dare to attack Gu Zhiyuan. Right across from the Gu clan, was this person tired of living? There were truly all kinds of people in this world. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" One of them shouted at the woman. Only then did the woman wake up from her daze. She quickly lifted her little skirt and ran away. After the woman left. Only then did Li Zongjiu prepare to deal with Gu Zhiyuan. "Your mouth is very dirty and needs to be cleaned. Since your parents didn't teach you well, I must properly teach you in your father's place. A person must know manners. Knock out all his teeth." Li Zongjiu said indifferently. "Who are you? What do you want?" Gu Ziyuan didn't know Li Zongjiu at all. This Li Zongjiu was clearly targeting him. This made Gu Ziyuan very unhappy. "What the hell is going on with you? Why are you targeting me?" In Skygold City, Gu Zhiyuan would never provoke others unless it was done by someone from the Gu clan. Otherwise, how could anyone attack a member of the Gu clan in Skygold City? That person must be tired of living. "You didn't offend me. You're just unlucky." Li Zongjiu casually waved his hand, and several people dragged Gu Zhiyuan away. They pulled out his teeth on the spot. Hearing Gu Zhiyuan squealing like a pig being slaughtered, some people enjoyed it. Normally, these young masters of aristocratic families would bully others. Although Gu Zhiyuan hadn't bullied them, his arrogant and hedonistic temperament naturally needed to be taught a lesson. News of Li Zongjiu's arrival in the city. The entire Gu clan was shaken. The Gu clan's third elder immediately appeared to preside over the situation. In front of Gu Tianxing was a long table that was close to 20 meters long. On both sides of the table sat people in different attire. Some of the people in the table had already changed their seats. "Third elder, our patriarch has never returned. When we investigated the scene, we only found our patriarch's corpse. You must seek justice for our patriarch. Our great elder's corpse is also nowhere to be found. Li Zongjiu and his group are simply unreasonable bandits. They kill people like flies and deserve to die. Third elder, we just received news that Li Zongjiu and his group are currently staying in the Skygold Tower. 13th young master Gu Zhiyuan has been captured by them." A deacon of the Gu clan came to report. Gu Tianxing could still sit still after hearing the previous news. However, after hearing this news, he could no longer sit still. What? The reason why Gu Zhiyuan was able to stay in the Skygold Tower was naturally because his identity wasn't simple. Gu Tianxing was his grandfather. With the Gu clan's third elder's grandfather as his backer, as long as he didn't go overboard, no one would do anything to him. As long as Gu Zhiyuan knew his limits, he wouldn't have to worry about food or clothing. In addition, Gu Zhiyuan's talent wasn't bad and he was quite hardworking. He was just a bit lustful. However, Gu Tianxing didn't care about that. Which man wasn't lustful? You're courting death. Gu Tianxing was obviously furious. He had actually captured his grandson. Li Zongjiu was so vicious and merciless. He didn't know what he would do to Gu Zhiyuan, but he knew that it wouldn't be anything good. He could imagine it just by thinking about it. Immediately summon the torture chamber's ancient soldiers. Gu Tianxing immediately ordered. The torture chamber's ancient soldiers were the Gu clan's external fighting force. Once the ancient soldiers appeared, it meant that the Gu clan's attitude had arrived. If you still stubbornly resisted, only death would await you. Obviously, Gu Tianxing couldn't tolerate this. The other party had arranged a large number of people in the Golden Sky Pavilion. This was clearly provoking the Gu clan. If he could tolerate this, then Gu Tianxing didn't need to continue being the third elder. Elder, please wait. We don't know the strength of the other party's people. If we attack rashly, we might suffer losses. One of the elders hurriedly tried to persuade him. The great elder and second elder were assisting the family head to stabilize his realm. At the same time, they also gathered in front of the family head and enjoyed some benefits in front of this newly advanced supreme being. Therefore, most of the responsibility was given to the third elder. Most of the authority was in the third elder's hands. Originally, the great elder and second elder, and even the family head himself, would come out of seclusion soon. However, when they heard that Gu Zhiyuan was in the hands of the other party, they couldn't tolerate it. They had to completely kill Li Zongjiu. Shut up. Do you think the Gu clan's strength can't cripple a mere country bumpkin? Li Zongjiu's background had naturally been thoroughly investigated by the Gu clan. In their opinion, a place like Luoxia City was simply a wasteland. How could anyone live in such a place where the vitality was thin and the resources were scarce? If one were to draw a circle in Jin province, the resources under the land would be many times richer than Luoxia City. Therefore, they naturally looked down on Li Zongjiu. At this moment, it was obvious that Li Zongjiu had climbed up and stepped on their heads. Who would be able to tolerate this? Immediately, the Gu soldiers of the torture chamber gathered in the square. There were a total of 76 Gu soldiers. Each of them was fierce and ferocious. It wouldn't be a problem for them to kill gods and Buddhas. When the ancient soldiers gathered, they were filled with killing intent. Gu Tianxing also ordered the vassal families to surround the Golden Sky Pavilion. The general of Golden Sky City, Meng Hao, was also paying attention to Li Zongjiu's situation. After being threatened by Li Zongjiu, Meng Hao felt extremely uneasy. Meng Hao knew that if Li Zongjiu was still alive, he would definitely not be at ease. He had to see Li Zongjiu die in front of him with his own eyes. Therefore, at this moment, he was constantly asking his subordinates to gather information. How is it? What's the situation now? Meng Hao couldn't help but ask. One of his subordinates had just returned and was impatient even before he could stand firm. The latest news is that Li Zongjiu has taken over the Golden Sky Pavilion and captured the Gu family's 13th prince. Now, the Gu family has gathered the ancient soldiers and surrounded the Golden Sky Pavilion. The messenger said. Good, good. That brat is courting death. The 13th prince is Gu Tianxing's grandson. If anything happens to him, that brat will definitely not be able to live. When he thought about how Li Zongjiu would be dismembered by the Gu family's ancient soldiers, he felt incomparably delighted. He had to die. He had to die. Quick, continue to scout. If there's any situation, quickly report back. Meng Hao drank a mouthful of tea to calm himself down. At least for now, it seemed that Li Zongjiu wouldn't have an easy time. Even the ancient soldiers had been mobilized. This was already a clear indication of the Gu family's attitude. Therefore, it was impossible to let this matter pass so easily. Golden Sky Pavilion. Some of the nearby shops had already closed their doors. However, there were some people who were interested and sent people to keep an eye on the Golden Heaven Pavilion. Among them were the people from the Thousand Taste Grass Hall. The people from the Thousand Taste Grass Hall didn't go to sell their own herbs. Instead, they were here to watch the battle in the Golden Sky Pavilion. Currently, everyone in the city knew that Li Zhongjiu from the Sacred Flame Imperial City's White Deer Manor had come. Was he coming to the Gu family to die, or was he here to announce his strength and status, to demonstrate his power? The #1 clan in the Jin province, the Gu clan, was actually provoked by a youth who was not even 20 years old. This scene was too exciting, and no one wanted to give up. He stared at them with wide eyes. This Li Zhongjiu, in just 1 year, has already reached such a powerful level. In the Thousand Flavors Grass Hall, a lady was elegantly brewing tea behind a curtain. When she heard the news, she glanced sideways. When she lifted the curtain, a pair of jet-black bright eyes were extremely dazzling. The trouble this guy is causing is getting bigger and bigger. I heard, he's with the eldest daughter of the Qi family? The young girl twirled her long hair with her fingers. She turned around and opened the window, looking in the direction of the Golden Sky Tower. It made him hesitate. The young lady's footsteps were hesitant. Suddenly, she took advantage of the moment when the person behind her was not paying attention. With a light tap of her toes, her figure leaped forward. "Young miss, don't go." However, the young lady's movements were graceful, like a feather in the wind. With a light sway, she had already drifted far away, making it impossible for the maid behind her to catch up. "Quick, go and inform the chief that the young miss ran away again." In front of the Golden Sky Tower, a group of people had already sealed off the 3 surrounding streets, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. Gu Bingwei had also surrounded the Golden Sky Tower. However, they did not directly attack. If they allowed Li Zhongjiu to act out of desperation and kill them, it would not be worth it. For this operation, other than Gu Bingwei, the elders of the Gu family and the disciples of the Gu family had also come to watch. These people wanted to see what kind of person had the guts to come to the Gu family's territory and provoke them. There were also some disciples of the Gu family who wanted to see what would happen to Gu Zhiyuan. After all, the competition for resources between the disciples of the Gu family was quite intense. If Gu Zhiyuan died, it would be a very satisfying matter for them. At the very least, they would be able to get more resources. Many people were also hoping that Gu Zhiyuan would be killed. "Our young master has asked the person in charge to come in." The Liangshan brothers walked out and saw so many people in front of them. They were like an army that had sealed off the area. This lineup was serious. If Gu Zhiyuan was not in their hands, they would not have been able to escape. They reckoned that these people would have already killed their way here. "Elder, don't take the risk." Gu Tianqing naturally knew that he could not take the risk. He did not know what kind of tricks the other party had set up in the Golden Sky Tower and was waiting for Gu Tianqing to throw his life away. "Our young master said that once the person in charge comes, let that brat go," one of the Liangshan brothers said. Gu Tianqing, who was still hesitating, let down his guard at this moment. Ignoring the persuasion of the people around him, he directly raised his hand. "If I don't come out in 5 minutes, attack. No matter what, you must kill Li Zhongjiu. As for these people, chase them to the ends of the earth. Kill them all." Gu Tianqing said indifferently. These words were clearly said for the people in the Golden Sky Tower to hear. His goal was to intimidate them. Being surrounded by so many experts, it was impossible for them not to be nervous. It was impossible for them to escape unscathed. With the strength that the Gu family had gathered here, they could kill everyone in a matter of minutes. Not a single one of them would be able to escape. Therefore, these people were already dead. Right now, it was time to see how these people would struggle before death and what tricks they could play before absolute power. "Elder, be careful." The command of the scene was handed over to the Gu family's 5th elder, Gu Xingyun. The 4th elder was wandering the world outside and was not in the family. The 5th elder Gu Xingyun watched as Gu Tianqing entered the Golden Sky Tower. He did not know why, but he had a bad premonition in his heart. Gu Tianqing entered the Golden Sky Tower. With a glance, he saw the heavily injured Gu Zhiyuan. However, Gu Tianqing was not in a hurry to show his concern. "I've come as promised. Release my Gu family's disciple." Gu Tianqing's figure was tall and straight, and his gaze was arrogant. However, wherever his gaze passed, it was filled with silent ridicule and intimidation. He looked at the people in the surroundings as if they were already dead. "Li Zhongjiu, don't blame my Gu family for not giving you a chance. As long as you hand over the inheritance fire seed, cripple your own cultivation, and kneel in front of my Gu family's gate for 7 days and 7 nights, my Gu family can let bygones be bygones. Gu Tianqing said. His words seemed to be extremely lenient and benevolent towards Li Zongjiu. Gu Tianqing clasped his hands behind his back and turned around, as if waiting for Li Zongjiu to kneel over. Look, I told you that these people are very arrogant. Young man, I'm not bullying you. You saw it for yourself, so you can't blame me. Li Zongjiu spoke kindly to Gu Zhiyuan, who was beside him. Gu Zhiyuan was lifted up. When he heard Gu Tianqing's words, he widened his eyes and shook his head repeatedly, as if he was trying his best to stop Gu Tianqing. However, Gu Tianqing secretly gave Gu Zhiyuan a reassuring look. In fact, Li Zongjiu had already made a bet with Gu Zhiyuan before Gu Tianqing had come in. If Gu Tianqing had spoken nicely and not threatened Luo Yunyang and put on airs, Luo Yunyang would have let Gu Zhiyuan go immediately. However, if Gu Tianqing had only threatened Luo Yunyang, Li Zongjiu would have had no choice but to remove some things from Gu Zhiyuan's body. Remove one of his legs first. Li Zongjiu was kind enough to order his loyal subordinate, Kuan Erisher, to use the Kuan winged spear in his hands to chop off Gu Zhiyuan's right leg. Fresh blood splattered on the floor. It was rather gory and eye-catching. Gu Tianqing had not expected that Li Zongjiu would actually dare to take this seriously and chop off Gu Zhiyuan's leg right in front of Gu Tianqing's face. You must have a death wish. Li Zongjiu, do you want the Li family to suffer a calamity? Gu Tianqing pointed at Li Zongjiu angrily and roared. This was his biological grandson. He had raised him up with great difficulty, yet one of his legs had been chopped off. This leg was basically crippled. Gu Zhiyuan's mouth was gagged, so he could only mumble and struggle. Eventually, he fell to the ground and fainted. He could not even withstand the pain of losing a leg. It was a wonder how this Yuan monarch had managed to cultivate to this level. This group of people brought by Li Zongjiu was basically a group of people who had been through countless life and death struggles. They had killed countless experts of the same level, and even some who were stronger. This was the reason why they were able to stand here today. The suffering they had suffered and the pain they had experienced was not something that could be resolved with a mere broken leg. Thus, when they saw that Gu Zhiyuan had actually fainted from the pain, they were extremely disdainful. At this moment, facing the large-scale attack of the Gu family, if he wanted to ensure his survival, he could not be weak. It was as if he was facing a pack of starving tigers and wolves, ready to pounce and tear him to shreds at any time. If you think of running away at this time, you will only encourage these wild beasts. Oh, you still dare to threaten me? Old thing, don't you understand the situation? Li Zongjiu's fingers twitched. Kuan Erisher understood and chopped off Gu Zhiyuan's other leg. This caused Gu Zhiyuan, who had been unconscious, to flip over and get up. Woo-woo. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and he was covered in cold sweat. The veins on his neck were bulging. Why didn't he just kill him? Why did he have to endure such pain? He had only met a girl in this room to study some Yuan skills. Why had he suffered such a calamity? Li Zongjiu. Gu Tianqing pointed at Li Zongjiu and was about to curse. However, when he thought about how this was his grandson, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. At the moment, Gu Tianqing could only extend a trembling finger and point at Li Zongjiu. He did not dare say anything too extreme for fear of angering Li Zongjiu. Kneel. Li Zongjiu crossed his legs and looked indifferently at Gu Tianqing. At that moment, Gu Tianqing had gone from being the third elder of the Gu family to being a powerless old man. This was all for the sake of allowing Gu Zhiyuan to live. The shopkeeper, who was hiding behind the counter, also quietly poked his head out and watched this scene. Although Gu Tianqing clenched his fists and trembled all over, he lowered his head. He wanted to kneel, but he could not. I know you won't kneel, and I don't intend to make you kneel. Take his head. Kuan Erisher expressionlessly chopped off Gu Zhiyuan's head. Yuan. When Gu Tianqing saw this, he immediately roared at the sky in an unbridled manner. Gu Zhiyuan's head rolled in front of Gu Tianqing. Gu Tianqing did not hesitate to pick up the head, not even caring that he was covered in blood. Don't even think about leaving Skygold City alive. That's what I said. Gu Tianqing stood up in shock. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from Gu Tianqing's body as the power surged out. It was as if a terrifying wave had been set off in the entire inn. Boom! Li Zhongzhou's figure flashed and punched Gu Tianqing's head. On the spot, Gu Tianqing was sent flying. Boom! Gu Tianqing held Gu Zhiyuan's head and landed in the middle of the Gu soldiers. Protect the third elder! Gu Xingyun, the fifth elder, roared angrily. Take these people down! The 78 Gu soldiers roared in unison. The entire Sky Golden was about to collapse. These 78 people were all at the Yuan King realm. Moreover, the few commanders leading them were all Yuan King realm experts. Black Dragon Hammer! Li Zhongzhou leaped with the Black Dragon Hammer in his hand and smashed it down on the 78 Gu soldiers. Boom! The violent power of lightning surged out crazily. The Gu soldiers in front of him were instantly enveloped by the power of lightning. The entire Sky Golden seemed to be illuminated by the lightning. The sky was bright. None of the Gu soldiers cried out in pain. This was because their bodies were stiff and numb under the terrifying electric current. The lightning lasted for close to 10 breaths of time. The terrifying lightning pool formed by the power of lightning made it so that no one dared to approach it. They could only watch from afar. Even Gu Xingyun and the others were retreating rapidly, involuntarily releasing their yuan power. The first thing they were thinking about was how to block the lightning and not be engulfed by it. Boom! The last ray of light disappeared. 78 figures of the ancient guards fell to the ground like human-shaped charcoal. Dozens of bangs sounded as they fell to the ground. A large number of charred corpses appeared in front of the crowd. Among them were the corpses of 3 Yuan King realm experts. And the one who had caused all these injuries was the young man with the hammer. Just looking at this scene sent chills down one's spine. It was your Gu family who provoked me first. Now, it's reasonable for me to destroy your entire family. Li Zhongzhou spread his hands in disdain. It was as if Li Zhongzhou was the real victim in this battle. He was the one who was at a disadvantage. Anyone who saw this would have the urge to strangle Li Zhongzhou to death. However, there were still hundreds of people gathered at the scene. They did not dare to move at all because they were shocked by the 78 corpses. Not a single one of them was left alive. Instant kill. This is the power of the evil lord. Wan Yulan was shocked when she saw Li Zhongzhou using the hammer again. The power of this hammer had only been displayed in the Haiku dynasty. He believed that the people of the Black Canal Royal City would be able to remember the hammer of the evil dominator. Now, they were in the Xingyan dynasty. These people did not recognize the hammer of the evil lord. Hence, such a scene occurred. After the light disappeared, they saw Li Zhongzhou standing in the darkness with a small black hammer in his hand. Not to mention the enemy, even the people of the White Deer Manor standing behind Li Zhongzhou were shocked. When they saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Some people were prepared to fight, and when the situation turned bad, they would just surrender. After all, they were just doing things for money. These people from the Gu family might not be so ruthless. Large families like this cared a lot about their reputation and reputation. However, they did not expect Li Zhongzhou to kill the Gu family's painstakingly nurtured Gu soldiers in an instant. The reputation of the torture hall was basically built up by these Gu soldiers. The senior disciples of the Gu family were all dumbfounded. The dozens of corpses in front of them were still relatively intact. Even their positions had not been moved. The entire Gu soldier troop was neat and tidy. It was extremely shocking. These were specially nurtured by the Gu family. They were able to achieve their current status because of these Gu soldiers. Now, they were all killed in an instant. It felt like a dream. Everyone, Li Zhongzhou, only came to Skygold City for a vacation. First, I was attacked by dozens of unknown experts outside the city. Now, I want to stay in the city, but I was repeatedly humiliated by that brat from the Gu family. Not only that, the Gu family even sent people here to kill me. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Kill. Li Zhongzhou's voice spread throughout the city. Almost every corner of the city could hear it clearly. Li Zhongzhou's words sounded like a person who had been oppressed for a long time and finally couldn't help but fight back at this moment. Some of the bystanders who didn't know the situation naturally didn't know the situation because Li Zongjiu had really suffered so much injustice. However, the members of the Gu family could only secretly curse him for being despicable and shameless. It had always been Li Zongjiu who provoked him first. Come to Heavenly Gold City for sightseeing? When have you ever seen someone bring so many top-notch experts out to play? After Li Zongjiu spoke, he did not give the members of the Gu family much time to react. The people behind him had already pounced forward like a pack of hungry wolves, directly attacking the people in front of them. Retreat! Gu Xingyun shouted in a low voice. At this moment, the Gu clan's momentum had completely collapsed. The remaining forces were unable to resist Li Zongjiu, so they had to withdraw their forces first. The Gu family fought as they retreated. Very quickly, they directly hid in the Gu family. The gates of the Gu family were tightly shut. Li Zongjiu and the others did not directly attack the headquarters of the Gu family. However, at this moment, a loud roar suddenly came from the sky. Soon after, a pitch-black figure flashed across the sky above the Gu family at an extremely fast speed. What's that? The sudden loud vibration made the people who had just returned to the Gu family to defend the Gu family puzzled. Something seems to have fallen. Someone pointed to the sky. They saw something that looked like a water bucket falling directly toward the courtyard of the Gu family. Stop that thing. Although Gu Xingyun didn't know what it was, his intuition told him that it was definitely not something good. Furthermore, it was something extremely dangerous. Immediately, a Yuan monarch guard rose into the air and slashed in the direction of the water bucket from dozens of meters away. The saber aura collided with the water bucket. Immediately, a dark red ray of light burst out. Boom! In an instant, all the buildings in the Gu family's courtyard seemed to have been uniformly chopped off. Countless bricks and stones flew out. He continued to attack in the distance. Many disciples of the Gu family were on the verge of fainting after experiencing this terrifying explosion. Coupled with the attack of these stones, they all spat out mouthfuls of blood and were quickly sent flying. The entire Gu clan was in chaos. It was as if a meteor had fallen into the Gu clan. The tremors that were set off caused the floor of the Gu clan to be completely overturned. Just the aftermath alone was enough to cause the outer walls of the Sky Gold Tower to crack. The Gu family's residence was filled with dust and thick smoke that filled the sky. The Gu family had been bombed. The Gu family, which had dominated the Jin region for many years, had their headquarters bombed. That explosion alone had killed many of the Gu family's elites. It was very difficult for anyone below the Yuan monarch level to survive such a powerful explosion. Benevolence, being benevolent to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. It was clear that Li Zongjiu had a very thorough grasp of this kind of simple logic. Qi Yanran, on the other hand, frowned. However, she did not say anything. The weak were prey to the strong. Qi Yanran was also clear about this. Furthermore, everyone knew about the Gu family's morals. If they were not strong enough today, the Gu family would not have let them go so easily. It was impossible to leave this place alive. If one wanted to avoid the disputes in this chaotic world, the only way was to cultivate to the highest level and not provoke others. Otherwise, one would never be able to stay out of trouble. Therefore, Qi Yanran was relieved. In this world, no one was innocent. Even if Qi Yanran was killed that day, she would naturally accept her fate, because this was her fate. She was not as good as others, so it was like this. In Meng Mansion. Previously, someone had reported that Li Zongjiu had already met the Gu guards. It seemed like a fight would break out at any time. However, in less than a minute, someone immediately came to report that Li Zongjiu had killed all the Gu guards by himself. F***CKU. Do you think I'm a fool? Meng Hao kicked the soldier who came to report and sent him flying. Did he really think that Meng Hao was an idiot? Did he think that dozens of Gu guards were easy to deal with? The person who was sent flying felt very wronged. It was true. Why did the general not believe it? Sir, this is bad. The Gu family killed Li Zongjiu? No, the Gu family. The Gu family was blown up. Blown up. Meng Hao was stunned. What kind of operation was this? How did Li Zongjiu do it? To be able to blow up the Gu family, it must mean that Li Zongjiu had the upper hand. Could it be that this guy actually defeated the Gu clan? Meng Hao swallowed hard. It was not hard to imagine that if Li Zongjiu really defeated the Gu family, Meng Hao would definitely die. People like Li Zongjiu would always do what he said. Impossible. The Gu family has been in Jin province for so many years. How could they only have this little ability? The Gu family head has not even made a move yet. You guys, forget it. I'll go check it out myself. The huge explosion just now had alarmed the entire Skygold City. Of course, it also included the people who were still in Skygold City. Those who were originally on the Gu family's side also quietly retreated and sent people to keep an eye on the situation. Now, it seemed that Li Zongjiu had the upper hand. But in reality, Li Zongjiu had hastened his own death. Li Zongjiu's actions would definitely enrage the Gu family. Of course, this included the Gu family's expert who had just broken through to the sovereign realm. Just you wait, this kid is dead. That's a sovereign realm expert. Did he think that he was bragging? He really exists. Under normal circumstances, even primitive emperors rarely appeared. Even in the current Gu family, there weren't many primitive emperors. Now, so many of them had been killed by Li Zongjiu. Hence, they were even rarer. Not to mention supreme being experts, he had never even heard of them before. Unless Li Zongjiu was prepared to face a sovereign realm expert. Otherwise, his actions just now were already a death sentence for himself. Li Zongjiu and the others didn't go in to admire the miserable state of the Gu family. On the contrary, the dust that filled the Gu family had completely stopped at this moment. It was as if there was a force that had brushed the dust away. At the same time, the injured people of the Gu family were injected with a different force. With the injection of this force, the people of the Gu family became more energetic. At this moment, they seemed to be full of vitality. Originally, they were all depressed and lifeless. But at this moment, they were all gone. With the appearance of this force, they immediately widened their eyes. Ma. Family head. An injured disciple of the Gu family sat on a rock. Originally, he was incomparably afraid and disheartened after experiencing such a huge disaster. But when this force hit him, he immediately felt hope. It's the power of the family head. The pain of the injuries on his body also rapidly weakened. Moreover, this force was rapidly helping him to recover from his injuries. Originally, his internal organs were directly pierced by a piece of gravel, but now they were recovering easily. Many of them had suffered fatal injuries and were on the verge of death. At this moment, all of them were gradually recovering their vitality. At this moment, it was as if a god was healing them. And the only one who could do this was their omnipotent patriarch. Ancient firmament. Yes, patriarch. Patriarch has come out of seclusion. The patriarch has finally come out of seclusion. When they felt the power of Gu Santian, Gu Xingyun and the rest were so agitated that their eyes were brimming with hot tears. This disaster had come too suddenly even though they had made preparations in advance. But he still didn't expect it. This kind of power actually came so quickly. They were simply caught off guard. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the dark sky. Everyone in every corner of Heavenly Gold City was able to see these signs clearly. Could it be that the master of the Gu family was about to ascend to immortality, when he saw that the other party had such means? Qi Yanran's heart sank. Everyone was nervous at this moment. How could they not be? A supreme martial artist. Within the strong light, 3 figures appeared. They were the great elder and second elder of the Gu family, as well as the patriarch of the Gu family, Gu Santian. You haven't even stabilized your realm and you're already putting on airs here. Li Zongjiu said in disdain at this critical moment that was suffocating. Then, he charged out with the black dragon hammer in his hand. All of you, stay where you are and protect Yanran. After Li Zongjiu said this sentence, his body soared into the sky. He charged towards Gu Santian. In the face of such a godlike existence, he actually dared to take the initiative to attack. If Li Zongjiu really fell in Heavenly Gold City today, it would definitely become a legend in the future. A newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. To dare to charge towards a supreme martial artist, Li Zongjiu's name is enough to be known by everyone. It's a pity. For such a genius, even the heavens wouldn't let him live. Some people shook their heads and said, Obviously, they understood Li Zhongzhou's fate. The heavens were jealous of geniuses. Otherwise, how could there be so few experts in the world? Gu Zongtian casually healed the hundreds of injured members of the Gu family. Although the Gu family was now in such a miserable state, Gu Zongtian didn't have any psychological fluctuations. As long as he was around, the Gu family wouldn't be destroyed. Naturally, he didn't have to worry. The future of the Gu family never rested on these people. It rested on him, Gu Zongtian. However, when Gu Zongtian appeared, someone actually dashed towards him. This angered him. This angered Gu Zongtian. Just a mortal. Kill him, Gu Zongtian said. He was still bathing in the saint light and enjoying the worship from the people in Heavenly Gold City. The first elder and second elder of the Gu clan beside him also took action simultaneously. Even if Gu Zongtian didn't take action, the two elders still combined forces. In an instant, the wind howled and the black wind blew. Like tens of thousands of flying swords, they slashed towards Li Zhongzhou. Hidden dragon art. Li Zhongzhou's figure instantly entered a state of ethereal nothingness. The Great Elder and Second Elder of the Gu family were respectively Grade 9 and Grade 8 origin emperors. Usually, they were in a state of seclusion. It was because the Gu family had so many experts that they were able to have such absolute authority in Jin region. Even the royal family of the Xianxia dynasty had always maintained a soft policy towards the Gu family. If they were to touch the Gu family, it would definitely be an extremely dangerous matter. What the Xianxia dynasty needed now was stability. Since it could be stabilized, it would temporarily leave this threat here. At the same time, it would also serve as a warning to the nobles and the royal family. If the royal family was in a peaceful state, it would be difficult to reignite their fighting spirit once they lost their competitiveness. If they were to maintain a state of alertness, they would naturally be able to maintain their fighting strength. This way, the royal family wouldn't decline so quickly. When Li Zhongzhou's figure disappeared in front of him, the two of them also had a bad feeling in their hearts. In order to ensure absolute safety, the two of them immediately released the power of a top-notch origin emperor expert. Suddenly, two powerful waves of air spread out in all directions. Is that all you've got? Originally, they wanted to force Li Zhongzhou's figure to appear. However, Li Zhongzhou's figure suddenly appeared in front of the Great Elder. Ancient extermination palm. The Great Elder didn't panic at all. So what if he appeared and disappeared unpredictably? If he dared to appear, he would directly kill him without holding back. Waves of annihilation chi wrapped Li Zhongzhou. At the same time, Li Zhongzhou swung his hammer at the Great Elder. From this hammer, something seemed to have erupted. A pitch-black dragon claw directly grabbed the Great Elder's head. Boom! The Great Elder's head was instantly blasted apart. Blood splattered in the sky. Li Zhongzhou also withstood the opponent's ancient extermination palm. All the power was absorbed by Li Zhongzhou's body. The ancient golden body art was activated and dissolved all the power of the opponent. A golden tattoo was faintly visible on Li Zhongzhou's body. Huh! Seeing this scene, the second elder also opened his eyes wide. Ancient extermination palm. The second elder hurriedly activated his move. Obviously, he could see that Li Zhongzhou was digesting the power just now. However, this boss died just like that. The second elder was a little confused. Second elder also struck Li Zhongzhou with his palm. However, Li Zhongzhou did not move at all. Instead, a terrifying aura was emitted from Li Zhongzhou's body. It rushed to the front of second elder and enveloped him. At this moment, second elder's body seemed to have been dragged into a strange space. The space was filled with blood chi. The blood chi drowned second elder completely, as though he was soaked in a pool of blood. Looking at the situation, Gu Zongtian could not believe that Li Zhongzhou had taken care of the first elder so easily. Looking at how the second elder was about to be crippled, he waved his hand gently and a surge of energy pulled the second elder back. He broke free from Li Zhongzhou's power. At the same time, he pushed Li Zhongzhou with his palm. It looked like a gentle palm, but one could see that the space in front of him was shattering inch by inch. It was like a terrifying meta beast that was shattering the space in front of him. Finally, it rushed to Li Zhongzhou and tried to devour Li Zhongzhou. Li Zhongzhou raised his hand and punched out. Boom! The shattered space finally stabilized. After the power was stabilized, Gu Songtian seemed to be a little impatient. Second Elder had broken free, but his body was suspended in midair. It was as though he had lost his soul. Courting death. The supreme aura instantly attacked Li Zongjiu. It had been a long time since he had felt the supreme aura. Even when he came into contact with it, it was still so familiar. Li Zongjiu merely waved his sleeve slightly, and a terrifying energy swept out. It was as if a level 10 hurricane had swept across the place, completely trapping Li Zongjiu within it. Fortunately, the black dragon hammer in his hand released a force that protected Li Zongjiu. Hence, he was not crushed by the strong wind. To kill you, I only need to blow a breath. An illusory figure appeared behind Gu Songtian. It gradually enlarged like a reincarnated Buddha. He blew a breath at Li Zongjiu. Supreme aura. Li Zongjiu saw the breath that Gu Songtian blew out, turning into a powerful sword that charged towards him. I've never used this move before. Thunderous force. The black dragon hammer summoned the dark clouds in the sky and they immediately formed thunderbolts that struck down towards Gu Songtian. The energy sword instantly hit Li Zongjiu's body. Boom. Li Zongjiu's entire body was sent flying. But at the same time, the thunderbolts continued to strike down towards Gu Songtian. It forcefully shattered the illusionary figure that Gu Songtian had conjured to show off. The golden body that he had painstakingly released was actually destroyed by a mortal ant like Li Zongjiu. The thunderbolts that fell down were neither painful nor ticklish to him, but he had no choice but to avoid these thunderbolts. His supreme aura had just stabilized and the thunderbolts were unusually ferocious. If the supreme aura that he had nurtured for a long time was destroyed, he would have to spend a few years to nurture this aura. Courting death. Gu Songtian took a step forward. But this step crossed a distance of a few thousand meters and he chased after Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu followed the energy sword. His body appeared tens of thousands of meters away. In the eyes of outsiders, Li Zongjiu was trying to escape. Gu Songtian immediately chased after him. In the eyes of others, Li Zongjiu's body had already disappeared into the horizon. But in actual fact, in Gu Songtian's eyes, Li Zongjiu was like a flame in a pitch-black environment. No matter where he hid, there was nowhere to hide. He easily locked onto Li Zongjiu's position. The two of them rushed out of the city and instantly disappeared. Qi Yanran and the rest were extremely anxious when they saw this. Where did they go? Can you find them? Qi Yanran looked at Wan Yulan who was beside her. Others found it hard to believe that Wan Yulan in front of them was actually a level 6 spirit master. Her mental strength was enough to sweep through mountains and rivers. Let me find them. Wan Yulan immediately released her mental strength. But after a short while, she kept it back. No, the influence here is too strong. My mental strength can't detect anything. Wan Yulan said. The main reason was that the Supreme Being's aura was lingering around here. If Wan Yulan used her mental strength, it would be easily crushed. Once it was crushed, the situation wouldn't be good. Kill these people. Gu Xingyun stood up and shouted. The family head had already gone to deal with Li Zongjiu. Without Li Zongjiu, the people in front of them were undoubtedly courting death if they wanted to go against the Gu family. They couldn't wait for the family head to come back and deal with these people. Gu Xingyun couldn't wait to kill these people in front of him. They caused the Gu family to suffer such heavy losses. He had to capture these people and kill them as a sacrifice to the heavens. People of Skygold City, listen up. Kill one and you will be rewarded. Gu Xingyun roared. These words were obviously meant for the big families in the city. The Gu family didn't restrict the growth of these families. Anyway, no matter how they grew, it was impossible for them to surpass the Gu family. I'll just let you guys develop on your own. At the critical moment, the forces that you've developed will also occasionally become the Gu clan's hired force. So, why not? Therefore, the people of the surrounding families were waiting for an opportunity to take action. They didn't hesitate anymore. This was a good opportunity to perform meritorious deeds. If they performed meritorious deeds now, they would definitely become good friends in the eyes of the Gu family. With just a word, their business in the entire Jin region would be opened. Fight. As Li Zongjiu's woman, Qi Yanran's heroism wasn't any worse than Li Zongjiu's. Facing the siege of at least a dozen families, Qi Yanran held the desolate heaven essence in her hand. White light flickered and she looked majestic. And Primitive Emperor took the lead and charged towards Qi Yanran. He could naturally see that Qi Yanran was only in the Yuan King realm. Moreover, she was the second brain of these people. Taking her down would be enough to restrict these people. However, before this Primitive Emperor could get close to Li Zongjiu, he suddenly stopped. Wan Yulan acutely felt that there seemed to be an unusual aura in the surroundings. Peng, the head of that Primitive Emperor, fell to the ground. At the same time, blood gushed out from the broken neck like a fountain. What? The appearance of this scene immediately shocked Wan Yulan and Qi Yanran. How could they be at ease when such a strange scene appeared? Peng, another head, fell to the ground. Fifth Elder. The disciples of the Gu family exclaimed. The one who died this time was actually Gu Xingyun. Gu Xingyun's head rolled on the ground. There was no pain or shock in his eyes, as if he was in a normal state. As Gu Xingyun's head fell to the ground, some of the guards who were protecting Gu Xingyun began to panic. Assassins! Assassins! The surrounding guards were like a group of headless flies, wandering around randomly. In the process, they caused even more chaos. The seventh elder's head was also cut off. The seventh elder is dead. The eighth elder, what happened to you? Some of the elders of the Gu family were chopped to the ground in the same way. All of their heads were cut off neatly. The people of the Gu family immediately panicked. All of them were in a mess. Who are these people? Qi Yanran and Wan Yulan immediately saw some figures rapidly retreating. Even in such a chaotic situation, they were still able to kill people. Moreover, their retreat was as smooth as flowing water. There was not the slightest bit of delay, and not even the slightest trace was left behind. They just disappeared directly. Over there. Wan Yulan immediately saw a figure standing on a tall building in the distance. She didn't know this figure before. Why did he help at this moment? Those top-notch assassins who had been on the move just now all returned to this person's side after they had finished killing. There were a total of 4 people. Who is that person? Qi Yanran didn't know the person in front of her. The person nodded slightly to Qi Yanran. He directly disappeared from the top of the building with the 4 top assassins. Is he Li Zongjiu's friend? Qi Yanran was surprised. Every time Li Zongjiu acted, it seemed that he was hot-headed and afraid. However, in fact, Li Zongjiu had already made all the preparations. If he was really not sure, why would he bring Qi Yanran to die with him? Qi Yanran's heart gradually calmed down. Being with Li Zongjiu always seemed so hasty, but Qi Yanran didn't regret it in her heart. After all, being able to be with Li Zongjiu was also a very happy thing. Although this guy was usually very busy, the gentleness in his bones could be clearly felt. But, to deal with a supreme expert, are you really sure? Qi Yanran was extremely worried. If it was an ordinary Primitive Emperor expert, it would be fine, but now they were facing a real supreme expert. A supreme expert that they had never heard of. Even when they came, Qi Xiaohun sighed again and again. When he learned that this guy almost trapped Qi Yanran and the Qi family, he didn't want her to come out. However, Qi Xiaohun was not a person who was afraid of death. Although he loved his daughter dearly, he loved her even more. If he locked Qi Yanran in the Qi family, she would hate him for the rest of her life. Therefore, he simply let her go. After all, Qi Yanran had grown up and had her own ideas. As long as she thought it was right, she would stick to it. Of course, Qi Xiaohun was still hoping that Li Zongjiu could defeat a supreme being expert. At least, he could make the royal family members of the Xingyan take action, at least. This was what Qi Xiaohun was looking for. In this way, they could be saved. With saved, Qi Yanran came back to her senses and no longer felt melancholy. If Li Zongjiu was defeated, they would definitely die. In that case, they would take down the Gu family first. Kill the Gu family. Qi Yanran, a Yuan monarch, took the lead. The power of the desolate heaven essence in her hands was too strong. Anyone who got close to her basically couldn't withstand it. Furthermore, the power of the desolate heaven essence was clearly more exquisite in Qi Yanran's hands. It turned into a long whip, easily wrapping around the enemy and then ruthlessly throwing them away. Almost all the elders of the Gu family were dead. Even if there were still some left, they didn't dare to show their faces. As for the surrounding families that came to help, all the leaders were beheaded without exception. These people were so frightened that they quickly retreated. They didn't dare to move forward. They didn't know how many soldiers and horses the mysterious assassin had. In this undercurrent, they unknowingly lost their heads. In such a dangerous and chaotic situation, it was better not to join in the fun. Some people also retreated far away. These people from the Gu family were killed so miserably. They would probably be in trouble next. However, the most important thing was the battle between Li Zongjiu and Gu Songtian. If Gu Songtian was defeated, then Li Zongjiu and the rest would be considered as the true victory. Qi Yanran led people to attack the Gu family. Many people from the Gu family also scattered and fled. Some of the so-called elite disciples of the Gu family wanted to form a battle formation to take down Qi Yanran. In the end, they were beaten up like dead dogs and were basically crippled. There were also people from the Gu family who were escaping through a secret passage. The black-winged blood shadow condor directly moved and whizzed out. It killed all the people who took advantage of the chaos to escape. Li Zongjiu brought Gu Songtian all the way to a sea of trees. Below them was an ancient forest. As long as one left the human race's city for a certain distance, it would basically be the existence of the Songtian forest. The range of activities of the meta beasts far exceeded that of the human race. Li Zongjiu and Gu Songtian released their terrifying auras. The meta beasts below could obviously feel the deterrence from the two of them. Some of the meta beasts who were good at digging holes dug holes and escaped. Almost all the meta beasts were hiding in the caves, shivering and not daring to move. Most of the people from the Gu family should be dead by now. Li Zongjiu stopped and turned to look at Gu Songtian. At the same time, Gu Songtian also stopped. He was a little surprised as he had not expected Li Zongjiu's speed to be so fast. Even he could not catch up with Li Zongjiu's speed. This made Gu Songtian very surprised. Your secret movement skill is not bad. Hand it over. Gu Songtian said calmly. At the same time, he turned to look in the direction of the Sky Gold City. If one person becomes Buddha, 10,000 people become demons. I have said this before. As long as I, Gu Songtian, am alive, the Gu family will be alive. Gu Songtian said slowly. At this moment, he finally looked at Li Zongjiu officially. I heard that someone killed a branch of the Gu family in the Holy Flame Royal City. You should be proud to be able to do this at your age. Gu Songtian said. The 9 heavens of the sovereign realm. There are 3 gates in a day. You are merely at the first heaven and the lower Yuan gate realm. You are not fit to talk about me. Li Zongjiu shook his head and said calmly. When Li Zongjiu said this, Gu Songtian was even more surprised. How could Li Zongjiu be able to tell the mystery of the sovereign realm? Even though Gu Songtian had broken through to the supreme state, he still had to spend many days before he could understand the profoundness behind it. The reason why he had to understand the profoundness behind it was because he had to know clearly what a supreme state was. Only when he stepped into the sovereign realm could he understand the essence of it. Otherwise, he would never be able to understand it. Could it be that Li Zongjiu was also a sovereign realm expert? You are a sovereign realm expert too? Not now. But if I want to kill you, it is more than enough. More than enough, these 4 words were just like 4 gigantic mouths that were right in front of Gu Songtian's face, mocking him continuously. No one knew who gave Li Zongjiu the courage to mock a supreme being expert. Gu Songtian was able to break through to the supreme realm because he had gathered hundreds of years of resources from the Gu family. Vitality stones, elixirs, and spiritual herbs. He had used countless methods and sacrificed a lot to allow Gu Songtian to have his current cultivation and breakthrough to the supreme realm. All along, the Gu family had placed all their hopes on Gu Songtian. They had been suppressed by the Xianxia dynasty. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Now that they had a supreme realm expert, they had the power to challenge the Xianxia dynasty. At least the Xianxia dynasty wouldn't dare to kill the Gu family anymore. They might even need to be on good terms with the Gu family. Otherwise, a supreme realm expert from the Gu family could kill everyone in the royal family, leaving the Xianxia dynasty without a successor. Destroying a royal family was a piece of cake for a supreme realm expert. At least from Gu Songtian's point of view, and primitive emperor expert was extremely intimidating. But now, a brat who had cultivated for less than 20 years dared to say such harsh words in front of Gu Songtian. Today, I would like to see how you are going to be more than enough. Gu Songtian snorted and waved his hand. A terrifying fire python appeared behind him. Li Zhongzhou's strength wasn't that simple. Although he didn't know how he did it, the fact that the Great Elder and Second Elder weren't a match for Li Zhongzhou was enough to know. Below the Supreme Realm, Li Zhongzhou was almost invincible. But whether he could win against a Supreme Realm expert would depend on the situation. Judging from the scene just now, this brat might still have some tricks up his sleeve. This fire python was the primordial fire that Gu Songtian cultivated. It was the primordial spirit that he cultivated. This primordial spirit that was born from energy was far more terrifying than the energy that came from killing primordial beasts. Ancient and modern towering flames. The intense flames seemed to be burning through space and time. Although the flame seemed to be very far away, it also seemed to be right in front of him. It could burn him at any time, swaying unsteadily in this empty space. The giant python was comprehended by Gu Songtian from the towering flames, and it became an extremely powerful force in Gu Songtian's hands. Go! Gu Songtian didn't waste any time. With a wave of his hand, the towering flaming python twisted its body and charged towards Li Zhongzhou. Along the way, the space it passed through was filled with the heat of fire elemental energy. Boom, like a small world filled with flames, it rushed towards Li Zhongzhou. Black Dragon Origin Soul. Li Zhongzhou summoned the Black Dragon original spirit from the Black Dragon Hammer. Currently, Li Zhongzhou was in the primitive emperor realm. The Black Dragon original spirit that was summoned was actually similar in size to the supreme level towering flame python in front of him. Moreover, in terms of aura, the Black Dragon original spirit was clearly superior. In his previous life, the Black Dragon was the supreme being of the Dragon clan. Even if his realm had fallen, although he had only recovered to the primitive emperor realm, it was definitely not something that a small snake that had just broken through to the supreme being realm could compare to. The Black Dragon original spirit was filled with lightning as it charged towards the towering flame python. Boom, a shocking shockwave swept out. In the forest below, the trees within 10,000 meters were all broken, fallen leaves swirled in the air. Other than the tremors further away, there were blazing flames. It encompassed the area within a radius of 10,000 meters. Dragon Clan Origin Soul? This is what you are relying on? Gu Songtian didn't recognize that the black dragon in front of him was the supreme being of the Dark Dragon clan. He only treated it as a more precious origin beast that had the bloodline of the Dragon clan. However, when he saw that the primordial spirit of the Dark Dragon clan was on par with his towering flame python, he was immediately shocked. How is this possible? There was an entire realm gap between the two of them. It wasn't easy to make up for it. In fact, it was impossible to bridge the gap between them. If it was so easy to make up for the difference, why would there be such a huge difference in realms? The two beasts had just woken up. They fought until the sky turned dark. Gu Songtian took advantage of this gap to release his own realm power. Immediately, Li Zhongzhou was drawn into a world filled with flames. It was like the inside of a volcano. The blazing energy in the surroundings seemed like it could melt a person at any moment. Die. After killing Li Zhongzhou, the Black Dragon original spirit naturally collapsed without a fight. There was no need to continue fighting. Since Li Zhongzhou was so stubborn, he would spend more effort to send Li Zhongzhou on his way. Within the realm, there was a huge wave formed by flames that slammed down on Li Zhongzhou. Boom. Boom, the terrifying energy slammed down on Li Zhongzhou. However, Li Zhongzhou stood still on the spot as if he was locked on. Roar, a roar could be heard in the realm. Then, a golden figure dashed out from the flames in the sky. Just the energy on his body seemed to be carefully crafted. Every scale was perfect and dazzling. Roar, the golden dragon original spirit brought Li Zhongzhou out of the sea of flames. What? Twin original spirits. When he saw Li Zhongzhou releasing another golden dragon original spirit to protect his body, even Gu Songtian was shocked. He never expected Li Zhongzhou's talent to be so terrifying. Moreover, the second original spirit was also from the dragon race. Could it be that Li Zongjiu had been to Dragon Island before? Or did he have some kind of contract with the dragon race that he could use 2 original spirits from the dragon race to protect his body? Mountain flipping golden seal. Pagoda palm. 2 Saint Realm primordial skills were used. 2 palm prints slammed down on Gutsongtian in front of him. The swift and violent power continued to condense, shaking off the surrounding flames. Boom! Gutsongtian was thrown out of the realm by the 2 palms. However, after Gutsongtian fell out of the realm, he didn't land on the ground. Instead, he was kept into Blood Soul Hell by Li Zongjiu. When Gutsongtian's figure appeared in Blood Soul Hell, he came to his senses and realized that he had been kept in Li Zongjiu's realm. Boom! Countless blood ghosts rushed towards Gutsongtian. They surrounded Gutsongtian. Among them were the life and death servants that Li Zongjiu had just refined. The energy of the life and death servants was returned to them by Li Zongjiu. However, when the life and death servants and the blood ghosts rushed out of Blood Soul Hell, they were instantly flattened by Gutsongtian's energy. Boom! The energy of Blood Soul Hell was instantly shattered. The strong impact broke Blood Soul Hell apart. Li Zongjiu retracted the energy of Hell in time. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time and effort to build Blood Soul Hell again. Li Zongjiu didn't want to do it again. You want to trap me with your realm? Dream on. Don't forget that I am in the Supreme Realm. After saying that, Li Zongjiu and Gutsongtian returned to Gutsongtian's volcano realm. Gutsongtian controlled the flames and turned them into fiery palms that slammed towards Li Zongjiu. Under the protection of the Golden Dragon original spirit, Li Zongjiu was unharmed. However, if this continued, Li Zongjiu would definitely be defeated. He had to end this quickly. 3 dragons in 1. Original spirit possession. In an instant. Blood dragon, golden dragon, white dragon. The energy of the 3 original spirits poured into Li Zongjiu's body at the same time. Evil Soul Eye. Gutsongtian's eyes couldn't help but be attracted by Li Zongjiu. If it was an ordinary Evil Soul Eye, it might not be able to attract Gutsongtian's attention. However, with the support of the White Dragon original spirit. At that moment, Li Zongjiu's mental strength was at least comparable to a 5th stage origin emperor. With the help of the uniqueness of Evil Soul Eye, Gutsongtian's godly soul was fixed on the spot. The Evil Soul Eye could only control Gutsongtian for a moment. After all, Gutsongtian had the sovereign Qi protecting him. Gutsongtian had yet to fully integrate his strength into the sovereign realm. Otherwise, Gutsongtian's body would be the supreme body. It was extremely difficult for ordinary powers to break through it. Li Zongjiu's current move was considered to be the strongest he could muster. His elemental energy was depleted. What he could use was his own body's power. Li Zongjiu rushed out and punched Gutsongtian's body. Half of Gutsongtian's body was smashed into pieces. Boom! Gutsongtian's body exploded on the spot. However, Gutsongtian didn't die. His important organs were protected by the supreme energy. Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and was prepared to dig out Gutsongtian's heart. However, Gutsongtian had already regained his consciousness. He grabbed Li Zongjiu's hand and flung Li Zongjiu away. Bam! Li Zongjiu's energy was depleted. After being flung by Gutsongtian, he fell to the ground and created a huge pit. He was buried in it. At this moment, Li Zongjiu had also lost his elemental energy glow and was lying in the mud like a mortal. Li Zongjiu's mouth moved and he swallowed an elixir that was hidden in his mouth. Gutsongtian looked at the half of his body that was destroyed. His skin and flesh were destroyed. The rest of his body was protected by his supreme energy. If his heart was dug out by Li Zongjiu, he would probably be dead. This lad has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Gutsongtian put on a new set of clothes for himself. Similarly, he broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he was strong enough. If he hadn't broken through to the sovereign realm, he wouldn't know how many times he would have died in Li Zongjiu's hands. This brat was truly a scourge. He had to be completely eliminated. How is it? What other tricks do you have? Just use them. Gutsongtian's figure appeared beside the huge pit Li Zongjiu was in. He looked down at Li Zongjiu from above. His eyes were filled with mockery. Obviously, in his eyes, Li Zhongjiu was already a complete piece of trash who could no longer pose a threat. After all, it was impossible for that move not to consume or injure him. Li Zhongjiu was not a god either. There was a limit to his power, and it was impossible for him to use it without a limit. To be able to force a supreme being into such a state was already something to be proud of. But Gu Songtian wouldn't let this matter leak out. Because the Li Zhongjiu in front of him could not continue to live. It was a dead end. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I still have quite a few tricks up my sleeve that I haven't had the time to use yet. The smile on Gu Songtian's face froze. In the deep pit, Li Zhongjiu's figure had already disappeared. Behind, before Gu Songtian turned his head, he heard a loud boom. Li Zhongjiu's Fury Dragon Catcher was destroyed. This was the power of a super-grade fire vulture crystal. It was enough to destroy the other half of Gu Songtian's body. Boom! The clothes that Gu Songtian had just changed into were instantly destroyed. At the same time, his appearance under the clothes was revealed. Gu Songtian immediately felt that his power was depleted. His body was severely injured. And Li Zhongjiu summoned the Black Dragon Hammer back. The towering flaming python lost its target and started to spin around. Although it finally realized that it was going to charge towards Li Zhongjiu, it was too late. The Black Dragon Hammer appeared in Li Zhongjiu's hands. Facing Gu Songtian, who was severely injured and unable to move, he smashed down with his hammer. Bam! Gu Songtian flew out from the impact. The towering flaming python state dissipated instantly. Because Gu Songtian had suffered a severe blow, his power dissipated and he was unable to maintain the towering flaming python state. Trash. Li Zhongjiu held the hammer in his hands and walked towards Gu Songtian slowly. Gu Songtian laid on the ground. He had lost all his power and couldn't move at all. He could even be described as dying. When the hammer smashed down, it had already destroyed part of Gu Songtian's internal organs. He had become a useless person. Gu Songtian had never thought that a few days ago, he could be said to be the most dazzling person in the entire Jin state. The most dazzling person. Thousands of gazes were on Gu Songtian. Even the future glory of the Gu family depended on Gu Songtian's leadership. In the blink of an eye, he had become a defeated opponent under Li Zhongjiu's hammer. This made Gu Songtian sigh in his heart. Why did such a thing happen? This Li Zhongjiu, he had never thought of provoking him. In actual fact, Gu Songtian didn't care about the situation of the Gu family in the Holy Flame Royal City. He had never thought of finding trouble with Li Zhongjiu. Because in his eyes, Li Zhongjiu wasn't qualified for him to find trouble with him. But he had never expected. Li Zhongjiu had found him and even beat him to such a state. What else was there to say? Nothing could escape from fate. You. Let me off. The Gu family will submit to you. Gu Songtian turned around with difficulty and said to Li Zhongjiu. At this moment, he no longer had the slightest bit of strength. He was just like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He could only obediently wait for death in front of Li Zhongjiu. Whether he lived or died, it was all up to Li Zhongjiu. If you had such an attitude from the start, I wouldn't have minded. Li Zhongjiu sighed helplessly. If you had such an attitude from the start, wouldn't it have been better? Let's not talk about you now. Most of the people in your Gu family are already dead. They have no value. Li Zhongjiu shook his head. Go on your way in peace. After saying that, Li Zhongjiu smashed down with his hammer. Gu Songtian fell to the ground and his limbs twitched. You haven't even turned into the body of a sovereign and you are already so difficult to deal with. If I give you more time, it won't be easy for me to kill you. Li Zhongjiu hammered a few more times. But Gu Songtian still had a weak aura. He hadn't died yet. Therefore, he had to be very careful when dealing with sovereign-level experts. If he wasn't careful, they would run away. Moreover, he might come back to life on his own. Unless it was someone who was at the same level of cultivation, it would be the most thorough. Go. Li Zhongjiu flicked his finger and the soul-summoning beast swayed its body and charged towards Gu Songtian. Using his mystique, he extracted Gu Songtian's soul. Refining this guy's soul is enough to help me break through my mental strength. Li Zhongjiu thought to himself. He had lost his strength. Gu Songtian's body was no longer protected by his strength. Li Zongjiu smashed the latter's heart with his hammer and plucked Gu Songtian's head off. At the same time, he took Gu Songtian's storage ring. TSK, as expected of an ancient family. Even I am jealous of their collection. The ring on Gu Songtian's hand wasn't any lower than the Southern Nation ring. Therefore, Li Zongjiu kept the ring on his hand. It was a pity that the design wasn't suitable. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu would have given it to Qi Yanran. A ray of light broke through the sky. Li Zongjiu sat on the ground with a thump. His strength was supported by elixirs just now. At this moment, he was completely exhausted. Sitting on the ground, Li Zongjiu's vision turned black and he fainted as well. 3 black figures in the sky quickly approached. The Eagle battleship and the Black-Winged Blood Shadow Condor. Li Yan and the rest were on the battleship. When they saw the forest below, their eyes were filled with shock. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, not a single blade of grass grew. Even the air was filled with turbulence. The remnants of energy made it difficult for the Eagle battleship to get close. Oh my god, what exactly happened here? When Li Yan found Li Zongjiu in the sky, she jumped down and brought Li Zongjiu onto the battleship. Heavenly Gold City. Gu family. It was as if they had gone through a cruel battle. Smoke rose from every corner of the Gu family. Most of the Gu family's territory had been reduced to ruins. It was the first time Qi Yanran led people to attack a family, and it was such a scene. Most of the Gu family members who could not escape had already surrendered. They could only hope that the family head would come back to save them. There were corpses everywhere in the Gu family. It was not an exaggeration to say that corpses were everywhere. Kuan Erishur was also seriously injured. His body was covered in bandages. They were used to suppress his wounds. Kuan Erishur was sitting on the steps, and beside him was a spear covered in blood. There were people around him on guard. After a night of battle, there were many sneak attacks. So basically, everyone was injured. Even the Liangshan brothers were injured, and the primitive emperors were no exception. Qi Yanran's condition was the best, and she was not injured. Because everyone's main goal was to protect Qi Yanran. The Liangshan brothers were injured because they were protecting Qi Yanran. Moreover, there were an unknown number of top-notch assassins protecting her in the dark. Even in such a dangerous situation, they had to ensure Qi Yanran's safety. So Qi Yanran was only exhausted. Of course, most of the experts had died under the desolate heaven essence. Now, the Gu family was under control. Although the White Deer Manor had lost some men, it was a complete victory in comparison. Of course, the White Deer Manor's composition seemed simple, but it was not. There were 2 powerful forces in the Heike dynasty. The top-notch assassins of the Guzong family and the genius spirit master from the Marquis of Wanyong. The combination of these 2 forces was not simple at all. Li Zongjiu had killed many of the opponent's experts from the beginning. The Great Elder, Second Elder, and Third Elder were all killed by Li Zongjiu. There was nothing much to say about this. The Gu family was weak and empty. This was probably the first time they had been besieged. They did not have enough time to prepare. They were killed and all of them were wiped out. At this moment, Wan Yulan and Qi Yanran were resting in the main hall of the Gu family. The rest of the experts were on guard around. There was also a group of people who were searching to see if there were any fish that had escaped the net. All those who had surrendered were locked up in a courtyard. The fate of these people was still unknown. It's already dawn, Zongjiu, Qi Yanran's heart tightened. Until now, there had been no news and no movement at all. How could Qi Yanran feel at ease? He could only wait here. It's a good thing that there's no movement. At the very least, it proves that the head of the Gu clan is unable to deal with Li Zongjiu. Wan Yulan stepped forward and said. In a battle between experts, the outcome could be decided very quickly or very slowly. Before they used all their means, it was very likely that they would not even know how long it would take. Li Zongjiu was able to delay a supreme being for so long. It was beyond Wan Yulan's imagination. The longer the battle dragged on, the stronger Li Zongjiu was. As long as Li Zongjiu continued to persevere, there might be more unexpected situations. Li Zongjiu might even kill Gu Songtian. Thinking of this, Wan Yulan shook his head. This was almost impossible. If he could do this, wouldn't Li Zongjiu be equivalent to an primitive emperor expert, just as Ji Yanran and the rest were waiting? Another group of people rushed over from Skygold City. They directly charged into the Gu clan. Yanran, Qi Xiaohun and a few elders appeared above the Gu clan. They directly found Qi Yanran and the rest. When the surrounding people saw that they were from the Qi clan, they put down their weapons. Father? Why are you here? And Elder Yu, why are you here? Qi Yanran did not expect that. Her father would appear in front of her. I have already passed the position of the clan head to the Great Elder temporarily. I brought these elders to help you. I thought that no matter how bad it is, I would have to protect your life. Qi Xiaohun saw that Qi Yanran was unharmed. His anxious heart was finally at ease. Previously on the way here, he had been imagining it and he was extremely anxious. He had even prepared for the worst. However, when he walked into the Skygold City, he was completely dumbfounded. They actually charged into the Gu clan's base camp. And they took it down completely. The experts of the Gu clan were almost all dead. With the manpower that Li Zongjiu brought over, it was hard to imagine and even hard to believe. Even if he saw it with his own eyes, he would not dare to believe it. The #1 clan in Jin region was defeated just like that, and from the looks of it, it seemed to be a complete and utter defeat. From what he saw, the fighting power of the people of White Deer Manor was stronger than expected. No, it could be said that the people of the Gu clan were much weaker than expected. Where's Li Zongjiu? Seeing that Qi Yanran was fine, Qi Xiaohun was relieved. Looking at the surrounding scene, his heart was still in a state of shock. I don't know where Zongjiu and the Gu clan head are fighting. When Qi Yanran said that, there was deep worry in her eyes. I don't know where they are? Qi Xiaohun was stunned. The news of the Gu clan head breaking through to the sovereign realm had already spread throughout the Xingyan dynasty. Now that Li Zongjiu was not killed by the other party, and they did not know where he was fighting, it meant that Li Zongjiu at least had the strength to fight head-on with the other party. When did they fight? Last night, until now, it has been 4 hours. Qi Yanran said. 4 hours? Could it be that the two of them are evenly matched and are in a stalemate? Qi Xiaohun was stunned. This scene seemed to be somewhat interesting. The terrifying thing about the Gu clan was that the Gu clan head was in the sovereign realm and a group of primitive emperor realm elders under him. But now, along the way, they found that the elders of the Gu clan were all dead. As for the Gu family's patriarch, he had gone somewhere to fight with Li Zongjiu and had yet to return. The situation was still unclear. But at least, it was not Gu Xianxia who carried Li Zongjiu's corpse back. If that was the case, Qi Yanran and the rest would not have survived until now. That lad might really be able to kill a sovereign realm expert. Qi Xiaohun could be considered as someone who had seen Li Zongjiu's miraculous abilities. To be able to do such a thing, it was beyond everyone's expectations. Only Li Zongjiu could do that. Until now, they had not seen Li Zongjiu being at a disadvantage. He was really an invincible existence. If they were not convinced, they would just fight. God knows how many impossible enemies they had defeated. Before they came, Li Zongjiu had prepared elixirs for them. With the Qi family head overseeing the place, some of them had diverted a portion of their attention to recuperate. Although they could not let down their guard completely, at least they did not have to be tense all the time. At noon, Li Zongjiu stepped on a black-winged blood shadow condor and landed on the city walls of Skygold City. At the same time, he hung a head at the entrance of Skygold City. Although the hair was messy and there were bloodstains all over, anyone could tell at a glance. This was the head of the Gu clan head, Gu Xianxia. Gu Xianxia was dead. Forget it, I'll add one more chapter. As long as I have the monthly votes, I'll do anything. Gu Xianxia's head was hung above the city gate. No one dared to stop such a blatant act of venting his anger. No one even dared to say anything. When the guards of the Skygold City saw this, they all hid far away. They knew very well what was going on in the Skygold City. No one dared to say anything. They didn't know what was happening in the city. Li Zongjiu landed in the Gu family. Qi Yanran and the rest didn't disappoint him. They took down the Gu family. Boom! The black-winged blood shadow condor flapped its wings, creating a huge wave of dust. The people who were trapped in the courtyard of the Gu family saw that it was Li Zongjiu who had returned. They felt a chill in their hearts. Why didn't the family head come back? Why did only Li Zongjiu come back? The main point was that Li Zongjiu came back alive. It was even more shocking. They couldn't believe their eyes. Quiet down. Seeing that the members of the Gu clan had actually become a little chaotic, someone immediately roared out. The long whip in his hand was directly lashed out and ruthlessly lashed onto the bodies of these people. Slap, the number one family in the Jin state was reduced to a prisoner. This situation also made people sigh endlessly. Zongjiu. When Qi Yanran saw Li Zongjiu, she pounced on him and hugged Li Zongjiu. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to see him again after last night. If that was the case, Qi Yanran wouldn't commit suicide so easily. She would wait until she had the chance to kill Li Zongjiu's enemy before following in his footsteps. Now that she could see Li Zongjiu come back safe and sound, Qi Yanran was naturally pleasantly surprised. It's been hard on you. Li Zongjiu patted Qi Yanran's back and comforted her. Not only did Qi Yanran help Li Zongjiu take down the Gu family, she was also worried about his safety the entire night. But this feeling of being cared for by someone was indeed very good. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu could only rely on himself when he was in a life-and-death battle. He couldn't even rely on some of his friends. Now, at least someone cared about Li Zongjiu's life and death. This made Li Zongjiu feel warm in his heart. However, this wasn't the time to be intimate. There were so many people watching. Family head Qi, I didn't expect you to come. Li Zongjiu saw that Qi Shaohan was also here. Clearly, there was a trace of astonishment in his eyes. Right now, he was going to deal with the number one clan in the Jin prefecture. Moreover, it was also one of the four great clans. Since Qi Shaohan dared to come, it meant that he was prepared to die. Brat, if you dare to put my daughter in such a dangerous situation again, I will definitely not let you off. Qi Shaohan said angrily. Originally, Qi Yanran was a good girl in the Qi family. However, after meeting Li Zongjiu, she was directly led astray. Now, she even dared to bring these old birds of the underworld to attack the Gu family. You have to know that these people in the Jianghu have no principles at all. They may be on the same side as you now, but if you lose in a while, they'll be the ones who suffer a defeat. If you are defeated, you will be betrayed in minutes. These were all very normal things. Therefore, when working with these people, one had to be careful. These people, who dared to say that they weren't careful and were ready to run away at any time. Qi Yanran's actions were too risky. Yanran is my family. Whoever wants to hurt my family will have to step over my dead body first. Li Zongjiu said faintly. Qi Yanran's heart pounded when she heard it. However, when Qi Shaohan heard it, his face suddenly became strange. Damn it. I haven't agreed yet, and you dare to kidnap my daughter from my side. However, Qi Shaohan didn't say anything. It was naturally the best that Li Zongjiu could treat Qi Yanran as a treasure. And now, Li Zongjiu had even killed a supreme being. This guy's strength could no longer be judged with normal eyes. There must be an extremely strong backing supporting Li Zongjiu. Qi Shaohan didn't ask much about Li Zongjiu's secret. No matter whether Li Zongjiu was a good or bad person, as long as he could be good to Yanran, it was enough. As a father, he didn't expect anything. Although the Gu family's base has been attacked by you, the Gu family has deep roots. It's impossible to kill them all. What are you going to do next? After the romance, he dared to do some serious business. Not to mention the distant ones, there were still so many captives in the backyard. Li Zongjiu and the others came to the backyard. Hundreds of people were imprisoned here. There were also a few fierce people around with bows and arrows, staring at these people. They also knew that it was impossible for them to escape. If there were any strange movements and they were caught, their end would be very tragic. These people were not kind people. The Gu family had been peaceful for so many years, and they had long been numb. They always knew that they were the strongest in this area, and had never experienced such a life as a prisoner. All of you can leave. From today onwards, I, Li Zongjiu, will use all my strength to hunt down the remnants of the Gu family. If anyone continues to call themselves part of the Gu family after walking out of this door, I will not let them go. If you are honest and know your place, I will naturally not pursue this matter. If you want to take revenge on me, feel free to come. Li Zhongjiu said faintly. Glancing at these people in front of him, even these people of the Gu family didn't react. Li Zhongjiu just let them go, it was that simple. Releasing the tiger back to the mountain, first of all, you had to be a tiger. They were just a bunch of sick cats. What was there to be afraid of? The Gu family had deep roots, but Li Zhongjiu had already arranged for Xianxia to lead people. He directly went to take the heads of all the important people of the Gu family scattered in various places. Since he was going to do it, he naturally had to do it thoroughly. In less than half a month, no one in this world would dare to call themselves a member of the Jin province's Gu family. Not only did he have to kill, but he also had to destroy their hearts. He had to completely destroy the Gu family's prestige. He had to completely wipe out all the members of the Gu family. Send out a notice for me. Have the clan leaders of the top 10 clans in Skygold City come for a meeting. It will be held in the Skygold Pavilion. Li Zhongjiu said to the Liangshan brothers. The two of them immediately went out. What a big tone. He directly had the clan leaders of Skygold City and first-rate cities come here for a meeting. It's obviously a hangmen banquet, but if you don't come. If you didn't come, you would have to consider the consequences. Keep the corpses of our brothers well. Return to the sacred flame Imperial City and bury them. If they have families, bring them back to their families for a proper burial. In addition, for those who died in battle, each family will be compensated with 100,000 purple yuan. Everyone who is still alive, return to the manor. Those who are yuan kings will receive 3 high-grade 5th-grade elixirs. Those who are yuan emperors will receive 2 grade 6th-grade elixirs. The rewards given by Li Zhongjiu made these people who were bathed in blood happy. What money? It was too vulgar. Elixirs were the only reason why these people chose to join the White Deer Manor. Only Li Zhongjiu would be able to offer such a reward as a 6th-grade pill. Even Qi Xiaohun and the others were extremely moved when they heard this. If they had known, they would have followed Li Zhongjiu in the beginning. Now, they were too late. They didn't even have time to drink a mouthful of soup. The people of the Gu family were dispersed. The people of the Gu family had been driven away directly. However, all the property of the Gu family was left behind. Li Zhongjiu ordered the person called Mao Jiang to sort out these things and calculate them. After all, if such a thing was handed over to an primitive emperor expert, it was more or less beneath his dignity. To be able to take on such a task was also a kind of honor for Mao Jiang to be put in an important position by Li Zhongjiu. Immediately, he went to check and calculate these things very diligently. It was not a problem to hide some of them. However, if he embezzled too much, it would be exposed sooner or later even if Li Zhongjiu did not investigate. Would you have the guts to be arrogant in front of an expert who could kill a supreme master? How dare you think of doing something under the hands of such a person? Don't lose the big picture for the small. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. Li Zhongjiu helped Qi Yanran to recuperate her body. The people below had already started to count the losses and gains of this battle. They reported all the numbers in a unified manner. How did you do it? You can actually kill a supreme master. Qi Yanran looked at Li Zhongjiu, extremely shocked. Even for Qi Yanran, this matter was very shocking and hard to believe. It was difficult for her to come out of the shock. For Li Zhongjiu's magical ability, she could only express incomparable surprise. You will in the future too. Li Zhongjiu said. The Gu family is a big tree with deep roots. It is not so easy to trip them up. Letting them go is a very hidden thing for us. Qi Yanran said worriedly. The Gu family occupied the entire Jin province, and the scope of their influence was extremely wide. It was not clear how many tricks they had left behind. Perhaps there were some extremely cruel plans, and they were ready to perish together with the enemy at any time. Don't worry, we don't have to do anything. Naturally, someone will deal with them. Li Zhongjiu said. So what if the tree has deep roots? When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Now that Gu Sangtian, this big tree, had already fallen, the people below probably couldn't even take care of themselves anymore. They were used to being overbearing in the Jin region. Next, Li Zongjie would place a bounty. A bounty for the head of the Gu family. Because today, Li Zongjie had already announced that the Jin province's Gu clan would no longer exist. Anyone who called themselves the Jin province's Gu clan would be viewed as an enemy of the White Deer Manor. New grudges and old grudges, in addition to the huge bounty, the Gu family would only continue to decline. In the Jianghu, White Deer Manor's reputation was established. In the vast Jianghu, who didn't know the name of White Deer Manor, after today, the world would be shocked. 1,000-year-old family, Gu family. Today, they were destroyed by White Deer Manor. The head of the Gu clan's supreme martial artist, Gu Xianxia, was hung at the entrance of Skygold City. Tens of thousands of people saw it with their own eyes, inside Skygold City. Ordinary people didn't feel much. As long as the Gu family didn't lead Skygold City to betray them, other things wouldn't affect these ordinary people and wouldn't affect their lives. But those families who had helped the Gu family last night and those families who were in the meeting with the Gu family's third elder all had a headache. It was obvious that Li Zongjie was a ruthless person. And this time, he wasn't here to simply destroy the Gu family. He was here to look for resources. Just some of the businesses that the Gu family had in the Jin region was already a huge sum. To be able to survive until now, one could see how strong the Gu family was. Now, Li Zongjie didn't just want to take over the Gu family. He wanted to take over the entire Skygold City. Before heading to the Skygold Tower for the meeting, the patriarchs of several clans in the Skygold City had already begun a secret meeting. In the city, other than the Gu family, there were 3 other families who had a closer relationship with each other. The Han family, the Huang family and the Wen family. These 3 families were all in the food industry. Hence, they had a closer relationship with each other. Hence, after such a thing happened, the 3 of them hurriedly gathered together. What do you think this Li Zongjie is trying to do? His forces aren't rooted here. Could it be that he wants to take our money? The Wen family leader said. He was obviously furious. After a wolf left, another tiger came. It was even harder for them to accept such an outcome. Sigh, I'm like a fish on the chopping block. I reckon that a lot of people will suffer tonight. Let's go and see what tricks this Li guy wants to play. If this guy has some brains, he won't do anything to us. The Huang family leader said. Obviously, he was also very hesitant about this matter. No one would have thought that such a thing would happen. The originally stable order was broken today. But perhaps, this was a good thing. At the very least, the dark cloud hanging over the Jin region had been completely removed. Without the Gu family in the future, it would naturally be easier for these families to stand out. They would also have a higher cultivation base and could stand out from the rest. In the future, they wouldn't be restricted by the Gu family. What would happen next would depend on their own abilities. What else can this brat want? It's just money. Prepare the money. The Han family leader sneered. The other 2 looked at each other. Under such circumstances, if they could use money to send Li Zongjie away, they would be willing to spend any amount. After all, it was only a one-time thing. They were only afraid that Li Zongjie wouldn't be willing to leave. On the same night, the 10 family leaders gathered in front of the Golden Heaven Pavilion. Because they didn't specify the time. Hence, these people were already here when the sky turned dark. However, they didn't dare to casually enter before everyone was here. The outer wall of the Golden Heaven Pavilion that was damaged by the aftermath of the previous battle had been repaired. It was Li Zongjie who asked Kuan Erishur to help him repair it. Now, the Golden Heaven Pavilion was directly under Li Zongjie's protection. Of course, it had to be repaired properly. Everyone, please come in. Mao Jiang walked out and invited these big shots of the Golden Heaven City to enter. One must know that aside from the Gu family, these people could be considered as the sky of the Golden Heaven City. Even last night, there were many people from these families who took action. However, they all ran far away. Running away when the situation turned bad was their strong suit. However, there were also people from several families who participated in the assassination at Walnut Ridge. Of course, the final outcome was obvious. In order to cover up their previous actions, they quickly elected a new family leader. If Li Zongjiu had mentioned it a little and then came to settle old scores, then, these families would all be in big trouble. A group of people walked in and arrived at the main hall of the Golden Heaven Pavilion. Li Zongjiu's men weren't present in the Golden Heaven Pavilion. Only a few stayed behind to do odd jobs. Although there weren't many of them, they were filled with murderous intent. Qi Yanran didn't participate in such an occasion. Instead, Kuan Erishur sat beside Li Zongjiu. "Family heads, please take a seat. Serve the wine," Li Zongjiu said. Then, the 10 of them sat down in order. Their status was very obvious. Those who sat at the front were naturally a little stronger. "Before I came, I always heard that the Gu family was domineering. But after I came, I didn't see it," Li Zongjiu said. That one sentence was enough to display his domineering aura to the fullest. The Gu family had been in the Jin region for so many years. Even the Xingyan dynasty's royal family couldn't do anything to them. Instead, Li Zongjiu came and wiped out the Gu family's many years of foundation. Now, he was going to take over everything. The Gu family is just a group of bandits. "Young Master Li, you are the real tyrant." The Wen family head's mouth twitched. Since it had come to this, he had to flatter him. Li Zongjiu smiled. "I don't dare to call myself a tyrant. But the Gu family is a group of bandits. Our White Deer Manor has come all the way to Skygold City to exterminate the bandits for you. We have sacrificed a lot. As the masters of Skygold City, you should at least show some appreciation." Li Zongjiu knocked on the table. Kuan Erishur had seen Li Zongjiu's extortion skills. Generally speaking, once you were targeted by Li Zongjiu, you could forget about living a good life. If you were willing to spend money to block the disaster, it would be over quickly. But if you were unwilling to part with this piece of meat, there would be a bigger disaster waiting for you in the future. Kuan Erishur immediately took out a book and placed it on the table. Then, he looked at the Wen family head who had just spoken. He seemed to be waiting for the Wen family head to say a number first. The Wen family head didn't expect Li Zongjiu's extortion method to be so direct. Without any preparation, he was about to hand in the numbers. This. Young Master Li, I came in a hurry and didn't have much time to prepare. How about this? No matter how much damage your White Deer Manor suffered, we will definitely do our best to make up for it." The head of the Wen family was also very experienced. He didn't say a number directly. Otherwise, no matter what number he said, it wouldn't be appropriate. It wouldn't be good if it was too high, and it wouldn't be good if it was too low. "Alright, I've already calculated for you. Give each family 2 billion purple yuan. I'm a very honest person," Li Zongjiu said with a smile. "What? 2 billion? A few people at the back did not sit properly. They stood up immediately and stared at Li Zongjiu with wide eyes. Their eyes were clearly saying that if he had to pay so much money, he might as well kill him directly. "Is it too little? Just give the 3 who stood up just now 5 billion each," Li Zongjiu said. 5 billion. This was simply asking for a sky-high price. Li Zongjiu, don't think that just because you destroyed the Gu family, you can do whatever you want in Skygold City. I don't believe that if we don't hand over the money, you can kill all of us. The person who stood up was obviously prepared to go all out. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well be firm. It would be best if he could unite everyone's strength and beat Li Zongjiu out. However, the head of the Wen family who stood up overestimated his influence and underestimated Li Zongjiu's temper. After all, Li Zongjiu was just a child. He looked like a teenager and didn't pose much of a threat to them. They didn't even believe that Li Zongjiu was the one who killed Gu Songtian. It must be the person behind Li Zongjiu who destroyed Gu Songtian. Maybe it was someone from the royal family. As for Li Zongjiu, he was just a cover for his withdrawal. Now, Li Zongjiu was obviously making use of the power of the person behind him to extort them. Very well, kill him. Li Zongjiu pointed at the guy who was shouting loudly. The Liangshan brothers immediately rushed forward and blasted this Yuan monarch into a pile of minced meat with a palm strike. Fresh blood and internal organs splattered on the table. The faces of the 2 people beside him were also covered in fresh blood. This scene was extremely impactful. Everyone who saw this was incomparably shocked. This display of strength, killing the chicken to warn the monkey, was too direct. Li Zhongjiu was waiting for someone to jump out so that he could kill one first. He wanted to use his strength to tell everyone present. Li Zhongjiu could indeed cover the sky with one hand now. Seeing this person die tragically, the two people who stood up also sat back down quietly. Although their chairs were covered in blood and minced meat, they still sat there without any change in expression. If Li Zhongjiu wanted to kill them, it would be so casual. Try to resist, even if the 10 great families joined forces, they would not be a match for Li Zhongjiu. The Gu family was wiped out overnight. They did not have much enmity with Li Zhongjiu. Therefore, there was no need to make things like this. It was just money. If money was gone, one could still earn it. However, if one's life was gone, it would really be gone. The person sitting on the chair now was a living example. Unless you wanted to follow in his footsteps. Li Zhongjiu naturally knew the character of these people in front of him. He had to kill a few of them in order to be honest. Even if he put a knife to their necks, they wouldn't feel anything. He had to cut them down with a knife. Only then would he know what was too late for regret. Look, now that these people were sitting here, they were much more obedient. With so many people here, no one dared to say anything against him. Just register them all. It's fine. Take your time with the money. I'll play around in Skygold City for a few more days. I'll leave when I have enough money. Li Zhongjiu said. These family heads had no choice but to register obediently. They wrote down their names and numbers. The patriarchs of the 10 great families of Heavenly Gold City were now acting like enslaved prisoners, obediently handing over money. No one would have thought that these big shots, who were usually high and mighty, would have such a lowly life one day. In the eyes of ordinary people, these people were the sky. However, an even higher sky had appeared. It was Li Zhongjiu. I won't touch a single cent of the Gu family's properties in the city. You can divide them among yourselves. Seeing that everyone had finished registering and had a ledger, it was convenient for him to collect the money. Then, Li Zhongjiu's words caused everyone to be secretly surprised. Who knew how many business chains the Gu family had? Furthermore, their resources were all in the city. They couldn't take them away. Li Zhongjiu's White Deer Manor was an outside power. It was extremely difficult for them to enter Skygold City and take over these resources. Furthermore, it was extremely troublesome. There were too many things involved. The only way was to hand them over. Evidently, Li Zhongjiu was a smart person. If he couldn't eat something, he didn't intend to force it. However, in order to prevent Skygold City from falling into the hands of bandits again, I've decided to send someone to patrol once a month. As for the expenses incurred during the patrol, I'll leave them to you. As for the exact amount, I'll have someone write it down in the ledger. Just a single sentence. It caused the hearts of these family heads to sink to the bottom. Li Zhongjiu was clearly going to eat them up. Furthermore, this was clearly an act of collecting protection fees. He had actually come to Skygold City to collect protection fees. He was even collecting protection fees from them. This, Li Zhongjiu was clearly relying on them. This caused them to be at a loss as to what to do. Wasn't this even more shameless than bandits? Could it be that you don't need the protection of my White Deer Manor? If there's anyone who doesn't need it, just stand up. My White Deer Manor will no longer protect him in the future. Not protect him, wasn't it obvious? Without the protection of the White Deer Manor, he probably wouldn't even be able to walk out of the Golden Sky Tower. Although they were unwilling, they could only suppress the anger and humiliation in their hearts. The top families of the Golden Sky City were all gathered together, yet they were being forced to pay protection fees. Such a situation was rare in the world. Even when the Gu family was still around, they weren't so overbearing. However, there was no other way. This place was under the protection of the Gu family. Therefore, these people could even look down on the Xingyan dynasty's royal family. Now that the Gu family had fallen, the Xingyan dynasty would definitely reorganize the Jin province. Without Li Zhongjiu's protection, this matter would be hard to say. We wouldn't dare. We'll go back and prepare. Although they had to pay protection fees, the other party only wanted a fixed amount of money. This money could be earned back. At the very least, it was a very clear amount if they opened their mouths and asked for other conditions. These families might not agree so easily. The surviving family heads of the 9 families walked out of the Golden Sky Tower. However, there was one person who was sent back in a sack. 2 billion per family. Just these people alone have 18 billion. This money is really easy to earn. They actually agreed obediently. Kuan Arashir was also very surprised. Although he looked calm during the registration process, when the numbers were written one by one, the addition of a 0 made him even more shocked. Kuan Arashir knew that it would be easy to do anything after becoming strong. However, he didn't expect it to be easy to this extent. As soon as he opened his mouth, these people directly handed over the money. These people are very cunning. However, in front of me, they are still not enough. In the future, the matter of collecting money will be handed over to you. Can you handle it? Li Zhongzhou looked at Kuan Arashir and said. Kuan Arashir was clearly a bit of a superstar. This was a very dangerous matter. If one's strength wasn't enough and he still ran to collect money, the other party would turn around and kill him in a matter of minutes. If he dared to reach out, his hand would be chopped off. However, Kuan Arashir had helped Li Zhongzhou collect money before. Moreover, when collecting debts, it was obvious that accidents would occur. When Li Zhongzhou went to the Great Happiness Casino to collect debts, he directly bought the entire Great Happiness Casino. Li Zhongzhou had to find time to take care of the Great Happiness Casino. Don't worry. You can take 30% of the money collected. Li Zhongzhou said. Hee, that's easy. Kuan Arashir was suddenly surprised. He followed Li Zhongzhou because he believed that Li Zhongzhou would be able to make a name for himself. Now, who didn't know Li Zhongzhou's name, but sooner or later, Kuan Arashir would have a chance. Now, Li Zhongzhou was giving Kuan Arashir a chance to make a name for himself. As for whether he could make a name for himself under such circumstances, it would depend on Kuan Arashir's strength. If he wasn't strong enough, he would only end up as a ghost under the knife of others. The second day. Li Zhongzhou also directly looted the Gu family's treasury, but there weren't many treasures that could be found in the treasury. Obviously, the Gu family's wealth wasn't stored in the Gu family's courtyard, but in another secret place. This was normal. The safest place was often the most dangerous place to hide things. Just like today, the whole family was destroyed. At least the people who were still alive could use this wealth to make a comeback. Even if they couldn't, they wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing. At this moment, Mao Jiang brought Li Zhongzhou to an underground secret room of the Gu family. This door is called the Broken Dragon Stone. It weighs 64,000 pounds. If it can't be lifted directly and is broken directly, the whole secret room will be destroyed directly. Mao Jiang said. After wandering in the underworld for so long, he had seen so much of the world. What's behind this door? Qi Yanran reached out and touched the Broken Dragon Stone, trying to feel what was behind it. However, there seemed to be a strong force blocking her, and she couldn't feel anything. There was only an endless repulsive force. The secret of the Gu family's inheritance. You guys can leave first. Li Zhongzhou said to the few of them. Mao Jiang and the others understood and immediately left. Qi Yanran looked at Li Zhongzhou. Li Zhongzhou took a step forward and placed his palm on the wall in front of him. Then, he lifted it up. The smooth dragon-breaking stone, which had no place to exert force, was lifted up so easily. Even if a primitive emperor used his origin energy, he might not be able to lift the Broken Dragon Stone. This was because the material of the Broken Dragon Stone would absorb origin energy. The more origin energy used, the stronger it would be. The weight of the dragon-breaking stone would continue to increase. It would be like you were constantly lifting yourself up. In that case, you would never succeed. You actually lifted it up with one hand. Qi Yanran looked at Li Zhongzhou in surprise. Was there anything Li Zhongzhou couldn't do? If there was a need, Li Zhongzhou might even be able to give birth to his own child. It's a piece of cake. Follow me. The two of them walked in, and the Broken Dragon Stone behind them was closed again. Li Zhongzhou and Mao Jiang seemed to have walked into a secret cave. There was a well in the secret cave. From the depths of the well, a faint light was emitted. At the same time, in the secret cave, one could feel the terrifying energy coming from the surroundings. The energy was spreading out bit by bit. It was awe-inspiring. What's that? Qi Yanran looked in the direction of the well. As an alchemist, she had more or less guessed what the thing in front of her was, but she wasn't too sure yet. The Gu family's inheritance flame origin, the ancient and modern towering flame. Li Zongjiu said. Qi Yanran walked closer to take a look and saw a candle-like light swaying below. Such a weak light seemed to be extinguished by a casual blow. However, Qi Yanran could feel the terrifying energy contained in the towering flame. It was enough to easily destroy a city. The weak flame below seemed to have felt Qi Yanran's approach. At this moment, it exploded with a bang. The whole dry well was suddenly filled with flames, rushing directly toward Qi Yanran. Qi Yanran was so frightened that she took a step back and bumped into Li Zongjiu's arms. "Don't be afraid," Li Zongjiu said. Qi Yanran raised her head and took a look. The towering flame was fierce, but there was no way for it to escape from the dry well. An invisible force trapped the towering flame in it. "It's imprisoned," Qi Yanran said in surprise when she saw the scene. The Gu clan's inheritance flame had actually trapped the spiritual fire in this place. Such an action was quite cruel. The Gu family's supreme being experts found this towering flame and imprisoned it here. Every 100 years, a flame lotus seed, which is the flame seed, will be born. These flame seeds are used to help the Gu family master the towering flame and cultivate. Li Zongjiu said slowly. A bunch of idiots. Even if one wanted to refine and imprison the spiritual fire, it would not have been done in such a manner. Once the strength of the main body decreased, the quality of the fire seed produced would only deteriorate. When Li Zongjiu dug out the fire lotus seed from the Ancient One's head, he already knew what these idiots were doing. Hence, even if the Gu family did not intend to cause trouble for Li Zongjiu would definitely make a trip to the Gu family and take away the towering flame. The towering flame is too overbearing and does not match the attributes of your longevity tree. Protect me while I refine the towering flame myself, Li Zongjiu said. As an alchemist, Qi Yanran naturally needed the help of a powerful spiritual fire. Although the towering flame's strength was damaged, it was still in existence that was close to 10,000 years old. Even a slight movement would not be something that Qi Yanran could withstand. Only Li Zongjiu was suitable. In the past, no matter how dangerous the environment was, Li Zongjiu would venture alone. However, it was different now. He was letting Qi Yanran protect him. For Li Zongjiu, this meant that he had complete trust in Qi Yanran, which was why he made such a choice. Qi Yanran also knew how cautious Li Zongjiu was and how guarded he was. Now that he was willing to let her protect him, it meant that Li Zongjiu was willing to entrust his life to her. Even so, Qi Yanran would risk her life to protect Li Zongjiu. Okay. Qi Yanran nodded heavily and replied with a single word. She held the desolate heaven essence in her hand and stood by the side. Li Zongjiu glanced at the towering flame in the dry well. Even though it had been trapped for 10,000 years, it still exuded a ferocious aura. However, in terms of ruthlessness, Li Zongjiu was definitely more ruthless. He leaped and landed in the dry well. The towering flame instantly enveloped Li Zongjiu ferociously. Boom! The entire well was like a cauldron that kept exploding. The terrifying roar of the explosion and the continuous heat wave made Qi Yanran's scalp go numb. It was simply suicide. And because they were here, a lot of power was isolated. If that layer of confinement was removed, the entire cave would be destroyed in an instant. Li Zongjiu did not put much effort into defending. It just so happened that he could make use of the towering flames. The benefits of upgrading his ancient golden tyrant body scripture were too many. It was difficult to calculate. The benefits of upgrading his ancient golden tyrant body scripture were naturally incisive and vivid. Naturally, the further one progressed in the ancient golden tyrant body art, the more difficult it was to improve. One had to use an even more extreme method to search for an even more terrifying power. Otherwise, breaking through one's limits would be as difficult as ascending the heavens. Boom! The overbearing power of the flame surged into his body. Even though Li Zhongzhou's physical strength had already reached the primitive emperor realm, it was nothing in front of the overbearing power of the towering flame. He could still feel a trace of destruction will. If he was not careful, he would be directly destroyed. Li Zhongzhou was also quite brave. On one hand, he was absorbing the power into his body, causing his body to be riddled with holes. On the other hand, he was also refining the power. His physical body was constantly being roasted. If it was any other primitive emperor expert who jumped down, they would only end up being burned to ashes in an instant. After 10,000 years of accumulation, is this all you've got? Li Zhongzhou's indifferent words made the towering flame erupt with twice the power. Obviously, the towering flame had already cultivated spiritual intelligence in these 10,000 years. At least, it could understand Li Zhongzhou's words. Now it's strong enough. It even forced out the obsidian fire in Li Zhongzhou's body. Boom! Qi Yanran looked at the seal in the well in front of her. It seemed like the seal was constantly being bombarded and collided. It seemed like it would be torn apart and broken at any time. It could be seen how intense the refining below was. However, it was good that there was movement. If there was no movement, it meant that Li Zhongzhou was being refined by the towering flame. Therefore, Qi Yanran was extremely worried. In any case, Li Zhongzhou's actions had never been easy to deal with. 3 days later, a figure crawled out of the well. Qi Yanran quickly went forward to help him. At this moment, Li Zhongzhou seemed to be in a sorry state. The clothes on his body were directly burned away. Even his skin was pitch black and there was even a charred smell. He looked extremely miserable. How did you end up like this? When Qi Yanran touched Li Zhongzhou's body, she felt that Li Zhongzhou was like a fireball, extremely hot. It took me a lot of effort. Li Zhongzhou said. Coincidentally, I'm not wearing any clothes now. You see, the heavenly dragon elixir last time. Immediately, Li Zhongzhou looked at Qi Yanran with a smirk. Before Qi Yanran could react, she was already pinned down by Li Zhongzhou. In the entire secret chamber, something indescribable was also happening. When Li Zhongzhou took action, he naturally succeeded in subduing and refining the towering flame. At the same time, Li Zhongzhou had also raised his physical body to the realm of a second-grade primitive emperor. After reaching the primitive emperor realm, if one wanted to break through again, each level would be several times more difficult than the previous one. The more accumulated, the bigger the gap would naturally become. Li Zhongzhou's cultivation in these 3 days was already comparable to a few years' worth of cultivation by an ordinary primitive emperor expert, or even far more than that. Li Zhongzhou's cultivation in these 3 days was already comparable to a few years' worth of cultivation by an ordinary primitive emperor expert. In the courtyard of the Gu family. Because the land deed was in the hands of Li Zhongzhou, the land of the Gu family had also become Li Zhongzhou's property. This area could be said to be the most central area of the Skygold City. Of course, Li Zhongzhou wouldn't give it up easily. According to the future development trend, Li Zhongzhou had already thought about what this place should be used for. However, Li Zhongzhou couldn't handle this matter. In addition, there were many obstacles. It still required a lot of people to come in later to settle this matter. Have you collected all the debts? Li Zhongzhou asked Kuan Erishur. It's all here, not a single cent less. The people of the Wen family also gave you 3 6th-grade medicinal herbs. Kuan Erishur said. You're pretty smart. Li Zhongzhou nodded slightly. As we agreed before, 30% is yours. Li Zhongzhou directly used the Nanguo ring to transfer the things in the storage ring. All of them were boxes of banknotes. 2 billion wasn't a small amount, but these families understood the importance of it. If they couldn't take out the money, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, no matter what, he had to get his hands on the money. Okay. Kuan Erishur didn't hesitate. It wasn't a man's style to shirk back and forth. After accepting the money, Kuan Erishur was excited. This was the first time Kuan Erishur received so much money. I'll be a rich man in the future. Kuan Erishur was secretly proud, but at the same time, Kuan Erishur was also very clear. His little bit of money was nothing at all. White Deer Manor spent more than 100 billion purple yuan to research a warship. The money he had in his wallet was not enough to do anything. Since everything is arranged, let's go back. Everyone from the Bailu Manor returned to their homes as well. At this moment, General's residence, Meng Hao had been tormented thoroughly for the past few days. He had never thought that Li Zongjie would really be able to kill Gu Songtian. Wasn't Gu Songtian a supreme being? How could he die just like that? Mother of asterisk Ker, he's worse than me. Gu Songtian's head was hung on the city wall not far away. Just this point alone was enough for Meng Hao to know. Li Zongjie hung Gu Songtian's head up for the people in the city to see, and at the same time, for him to see, Li Zongjie wanted him dead. After a few days of torment, Meng Hao wanted to go up and apologize, but he was rejected firmly. Li Zongjie had no intention of meeting him at all. At this moment, Meng Hao's heart was dead. He hadn't left his house for an entire day. Just a while ago, Meng Hao received news. Li Zongjie and the rest had already left Skygold City. This is the last chance. Li Zongjie, Meng Hao, will not let you off even if I become a ghost. After Meng Hao finished speaking, he picked up the knife on the table and slashed it across his neck. If he didn't die, his family would suffer. Meng Hao believed that Li Zongjie would do what he said. Therefore, when Li Zongjie left, he chose to kill himself. Sir. Sir. Oh no, Sir killed himself. What Meng Hao didn't expect was that Li Zongjie would say a lot of things. Of course, he would do what he said. After all, a person had to be trustworthy. However, there were also some things that he said casually. As for Meng Hao, Li Zongjie had forgotten about him after he entered the city. There was no need to remember such an insignificant person. However, just because of Li Zongjie's words, the general of Skygold City actually killed himself in his own study room. It made one sigh. Holy Flame Royal City. Everyone had heard about the battle results of the White Deer matter. All of them were secretly shocked as well. They had also sent out a large number of intelligence personnel to investigate Li Zongjie's background and find out what kind of existence was behind Li Zongjie. A supreme being. A supreme being that was hard to come by in 100 years had been killed so easily. Li Zongjie was actually able to deal with even supreme beings. Now in Holy Flame Royal City, as long as Li Zongjie did not kill anyone from the royal family, and even if he did, he would not do it openly. At the same time, he would skip the few important members of the royal family and there would be no problem. There were even people from the royal family who hurried to meet Emperor Xingyan. However, Emperor Xingyan was now in the imperial garden, playing Go with a white-haired old man. Military advisor, who is this Li Zongjie? Emperor Xingyan chatted as he played. Even with Emperor Xingyan's status, he had a humble attitude in front of this white-haired old man. He was the ruler of a dynasty. Obviously, this white-haired old man's status was more prominent. Or rather, he had a higher seniority. This military advisor had been around since the time of Emperor Xingyan's father. According to Emperor Xingyan's father, this military advisor had been around since his father was around. The 3 generations of his ancestors had always respectfully addressed him as military advisor. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about this person. You just have to ignore, not support, and not target him. Let this kid develop on his own. This kid will be of great help to our Xingyan dynasty in the future. The military advisor said slowly as he played his chess piece. Oh? Emperor Xingyan had always listened to the military advisor. Otherwise, when Li Zongjie destroyed Qingyuan Manor, Emperor Xingyan had already prepared to find a reason to start eliminating Li Zongjie's forces. However, at that time, the military advisor appeared and stopped Emperor Xingyan's actions. Later on, there were many times when he wanted to make a move against Li Zongjie, but he restrained himself. It was only when Li Zongjie walked out of the 3 dynasties elixir meeting that Emperor Xingyan slowly understood the words of the military advisor. As for now, even if they wanted to touch him, it would not be so easy. Although King Qingyuan was the younger brother of Emperor Xingyan, he was not the only younger brother. Moreover, this younger brother was not unswervingly on the side of Emperor Xingyan. On the contrary, he had caused a lot of trouble. Therefore, killing him was not a big deal. It was just a matter of taking into account the dignity of the imperial family and the face of the imperial family. Just when he was about to make a move, the military advisor spoke up and stopped him. If this kid is allowed to develop, sooner or later, the power of our imperial family will not be able to suppress him. Emperor Xingyan said with a frown. This was the problem he was worried about. Emperor Xingyan could accept the previous observation. After all, Li Zhongjiu was in the palm of his hand and would not fly out for a while. However, now that Li Zhongjiu's wings had completely hardened, it was enough to pose a threat to the imperial family of the Xingyan dynasty. Naturally, he could not ignore it. Don't worry. I will go and meet him tomorrow. The military advisor said. People like Li Zhongjiu cannot be easily offended. If you offend him, you must be 100% sure to destroy him. The military advisor said with an extremely serious expression. Understood. Emperor Xingyan said. Obviously, the military advisor had a very high opinion of Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu, who the hell are you? After Emperor Xingyan left, the military advisor leaned back in his chair and held a chess piece in his hand. He closed his eyes and pondered. The person behind Li Zhongjiu might be from the untainted land. Perhaps, he came from the same place as the sect. The military advisor opened his eyes. If that was the case, then Li Zhongjiu really couldn't move around carelessly. The reason why the armament master stayed here was so that he could return one day. He didn't want to stay in this place forever. It was rare for someone interesting to appear. Of course, he had to keep him safe. Li Zhongjiu had just returned to the imperial city and his white deer mansion. A eunuch from the imperial palace came to deliver the imperial edict. Emperor Xingyan conferred the title of imperial tutor to Li Zhongjiu on the plaque of the white deer mansion. When Qi Yanran and the others heard what the eunuch said, they were all shocked. Imperial tutor. That was the position of the imperial tutor. In terms of status, Li Zhongjiu's current status was already comparable to Wan Yongho's. Both of them were considered equal existences in their respective empires. They were in the same weight class. Wan Yongho had made a lot of contributions to achieve his current status. On the other hand, Li Zhongjiu was conferred the title of imperial tutor at such a young age. It was shocking. Wan Yolan's eyes were filled with indescribable shock. Okay, accept it. Li Zhongjiu nodded and said. Xiao Zhao, who was standing at the side, hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully received the imperial edict, as well as the plaque. White Deer Mansion. The name of the mansion sounded decent. The craftsmanship of the plaque was not bad. It looked like it was worth some money. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu accepted it as a show of respect to Emperor Xingyan. When the eunuch from the imperial palace saw that Li Zhongjiu was so arrogant that he even allowed someone else to receive Emperor Xingyan's imperial edict, he was a little angry. Imperial tutor Li, you are still young. You should be more careful in front of the emperor. Otherwise, it won't be easy to clean up if you make a mess. The eunuch said in a strange tone. At the same time, he crossed his arms in front of him as if he was waiting for something. Logically speaking, the person who came to convey the emperor's will should receive some benefits. This was the usual practice. Unfortunately, this rule did not apply to Li Zhongjiu. Let me tell you, if you don't leave now, I will ask someone to throw you out. Li Zhongjiu glanced at the eunuch who refused to leave and said rudely. The eunuch had probably never seen such an arrogant person who threatened to throw him out. He was really reckless. Eunuch, please. When Xiao Zhao saw this, he immediately went forward and led the eunuch out. Otherwise, with Li Zhongjiu's temper, he might really throw him out. If that happened, it would be the imperial family who lost face. Something bad would definitely happen. Just you wait. The eunuch was angry. He flicked his sleeves and left. He did not expect that he would be so angry when he came to deliver the reward. This unscrupulous young man would be done for sooner or later. Even if you're not done for, you'll have to think of ways to make sure you're done for. Why are you so fierce to him? Qi Yanran looked at Li Zhongjiu and said. Now that Li Zhongjiu had received the reward, it was obvious that the Emperor Xingyan was on Li Zhongjiu's side. In this way, at least Li Zhongjiu had enough status in the Xingyan dynasty. Nothing would happen to him. Others would not dare to provoke him. For Li Zhongjiu, this was a very good thing. As for the title, those who were really powerful would not care about these things. They were all half-baked people who were interested in this and that. He wanted to blackmail me just now. Throwing him out is already a light punishment. Let me tell you, this kind of atmosphere needs to be cured. He doesn't do things well and only knows how to seek benefits from others. Li Zongjiu said righteously. Obviously, he was extremely reprimanding such behavior. Seeing Li Zongjiu's serious look, Qi Yanran also covered her mouth and smiled. Sometimes Li Zongjiu was like a child. He was not like a child, but Li Zongjiu had his own direction. I have to go back first. Recently, the family has encountered a lot of trouble. I have to go back to help the family solve the problem. Qi Yanran said. Call me when you go. I, as the protector of the country, will go and strengthen your momentum. Okay. Li Zongjiu was conferred the title of country protector. White Deer Mansion was also officially renamed to White Deer Mansion. This was a plaque bestowed by the emperor. Li Zongjiu's strong background was equivalent to opening up a path for him in the city. After all, Li Zongjiu had eliminated the Gu family, which could be considered as solving a huge problem of the Xingyan dynasty. This reward was really deserved. As for Li Zongjiu himself, he didn't care about these rewards and conferments. Let's talk about the situation in the city first. The freshman alchemy competition had ended. Longevity Academy won first place, Heavenly Star Medicine Manor won second place, followed by Azure Ocean Academy. The dignified Heavenly Star Medicine Manor was actually defeated by the other party. They were pincered by 2 academies. This made Ling Yan very angry. Therefore, these freshmen had basically bid farewell to their good days. Academies usually had 2 types of courses. One was martial arts, and the other was alchemy. Of course, you could also have other courses, such as elemental marks, forging, formations, and potions. As long as you could reach the qualifications to teach in this course and pass the certification, you could open a class and recruit students. Currently, Azure Ocean Academy was the academy with the most courses. There were 32 courses, and alchemy was only one of them. Even so, the other party had killed their way to the top 3. Moreover, they were only chasing after Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, which put a lot of pressure on Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. If they didn't do well, their position as the big brother of the alchemy world would probably be lost. As for the Longevity Academy, Lin Fan didn't care. After all, the other party was strong and was a truly powerful alchemy sect. They weren't the kind that could be casually bragged about. It was already very good that Heavenly Star Medicine Manor could develop to this extent. However, Ling Yan wasn't limited to this. This won't do. I have to find an even more powerful and abnormal teacher to train you guys. Ling Yan immediately thought of a person. However, Li Zongjiu definitely wouldn't be willing to come. Who knew what this guy was busy with all day? He even heard that he had settled a supreme being. This made Ling Yan's heart tremble. Who would have thought that Li Zongjiu had actually gone to deal with the Supreme Being expert who had just broken through and killed him? Once he returned, he was immediately conferred the title of Imperial Tutor. Li Zongjiu was actually sent out by the royal family. In any case, Ling Yan didn't care so much. He directly went to the fruit stall opposite the White Deer Mansion and bought some fruits. He then made a fruit basket and carried it into the White Deer Mansion. Ling Yan came to bother Li Zongjiu again, but this time, Ling Yan didn't see Li Zongjiu. He was blocked by Xiaoxiao in advance. What? Seclusion? Yes, yes. Xiaoxiao nodded innocently. Didn't this guy just come back? Why is he in seclusion? Ling Yan suddenly frowned. Young master is injured. Xiaoxiao said softly. It was normal for him to be injured. After all, Li Zongjiu had gone to kill a Supreme Being expert. It would be abnormal if he wasn't injured. Oh, in that case, I'll come back in a few days. Ling Yan nodded. In the Gu family in the city, the one in the most awkward position was Gu Sha. Gu Sha was also from the disciplinary hall and was previously an ancient soldier. However, he heard that all the ancient soldiers were destroyed by Li Zongjiu in an instant. How should Gu Sha view Li Zongjiu now? Originally, he was only arranged to temporarily take over some of the Gu family's businesses in the Sacred Flame Royal City and take care of the situation. But now, the main family was destroyed. What should Gu Sha and the rest do? Moreover, They also heard that Li Zhongjiu had already spread the word that anyone who dared to claim to be from the Jin Prefecture's Gu family would be killed without mercy. Gu Sha, Gu Yao, and the rest gathered for a meeting. Has the investigation been done? Is the family head really dead? Gu Sha asked. How did things end up like this? Gu Sha was worried to death. However, the situation in the Jin Prefecture was already known to the world. There was no need to verify this point. Even if he didn't believe it, he had already destroyed you. If the family head is still alive, why would he let Li Zhongjiu come back alive? The group shook their heads and sighed. Their faces were ashen. Their Gu family was destroyed just like that? 2 days ago, they had held a banquet to celebrate their family head's breakthrough to the Supreme Being realm. It was only a matter of time before they took care of Li Zhongjiu and reclaimed their reputation. However, in the blink of an eye, the entire Jin Prefecture's Gu family was destroyed. Moreover, Li Zhongjiu had also spread the word that no one in the Gu family could say that they were from the Jin Prefecture. If this relationship was not completely severed, they would be seen as Li Zhongjiu's enemy. I don't believe that if we don't take the initiative to provoke this guy, he will take the initiative to kill us without any excuses. Gu Yao obviously didn't believe this. He didn't believe that Li Zhongjiu could be so lawless and do whatever he wanted. Moreover, this was in the imperial city, right under the nose of Emperor Xingyan. No, we can't be reckless. Gu Sha said in a deep voice. Recently, he had also tried to contact some of the surviving experts of the Gu family who were in charge of other places. After all, the Gu family had many properties. Some of the important places needed people to look after. However, there was no reply to all the messages that Gu Sha sent out. Could it be that these people were no longer willing to admit their relationship with the Gu family and wanted to take this opportunity to establish their own family? Gu Sha wasn't sure about the specific situation. However, it must be unusual for all of them to lose contact. Otherwise, they would have at least replied a little. They wouldn't have run away so quickly. Have you contacted the fourth elder? Right now, in the Gu clan, the only one who could step out and carry the banner was the fourth elder of the Gu clan. Regardless of strength or experience, he was the most suitable candidate. Not yet. However, there is news that the fourth elder has appeared in Fengsha Ancient City. We have already sent people over. The only hope is the fourth elder. Fengsha Ancient City. This place was eroded by wind and sand all year round. At the same time, there were many poisonous snakes and insects. Very few people would be willing to come to such a place. However, these places were rich in resources and attracted many adventurers. An old man wrapped in a coarse cloth mask sat in front of a tea stall. In his hand, he was reading an express letter that was sent from a faraway place. His entire face was wrapped up except for a pair of eyes. What, the Gu family, such a big thing has happened. Reading the contents of the letter, the old man immediately stood up in excitement. Damn it! Just as the old man was about to head back, he noticed that something was amiss with his surroundings. Someone was approaching him from behind. You are courting death. The old man was about to turn around and attack, but he realized that there was no one behind him. Just as he turned around, he saw a cold light flashing in front of him. Then, all the energy in his body disappeared like a deflated pufferfish. There was a loud clang. A head fell onto the table. The body fell straight to the ground, and blood gushed out non-stop. When the people in the area saw this, they could not help but stop moving. However, no one went forward to investigate the situation. In fact, there were people who looked around, but they did not find the culprit. That person's head was directly separated from his body, just like a broken tree branch. It was extremely shocking to see. Once the head fell to the ground, it naturally lost the effect of the mask. Someone in the crowd brought out the portrait and compared it to the person's face. Once they were certain that the mission was completed, they turned around and left. It had been nearly half a month. Palace Lord Xianxia could be said to have traveled through most of Jin province. Wherever she went, she killed all the people. Based on the name list, she killed all the important people in the Gu family. During the process, Palace Lord Xianxia also learned a lot. She had a deep understanding of the combat abilities of the four assassins. They were practically the best assassination weapons. With these 4 top-notch experts leading the way, there was basically no danger that could get close to them while traveling the Jianghu. However, when she thought about how 2 of the 4 people were captured in Spring Flowers and Autumn Moon Tower, she wondered why the 2 of them did not use their powerful abilities to fight back. Even if they wanted to escape, it would have been very easy for them. What Xianxia did not know was that the ancient Zong family's reputation was not just because they were good at killing people. It was also because there was a certain artistic atmosphere to killing people. It was not like this. When they saw someone, they would find a chance to get close to them and kill them. In truth, this assassination plan was incredibly crude. If the people of the ancient Zong family learned that they used such a method to kill people, they would definitely become famous in the family. This was a family with a lot of principles. The target of each mission had to be carefully designed. If they did not go through such a detailed plan, they would just attack. If they were lucky and did not run into any powerful people, then they would naturally kill anyone they met. However, if they ran into top-class elites, it was easy for problems to arise. Hence, if they did this, they would seem a little unprofessional. The master of the ancient Zong family had been an assassin for thousands of years, so he naturally had a set of standards. If they were the same as ordinary, despicable assassins, would that not make them seem unclassy? However, Xianxia did not know much about this. Since the mission was completed, it was time for her to go back. She had lost a lot of weight just from walking around. Li Zongjiu went into seclusion in the manor for 2 days. After all, he had just subdued the towering flame. At the same time, he used the towering flame to refine some pills. Previously, Li Zongjiu had said that he would reward these people. Naturally, he could not let them go. At the same time, regarding the Liangshan brothers' injuries, Li Zongjiu had already agreed to help them refine medicine. However, the medicinal ingredients had to be prepared by themselves, so he immediately gave them a prescription. When the Liangshan brothers received the news from Li Zongjiu, they were so excited that they almost suffocated. They did not expect that the problem that had tormented them for so many years would finally have a chance to be solved. In reality, it only required 1 level 6 medicinal pill per person. But to prescribe the right medicine, only Li Zongjiu could take out the corresponding medicinal pills. The White Deer Mansion became famous. More and more people came to seek shelter. All of them wanted to enter the White Deer Mansion and see it for themselves. As a result, many people came to the White Deer Mansion every day. Even now, when recruiting guests, they had to go through a review. After learning that Li Zongjiu had come out of seclusion, Wan Yulan also came to say goodbye. She said that she wanted to go back. Li Zongjiu naturally allowed her to leave. Since I'm here, I can't go back empty-handed. Otherwise, it would seem that I, Li Zongjiu, am such a stingy person. Xiao Zhao, get someone to prepare some fruits. Also, bring some peanuts and melon seeds for her on the way, Li Zongjiu said seriously. It was impossible to spend a lot of money, but he had to show his sincerity. Wan Yulan was also embarrassed. She did not know if Li Zongjiu was doing it on purpose or if he was always so mischievous. He seemed very happy. Understood. Xiao Zhao was also very clear about Li Zongjiu's character. In principle, if you want to give something to Li Zongjiu, it's very easy. But if you want to take something from Li Zongjiu's hands, sorry, it's harder than ascending to heaven. Giving Wan Yulan some peanuts and melon seeds already showed how much he valued Wan Yulan. Xiao Zhao went to send Wan Yulan off. After all, she was an important guest of the White Deer Mansion. He had to treat her well. Li Zongjiu was preparing to check on the situation in the White Deer Mansion. He also wanted to see how the disciples of the Li family were doing in their respective universities. Only Li Baichao was allowed to stay in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor on account of Li Zongjiu. The other disciples of the Li family were arranged to go to different universities. Li Zongjiu did not specify which university they would go to. They could choose whichever university they liked. You can't expect everyone to be outstanding. Before you truly stand out, why would others choose you? At the very beginning, everyone was the same. Only when you reveal your talent will they choose you, take a fancy to you, and focus on nurturing you. However, the more than 30 disciples of the Li family had undergone 3 months of training in the White Deer Mansion. They had already been reborn and had been nourished with so many elixirs. Although their talent was not as good as some disciples of the big families, they were far better than when they were in Luoxia City. At the very least, many of them were about to reach the peak of the Yuan master level. Of course, Li Yun's situation was not included. Li Yun had probably received some inheritance from the King of Fire. Her cultivation in the Ghost King Hall had improved by leaps and bounds. Judging from her aura, she was about to reach the Yuan monarch level. As for elixirs, the King of Fire had also left Li Yun with a lot of them. This was enough for Li Yun to cultivate by herself. The conditions that the King of Fire had created were enough to cultivate a powerhouse in a very short period of time. Of course, the most important thing was that Li Yun was her talent in array formations. Although she was not able to set up many powerful array formations now, being able to learn them was already proof of her talent. Otherwise, when ordinary people saw things related to this formation, it could be said that they were confused. They would rather go to sleep than take a look at it. Eh? Why are you here? Li Zhongjiu saw a familiar figure in the White Deer Mansion. It was Yi Tianxue. She was wearing a light white dress and had a sword bracelet in her hand. Her steps were light, and it was obvious that Yi Tianxue's strength had improved. However, Li Zhongjiu had not expected that Yi Tianxue would actually be in the White Deer Mansion. I am now a guest of the White Deer Mansion, Lord Imperial Tutor, Yi Tianxue said with a smile. Yi Tianxue smiled. Although Yi Tianxue was proud, she felt that she owed Li Zhongjiu a lot. Therefore, she would rather be a guest of Li Zhongjiu's mansion. At the very least, she could help a little. I'm not the only one here. Leng Outyan and the others are here too. Li Zhongjiu had helped them previously and saved their lives. Now, they finally had the opportunity to thank Li Zhongjiu. Alright, let's do a good job then. Li Zhongjiu did not mind. After all, he was a young man. Alright, Lord Imperial Tutor. Oh yes, there is an old man who claims to be a military master waiting for you in the living room. He said that he knows you. Military advisor, Li Zhongjiu was not surprised when he heard the name. I got it. Yi Tianxue was very curious. This military advisor looked like an ordinary old man. How did he know Li Zhongjiu and why was Li Zhongjiu willing to meet him? One had to know that those who came to look for Li Zhongjiu now, if they didn't have a good relationship with him, they would all be asked to leave. Usually, they wouldn't see him. Even if he was free, he wouldn't see you. Being able to meet the housekeeper of the White Deer Mansion, Xiao Zhao, was already giving them enough respect. Otherwise, they would only meet the guards who came to see them off. However, Li Zhongjiu's realm was not something that Yi Tianxue and the rest could understand. Although he was now a guest of the White Deer Mansion, he usually cultivated in the White Deer Mansion or did his own things. Normally, Li Zhongjiu didn't have many tasks for them. These daily hired thugs were not of any use. Given the prestige of the White Deer Mansion, how many people would dare to provoke them? That would be no different from courting death. Li Zhongjiu came to the guest hall. He saw an old man waiting for him. When he saw Li Zhongjiu come in, the old man smiled and nodded in greeting. Guardian of the royal family, Master Soldier Spirit. Li Zhongjiu said as he walked in. There was a tinge of surprise in Soldier Soul's eyes. He had not expected Li Zhongjiu to know his identity and background. Evidently, the person behind Li Zhongjiu was not simple. In his previous life, Li Zhongjiu had communicated with the Soldier Spirit. When he had just entered the sovereign realm, the Soldier Spirit flew to him to warn him. However, when Li Zhongjiu broke through to the pinnacle of the Supreme Being state, the Soldier's soul chose to hide within the palace, not daring to meet Li Zhongjiu. Who would have thought that Li Zhongjiu's strength would be able to break through so quickly? It was unexpected. The reason why the royal family of the Xingyan dynasty could exist for thousands of years was that they had the support of a sect from the untainted land. Resources were exactly what these sects needed. Even the sects in the untainted land needed a huge amount of resources. Of course, ordinary people did not know about these things. Even the resources that the four big families in the city were fighting for were insignificant in the eyes of the sects in the untainted land. The sects in the untainted land were extremely powerful. Otherwise, they would not be able to control an entire dynasty. However, in front of Li Zhongjiu in his previous life, these sects did not dare to act rashly. Everyone minded their own business and occasionally interacted with each other. When one's cultivation reached that level, unless it was a life-and-death feud, there would not be any feud. Basically, there wouldn't be any enmity between them. And the more solitary they were, the more one wouldn't dare to provoke them. If they were to get angry, the strength of a supreme being was something that not many people would be willing to experience. Gu Songtian, who was killed by Li Zongjiu. In reality, he was not a complete sovereign realm expert. However, he had cultivated the sovereign energy. He did not transform his physical body into a sovereign realm expert's body. The sovereign realm expert's body was a realm where one merged with the aura of the heavens and earth. If one achieved it, it would not be an exaggeration to say that one would be immortal. Naturally, one's lifespan would be extended countless times. This was also a very normal thing. As for the soldier spirit master in front of him, he was a true sovereign realm expert. First heaven of sovereign realm. He had truly entered the first heaven of sovereign realm. Therefore, in the eyes of ordinary people, this soldier spirit master was just an ordinary person. He did not even have the slightest bit of vitality. When one reached this realm, one could have no vitality at all. One could also use vitality that was 10 times more than that of a peak origin emperor expert. Li Zongjiu, I will not ask about your background. Since you know my duties, I hope that you can cooperate with me. Soldier spirit master said slowly. From his tone, it seemed that he was still discussing with Li Zongjiu. This also depended on one's personality. When one was speaking nicely, one would listen. If one did not listen and insisted on using force, one would not have the chance to regret. It's very simple. If others do not offend me, I will not offend them. Li Zongjiu looked at the old man in front of him and said. In his previous life, this old man would avoid him whenever he saw him. Now, he actually dared to come to his territory to warn him. This was very interesting. For now, he was just a temporary ninja. All the conditions for a showdown were based on one's strength. If one's strength was not enough, why would others want to negotiate with you? Strength was everything. That's good. I am relieved. Please send my regards to your sect. Soldier Spirit Master said as he stood up. Obviously, in Soldier Spirit Master's opinion, there must be a powerful and mysterious sect behind Li Zongjiu. Currently, there was no conflict between the two of them. Hence, there was no need to investigate further. Soldier Spirit Master was only in charge of protecting the Xingyan dynasty, not helping the Xingyan dynasty to eliminate all threats. Li Zongjiu obviously knew the sect behind Soldier Spirit Master. Since he knew, he would not act recklessly. Moreover, the entire Li family was in the sacred flame imperial city. As long as Li Zongjiu was not stupid, he would not do anything stupid. Oh yes, I heard that the 9th prince has been bothering you in the White Deer Mansion for a long time. Emperor Xingyan misses the 9th prince very much. Why don't you let me bring him back? It's fine if you bring it back. You can go to the accountant's office to settle the expenses for these days. Li Zongjiu said without hesitation. Even if you were from the royal family, you would still have to pay. These captives were kept in the White Deer Mansion and it would cost a lot of money to feed them every day. As long as these captives worked in the White Deer Mansion and used their contributions to pay off their debts, there would be no problem. They could leave after paying off their debts. However, these captives realized that their debts were getting bigger and bigger. It seemed like they would never be able to pay off their debts unless they could become rich overnight. Soldier Spirit Master knew Li Zongjiu's character and handed over the money obediently. However, when he handed over the money, even though Soldier Spirit Master was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the bill. This place is too shady. Soldier Spirit Master thought that he would never step into this place again. It was simply a bandit's nest. Thank you, military advisor. When the 9th prince saw the military advisor, he was naturally very respectful. He did not expect the military advisor to come personally to redeem him. Could it be that his father had started to value him? In fact, the 9th prince felt pretty good staying here. He could learn a lot in the White Deer Mansion in such an environment. At least the 9th prince was being trained well. You have to pay me back all this money. The military advisor said angrily. The money could not be given away for nothing. Understood. The ninth prince said respectfully. Before leaving, the ninth prince turned back to look at the White Deer Mansion. He seemed a little reluctant to leave, but he had finally left this place and regained his freedom. Mount Xianhuang. Mount Xianhuang was located near the northern river. Beichuan was an extremely huge basin. The soil here was fertile and rich in resources. At the same time, it was also a land of great talents. To be able to live in such an environment, Beichuan was a rare treasure. In such an environment, it could naturally nurture many pinnacle powerhouses. In a place like this, rich in resources and numerous experts, it was easy for bandits and the like to appear. Therefore, the situation was rather chaotic. The dynasty had even stationed the 4 trump card armies here for training. When they attacked, they wouldn't use the Green Dragon Army's banner. But after they attacked, they would casually tell you that they were the Green Dragon Army. This kind of surprise would thoroughly shock the bandits and make them completely convinced. There was nothing much to say. If they appeared in the armor of the Green Dragon Army, these bandits would probably flee in panic. A troop was stationed here all year round, and at the same time, it was to ensure the safety of this area. They didn't want people who had nothing better to do and didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Recently, a vein of Xianhuang stone had appeared in the depths of Mount Xianhuang. Xianhuang stone was extremely useful in the forging of many weapons and special origin tools. Even if it was only the size of a thumb, its price was more than 100 times that of gold. The larger the volume of Xianhuang stone, the more expensive it would be because it was relatively complete. Moreover, the larger the stone, the easier it was to produce a heart of Xianhuang. A single heart of Xianhuang was enough to bankrupt an earth elemental powerhouse. It could even increase one's elemental power by 30 or even 40%. It was definitely a divine weapon. Originally, the approval for Mount Xianhuang had already been issued. The Qi family had spent a lot of effort to obtain the mining rights for the vein. However, the Fan family, a super family in Beichuan province, had joined forces with the Qi family. Instead, he joined forces with his old in-laws, the Hua family, which was also the family of the Azure Dragon Legion's commander. They wanted to directly take over this place and prevent the Qi family from entering. Of course, the Hua family couldn't use such a method to abuse their power. However, not everyone in the Hua family knew about this. Currently, the highest-ranking person stationed at Mount Xianhuang was the right commander, Hua Ying. He was the 7th child of the Hua family. Hua Ying's younger sister was the one who married into the Fan family. Hua Ying held real power in his hands, and as the brother-in-law, under the persuasion of the Fan family and his sister, he was determined to do it. In any case, this matter had already been planned. The Fan family took out a land deed and said that Mount Xianhuang was their ancestors' property. They had already included it in their plans. Now that the Qi family had rashly barged in, it was tantamount to forcibly barging into their private territory and refusing the Qi family's mining team's entry. In the beginning, the two sides could only continue to negotiate. Later on, the negotiations broke down, and in the end, they had to settle this matter with their fists. The conflict between the two sides continued to accumulate. The Fan family wanted to rely on their status as a local tyrant to forcefully suppress the Qi family. At the very least, they wanted to obtain more benefits from the Qi family. That was why they went head-on against the Qi family. At first, the Qi family didn't expect these people to be so intense. That was until an elder of the Qi clan was injured. In the Qi family's meeting hall, all the elders were present. Qi Xiaohun sat at the top with a dark face. Since these Fan family people are so despicable and want to force the Qi family to take action, then come. Now, the Qi family really has nothing to be afraid of. Qi Xiaohun said coldly. He had already broken through to the primitive emperor realm. Originally, he wanted to settle this peacefully. If you want some benefits, he would give it to you. However, you don't want face. Then let Qi Xiaohun have a good time. Family head, let me go. Qi Yanran stood up and said. The Fan family had gone too far. The Qi family had spent so much to cultivate Qi Yanran in order to wait for her strength to break through and then feed back to the Qi family. Now, Qi Yanran's strength was even stronger than Qi Xiaohuan's. Therefore, letting Qi Yanran go would be foolproof. Moreover, there were still people protecting Qi Yanran in this city. This time, Qi Yanran commanded the people of the White Deer Mansion to defeat the people of the Gu family. It was also a resounding brand for Qi Yanran, letting everyone know that this little girl of the Qi family had such a great ability. It was really admirable and terrifying. If he were to face such a beautiful girl who turned out to be such a ruthless character, he would never underestimate her. Okay, which elder is willing to lead the team and strengthen the name of the Qi family? A group of elders eagerly signed up, and finally, the fifth elder, Qi Wuji, led the team. In addition, there were many experts of the Qi family. Qi Yanran didn't tell Li Zongjiu about this. Li Zongjiu had a lot of things to do. The White Deer Mansion was huge, and Li Zongjiu also had his own family. Moreover, this was the Qi family's matter. Qi Yanran and the others directly took down Mount Shanhuang. Although the Fan family couldn't resist the invasion of private property, they directly brought out the Green Dragon Army. Soon, the Green Dragon Army set out and took down the people of the Qi family. Even Qi Yanran was imprisoned by Huaying. The Qi family didn't expect this. These people from the Azure Dragon Army had actually gone overboard, directly detaining all of them. The people of the Hua family are too shameless. Many elders of the Qi family were also furious. How dare they directly arrest people? Could it be that the Green Dragon Army has no respect for the law? The elders were impassioned. With Qi Yanran's strength, she naturally wouldn't be trapped by them. However, Qi Yanran must have been detained by them to take care of the other members of the Qi family. Qi Xiaohun didn't expect the other party to be so ruthless. The Green Dragon Army was indeed a little too much. After a long time, these people would naturally panic. After all, this matter couldn't be solved so easily. It seems that we can't force this matter. Make an appointment with the people of the Hua family. I want to meet the Hua family's patriarch. Qi Xiaohun directly ordered. Meet Patriarch Hua. He was the real patriarch of the Hua family. His rank was also at the same level as Qi Xiaohun's father. It was obviously not a good time to disturb such a retired figure. However, Huaying of Mount Shanhuang had gone too far this time. Just when Qi Xiaohun was thinking of ways to bring people out first. On the other side, Li Zongjiu had already arrived at Mount Shanhuang alone. Green Dragon Army Camp. Tell your leader to come out and see me. Li Zongjiu stood directly at the gate of the camp with his hands behind his back and said with a cold face. Li Zongjiu stood in front of the Green Dragon Army's camp. Immediately, a group of armored soldiers rushed out and surrounded Li Zongjiu. The garrisons of the Azure Dragon Army were all extremely well hidden. There were even many hidden sentries along the way. If even one's own camp was found out by the enemy, it would be a disaster. For the Green Dragon Army, such a low-level mistake could easily cost them their lives. Therefore, when they saw Li Zongjiu rush to the camp, they immediately asked for the highest commander. They even mentioned that they wanted to find the highest commander. They immediately went forward and surrounded Li Zongjiu. Put your hands on your head and lie on the ground. You trespassed into the camp. We can punish you according to military law at any time. The Green Dragon Army in front of him held a green dragon shield and a 3-meter-long green flower spear. They were awe-inspiring. Seeing that the people in front of him did not understand, Li Zongjiu directly waved his palm. Without moving his feet, a terrifying gust of wind blew the people in front of him away. Boom! More than 10 Green Dragon Army in front of him were directly blown away. The shields and spears in their hands were directly broken and their armors were completely torn apart. Boom boom boom, the group fell to the ground and vomited blood. The alarm in the camp immediately sounded. Someone had attacked the Green Dragon Army. Form the Green Dragon Formation. The Green Dragon Army immediately assembled. Many Yuan King level experts could even be seen rushing out. Hundreds of Green Dragon Army immediately formed 5 Green Dragon formations. It carried a terrifying might as it pressed down on Li Zongjiu. The Green Dragon formation in front of him was obviously a powerful formation. Whether it was against an individual expert or an enemy battle formation, the Green Dragon formation was very effective. Facing the extremely powerful Green Dragon formation that the Green Dragon Army was very familiar with, Li Zongjiu only raised his hand and threw a punch. Boom! The domineering force directly overturned the entire camp. Hundreds of people were directly sent flying. Many of them hung on the branches of the trees. Li Zhongjiu was not sure if anyone died, but there were so many people. All of them must have been seriously injured. None of them were standing in their original positions unscathed. Where are your heads? Li Zhongjiu came. In front of a Yuan king. Yuan kings were more resistant. After being hit by Li Zhongjiu's fist, they were only seriously injured and did not pass out immediately. Commander. Commander is in North Star City. Fan family. You. Do you know the consequences of doing this? That person who looked like a captain stared at Li's eyes. He did not know who Li was, but attacking the army directly. Li Zhongjiu could be taken down in minutes. However, Li Zhongjiu looked fearless. He even had the guts to not take the Green Dragon army seriously. I will spare your lives on account of your ignorance. Otherwise, all of you will die. After saying that, Li Zhongjiu's figure disappeared. It was as if he had never appeared. This made the Yuan kings lying on the ground stare. Their Green Dragon formation could deal with Yuan emperors. However, in front of the young man just now, it was like a child's play. He had directly destroyed it. Years of hard work and hard training had been destroyed by this young man in the end. There were nearly 500 people at the scene, but they were taken down in less than 3 seconds. Oh no, the commander is in danger. This Yuan king was also a captain in the army. He immediately found the camp's carrier pigeon and sent out a message to summon the commander back. At the very least, he had to remind the commander that someone was looking for trouble. North Star City. Fan Family Restaurant. At this moment, the people of the Fan family were wantonly entertaining the right commander of the Green Dragon Army, Huiying. At first, Huiying declined, saying that he had matters to attend to in the army and could not drink. However, after 2 or 3 cups, he immediately released his nature. Anyway, North Star City was his territory. Now that the Fan family restaurant had been cleared out and the confidentiality work was done very well, there was naturally nothing to be concerned about. This time, we still need commandering to capture these bandits from the Qi family. We have to interrogate them properly. These people are used to being arrogant. They think that this is still the sacred flame royal city and that they have the final say. Fan Jingzhe poured wine for Huiying while gesturing to his subordinates to quickly prepare some programs. Jingzhe, it's not that I want to nag you, but these people from the Qi family are really not to be trifled with. You guys should hurry up and get some benefits so that I can release them as soon as possible. If the family knows that I did this, I might be in trouble too. Huiying drank 2 cups and said with a slightly red face. This wine was very strong. Brother-in-law, you are the 13th son of the Hua family. With your 7th brother, you have already become the right commander at such a young age. With such talent and achievements, the future of the Hua family, including the Green Dragon Army, will be decided by you. Fan Jingzhe said flatteringly. Upon hearing Fan Jingzhe's words, Huiying immediately laughed out loud. It's hard to say, as the two of them drank to their heart's content. Fan Jingzhe clapped his hands. Immediately, a group of gorgeously dressed women walked in and surrounded Huiying and Fan Jingzhe. You have to treat Commander Hua well. If you don't treat him well, I will teach you a lesson. Fan Jingzhe said sternly. Immediately, these women rushed up and surrounded Huiying. Fan Jingzhe immediately bowed and retreated. We won't disturb you anymore. This restaurant has been booked today. We won't be receiving any guests. Please have a good rest. Huiying was initially pushing and shoving, but after that, he gave in half-heartedly. After staying in the army for so long, he needed to release some of his energy. Just as Fan Jingzhe was about to leave and not disturb Huiying, he suddenly saw an unfamiliar young man appear not far away. Fan Jingzhe immediately raised his eyebrows and looked angry. Where did you come from, handyman? Hurry up and get lost. What are you doing here? When Fan Jingzhe saw Li Zhongjiu approaching, he immediately scolded him. At the same time, he saw that Li Zhongjiu was so insensible. He raised his hand and slapped Li Zhongjiu's face, ready to teach Li Zhongjiu a lesson. Slap! Before Fan Jingzhe's slap landed on Li Zhongjiu's face, he felt his hand leave his body. Something seemed to have fallen to the ground. Fan Jingzhe looked and saw that it was his arm. My hand. Fan Jingxia saw that his hand had fallen to the ground. When he looked at his arm, he realized that it was empty. Fan Jingxia hesitated for a second before hurriedly covering his arm and screaming. "Ah, my hand!" Li Zongjiu pressed Fan Jingxia's face and slapped him into the room he had just come out of. At this moment, Hu Ying was dancing with a group of women. He was having a good time. Bang! Fan Jingxia was thrown to the ground. Blood was still gushing out of his broken arm. Huh? Hu Ying immediately woke up when he saw this scene. Who is it? Li Zongjiu ignored Hu Ying and picked up a steel knife on the table. There were a few words engraved on it: Green Dragon Right Commander. You're the leader of the Green Dragon Army? Li Zongjiu glanced at the saber in his hand and then at Hu Ying in front of him. When the surrounding women saw Fan Jingxia, whose arm had been cut off, and Li Zongjiu walking in aggressively, they all panicked and screamed as they fled. It was not easy to be a prostitute. People would rush in to take the lives of their guests, so they had to be prepared to run for their lives at any time. All of them fled in an instant. Yes, I'm the right commander of the Green Dragon Army, Hu Ying. Who are you? How dare you hurt someone in front of me? After Li Zongjiu heard the latter's admission, he directly slashed down with his saber. Seeing Li Zongjiu attack, Hu Ying subconsciously wanted to defend himself, but he found that he had no chance to dodge at all. He could only watch as the saber slashed down on his body. Slash! Hu Ying's entire body sat on the ground, and then he was directly split into two halves. When Fan Jingxia turned around and saw Hu Ying's dead body, he immediately vomited in shock. Such a tragic death. And it was so simple. How did this young man do it? He even dared to kill a general of the imperial army in public. This was an enemy of the Xianxia dynasty. This was a rebellion. After Li Zongjiu slashed Hu Ying with his saber, heavy footsteps came from the corridor. The city guards of North Star City had arrived. Previously, Li Zongjiu killed a lot of people when he landed and created a lot of noise. Moreover, there was a distinguished guest in Fan family restaurant today, so the city guards wanted to curry favor with him. So they paid close attention to him. But they happened to encounter such a thing. This immediately made Wei Quan, the commander of North Star City, happy. This was great. It was time to show his face and make a contribution. Bang! The door was directly smashed into pieces. Wei Quan walked in under the escort of many city guards. After the city guards walked in, they immediately surrounded Li Zongjiu. Wei Quan's face was full of anger, as if he wanted to enforce the law impartially in front of Hu Ying. Even if he wanted to express his goodwill, he wouldn't be so obvious. However, when Wei Quan walked in, he saw Fan Jingxia lying on the ground with one of his arms cut off. He quickly went forward to help him up. Isn't this Steward Fan? This, as Wei Quan spoke, he suddenly saw a corpse behind the table that had already been split in half. The corpse was covered in blood and internal organs. Hu Ying, right commander of the Green Dragon Army. Now, he had become a corpse. Wei Quan's pupils shrank when he saw the state of death. He had been in charge of the army for so many years and had seen all kinds of brutal murders. However, Li Zongjiu's saber was as fast as lightning. When the person was chopped to death, the person was still alive. He could even see Hu Ying trying to put his head back on before he died. You actually killed General Hu Ying. Such a big case was actually in Wei Quan's hands. While Wei Quan was shocked, he was also extremely excited. Taking down Li Zongjiu was a great achievement, not to mention the reward, at least his reputation would soar. Slap. Wei Quan had just walked up to Li Zongjiu and was about to say a few harsh words when Li Zongjiu directly slapped him in the forehead. Two of Wei Quan's teeth were knocked out. His mouth was full of blood. Most importantly, Wei Quan didn't see Li Zongjiu's movements at all, so it was impossible for him to dodge. You actually dare to hit me? Wei Quan couldn't take it anymore. This kid was too arrogant and simply lawless. Wei Quan immediately prepared to give the order to tear Li Zongjiu into pieces. However, Li Zongjiu directly threw a token at Wei Quan's face. Clean up this place and bring me to the Fan family. Li Zongjiu's tone was really arrogant. Then, he swaggered out of the place, ignoring the weapons of the soldiers. The soldiers didn't know what was going on, but they didn't dare to stop him or ask. Wei Quan originally wanted to give the order to take him down, but he saw that the token in his face was a little familiar. It had a very familiar royal emblem on it. Imperial Tutor. Lord Imperial Tutor. When Wei Quan saw the token, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt his whole body go limp. What day was it today? Was it the wrong time to go out? These batches of people were not to be trifled with. Wei Quan had already made a decision on the spot. He couldn't give up such a good opportunity so easily. He hurriedly followed Li Zongjiu. Damn, this was the Imperial Preceptor. He had accumulated several lifetimes of good fortune to be able to work under the Imperial Preceptor. How many people dreamed of this? Although Hu Ying's status was respected and he had military power in his hands, Hu Ying's status was very high. But there was nothing he could do. He was already dead. What else was there to say? He could only bury him. Go to the Fan family? Wei Quan immediately gave the order to bring Fan Jingzhe along. Fan Jingzhe was even more stunned when she saw this. Why was Wei Quan still smiling foolishly after being slapped by that kid? This was a slap in the face. Could it be that he had been beaten silly? Fan Jingzhe was about to ask Wei Quan, when he saw Wei Quan give the order to tie Fan Jingzhe up. Commander Wei, what do you mean by this? The murderer is over there. Fan Jingzhe hadn't expected that this fence-sitter would actually dare to deal with him. What kind of madness did he have to do such a stupid thing? Steward Fan, your Fan family is in big trouble now. Wei Quan shook his head helplessly. The Fan family was quite powerful in North Star City and sometimes gave them more benefits. Therefore, Wei Quan still wanted to support the Fan family and extort them at the same time. However, for some reason, the Fan family had provoked Li Zongjiu, who had just been conferred the title of Protector of the Nation. Although the position of Protector of the Nation didn't have any real power, he had a real name. No one would dare to touch him if his name was hung here. Otherwise, they would really be making an enemy of the Xingyan dynasty's royal family. As long as he had this title, the Xingyan dynasty was behind him. Who would dare to mess around? A mere Fan family was probably going to be in big trouble. Commander Wei, what do you mean by this? Explain clearly. Wei Quan couldn't be bothered to explain to Fan Jingzhe and gave the order to take him away. Then, Wei Quan quickly caught up with Li Zongjiu and respectfully returned the identity token to Li Zongjiu. Lord Imperial Tutor, please forgive me. I failed to recognize Mount Tai and almost offended you, Lord Imperial Tutor. Go to the Fan family. Yes, Lord Imperial Tutor. Wei Quan didn't ask why they were going to the Fan family or what they were going to do there. He didn't know anything and didn't dare ask. Looking at Li Zongjiu's expression, he knew that nothing good was going to happen. Today, the Fan family was holding a celebratory banquet. Therefore, the atmosphere was extremely joyous. However, just as everyone was eating happily, a servant came to report. Family head, bad news. The restaurant has been smashed. The Fan family restaurant had been smashed. Of course, they had to inform the Fan family and immediately take note of this matter. What? Who did it? The family head of the Fan family, who was also Fan Jingzhe's elder brother, Fan Yin. Fan Yan's face was filled with anger. Could it be that someone deliberately came to ruin the Fan family's business? Because of Hu Ying's special identity, Hu Ying was not supposed to step into the city. He could not even be anxious with the local nobles. This was to prevent corruption and bribery from happening. However, this kind of thing could only be discussed in public. Even if some illegal things were done in private, as long as no one investigated, the family behind it could cover up the matter if the family was powerful enough. Now that someone had gone to the restaurant to cause trouble, it was obvious that they were targeting Hu Ying and the Fan family. They wanted to make things difficult for the Fan family. I'd like to see who dares to cause trouble at this time. I've already taken down the Qi family in Monarch City. Who dares to cause trouble in front of me? Fan Yan said angrily. Family head, let me bring the person back to you. A more proactive elder of the family stood up and said. This elder of the Fan family was also a more radical one. Of course, he had to seize such a good opportunity to perform a meritorious service. All right, I'll leave him to you. I want him alive. Fan Yan said. If he killed him directly, how could he vent his anger and establish his authority? He had to let these brats know who the real winner was. Now that they had the Green Dragon army behind them, they had an absolute status even in North Star City. They were not people who could be provoked as they wished. Now that the Fan family was in the limelight, if they wanted to cause trouble at this time, they would obviously be courting death. You guys, come with me. The elder of the Fan family immediately selected a few of the more powerful guards in the family to go out and capture the troublemakers. However, just as he stepped out of the banquet hall, he saw a group of armored city guards rushing into the Fan family's courtyard. What's going on? The city guards immediately rushed in, armed with spears, and surrounded the entire banquet area. 2 rows of soldiers stood neatly in front of the banquet. Commander Wei? What do you mean by that? The elder of the Fan family saw Wei Quan walk in. Beside Wei Quan was a graceful young man. No, to be precise, Wei Quan was beside the young man. Wei Quan raised his hand, and the soldiers behind him threw the injured Fan Xianxia to the ground. Hibernation awakening. The Fan family elder was shocked when he saw Fan Xianxia with a severed arm. Everyone in the Fan family was puzzled when they saw this. Fan Yan stood up and walked to the front. When he saw the lineup of Wei Quanban's men, he realized that they were not to be trifled with. Wei Quanban was clearly not giving him any face. Otherwise, he would have at least greeted them. Seeing this, Fan Yan also realized that something was not right. Commander Wei, may I know how my Fan family has offended you that you need such a big lineup? Fan Yan was neither servile nor overbearing when he spoke. After all, Wei Quan usually appeared to be weak. Now that the Fan family had Hui Ying's support, at least for now, they would not appear too humble in front of Wei Quan. On the other hand, Wei Quan should be more careful. Otherwise, he would not be able to continue being the commander. Sir, this is the head of the Fan family, Fan Yan. Wei Quan said to Li Zongjiu, ignoring Fan Yan. Poor Fan Yan. Facing Li Zongjiu, the imperial tutor, he was still so arrogant. He was simply courting death. He actually ignored the imperial tutor. Wei Quan shook his head inwardly. Fan Yan did not even have this bit of eyesight. Fan Yan also seemed to realize that something was wrong. Wei Quan was actually introducing him to Li Zongjiu. What did this mean? Very good. Li Zongjiu nodded. Then, he took a step forward. Before Fan Yan could react, he directly grabbed Fan Yan's face and slammed him to the ground. Bang! Fan Yan immediately fell to the ground, and his teeth were knocked out. Then, Li Zongjiu stomped his foot. Fan Yan's head was smashed to pieces. He stomped the head of the Fan family, Fan Yan, to death on the spot. Fan Yan did not even know who the person in front of him was, what he was doing, and why he wanted to kill him. However, Li Zongjiu was so straightforward. He killed him first. Capture everyone from the Fan family. Kill anyone who dares to resist. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. He instructed Wei Quan, who was beside him, to take action. Although Wei Quan felt that it was very difficult, he still walked out. He ordered to capture everyone from the Fan family. Wei Quan, what do you mean by this? Can the city guards kill people so insolently? If you don't give the Fan family an explanation today, I will definitely report it to the Supreme Court. An elder of the Fan family shouted directly. He killed their head of the Fan family. The head of the Fan family was killed just like that. Did you think that it was a joke? It was almost as if he came directly to deal with the Fan family. He was going to take off the Fan family's head. Cut the crap. This is the protector of the nation, Li Zongjiu. Wei Quan could not be bothered to talk nonsense with these people in front of him. He could already tell that Li Zongjiu came here today to take their lives, and not to joke or play games with them. Wei Quan was quite experienced in the aspect of acting according to the situation. For people like Li Zongjiu, he didn't need to say anything and just directly acted. High efficiency would bring about an increase in favorable impression points. Such people liked efficiency. No one dared to resist, because the death of their head of the Fan family had stunned them. Tie them all up on the drill ground. Tie them up and let them be exposed to the sun and rain. Without my orders, no one is to be released. Yes, Sir Imperial Tutor. Wei Quan replied. Imperial tutor. Li Zongjiu, what's the situation? I don't know how we offended Sir Imperial tutor. How could he treat our fan family like this? An elder who was captured and brought to Li Zongjiu asked in confusion. Your fan family has offended someone you shouldn't have. Li Zongjiu patted the elder's face and said coldly. If you're not strong enough, don't go around offending people. Immediately, everyone in the house was captured and brought to the drill ground. As for the rest of the fan family, Li Zongjiu did not deal with them. If they wanted revenge, he would welcome them at any time. Li Zongjiu liked these people to come for revenge and then completely trample them under his feet. But so far, he had not met anyone who dared to come for revenge. Qi Yanran and the others were locked up in a dungeon in the city. This dungeon was also under the jurisdiction of the Green Dragon Army. It was considered a secret dungeon. After all, the Green Dragon Army often took action against some powerful bandits and the like. Some important missions also required them to be locked up and interrogated. Li Zongjiu came to the secret dungeon. There were 2 guards at the door, but they were directly punched by Li Zongjiu. He rushed all the way in. Yanran. Li Zongjiu directly tore down the iron bars of the cell and held Qi Yanran, who had a happy face, in his arms. I knew you would come. Qi Yanran was not worried about her safety. These people would not dare to do anything to her. She was just like an ordinary girl, hoping to see her man descend from the sky and rescue her from this prison cell. Although, this was a little boring. However, Qi Yanran had waited for so long. In just one day, Li Zongjiu appeared in front of her. Why didn't you call me here earlier? Li Zongjiu's tone was a little resentful. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had also been in prison. The feeling of being in prison was not good. The surroundings were chaotic. How could he let Qi Yanran experience such an environment? I can't always rely on you, right? Why not? Li Zongjiu looked at Qi Yanran and said in a slightly domineering manner. As the 2 of them exchanged glances, they seemed to be transmitting something. If this scene continued, the style of the scene would change. The elder in the other cell also coughed a few times. Cough, cough, cough. Qi Yanran woke up and pushed Li Zongjiu away. This guy was too bad. The aura on Li Zongjiu's body was too attractive. Li Zongjiu looked at the elder with some displeasure. Why was he stirring up trouble? However, even though he was displeased, he could not just beat him up. After all, he was a member of the Qi family. He still had to give him some face. Although Li Zongjiu was more domineering, he was not that brainless. He rescued the people of the Qi family. Qi Yanran was a Yuan King level elite. The equipment in North Star City did not have the ability to trap her for the time being. Therefore, she was only locked up there symbolically. However, the other people were also wearing some shackles that restricted their Yuan power. How is the situation of the fan family? Qi Yanran asked. When the group of people walked out, they happened to see Wei Quan waiting at the door. The reason they could find this place was because of Wei Quan. I killed a commander of the Green Dragon Army. I also killed the head of the fan family. The others have been tied up on the school ground. Li Zongjiu said faintly. Li Zongjiu wanted to talk about Wei Quan's background, but he didn't seem to remember. My name is Wei Quan. I'm the chief of the city guards. Wei Quan quickly introduced himself. Greetings, Chief Wei. Qi Yanran said. The Qi family elder also stepped forward and tried to get close to Wei Quan. In the future, when he mined black-yellow ore, he would inevitably have to deal with the people here. Of course, he had to handle the relationship well. Moreover, the Qi family also needed to set up a branch in the North Star City. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to deal with this matter in a centralized manner. After all, the Qi family was far away in the sacred Flame Royal City. With such a long distance, many messages could not be delivered in time. Killing the commander of the Green Dragon Army is no small matter. After exchanging greetings, the Qi family elder frowned as he listened to Li Zongjiu's words. Originally, this matter was already quite complicated. Now that the commander of the Green Dragon Army was killed, the matter had become even more troublesome. So what if it's the Green Dragon Army? Their commander is not here today. Otherwise, I would have twisted his head off. Li Zongjiu said. Originally, the well water does not interfere with the river water. But now that you want to touch Qi Yanran, you are making an enemy of Li Zongjiu. How can I let you live peacefully? I have to report this matter to the family head as soon as possible. The Qi family elder said. When they walked to the drill ground at the city gate, they saw that all the people of the Fan family were tied to wooden stakes. All of them had been tied up and given a good beating. Their hearts were filled with relief. Qi Yanran also glanced at these people with extreme indifference. From the beginning, these people did not have a stable footing. They just wanted to use the power of the Green Dragon Army to compete with them for the Black-Yellow Oregon. They did not even want to compete. They just wanted to make trouble and then reap benefits for themselves. Only people like them could do such despicable things. As soon as they saw an opportunity to reap some benefits, they would never miss the opportunity. It was also extremely disdainful. The people of the Fan family stared at Li Zongjiu and the people of the Qi family with hatred. They did not expect the Qi family to find a more powerful backer. But now that a commander of the Green Dragon Army was dead, this matter was not so simple. The Hu family behind this would certainly not let it go. Therefore, this matter had already plunged the Qi family into an abyss of suffering. The end would be very interesting. The people of the Fan family were not in a hurry. Now that they could not come down, they would wait for Li Zongjiu and the people of the Qi family to accompany them. The elder of the Qi family sent someone back to the family headquarters to report this matter. After Qi Yanran had Li Zongjiu's support, she directly displayed her skills and commanded the remaining people to carry out some of the mining work of the Black-Yellow Mountain. First, she rented a big house in the North Star City to arrange some logistics for the people who would arrive later. Li Zongjiu did not worry about these things. Instead, he directly returned to the Sacred Flame Imperial City. If the Hu family knew about this matter, they would definitely come to cause trouble for Li Zongjiu. What was there to be afraid of? If they had the courage, they could come directly. Moreover, Li Zongjiu's current status. Although he did not dare to directly order the Green Dragon Army to attack, at least with his position in the Green Dragon Army, without Emperor Xingyan's order, the Hu family together would not be able to touch a hair on Li Zongjiu's head. This was the convenience that came with identity. Hu Ying's status in the Hu family was not low, and he even had a very bright future in the army. However, Li Zongjiu directly chopped off his head. No one would have thought that such a situation would happen. The Hu family had a reputation outside. Even if an imperial tutor really came, or if another more arrogant and insolent imperial tutor came, they would teach him a lesson for the sake of the Hu family. How could they directly take the latter's life, always leave a way out? However, Li Zongjiu did not like to leave a way out. Give you face? In front of Li Zongjiu, your face was not enough. There was nothing to give. If you have the ability, just come and fight. He had always been domineering. However, he did not know how the Hu family would deal with Li Zongjiu's provocation this time. Young master, there is news of His Excellency the King of Fire. Li Zongjiu had just returned to the White Deer Mansion. Xiaoxiao walked up to him. Where is he? The primitive blaze territory. Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and said. The primitive blaze territory. A trace of surprise flashed across Li Zongjiu's eyes, but he quickly understood. Although the primitive blaze territory was extremely dangerous, it was more likely for the King of Fire to achieve a breakthrough in such a place. I understand. Also, young master, there is a clue that you asked us to find the primordial beast of the wood attribute. It is very likely to be true, but we have no way to verify it. Speak. Heaven Ridge Mountain Range, Mountain Seagull. With a gentle flap of its wings, it could overturn the mountains and fill the seas. Mountain Seagull was also considered a mutated beast with an ancient bloodline. The difference between it and ordinary meta beasts was like the difference between heaven and earth. This kind of mountain seagull could even compete with the peak bloodline of meta beasts like the dragon race. It could be seen how strong it was. According to the information provided by Xiaoxiao, a mountain seagull had appeared in Heaven Ridge Mountain 10 years ago and swallowed an entire mountain. This caused a broken beam to appear in Heaven Ridge Mountain range. Although what everyone saw was something that happened 10 years ago, many people still remembered it clearly. Later on, many people went to search for it, but they couldn't find any clues. They couldn't find the legendary mountain seagull and it disappeared just like that. It's really not easy to find a supreme meta beast. Li Zhongjiu was hesitant after reading the information from Yuan Beast Workshop. After all, the mountain seagull's strength wasn't simple. With his current state, it wouldn't be easy to resist the mountain seagull. Let's wait for a while. Recently, I have reached a bottleneck. I have to find a way to break through. Li Zhongjiu could clearly feel that it was very difficult to raise his cultivation through cultivation. At least, the speed of improvement was very slow. Li Zhongjiu couldn't stand it. The soul-returning beast had completely refined Gu Songtian's soul into extremely pure energy. It also helped Li Zhongjiu to raise his mental strength. Now, his mental strength had entered the second-grade Meta-Emperor realm. On the contrary, his elemental energy cultivation was lagging behind. In the next 2 days, Li Zhongjiu mobilized his resources and found some extremely precious herbs to refine a batch of 6th-grade elixir pills. Above the White Deer Mansion, thunderclouds could be seen rolling. It was as if the heavens were punishing the people in the White Deer Mansion for their actions. The terrifying lightning that kept surging was unforgettable. Some people even stopped to admire the terrifying lightning from afar. Although they were constantly being struck by lightning, others were envious. If they were in Li Zhongjiu's shoes, they would also be willing to be struck by lightning. Because every time he was struck by lightning, it meant that a grade 6 medicinal pill had appeared. That was a grade 6 medicinal pill. Many alchemists in the city were also deeply moved. Although Li Zhongjiu from the White Deer Mansion didn't do anything other than refine pills in his own territory, this was already the greatest display of his abilities. He told these people that he, Li Zhongjiu, was refining grade 6 medicinal pills again. Just as Li Zhongjiu was swallowing a pill to cultivate. It was a huge military family, the Hua family. The families that had controlled the Green Dragon army for nearly 100 years were quarreling over Li Zhongjiu. That day, Li Zhongjiu directly broke the arm of the third elder of the Hua family. Moreover, he threw Hua Qing directly onto the road, not caring about their face at all. He didn't take the Hua family seriously, and now he was even more arrogant. He had actually killed Hua Ying. Hua Ying could be considered Hua Qing's uncle. He had also been groomed by the Hua family. Although he was a little greedy and lustful, he was an absolute expert in leading troops into battle. He was a valiant general. Hua Ying usually didn't like to fight with others. He was also proud and arrogant, so most people wouldn't be able to interact with him. However, this time, he had been killed by Li Zhongjiu. According to this news, Li Zhongjiu didn't give Hua Ying any chance to retaliate. He had killed him on the spot. Li Zhongjiu is just a newly appointed Great Master Protector. Even if he were a first-rank minister, the Protector Duke, or the various princes, he wouldn't be able to kill him just like that. Hua Ying was the commander of the Green Dragon Guard. How could the commander of the Green Dragon Guard be executed so easily? The third son of the Hua family, Hua Third Master, had been looking for an opportunity to take revenge on Li Zhongjiu for a long time. However, last time, it seemed that someone had stepped in to mediate the matter. The old master of the Hua family had stepped in and temporarily suppressed the matter. The other party seemed to have a powerful background, so they didn't want to make a big deal out of it. They gave each other face and kept their grievances to themselves. The Hua family had simply endured it and treated it as if they had suffered a grievance in silence. But this time it was different. The arm could be reattached. However, a dead person couldn't be brought back to life just by putting the corpse back together. As a result, these people were enraged. The eldest son of the Hua family and the second son of the Hua family sat in their seats, not saying a word. The eldest son of the Hua family, Hua Tianjia, looked at the second son of the Hua family, Hua Feihong. Feihong, what do you think of this matter? At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Hua Feihong. He was the commander of the Green Dragon Army. He had 2 commanders under him. Under the 2 commanders, there were also many guard captains. The person who had questioned Li Zhongjiu earlier was a guard captain. At this moment, it was the Azure Dragon Guard. Although many people in the Hua family had retired from the Azure Dragon Guard, they still had a strong attachment to the Azure Dragon Guard. There's no other way. We can only fight. Hua Feihong also let out a long sigh. Right now, the Green Dragon Army only had two options before them. They could either directly take action and capture Li Zongjiu, or report to the imperial court and ask for Emperor Xingyan's military order to capture Li Zongjiu. However, it was difficult to understand Emperor Xingyan's temperament. They wanted to protect the reputation of the Hua family. When dealing with Li Zongjiu, they would first probe the imperial court's intentions. If there were no problems, they would immediately mobilize their troops and completely capture Li Zongjiu. Act first and report later. If they did not make any moves, it would definitely damage the prestige of the Green Dragon Army. However, after the deed was done, someone had to take the blame. After all, the target was the great protector of the nation. If they took him down so easily, it would be a disgrace to the imperial court. Therefore, after killing Li Zongjiu, as the commander of the Green Dragon Army, he had no choice but to step down. It was already a great thing to be able to keep his life. Xianxia obviously knew this. If they were to fight Li Zongjiu, it would be equivalent to killing 1,000 enemies and sacrificing 800 of their own men. It would be a very tragic outcome. However, this matter concerned the reputation of the Green Dragon Army. They had no choice but to act. Even if Hua Feihong wanted to personally deliver his head, he had to kill Li Zongjiu first. If that's the case, what are we waiting for? Hua Third Master was very enthusiastic. Just as the Hua family was ready to make arrangements for their next move, someone shouted loudly in the courtyard. The imperial edict has arrived. Xianxia and the others exchanged glances. They were obviously quite shocked by the appearance of this matter. Emperor Xingyan obviously had other intentions for issuing an imperial edict at this time. By the will of the heavens, the emperor decrees that the situation in Beichuan has been stabilized. He orders the Green Dragon Army to head to the Nanjiang region and guard the prefecture city in the central plains of Nanjiang. Mobilize the army to Nanjiang? Hua Feihong and the others didn't understand what the emperor meant. Why would he send their troops to Nanjiang at this time? Although Nanjiang was a dangerous place, it wasn't too dangerous. There was no need for them to stay in such a place. Emperor Xingyan obviously wanted to send them away at this critical juncture to prevent the Green Dragon Army from clashing with Li Zongjiu. Eunuch, what is the meaning of this? Hua Feihong asked in a low voice. Emperor Xingyan was obviously trying to protect Li Zongjiu. It was infuriating. Was Hu Ying's death going to be forgotten just like that? General Hua, military orders must be obeyed. I don't think I need to remind you. The old eunuch handed the imperial edict to Xianxia. Then he said to Xianxia. His Majesty also said that Hu Ying's death was his own fault. If the Green Dragon Army isn't disciplined, then it will be the Hua family's responsibility. Farewell. As soon as he said that, the leaders of the Hua family felt a chill run down their spines. After so many years of peace, they had almost forgotten about it. Who was the ruler of this world? Although they were in charge of training the Green Dragon Army, they weren't the Hua family's private army. They couldn't use the name of the Hua family's army. If they did, the emperor would be disgusted. They looked at each other. It seemed that the Green Dragon Army had indeed gone astray these days. It might even be because of the Hua family's leadership. They could even imagine that if they attacked Li Zongjiu this time, it was very obvious that they would be completely killed. The entire Hua family might be implicated. Who the hell is this Li Zongjiu? When Li Zongjiu was mentioned, the entire Hua family felt extremely terrified. Li Zongjiu was only one person, but he had almost caused the entire Hua family to fall into eternal damnation. Everyone in the Hua family was silent. It was just an imperial edict, but it was enough to wake them up. The Hua family was nothing special. They were still under the control of the emperor, so they had to stay calm. Otherwise, they would die. On the second day, most of the Hua family's troops had already gathered their men and horses and were heading towards the southern region. After the Green Dragon Army left the Sacred Flame Royal City, only half of the Vermilion Bird Army was mobilized to guard the Sacred Flame Royal City. One of the captains was probably equivalent to a Chili Arch. The only difference was that each soldier had a different name. One of the captains was even wearing a scarlet suit of armor. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail and hung down behind her back. A vermilion bird sword hung at her waist. This was the standard of a commander of the Vermilion Bird Army. When they saw the vermilion bird sword, no matter who they were, they had to immediately call them general. The soft armor accentuated the captain's figure. As night fell, they entered the city. The Vermilion Bird Army was also very excited about the change in troop movements this time. They had been training in the incandescent mountains for so long. They didn't know how long it had been since they had entered the city and enjoyed such a peaceful time. Boss, the wind in the city is too comfortable. I haven't felt such wind in a long time. A muscular and fat man appeared beside the captains. Hee, boss, do you think we're going to be promoted? You better shut your mouth. Good things never come out of your mouth. The chief said straightforwardly. This kind of blunt tone made Iron Pestle scratch his head. She was clearly a slender and elegant girl, but her tone was so impolite. Not only that, she didn't hold back at all when she attacked. Although the chief was a woman, no one could compare to her. However, there weren't many men who could compare to the corporal. This was why Iron Pestle admired the corporal so much. Boss, are you going to look for that person this time? That guy, isn't he that student from the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor? Hee, boss, don't tell me you've fallen in love with that guy. Get lost. Suemo sent the metal rod flying with a kick. His mouth hadn't been quiet the entire day. Moreover, he hadn't said anything decent. He had long wanted to kick him out. If he didn't teach him a lesson, his mouth wouldn't stop. You lead the team to the encampment first. I'll be back soon. Suemo said to Iron Pestle, who was kicked away. Taichi also flipped over and stood up. He rubbed his buttocks as he agreed. Yes, sir. Watching Iron Pestle leave, Suemo took a deep breath and walked towards the White Deer Mansion not far away. Sumo's current strength was all thanks to Li Zhongjiu, who gave him a 1,000-year fire glass flower. Although Suemo hadn't broken through to the Origin Emperor realm, he was incomparably powerful in the army with his 6th-level Origin spirit. Because of this, he was valued by his superiors and focused on grooming him. Now that he was the chief, the next level was the deputy commander. First-level commander, therefore, the person Suemo wanted to thank the most was naturally Li Zhongjiu. Although the army was isolated, it was necessary to know some important news about the imperial court. Therefore, Suemo also knew that Li Zhongjiu was now the imperial protector. He had directly become the imperial tutor. Such a change was extremely inconceivable to Suemo. Suemo wasn't even sure if the current Li Zhongjiu still remembered him. After all, almost a year had passed. In addition, Li Zhongjiu was now in a high position and had achieved extraordinary results. He wasn't a simple student of the Heavenly Star Medicine Mansion anymore. Even the current Li Zhongjiu wasn't simple. There wasn't anything strange about it. Suemo arrived in front of the White Deer Mansion. White Deer Mansion is off-limits to unauthorized personnel. May I know who you are? The guard at the entrance stopped Suemo. However, seeing that Sumo's aura wasn't simple and that the people who usually came in and out of the White Deer Mansion weren't simple, his tone was more polite. My name is Suemo. Please announce that I'm Li Zhongjiu's friend. Suemo said. Please wait a moment. Then, a guard went to report that Suemo was actually a friend of the young master. Usually, the young master didn't have many friends, but even if there weren't many, he still had some. As long as it was related to the young master, he couldn't be careless. Are you General Suemo? Xiaoxiao walked out of the mansion and welcomed Suemo in. I am. Suemo nodded. I'm the housekeeper of the White Deer Mansion. You can call me Xiaoxiao. The young master told me that if General Suemo comes, please rest for a few days until he comes out of seclusion. Xiaoxiao said. He still remembers me? Xiaoxiao smiled faintly. Of course I remember. Sumo's heart relaxed slightly. Normally, he wasn't so reserved, but when he came to see Li Zhongjiu, he had a strange feeling. Suemo wasn't very clear about the reason for the transfer of the army, but he heard that it had something to do with Li Zhongjiu. However, Suemo didn't care about this. She had her own judgment about who had saved her life and who had treated her well. It's good that you remember. Sorry, I can't stay for long. There are some things I need to take care of in the army. Since he's still in seclusion, I'll come back next time. Suemo said straightforwardly. Xiao Zhao didn't stop him. Li Zongjiu did tell him to stay, but he didn't tell him to stay. Xiao Zhao only found out that Li Zongjiu had a friend in the Vermilion Bird Army after connecting with Li Zongjiu. Of course, he couldn't let go of such a good relationship. He sent Suemo to the door. The transfer of the Green Dragon Army to the Vermilion Bird Army could be considered a new security system. At least in the future, the Green Dragon Army would be able to recognize their position. After being controlled by a family for a long time, they would make such a low-level mistake. They actually wanted to do such a thing. The Hu family thought too highly of themselves. With this departure, most of the relationships that were maintained within the city were also directly severed. The foundation that some people had laid in the past had also completely turned into ashes at this moment. The Vermilion Bird Army was new blood that had just entered the city. It wouldn't be easy to rope them in. As for the city guards, the commander of the city guards was about to retire. The few vice-captains below were also getting restless. However, Wang Ding's recent promotion also made the other vice-captains not dare to act rashly. Although Wang Ding only had a battalion of soldiers, the battle strength of the Tusk Battalion was unimaginable. The rest of the 6 battalions were beaten down. Every time there was a competition in the army, the Tusk Battalion would have an internal fight in the end. This made people very unhappy. In addition, he had the financial support of Boyu Casino behind him. If they wanted equipment, they had equipment. If they wanted money, they had money. There was almost no doubt that he would become the regiment commander directly. The only thing he lacked was his own qualifications. After all, he had only been the vice-regiment commander for a short period of time. If he wanted to become the regiment commander immediately, he would probably encounter a lot of resistance. However, this was nothing to the latter. Now, he understood. He had established his prestige in the army. If he, Wang Ding, did not take office, not many people would be convinced. As for Wang Ding, Taifai could take care of him. With the two of them assisting each other, they were able to take care of everything. Basically, there was no problem. For Li Zongjiu, the White Deer Mansion's influence in the military had increased by a large margin. Wang Ding's status and strength had increased, but he did not forget Li Zongjiu's kindness. If it were not for Li Zongjiu, he would not have been able to climb up so quickly. After knowing that Li Zongjiu had directly become the protector of the nation, he admired Li Zongjiu even more. At the same time, he was even more determined. As long as he followed Li Zongjiu, there would definitely be no problems. His future path would be incomparably smooth. He was a better person. In the past, he did not know which idiot was loyal to the 9th prince. Until now, he had not even left his life. Originally, Wang Ding had been very worried that the Hu family of the Green Dragon Army would act against Li Zongjiu after he heard that Li Zongjiu had killed Huiying. Therefore, he had sent people to keep an eye on the Hu family's movements. This was not a time to joke around. His actions were not only to protect Li Zongjiu's safety and fulfill his duty, but also to ensure that he would have a better future in the army. Fortunately, there was no real danger. The other party had also been transferred away very quickly. Wang Ding did not know if this was intentional or not. Wang Ding admired Li Zongjiu very much. Only Li Zongjiu could do this. He had killed the right commander of the Green Dragon Army and sent these people out of the Sacred Flame Royal City. He really admired Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu was the only one who could do this. Now that Li Zongjiu's reputation had spread throughout the Sacred Flame Royal City, everyone knew that Li Zongjiu had the backing of the royal family. Even the Green Dragon Army had been implicated. This was because a few of his deputy commanders and even the commander knew about Wang Ding's relationship with the White Deer Mansion. Therefore, the next election would be held about 6 months later. Basically, Wang Ding would be the next one. As long as he followed the rules in the city and didn't make any accidents or major mistakes, there wouldn't be any problems. The position of commander of the city guards of the Sacred Flame Royal City was not a position that ordinary people could hold. Even Wang Ding felt like he was dreaming. He had never thought that he would have the opportunity to reach such a high position. However, I still have to find some time to visit the young master. This matter can only succeed with the young master's support. In order to secure this position, Wang Ding had to visit Li Zongjiu. They had not seen each other for a long time. Although he had become more familiar with Taifai and the others these days, he could not be too distant from Li Zongjiu. However, he couldn't become estranged in front of Li Zongjiu. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu would casually find someone to replace him. It was an extremely normal thing. White Deer Mansion. Li Zongjiu had come out of seclusion. In fact, it was not considered seclusion. It was just that the time he took to cultivate was slightly longer. In addition, Li Zongjiu was usually comprehending holy stage yuan skills. Of course, it would take more time. When he heard Xiao Zhao say that Su Mo from the Vermilion Bird Army had come to find him, Li Zongjiu quickly recalled that the girl he had met at Sky Blaze Mountain could be considered a friend of life and death. In any case, Li Zongjiu had saved Su Mo many times. Furthermore, he had given the fire glass flower to Su Mo. If Su Mo could grasp this opportunity, he would definitely be able to make a name for himself. Naturally, he would be able to work together with Li Zongjiu. He has already been promoted to captain? Li Zongjiu was slightly surprised. To be able to become a captain in the Vermilion Bird Army in a year was already a very good result. Some of the seeds that had been planted back then had already bloomed and were about to bear fruit. The next time he comes, just call for me directly, Li Zongjiu said. He quite liked Sumo's character. Otherwise, he would not have given Sumo such a good opportunity to change his fate. In fact, it was Li Zongjiu's kindness. The competition between the princes in the city for the position of crown prince didn't show any signs of weakening. However, the flames of war hadn't spread to Li Zongjiu yet. Therefore, the White Deer Mansion had been extremely quiet recently. They didn't pay attention to the disputes in the city and didn't participate. However, news of the Eagle warship had gradually spread. The production of the first generation of the warship had officially started. The production factory was located in the mountain behind the White Deer Mansion. A workshop had been set up there. Many large financial groups and merchant alliances, after hearing of this matter, hurriedly brought large sums of money, saying that they wanted to invest in the White Deer residence and provide some assistance in the production of the Eagle battleship. However, the White Deer Mansion rejected these wealthy financial groups and announced a three-way cooperation with the Song family, Song Jieyu, and the Qi family. The Jing family was also given a name. After all, the Jing family was weak. If it hadn't been for Li Zongjiu's conscience, he would have swallowed the Jing family up long ago. Li Zongjiu didn't need to do this. If he was so short-sighted, how could he achieve great things in the future? The appearance of the Eagle warship had even alarmed the royal family's celestial workshop. The celestial workshop was the dynasty's weapons research institute. Some new heavy weapons had also come from the celestial workshop and were far ahead of the rest. However, the weapons that had been released and announced were only those that had been eliminated. The truly top-notch weapons had always been hidden in the depths of the celestial workshop. They would only be taken out at the most critical juncture. The celestial workshop had specially sent a master to the White Deer Mansion to consult and research. Li Zongjiu had also named the newly established workshop the 100 Ghosts Workshop. It meant the 100 Ghosts Craftsman. The 100 Ghosts Craftsman was also a very powerful figure in the legends. It was said that when he forged weapons, it was as if thousands of ghosts were helping him. He could unleash astonishing power. When Li Zongjiu's 100 Ghost Square was able to create such powerful weapons, it would naturally become famous all over the world. At that time, some of the best weapons would also be created by Li Zongjiu's 100 Ghost Square. Currently, Li Zongjiu's White Deer Mansion had several organizations set up. First was the housekeeper's office. The housekeeper's office was independently recruited by Xiao Zhao. They were mainly bookkeepers, and there were also some risk calculation and cost control. Simply put, they were there to help the White Deer Mansion make money and spend it. The second was the Office of Advisors. Some of the guest officials, aides, and Jianghu experts were all considered as part of the Office of Advisors. Currently, they were also managed by Xiao Zhao. The third was the Office of Guards. The work of the guards in the mansion was handed over to the Office of Guards. The person in charge was Lu Pei. The soldiers who had retired from the Tusk Battalion were directly trained here to protect the White Deer Mansion. They originally thought that after leaving the Tusk Battalion, they would lose the opportunity to become soldiers. Who would have thought that Li Zhongjie would change and become the imperial tutor? After the imperial tutor was conferred the title, he had the right to train 5,000 private soldiers. Therefore, these guards became soldiers again and had their military ranks again. Even the ordinary army had no binding effect on them. Not only were they a private army, but they were also subordinates of the state preceptor. As for the imperial tutor, only Emperor Xingyan or the joint consent of all the officials could punish him. Therefore, even if the city guards or other armies wanted to charge into the White Deer Mansion, they had enough status to block them outside. They were that unyielding, unless they had an imperial edict in their hands. Li Zhongjie was currently in the limelight. As long as he didn't commit any treason, there wouldn't be any problems. There were also the 1,000 Machine Workshop, Elemental Beast Workshop, and Ghost Doctor Workshop that were transferred from Qingyuan Villa. The 1,000 Machine Workshop had always been helping the White Deer Mansion to collect information. In addition, the Elemental Beast Workshop also helped Li Zhongjie raise the elemental beasts in the back mountain. They also recruited some disciples and taught them the art of taming beasts. Recently, they were also training a group of brave and valiant wasteland wolves. They were expected to be assigned to the office of guards. In this way, they would definitely be able to create an army that would cause people to tremble at the mere mention of their name. The third prince had made a move against Li Zhongjie many times. Moreover, the announcement of the crown prince's position was also imminent. Soon, it would be time to count all the troops. The third prince's overall strength was currently in the lead. But to truly become the crown prince, he had to push his own people into the position of the city guards. The city guards had to have the people in their hands. Because of the adjustment of the Green Dragon army, the third prince was somewhat surprised. Originally, he was almost done negotiating with the Hua family. However, who knew that the Hua family would be directly deployed? This made the third prince want to cry but have no tears. At this moment, he naturally didn't have time to deal with the Vermilion Bird army. Therefore, he could only set his sights on the city guards. One of the vice-commanders of the city guards was discussing this matter with the third prince. This vice-commander was called Yuan Moshan. In the city guards, he was definitely at the level of a veteran. His achievements were also very good. However, he was helpless as his strength gradually faded. Therefore, Yuan Moshan already felt like the setting sun. Seeing that everything that originally belonged to him was suddenly snatched away by Wang Ding, who had just rushed in, made Yuan Moshan's heart filled with grief and indignation. It was a pity. However, this was a cruel world. If you couldn't do it, others would do it. Even if you could do it, others would do it better than you. Then others would do it first. This was the situation that Yuan Moshan was facing now. At this moment, the third prince came looking for him. Previously, the third prince had contacted Yuan Moshan. However, at that time, Yuan Moshan saw the current situation and didn't understand it. Therefore, he might as well just wait and see. He wasn't in such a hurry to agree. At this moment, in front of the temptation of the third prince's conditions, Yuan Moshan finally nodded his head. If I can become the commander of the city guards, I am willing to serve the third prince like a dog or horse. Yuan Moshan said respectfully and sincerely. The third prince also nodded his head. Before seeing the benefits, he wouldn't directly agree. After all, this was a matter of life and death. Moreover, it was uncertain whether he could do it well. With the third prince's current power, it wouldn't be so easy to defeat Li Zhongjie. Therefore, in short, show me your strength first. After I become the commander, everything will be negotiable. Alright, it's just a Wang Ding. It won't be difficult to get rid of him. The third prince smiled slightly. In order to make Yuan Moshan the next regiment commander, he didn't have to touch Li Zhongjie. He just had to kill Wang Ding. Wouldn't that be enough? Even if Li Zhongjie wanted to promote another person to the top in a short period of time, it would be impossible. After the two clinked their glasses, Yuan Moshan took his leave. Sacred Flame Royal City, in a small tavern in a secluded area. There was an old man and a young man sitting there. The young man was sipping his tea. Usually, he would sit in this tavern for an entire day. He was listening to a lady in white playing the zither in the bamboo forest opposite him. There's not much time left. Young master, why aren't you taking action? The old man looked at the sky. Then, he looked at the script on the table. On the calendar, the dates had been crossed out one by one. Now, there was less than half a year left. He had to put an end to this matter. However, his young master was still here drinking and listening to music. This is the best part. Shoo! The young man waved his hand, indicating for the old man to keep quiet. The old man was helpless. He could only sit there obediently. However, it was obvious that the old man felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Finally, when the song ended, the old man opened his sleepy eyes and looked at the young man with anticipation. Young master? It's getting late. Let's sleep. The young man yawned and stretched. Obviously, he was not going to do anything at this time. Young master, you. When the old man saw this, he revealed an expression of knowing that this was the case. Young master, how are you going to fight for the crown prince's position like this? I'm going to sleep. The young man lay down on the ground and started to sleep. The next day, the young man woke up and continued with what he was doing for the entire day. He simply wanted to waste his time here. The old man could not stand it anymore. However, after the young man woke up, he dressed himself up. This made the old man realize that his young master had been sitting in this tavern for an entire year. He even changed his name. No one knew who he was or what he was going to do. He was just sitting in this tavern, drinking and listening to music. Today, there was finally some action. Instantly, the old man felt as if he was in a dream. He couldn't really be dreaming, right? Old Lu, what are you waiting for? Prepare the horse. Old Lu was stunned for a moment. When he heard the young man's words, his face changed into surprise. He's here. Immediately, a white horse-drawn carriage left the tavern and headed toward a certain place in the city, squeaking all the way. Young master, which family should we negotiate with first? White Deer Mansion. Old Lu was driving the carriage. When he heard this name, he was also stunned. Although Old Lu looked old and weak, everything was done by Old Lu. They even came up with a plan. As long as they followed the plan and gradually disintegrated the forces built by the previous princes, they could easily become the most unexpected force among them. He believed that many people would not have thought of such a thunderous way of fighting, but no matter what. The first one shouldn't have come to deal with Li Zongjiu. Now, everyone knew Li Zongjiu's strength. Moreover, because of Li Zongjiu's actions, the Emperor Xingyan was also supporting Li Zongjiu. At this time, it was obvious that they were not going to fight head-on. Young master, what do you mean? Didn't we agree to take down the people of the elite business alliance first, then the four families? If we go directly to Li Zongjiu, the situation will not be optimistic. Old Lu immediately tried to persuade him. Who said I'm going to fight them? I'm going to ask for advice. The young man said with a smile. He looked like he was about the same age as Li Zongjiu. Old Lu did not understand why the young master did this. If he exposed his strength in advance, it would be very dangerous for him. It was obviously risky to provoke Li Zongjiu at this time, but the young man seemed to have seen through it. Old Lu did not know what the young master of the Z family was planning, so he could only drive the carriage to the White Deer Mansion. Butler Zhao, the 14th prince is here. Lu Pei came forward and said. The 14th prince, Xiao Zhao's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Emperor Xingyan was about to announce the candidate for the position of crown prince in half a year. At this juncture, it was time to take action. If someone wanted to make a final effort, it would be at this time. Right or wrong, success or failure, it would be at this moment. There were only 14 princes in the entire Xingyan dynasty. At least, that was all they had found so far. It was not so clear whether another one would suddenly appear later. Although the 14th prince was the youngest, he was also the most mysterious among all the princes. Li Zongjiu had told them to find the whereabouts of the 14th prince. In Xiao Zhao's opinion, the 14th prince did not have the strength to compete with the other princes. However, Xiao Zhao did not dare to underestimate Li Zongjiu's words. The other party only came as a guest and did not reveal his true identity. However, the people in the White Deer Mansion already knew. This was not surprising. When they found out that the 14th prince was still in the city, Xiaoxiao specially sent a group of people to observe the 14th prince. Quickly welcome him. No matter whether the visit was good or bad, they had to welcome the 14th prince. Although they had imprisoned the 9th prince before, it was Li Zongjiu who did it. If they were in his place, they would not dare to do so. Go and tell the young master that I will personally welcome the 14th prince. Xiaoxiao said. Lu Pei nodded. Okay. Lu Pei jogged all the way to Li Zongjiu's courtyard. He saw Li Zongjiu sitting under a parasol tree and meditating. Although Lu Pei did not know what Li Zongjiu was doing, he did not dare to ask. What's wrong? Li Zongjiu opened his eyes and saw Lu Pei, who looked as if he was constipated. If he wanted to go to the toilet, he should go to the toilet. Lu Pei did not know what was going on. Young master, the 14th prince is here. Lu Pei saw Li Zongjiu's reaction and hurriedly said. Although the prince's visit was a secret, he was still a prince after all. He couldn't afford to neglect him. Let him wait. I'm meditating. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. At this moment, he was meditating on the spiritual hell. He was sitting under the parasol tree. Then, Lu Pei clearly saw the parasol tree behind Li Zongjiu begin to change. It was as if a year had been compressed into a minute. It was completely displayed on the wutong tree. Just looking at it was enough to shock everyone. Oh my god. Lu Pei's eyes widened when he saw this scene. As for Li Zongjiu's words, he could only convey them truthfully. There was nothing he could do about it. When he returned to the living room, he saw the 14th prince chatting with butler Zhao. For White Deer residence to be able to achieve what it has today, it can be said that housekeeper Zhao has contributed greatly. After a conversation, the 14th prince was full of praise for Xiaoxiao. From his tone, it was clear that he admired her from the bottom of his heart and was not flattering her against her will. 14th prince, you flatter me. I'm just doing my best, said Xiaoxiao. The little assistant who followed behind Qi Yan ran back then had now become a big shot in Royal City. Now, everyone knew the name of the head of White Deer residence, housekeeper Zhao. It was just that Li Zongjiu's fame was too strong now. Sometimes, he would slightly neglect other people. But after a little understanding, after learning a little more, they would know that Li Zongjiu was not the only young expert in the White Deer mansion. Where's the young master? When Xiaoxiao saw that Lu Pei had returned alone and had been gone for such a long time, he must have already told Li Zongjiu the news. Greetings, 14th prince. The young master asked you to wait in the mansion for a while. He's still cultivating. Lu Pei said. Although Li Zongjiu's original words were not like this, it was roughly what he meant. According to Li Zongjiu's original words, he directly asked the 14th prince to wait. Humph, how presumptuous. Since he knows the identity of the prince, he actually asked the prince to wait for a subordinate. Old Lu was extremely angry after hearing this. This kid was too arrogant. It seemed that no one could deal with this kid normally. Old Lu, shut up. Don't talk nonsense. Old Lu didn't know how to be polite. Old Lu didn't expect the young master to be so angry, so he quickly apologized. Old Lu didn't expect the young master to be so angry. Of course, he was not convinced. When he saw Li Zongjiu, he would definitely let him know how powerful he was. Although Li Zongjiu was rumored to be very powerful everywhere, Old Lu did not believe it. He only believed in the young master in front of him. Compared to the young master, the others were all fake. The young master's strength was the real power that he had seen with his own eyes. He was the real genius. In the future of the Xingyan dynasty, only the young master would be able to sit on the throne. The others were not destined to be the son of heaven. It's our fault for coming here so abruptly. Since you've agreed, I'll just sit here and wait. You can all go ahead and do your work. There's no need to entertain me. The 14th prince was also very humble. Xiaoxiao had a lot of things to do, so he naturally couldn't chat with the 14th prince all the time. Therefore, he had Lu Pei and the others serve the 14th prince. He took his leave first. While waiting, Lu Pei ordered people to pour tea for the 14th prince. During this time, Old Lu was also waiting by the side. During this process, Old Lu also felt very impatient, But his family's young master hadn't moved yet and didn't say anything. Naturally, he couldn't say anything and just sat quietly at the table. Just the tea alone had been added to 6 pots in a row. The tea leaves were also changed 3 times. When night fell, Lu Pei's ears suddenly twitched. Li Zhongzhou's voice was transmitted into his ears. It was as if Li Zhongzhou's voice was directly transmitted into Lu Pei's ears. It made Lu Pei's eyes light up. The 14th prince on the opposite side also seemed to have sensed something and looked at Lu Pei curiously. Lu Pei had already come forward and said, "Prince, the young master invites you over." "What? He actually wants our young master to see him?" Hearing this, old Lu immediately couldn't sit still. This is clearly a rebellion, isn't it? He actually wants a prince to see Li Zhongzhou. You, Li Zhongzhou, are the great protector of the state, not the great protector of the heavens. How can you be more important than the emperor? Old Lu, you sit here and don't wander around. The 14th prince stood up and said. As he spoke, he had already walked out of the room. Please lead the way. Seeing that the young master was about to walk out, old Lu's heart was filled with anxiety. If something went wrong, wouldn't it be troublesome? Therefore, at this moment, his heart was filled with anxiety. He wanted to follow the 14th prince, but he was afraid that his young master would be angry. If that happened, the consequences would be severe. However, his young master's temper was also very good. If he went, would he be bullied by that brat Li Zhongzhou? Therefore, old Lu's heart was filled with worry. Young master, you have to be careful. Old Lu had no choice but to return to his seat after shouting at the 14th prince's back. When the 14th prince first saw Li Zhongzhou under the tree, he felt a sense of danger. Immediately, he felt a strong sense of danger. This Li Zhongzhou was actually more powerful than he had imagined. It seemed like the news of him killing a sovereign expert was not a rumor, but true. Chang'an greets imperial tutor Li. Chang'an was the 14th prince's name. The position of the crown prince is yours. Why are you looking for me? Li Zhongzhou looked at the 14th prince in front of him with interest. If he had not been reborn, Li Zhongzhou might not have had any impression of the 14th prince. He might not have even taken the 14th prince, who had done nothing, and had no achievements, seriously. After all, the 14th prince was born with a humble background. To outsiders, he was very lucky to be able to live until now. If he still wanted to forcefully get involved in such a situation, he would be looking for trouble. Even if they were to become cannon fodder in this battle, no one would be surprised. However, Li Zhongzhou knew that the 14th prince would be the future winner. There was no doubt about it. A glint of surprise flashed across the 14th prince's eyes. Imperial tutor Li, why do you say so? I didn't know at first, but you have already obtained the inheritance of the Earth Palace and the successor of the Saturn Palace. What's so strange about this? Li Zhongzhou glanced at the 14th prince. Of course, it was not considered a doubt. After all, it was in his previous life. Li Zhongzhou was not interested in the 14th prince's secret. He only knew that this guy became the crown prince later on. It was a pity that he had been the crown prince for a long time. Now that he saw the 14th prince, Li Zhongzhou also saw the hidden power in him. Saturn Palace. It was one of the 5 strongest sects in the ancient times. 5 Elements Palace. The 5 Elements Palace was originally one, but later on, it was estimated that there were differences between the inheritances and they could not come together. Therefore, everyone was divided into 5 sects, each with their own camp. The strength of any one of the 5 Elements Palace was stronger than the strength of any current dynasty. To be able to obtain such a strength inheritance, it was indeed a very difficult thing. Therefore, Li Zhongzhou was very surprised. The 5 Elements Palace was basically crippled when Li Zhongzhou had the strength in his previous life. Therefore, Li Zhongzhou did not know where the 5 Elements Palace was. In addition, Li Zhongzhou was constantly being forced to improve his strength rapidly. Therefore, he did not greedily look for the 5 Elements Palace. Later on, he found out that most of the star palaces were abandoned. He did not expect that one of them had been taken by the young 14th prince. When he heard Li Zhongzhou's words, even the 14th prince's face changed instantly. He did not expect Li Zhongzhou to see through his trump card at a glance. After knowing that he had the Saturn Palace, Lin Feng did not intend to attack him. This made him nervous. The 14th prince was not sure if he was a match for Li Zongjiu. Sure enough, this trip was too risky. He needed to be more stable. Even if Li Zongjiu killed him and took away his inheritance, no one would come looking for him. After all, the 14th prince had chosen to hide his tracks previously. Therefore, very few people knew where he was. With Li Zongjiu's means, he was completely capable of erasing him completely without anyone noticing and covering any traces. The 14th prince instantly tensed up. Don't worry. I have no interest in your inheritance. If you have nothing else, you can leave. Li Zongjiu looked at the 14th prince's vigilant and regretful expression. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but smile. Did this brat really treat his things as treasures? It was really funny. The 14th prince smiled awkwardly. Although his back was already soaked in cold sweat, the 14th prince believed in his own strength. However, he did not know why he still believed in Lin Feng. As long as Li Zongjiu made a move, he could take his life in an instant. Therefore, he was nervous. To be honest, I want to cooperate with Imperial Tutor Li. The 14th prince took a few deep breaths in his heart. Turning around and leaving now was the smartest thing to do. As long as he left, everything would have nothing to do with the 14th prince, and he would be able to settle his own matters. He reckoned that he would not have any interaction with Li Zongjiu. However, the 14th prince had a premonition that this was a very good opportunity. He could not let it go. If he missed it, he would not have the chance to regret it. Li Zongjiu glanced at the 14th prince and found that the latter's eyes were filled with ambition. This made Li Zongjiu very curious about what this kid wanted to do. At the same time, Li Zongjiu also had a feeling in his heart. The greatest contribution of his appearance was to change history. Perhaps because of Li Zongjiu's rebirth, the development of the previous life would not be so smooth. Although it was said that everything had its own destiny, Li Zongjiu's previous life would not be so smooth. But in reality, everything had its own variables. No one could have imagined the changes that would occur during this period of time. I want to ask Imperial Tutor Li to help me ascend the throne. The 14th prince stared into Li Zongjiu's eyes and said seriously. Ascend the throne. The 14th prince was talking about the throne, not the position of crown prince. Obviously, the 14th prince knew that ascending to the position of crown prince wasn't difficult, but ascending to the throne would take a lot of time. Even in this process, it was very likely that some unpredictable accidents would occur. Only ascending the throne was the 14th prince's goal. This guy really dared to dream. Li Zongjiu looked at the 14th prince in front of him and couldn't help but laugh. In the end, he laughed out loud. This made the 14th prince a little absent-minded. What was Li Zongjiu trying to do? Why was he laughing for no reason? In fact, Li Zongjiu didn't want to have anything to do with the royal family. After all, in this life, Li Zongjiu only wanted stability and peace for his family. However, the 14th prince's appearance changed Li Zongjiu's mind. Li Zongjiu had helped many people change their fates before, such as San Tong, Tian Fei, and Su Mo. These people's fates were all in Li Zongjiu's hands. However, their changes didn't affect Li Zongjiu much. Therefore, it didn't seem strange at all. Li Zongjiu could also accept what he had done. However, if he changed the fate of one person, it would be enough to change the fate of the Li family. If he helped the 14th prince to the throne, it would definitely affect the Li family. In the process, Li Zongjiu would also have the opportunity to make the Li family bigger. The spirit of adventure was still necessary. If one didn't have the spirit of aggression and aggressiveness, one would regress. This was because other invaders were constantly improving. Soon, one would be overtaken by them. If one wanted to live, one had to maintain the wildness and constantly become stronger. In an instant, Li Zongjiu made up his mind. Help, this was life. Change, since the heavens had changed Li Zongjiu's fate, then evil venerate Li Zongjiu would have to act recklessly for once and completely rewrite the fate of the world. All the luck and fortune would be concentrated on the Li family. He had to make the Li family a transcendental family. If I help you to the throne, what can you do for me? Li Zongjiu looked at the 14th prince and said. Value was a mutual thing. If you were valuable to me, I would pay for you. First, from now on, the Li family will be an aristocratic family of the Xingyan dynasty. As long as the Xingyan dynasty exists, the Li family will also exist. Second, together with the imperial tutor, we will mobilize the strength of the whole country to fight against the Black Canal Basilica," said the 14th prince. Obviously, the 14th prince had done a lot of homework before coming here. The 2 points he mentioned at this moment were almost what Li Zhongjiu wanted to hear from Li Zhongjiu. Of course, the 14th prince didn't need to worry about the second point. It was just the Black Canal Basilica. Li Zhongjiu naturally had his ways to deal with it. "If you want me to help you, there is another condition. You have to be my disciple. Make a master and disciple oath. Swear on your Saturn Palace. If you break the oath, I don't need to do anything. Your Saturn Palace will self-destruct," Li Zhongjiu said calmly. At the same time, he looked at the 14th prince. This was Li Zhongjiu's request. Although it was too easy for the 14th prince to be his disciple, it was still a dream for him. This was something that even the 14th prince could only dream of. In this way, Li Zhongjiu was directly tied to the White Deer residence. Apart from his age, Li Zhongjiu was also the imperial protector. It would not lower the 14th prince's status at all. On the contrary, it would be a great help to the 14th prince. Unknowingly, the 14th prince, who didn't have much talent in the imperial court, would have a strong backing from now on. With Li Zhongjiu's support, who would he need to be afraid of? If Li Zhongjiu wanted to help a prince ascend the throne, who would dare to stop him? In the entire Xingyan dynasty, who would dare to stop him? I, Long Pingon, swear on my Saturn Palace that I will be the disciple of Master Li Zhongjiu today. If I disobey my master's teachings and violate the sect's rules, my Saturn Palace will be shattered and my spirit will be destroyed. Obviously, the 14th prince's will was extremely firm. Moreover, the 14th prince also knew that if he did anything with ulterior motives, Li Zhongjiu would definitely not let him go. Based on Li Zhongjiu's previous glorious achievements, the 14th prince's fate would not be any better than being destroyed. Changing the 14th prince's fate and helping him ascend to the throne was naturally beneficial to the Li family. The 14th prince seemed to know that even if he became the crown prince, it would still take a long time for him to ascend to the throne. In the current world, the only person who could help him ascend to the throne was the imperial protector in front of him. Li Zhongjiu. One of the 5 element star palaces. When the 14th prince obtained the Saturn Star Palace, it had already given him a hint, which was similar to a prophecy. The prophecy foretold Li Zhongjiu. Only with the help of this person would he have the opportunity to control the Xingyan dynasty. After that, the 14th prince left happily. The 14th prince naturally knew what he had to do next. First, he had to become the crown prince. Otherwise, he could forget about ascending to the throne. "Young lord? How was it? What did you say?" "Teacher has agreed to help me." "Haha, this matter is settled. The turmoil in the sacred flame royal city will be huge," the 14th prince said excitedly. "Teacher? What teacher?" Old Lu was shocked and surprised by the 14th prince's words. He did not even understand what the 14th prince meant. "I have already become imperial tutor's disciple," the 14th prince said excitedly. In his heart, he could not believe that this matter had progressed so smoothly. Without Li Zhongjiu's help, the 14th prince had almost no hope of becoming the emperor of the Xingyan dynasty. Even after becoming the crown prince, the chances were slim. However, the rule was that after all the princes reached adulthood, they had to choose a prince to be the crown prince and establish him as the crown prince. As for how long the current emperor wanted to achieve, it depended on his mood. If he was in a good mood, he could rule the world. Moreover, with his own cultivation, once he entered the sovereign realm, it would be difficult for him to die even if he wanted to. With the current resources, it was not difficult for the Emperor Xingyan to break through to the sovereign realm. Ah? What does this mean? Even though old Lu was experienced and knowledgeable, when he heard this news, he still couldn't take it. Li Zhongjiu had become the imperial tutor at such a young age, which meant that he had the strength to do so. However, it was still uncertain if he was qualified enough to become the 14th prince's teacher. "Young master, you mustn't be bewitched. You mustn't be the slightest bit careless when it comes to apprenticeship. I have my own plans. Let's go to the imperial palace and get something. It didn't take long for the 14th prince to obtain a command medallion from Emperor Xingyan. Although he only had one legion in his hands, he had already declared that he would unify the fringe. This chaotic land was rich in resources and filled with bandits. God knows how many experts came to such places to fish for gold. But in this era, the cities were governed by their own laws. If you have a big fist, people will be afraid of you. And most importantly, the people of the fringe never paid taxes. Therefore, this was a huge headache for the Xingyan dynasty. If the Xingyan dynasty's army were to attack the fringe, all the city lords and overlords of the fringe would put aside their grievances and unite to drive the Xingyan dynasty out. To think that the 14th prince, who was the youngest, actually dared to make such a bold statement. Sacred Flame Heavenly Emperor didn't say that Yi Shiwen was young and frivolous. If Yi Shiwen wanted to go, Sacred Flame Heavenly Emperor would let him go. However, if Yi Shiwen went outside and made a great contribution, the major forces in the city would have fewer opportunities to rope him in. In the end, without the support of a consortium behind him, how could he compete with the other princes? Obviously, in the eyes of others, the 14th prince wanted to use this opportunity to take refuge outside. Conquering the fringe in 3 months was nothing but a pipe dream. It was better to say that he was going for a vacation. Even if he didn't manage to conquer the fringe, Emperor Xingyan wouldn't chop his head off. Taking 10,000 steps back. Even if he really succeeded and made great contributions, by the time he returned, the situation in the city would have stabilized and the position of crown prince would have been settled. He wouldn't have the opportunity to control the relationships between the major families. Therefore, the 14th prince was indeed a trash among trash. He was simply incapable in both civil and military matters. Under such circumstances, trying to attract attention would only end up shooting himself in the foot. The reason why the 14th prince decided to do so was because of Li Zongjiu's advice. The fringe had always been a thorn in his side and a thorn in his heart. If he could deal with the fringe properly, he would be able to do so. If he could deal with this matter properly, it would definitely become a highlight. Moreover, the regiment that the 14th prince took with him. It was the famous White Tiger Army. Summon Wang Ding. Li Zongjiu ordered. Soon, someone from the White Deer Mansion went to inform Wang Ding. When Wang Ding heard that Li Zongjiu had summoned him, he immediately put down all his official duties and rushed to Li Zongjiu. Young master, you are looking for me? What position do you hold now? Li Zongjiu looked at Wang Ding and asked. Young master, I am the vice commander of the City Guard Legion. Wang Ding replied respectfully. Such a City Guard Legion was different from the one that the 14th prince had taken away. The 14th prince took with him only 5,000 soldiers. However, the City Guard Legion had a total of 200,000 soldiers. Vice commander, what are the requirements for becoming a commander? Li Zongjiu nodded and asked. Wang Ding's progress had exceeded Li Zongjiu's expectations. He didn't expect Wang Ding to become a vice commander so quickly. Of course, Wang Ding's breakthrough in strength and Taifai's care and support were closely related. In less than half a year, the current commander will step down. At that time, candidates will be selected from among the 4 vice commanders. One of the vice commanders has already been killed, the one from last time. He came in late. His strength is average and he's only here to temporarily take over the position. There's another one who came in through connections. He has no achievements and has a lot of violations of discipline. Therefore, he's the only one who can compete with me. There's only one person left. This person is called Yuan Moshan. According to our latest information, it seems that this Yuan Moshan has been roped in by the 3rd prince. The competition in half a year will depend on what Yuan Moshan does. Li Zongjiu nodded after listening. He looked at Wang Ding. In other words, if you get rid of Yuan Moshan, you will be the future commander, right? Li Zongjiu said. Hearing his young master's words, how could Wang Ding not understand what Li Zongjiu meant? He wanted to help him. Yes, young master. As long as Yuan Moshan gives up, the position of the next commander will be mine. Wang Ding said excitedly. Let's go and find this Yuan Moshan. While they were talking, a carriage had already been prepared at the door. This carriage had no other tasks except to wait for Li Zongjiu to set off. If Li Zongjiu needed anything, this carriage would be waiting for him at all times. Wang Ding did not expect Li Zongjiu to be so decisive. He would go straight to Yuan Mashan's residence. What should he say to Yuan Mashan after meeting him? Wang Ding couldn't help but have a headache. However, this matter obviously didn't need Wang Ding to worry about. Anyway, he just needed to follow Li Zongjiu. Young master would have his ways. At this moment, in Yuan Mashan's residence, the third prince was there too. He brought a group of mysterious men of sacrifice with him. He was openly discussing with Yuan Mashan how to kill Wang Ding. That Wang Ding has guards by his side day and night. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to take his life silently, Yuan Mashan said with a frown. The 20 men of sacrifice in the courtyard were powerful. However, Yuan Mashan would not be able to protect himself if they found out that it was him. Moreover, this assassination was the last resort. It would be easy to give himself away. Moreover, if he was careless and allowed the other party to escape, there would be endless trouble in the future. Yuan Mashan thought that the third prince had some brilliant plan. He did not expect it to be such a move. Obviously, Yuan Mashan was disappointed. Moreover, if the third prince wanted to use Yuan Mashan to get rid of Wang Ding, why didn't he do it himself? It was obvious that the third prince wanted to hide behind the scenes and let him be the scapegoat. If he succeeded, it would naturally be good, but if he failed, the consequences could be imagined. But when that time came, the third prince himself would not be implicated. What's wrong? Old Yuan, could it be that you don't trust me? If you don't use this group of death warriors, what other methods do you have to trip up Wang Ding? Furthermore, at this time, if you don't kill Wang Ding, he will definitely turn around and kill you, the third prince said unhurriedly. It seemed as though Yuan Mashan had no other way out. This was the only path he could choose. In 7 days, you will have a trial in the wild forest. At that time, Wang Ding will definitely attend. As long as we intercept this guy, won't this matter be settled? The third prince sneered. Kill Wang Ding. I can help you settle everything after that. No matter how valuable a person is, as long as he is dead, he is worthless. Yuan Mashan was still a little hesitant. But, using this method, that person in White Deer Mansion, Yuan Mashan was clearly afraid of Li Zongjiu. Who in the city wasn't afraid of Li Zongjiu? In fact, they believed that as long as Li Zongjiu walked out and said something, they would be able to kill Li Zongjiu. Sacred Flame Royal City would be turned upside down if Lin Fan said anything. Therefore, these people were watching the White Deer Mansion anxiously. They were afraid that Li Zongjiu would target them if he was in a bad mood. If that happened, trouble would follow. No one had ever been able to threaten them to such an extent. It was simply terrifying. You are talking about Li Zongjiu? Who does he think he is? If not for father's consideration of the person behind Li Zongjiu, how could he have his current position? He is just a puppet that was pushed out. He can't cause any trouble in Sacred Flame Royal City, the third prince said solemnly. His words were also criticizing Li Zongjiu. It even made people believe that Li Zongjiu was a piece of trash who didn't know anything. He only knew how to rely on the power behind him to intimidate others. Just as the third prince finished speaking, a voice rang out. The servants of the Yuan residence hurriedly came to report. They said that Lord Imperial Tutor of the White Deer Mansion was already at the entrance. What? You are only saying this when he is already at the entrance? What the hell were you doing earlier? Yuan Mashan was stunned when he heard this. Li Zongjiu was actually here. Could it be that Li Zongjiu had heard the third prince badmouthing him here, so he directly came here? But even if that was the case, Li Zongjiu's speed was too fast. He walked in so directly. Clearly, it wasn't because of this matter. What? Li Zongjiu is here? The third prince and the others were stunned because the 20 men of sacrifice were still standing in the courtyard. I was wondering why your courtyard was filled with killing intent. These people are all men of sacrifice, right? You actually raised so many men of sacrifice. It seems like this Yuan Mashan has saved up quite a lot of money. Li Zongjiu and Wang Ding slowly walked over from the 2 rows of masked men of sacrifice in black clothes. The third prince and Yuan Mashan's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. It should be known that these men of sacrifice were prepared for Wang Ding. They didn't expect Wang Ding and Li Zongjiu to come here and meet these men of sacrifice directly. Could it be that Wang Ding had gotten wind of some news and had come to cause trouble? Although he felt uneasy, Yuan Mashan still greeted them with a smile. He could refuse to welcome Wang Ding, but he couldn't refuse to welcome Li Zongjiu. After all, Li Zongjiu's current status was not ordinary. He wasn't someone who could be refused just because he wanted to. With Li Zongjiu's status, Yuan Mashan naturally had to receive him grandly when he came to Yuan Mashan's house. I didn't know Imperial Tutor Li would be coming. Yuan Mashan didn't go out to greet you, please forgive me. Yuan Mashan said respectfully and even bowed to Li Zongjiu. Come in. After Li Zongjiu entered, he directly sat on the high seat. Sitting beside Li Zongjiu was the third prince. At this moment, the third prince didn't know how to face Li Zongjiu. If Li Zongjiu knew about their conversation just now, it would be hard to imagine what would happen. It was hard to predict what would happen. It made people feel uneasy. Therefore, the third prince simply sat there and didn't dare to say a word. Moreover, Li Zongjiu acted as if he didn't see him at all. He directly ignored him. Yuan Mashan glanced at the third prince. Just a moment ago, he said that the other party was a piece of trash and a puppet. Now that the other party was sitting in front of him, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It was a little embarrassing. Wang Ding stood behind Li Zongjiu. Wang Ding had never seen the third prince before. Moreover, the third prince was traveling in disguise. He didn't even bring anyone with him. He only brought these men of sacrifice in front of him. After all, it wasn't something to be proud of. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. Yes, subordinate Yuan Mashan greets Lord Imperial Tutor. Yuan Mashan hurriedly bowed and said. Get up. You don't need to choose this year's City Guard Legion commander. You can choose again next year. You are Yuan Mashan? The next selection would be held again. No one knew when the next selection would be held. Moreover, this kind of competition was always fair and just. How could they tolerate the influence of such evil forces? When Yuan Mashan heard this, he was extremely shocked. He also looked at the third prince, who was sitting at the side, in shock. However, the third prince acted as if he didn't hear this. Yuan Mashan immediately reprimanded the third prince in his heart. The latter's lack of action made Yuan Mashan very unhappy. Previously, he even said that he would guarantee the third prince's position. Now, the third prince is already in front of you. Your only competitor and his supporters are in front of you. However, the third prince didn't even dare to fart. He even tried his best to pretend that he had just arrived. This made Yuan Mashan despise him in his heart. Sigh, his supporters aren't strong enough. The competition hasn't even started and he's already scared. I'm here to give you a chance to live. If you withdraw early, you can live. Li Zongjiu took a sip of the tea on the table. Then, he saw the third prince sitting at the side. Who are you? It was as if he had just seen the third prince. Your son? He's so ugly. Li Zongjiu thought that the third prince was Yuan Mashan's son and couldn't help but say. It wasn't that Li Zongjiu didn't know how to be polite. It was because the third prince's face was really ugly. Not only that, the third prince's face was covered with some powder. For a man to have such things on his face, he really had to give it to him. This is a beauty pill. After taking it, it can improve the structure of your face. At least it can remove freckles. In the future, go out less. If you meet someone with a bad mood or bad temper, they might kill you. For Yuan Mashan's face, Li Zongjiu took out a pill that he refined with the leftover materials. It only had a little effect on the appearance. Because he couldn't bear to look at it, he gave the pill to the third prince. When the third prince saw the pill placed in front of him, he felt as if someone had ruthlessly slapped him in the face. His appearance was not naturally like this. It was because he had accidentally gone mad during his later cultivation. That was why he looked like this. His fists, which were hidden under his sleeves, were clenched tightly. His fingers were constantly emitting cracking sounds. Even his body had begun to tremble slightly. He was forcefully suppressing his emotions. Otherwise, he would have rushed up and killed that person. After that, Li Zongjiu and Wang Ding left Yuan Mashan's residence. Yuan Mashan even personally sent them to the door. After Li Zongjiu left, the third prince finally could not hold it in any longer and slammed his palm on the table. Boom! He smashed the table under his palm into pieces. The third prince stood up angrily and kicked the pillar next to him. It was as if he had directly shattered the pillar with one kick. What's so great about that? Fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. How dare you insult this prince? This prince will kill you. The third prince roared like a crazed beast. He happened to see Yuan Mashan, who was walking back with a dejected look on his face. Seeing the third prince like this, he was slightly shocked. If the third prince were to do something, it would be hard to say. However, at this moment, Yuan Mashan could only carefully serve the third prince. After all, the third prince seemed to be the one who had been provoked more. What? Are you also mocking this prince? The third prince turned around and looked at Yuan Mashan. He increasingly felt that it was Yuan Mashan who had humiliated him. Therefore, the third prince was extremely angry. He felt incomparably ashamed. At the same time, a trace of viciousness flashed in the third prince's eyes. Fine. Since he wants to settle the matter with a single sentence, then I will give him something to add. Seeing the third prince's eyes change, a bad premonition arose in Yuan Mashan's heart. Third prince, what do you mean by this? Yuan Mashan wanted to leave this place first. Who knew what the third prince was going to do? However, it was already too late. This prince has disguised himself. No one saw me coming here. Since you can't kill Wang Ding, then there is no other way. Everyone saw Li Zongjiu bring Wang Ding to your house. Deputy Commander Yuan, I can only wrong you and borrow your head. Immediately, the third prince's eyes turned cold. The men of sacrifice in the courtyard rushed in and surrounded Yuan Mashan. When the third prince came, he had already cleared the surrounding guards. No one was allowed to come close. Therefore, this gave the third prince a natural guarantee. Third prince, how can you go back on your words? Even if you kill me, you won't be able to touch Imperial Tutor Li. This old subject is willing to retire and return to the fields. I hope that the third prince will spare my life. Yuan Mashan directly knelt down in front of the third prince. He kept kowtowing. However, the third prince's eyes didn't have the slightest bit of pity. In his opinion, these people should be used by him. Since they were no longer useful, why should he keep them alive? Immediately, he waved his hand casually. He directly signaled the 20 elite men of sacrifice to attack. Damn it! Yuan Mashan also forcibly released his aura. He wanted to kill his way out of the encirclement of the 20 men of sacrifice. However, the moment he rushed out, Yuan Mashan's body was hit many times. When he rushed into the courtyard, he was already seriously injured. If he hadn't worn this life-saving inner armor for so many years, most of his flesh and bones would have been cut off. Kill! 20 figures flew towards Yuan Mashan like bats. Just as these people were about to chop Yuan Mashan into pieces, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, a strong wave of energy attacked. In the next moment, the bodies of the 20 men of sacrifice fell from the sky like kites with their strings cut. Bang! 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 Their bodies landed on the ground. Another figure angrily pulled out his sword and rushed into the midst of the men of sacrifice. He waved the long sword in his hand fiercely, and a sharp sword aura instantly swept across the men of sacrifice. Bang! 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 One by one, heads fell to the ground and rolled on the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. There were still many people who hadn't been hit. Seeing this, they quickly tried to get up, but they couldn't outrun Wang Ding's sword. Wang Ding? What made Yuan Mashan extremely shocked was that the person who saved him was actually Wang Ding. Young master, I told you that there was something wrong with this kid. Old Yuan, you are an experienced man. How can you still have this kind of problem? Wang Ding casually looked back at Yuan Mashan, who was lying on the ground. When he first saw the third prince, he felt that something was wrong. As expected, this kid wanted to kill Yuan Moshan and frame Li Zongjiu and the others. That was why he had turned back and saved Yuan Moshan. You little thing, not only are you ugly, but your heart is also very vicious. Li Zongjiu also appeared at the door. The 20 men of sacrifice just now were directly knocked down by Li Zongjiu with a casual wave of his hand. A vicious heart? The third prince glanced at the 20 men of sacrifice lying on the ground. The people he had brought were all dead. Who was the more vicious one? It was unbelievable that such words came out of Li Zongjiu's mouth. Young master, how should we deal with this person? Take him down. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Killing many people didn't mean that he was vicious. But this kid, he actually wanted to frame Li Zongjiu. That was completely vicious. There was no need to even think about it. Just capture him and cripple him. How dare you touch me? The third prince stood where he was, looking majestic. At this moment, it was as if he wanted to release his kingly aura. However, the third prince's cultivation base wasn't very high. Furthermore, he had used some method to forcefully raise his strength to the level of a grade 1 Yuan monarch. Wang Ding was already a grade 3 Yuan monarch. When Wang Ding heard that this ugly bastard was actually so arrogant, he immediately walked over to him and slapped him. Slap, this slap directly knocked 5 of the third prince's teeth out of his mouth. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't kill him, Yuan Moshan, who was standing at the side, shouted hurriedly. However, Wang Ding seemed to want to show off in front of Li Zongjiu. After he executed a set of combination fist techniques, he also executed a set of combination blade techniques. Oh my, the defensive inner armor on your body is not bad. Wang Ding's blade couldn't penetrate the third prince's skin. He seemed to feel a sense of provocation and humiliation, so he immediately exerted all his strength. He gathered all his strength and slashed at the third prince's neck. Because it was slashed diagonally, the blade was stuck in the third prince's body. You are courting death. Wang Ding kicked the third prince's body and pulled out the blade. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere. In the end, the third prince fell to the ground. His eyes rolled back, and he died a horrible death there. Yuan Moshan didn't even know how to explain the scene before him. They could only watch helplessly as the third prince was killed just like that. Old Yuan, you are a smart person. Today, we have helped you solve your problem. Wang Ding wiped the blood off the blade in his hand. When he saw the look in Wang Ding's eyes, Yuan Moshan suddenly had a strong feeling. Li Zongjiu and the rest knew that the person before them was the third prince, however, he had deliberately killed him. This was so crazy. So arrogant. What exactly were Li Zongjiu and the rest trying to do? Yuan Moshan couldn't help but be shocked. He casually tossed a pill to Yuan Moshan. Thank you, Imperial Tutor. With Yuan Moshan's current condition, he could not hold on for long. He did not hesitate. Since he was already in this state, there was nothing to worry about. After swallowing the pill, he immediately felt a warm current begin to flow through his internal organs. At the same time, the wounds on his body also felt a warm feeling. He recovered in an instant. Phew! Yuan Moshan immediately opened his eyes wide. He, who was on the verge of death, was now about to recover. His aura also became smoother. This pill. This pill. It was not that Yuan Moshan had not taken any healing panacea before. However, compared to Li Zongjiu's pill, those panacea were simply complete garbage. This was the quality of a pill. The feeling and change that this pill brought to his body was really indescribable. He did not expect to experience such a miraculous pill in his lifetime. He was so touched that he almost cried. Then, Li Zongjiu flicked his finger and burned all the corpses in the courtyard. Now, Li Zongjiu's flame was a towering flame. Its power was endless, and it was a complete flame. After smelting, the power that it displayed would be even more terrifying. 21 corpses were burned to a crisp. Not even ashes were left behind. They were directly blown away by the wind. After getting up, Yuan Moshan saw that Li Zongjiu and Wang Ding had made a move. The two of them were so decisive and ruthless that they didn't even leave behind a single trace. No wonder Li Zongjiu was so famous that no one dared to provoke Li Zongjiu. With such strength, who would dare to mess around, and with such a temper? Even if you died, no one would know. The matter is settled. Can we go in and talk? Li Zongjiu stood with his hands behind his back. Wang Ding also came to Yuan Mashan's side. Please. Yuan Mashan seemed to have realized something and immediately welcomed the two of them into the hall. Only the three of them knew that the third prince had died here. If Yuan Mashan could not keep the secret, then there was no need for him to live. After Wang Ding ascends to the throne, the city guard corps also needs capable people to assist. I wonder if General Yuan has any candidates that you can provide. Li Zongjiu said. When Yuan Mashan heard this, he knew what Li Zongjiu meant. He wanted him to assist Wang Ding in taking down the entire city guard legion. Originally, both sides were very strong competitors, but with such a situation, the tables were turned. Even Yuan Mashan had no choice but to submit to Wang Ding. Yuan Mashan is willing to serve the imperial tutor. Yuan Mashan immediately knelt down. Li Zongjiu raised his hand and lifted Yuan Mashan's body into the air. The term of the captain is 4 years. After 4 years, Wang Ding will be transferred to the imperial guards. At that time, you will be in charge of the city guards. My white deer mansion will not treat you unfairly. Li Zongjiu said. Wang Ding would be transferred to the imperial guards, that would be awesome. However, Li Zongjiu looked so awesome, so it did not seem impossible. Perhaps Wang Ding would really be transferred. For years later, he might really have the chance to become the captain of the city guard corps. Just thinking about it made him feel like he could see an extremely bright future. Thank you, Imperial Tutor, for your promotion. General Wang, please take care of me in the future. What happened before, let's put the past behind us. From now on, we will be a family. Wang Ding patted Yuan Mashan's shoulder. Rather than killing Yuan Mashan, it would be better to keep him for his own use. Young master's move was truly brilliant. For Yuan Mashan, his life was already picked up. If not for Li Zongjiu's help, his old bones would have completely died here today. Now, not only could he protect his life by following Li Zongjiu, but he could also become the captain of the corps in 4 years. Although it was a little late, it was still a very good choice for Yuan Mashan. Otherwise, Yuan Mashan would have to retire now. Not only would he have wasted so much time, but he would also not have gained anything in the end. Therefore, Yuan Mashan had already gotten over it. His only thought was to work under Li Zongjiu. More accurately, he would work under Wang Ding. He did not have the qualifications to directly work with Li Zongjiu. The third prince had mysteriously disappeared from the city. It was estimated that there would not be much movement for a while, but as time passed, someone would definitely track him down. Wang Ding did not know where Li Zongjiu got the courage to be so unscrupulous. It was really unbelievable that he would kill a prince of a dynasty in the imperial city. However, Li Zongjiu was the only one who could do such an unbelievable thing. This matter was unbelievable to others, but to Li Zongjiu, it was just a normal operation. Young master, you are really fierce. You actually dared to kill the third prince directly. However, you have to be careful. If word of this gets out and people find out, we will be in big trouble. Wang Ding whispered in front of Li Zongjiu in the carriage. Huh? What third prince? However, Li Zongjiu's face was full of astonishment, as if he did not know what Wang Ding was talking about. Looking at Li Zongjiu's appearance, Wang Ding was about to explode. What? Li Zongjiu did not seem to know that the person he had just killed was the third prince of the dynasty? Just now. You didn't know. Then why did you let me kill him? How would I know that he's the third prince? I don't even know him. But if I kill him, then so be it. That little thing always makes a mess of things. It's good to kill him. You can make arrangements for the rest. Li Zongjiu said. Wang Ding obeyed and got off the carriage by the roadside. He did not directly follow back to the White Deer Mansion. When Li Zongjiu returned to the White Deer Mansion, he received news from the Heikou dynasty's Marquis Wanyong's residence. It said that in half a month, the Black Canal Basilica would make a move and they had to be careful. Among them, there was also a mention of an ancient ruin. Half a month later, an ancient relic? Li Zhongjiu pinched his fingers and began to calculate the time in his heart. I have only been reborn for a little more than a year, and no ancient relic has appeared. The closest one will be in 50 years. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu had a bad premonition in his heart. F*ck, could it be that it has been brought forward? Li Zhongjiu could imagine that the ancient relic had appeared because of him. Ancient, Demon Suppression Palace. Li Zhongjiu's eyes were solemn. This was because there were many treasures in the Demon Suppression Palace that could suppress the demon race. It was difficult for the later generations to refine them. Therefore, many experts did not care about the consequences and directly took away the treasures in the Demon Suppression Palace. As a result, many of the suppressed devil clans gradually emerged and were resurrected. Such a disaster was a catastrophe for the entire Xingwu continent. In my previous life, when the calamity of the demon race broke out, the treasures in the Demon Suppression Palace were all taken away. At that time, I was only in the Yuan King realm. Now that I have become an Yuan Emperor, I don't have to worry too much. However, Luoxia City is in a dangerous place. It must be protected well. Since the people of the Li family had been in Luoxia City for generations, Luoxia City, as the ancestral land of the Li family, could not be damaged. It must be protected well. Half a month, there is still time. Li Zhongjiu found Xiaoxiao. Last time, where did you say the mountain seagull appeared? Tianji mountain range, in the middle of the Tianyan dynasty and the Xingyan dynasty. The so-called Tianji mountain range meant that no one had jurisdiction over this place. There was no problem in doing whatever one wanted here. However, such places were often extremely dangerous places. Apart from some special groups of people who would go there, it was usually a place where no one would casually come to such a place. Therefore, there was a high possibility that there was a powerful sovereign origin beast in this place. Young master, are you really going? Xiaoxiao could not help but ask when he saw Li Zhongjiu keeping the map. This trip was not a joke. Not to mention the situation of encountering the supreme origin beast, just the danger in the Sky Ridge mountain range was enough to make any primitive emperor retreat. If it was not necessary, they would definitely not set foot in such a place. Because the real masters of such an undeveloped area were not humans, but origin beasts. Of course. Li Zhongjiu said faintly. Ask Li Yan to prepare the warship and send me there directly. Then, Li Zhongjiu gave some instructions. Of course, the most important thing was to ensure the safety of the White Deer Mansion during his absence. The Eagle warship had started to be mass-produced. However, the scale of the workshop was not too big, and there were many problems that needed to be fixed in the initial mass production. Therefore, an Eagle warship could be completed within a month. After that, they could shorten the time to half a month and create 5 battleships. Currently, the orders for the battleships were already lined up for who knows how long. Just the deposit alone was enough to make the name of White Deer residents explosively rich. An Eagle warship was priced at 5.6 billion purple yuan. The highest configuration and all the artillery equipment would be installed, but the energy source stones would not be provided by the owner. In addition, the owner would be given a year of free maintenance. If there were any problems with the warship within a year, the Unholy Craftsman workshop would fix it for free. However, if the warship was not repaired within a year, it would cost a lot to repair it. 5.6 billion purple yuan. Just the down payment alone would cost him 1 billion purple yuan. White Deer Mansion had already earned tens of billions just from the deposit fees. Of course, the cost had to be deducted. There was no need to worry about recouping the cost. After all, there would be more services in the future. With Li Zhongjiu's brain, why would he need to cultivate elemental energy? He should just focus on doing business. Why would there be so many problems? Just the money he earned was enough to build a huge empire. Li Yan heard Li Zhongjiu summon and came over directly. Li Yan used Ghost King Palace's resources, got a discount, and used her connections to obtain an Eagle battleship in advance. The Qilin battleship was still there. However, in terms of various functions, the Eagle battleship was much better than the Qilin battleship. It was just that if it wanted to go into attack mode, it would require at least 3 pilots to operate at the same time. Send me over and come back by yourself. Li Zhongjiu said. Li Yan glanced at the location on the map. It's very dangerous here. Do you really want to go there? I heard that there are some ancient barbarians there. They are very scary. They eat people. Li Yan couldn't help but worry. Barbarians are nothing. It's their bad luck to meet me, Li Zhongjiu said. The so-called barbarians were similar to humans who hadn't fully evolved yet. They still retained some beast-like intelligence. Usually, under such circumstances, they would be born with powerful strength and beastly nature. In addition, they had human-like intelligence and were extremely cunning. They could survive in a place filled with elemental beasts because of their intelligence and strength. However, they disdained to enter the human world. For many years, he had to walk and cultivate in this dense forest. Hence, the threat they posed was obviously much greater than some clumsy elemental beasts. Once they met these people, the easiest way was to turn and run. After running far away and leaving their territory, it would be relatively safer for them. Stop talking. Every time you open your mouth, I'm sure it's nothing good, Li Zhongjiu quickly said. This Li Yan's mouth was simply a god-level crow's mouth. Whatever she said would come true. Even if it was something irrelevant, Li Yan would be right. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu would rather Li Yan speak less. I'm just worried about your safety, so I'll give you a few more words of advice. Li Yan also looked aggrieved. Then, he walked to the side and muttered in a low voice. I heard that those barbarians have tribes. Wouldn't it be even more dangerous if we were caught by these tribes? The Eagle battleship rose into the air, carrying Li Zhongjiu towards the outer world. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the sky above the sacred Flame Royal City. 2 days later, the Eagle battleship entered an extremely blue sky. At this moment, the Eagle battleship was flying in the sky, like a fish swimming in the sea. Buzz! From the battleship, a figure directly jumped down. Below them was a boundless sea of trees, and they could see the boundless mountains as far as the eye could see. The majestic mountains were also constantly magnified in front of his eyes. Li Zhongjiu's figure rapidly descended. This was the Tianji mountain range. The Eagle battleship's flying limit was 20,000 meters, but in the Tianji mountain range, the highest mountain was close to 8,000 meters. With Li Zhongjiu's strength, it was also easy for him to fall from such a high altitude. Whoosh, Li Zhongjiu's figure landed. There seemed to be some movement around him. Before he could react, he felt that there seemed to be something under his feet that was moving quickly. Trap, whoosh, a poisonous vine directly wrapped around Li Zhongjiu's ankle, hanging Li Zhongjiu up. Then, a tree stump suddenly rushed over from the side. Bang! The front part of the tree stump was abnormally sharp, so when it hit, ordinary meta beasts would be penetrated by the tree stump. Bang! The tree stump hit Li Zhongjiu's head, but the tree stump directly shattered into pieces. Li Yan, you chose a good place for me. Li Zhongjiu was about to go crazy. Li Yan insisted that this place looked safer, and then asked Li Zhongjiu to land there. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu directly jumped down from this position. However, once he landed, he directly entered the center of the barbarian's trap. Obviously, there were barbarians' traps everywhere. In front of him, there were some extremely inferior traps rushing towards Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu also flicked his finger, and instantly shattered all the traps in front of him. With a slight force from his ankle, he directly broke the vines on his feet. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a round of throwing weapons rushed towards Li Zhongjiu. As his feet swayed, he easily dodged all the throwing weapons. Roar! Suddenly, a roar that was loud enough to shake the mountains was heard. Then, a person who was close to 2.5 meters tall jumped out with a mace made of stone in his hand. Li Zhongjiu looked at the markings on the weapon. All of them were made with teeth. Not only that, but the material of the stone was called hard cloud stone. As the name implied, the cloud-firm stone was relatively light among the many stones, but its hardness was extremely terrifying. Usually, some hard cloud stone would be used in tools used to excavate caves and mine veins. Because hard cloud stone was precious, good steel was used on the blade. The barbarian in front of him actually used a whole hard cloud stone as a weapon. The person opposite him did not give Li Zhongjiu too much time to think. Boom! His opponent's hard cloud stone spiked mace slashed towards Li Zhongjiu. Boom! In an instant, the earth quaked and the Mountains shook. Li Zhongzhou's figure flashed and dodged the opponent's attack. Immediately, a huge gully was smashed into the ground. What did you eat growing up? How can you be so strong? Even Li Zhongzhou was shocked. Seeing the barbarian's strength without hesitation, he was shocked. However, the barbarian did not seem to be interested in talking to Li Zhongzhou. He still swung his mace at Li Zhongzhou like a storm. Clang, Li Zhongzhou directly used the hammer in his hand to knock the barbarian's weapon away. The barbarian probably did not expect to be so easily knocked away by Li Zhongzhou. He was immediately stunned. Do you really think you're invincible? In the next second, Li Zhongzhou directly swung his hammer and blasted the barbarian's body into two. He did not have much time and did not have the time to watch your performance. The arrogant barbarian was directly broken into two and laid on the ground. However, Li Zhongzhou could still see that the barbarian was still attacking. He did not expect that after being beaten to such a state, the barbarian still had the tenacity to attack. I still need to smash your head. Li Zhongzhou stepped on the barbarian's head and crushed it. His body was stained with the barbarian's blood. Just as Li Zhongzhou was about to leave, he found that there was a lot of movement in the surrounding forest. F***ck. In the next second, dozens of barbarians rushed out and surrounded Li Zhongzhou. I really fell into the enemy's camp. Li Zhongzhou suddenly thought that Li Yun really knew how to change the location. When he returned, he must thank Li Yun properly. The fighting strength of this group of barbarians was also very strong. One of them was holding a very large rock in his hand. Without saying anything, he smashed it towards Li Zhongzhou's head. Boom! Li Zhongzhou's fist shattered the rock. After seeing this scene, the rest of the barbarians were shocked. Although they were barbarians, they still had this shocked expression. This was because the barbarian who swung the huge rock just now was worthy of the title of Hercules in their tribe. Moreover, the rock in his hand was also quite hard. Basically, he would hit with every hit. However, it was shattered by Li Zhongzhou's punch. Li Zhongzhou picked up the cloud stone mace from before and immediately smashed the heads of these barbarians one by one. Bang bang bang, the more than 20 barbarians at the scene were all smashed in the head by Li Zhongzhou. With their strength, they naturally couldn't trap Li Zhongzhou. A group of barbarian corpses immediately fell to the ground. Li Zhongzhou also left this bloody place. Soon, the smell of blood attracted many meta beasts and devoured the place clean. Although these barbarians looked very similar to humans, in fact, they were more like wild beasts with human intelligence. The way they lived were also extremely primitive and full of bestiality. He walked out of the dense forest. Li Zhongzhou first used his mental strength to search around, but didn't find any signs in the surroundings. Just as he was about to go deeper, he found a few figures fighting in front of him. Immediately, Li Zhongzhou's figure flashed and appeared near the battle waves. It was a group of young people who were training. The group of 7, 4 males and 3 females. Their ages were basically around 25 years old, and the leader was a female. Looking at her attire, she should be from a sect in the nearby Tianyan dynasty. Their opponents were 3 barbarians. These barbarians have captured Junior Gua, they must capture me and ask for my whereabouts. The leader was a woman in white. She held a 3 feet long sword in her hand, and a terrifying sword chi green glow was released from the sword. It swept towards one of the barbarians. However, this barbarian was wearing a rattan armor with extremely strong defense. The sword chi only left a slight mark on the rattan armor. Roar! The weapon in the barbarian's hand was the same as the one Li Zhongzhou saw. It was a cloudstone mace. Clang, the cloudstone mace smashed onto the sword of the woman in white and sent her flying. Bang, the woman in white was sent flying for dozens of meters before crashing into a tree, causing the surrounding leaves to swirl in the air. The other 2 barbarians besieged by the other 6 barbarians also broke through the encirclement at this moment and sent 2 of the shield-wielding boys flying. Seeing that someone had been sent flying, a girl in a blue dress with a crystal ball hovering between her palms immediately dispersed 2 forces from the crystal ball and merged into the bodies of the 2 shield-wielding warriors who had been sent flying. The other 2 boys had spears as their weapons, while the last girl was constantly releasing arrows from her bow. The arrows that shot out instantly hit the neck of a barbarian who was about to kill. His neck was instantly pierced by the green arrow. The barbarian seemed to be in pain. Under such circumstances, he roared loudly and was obviously thinking of retreating at this time. Don't let them escape. The archers kept releasing arrows. However, the arrows were easily blocked by the barbarian's defenses. Damn it! Two spear-wielding men rushed to the front, wanting to stop him. However, they were easily sent flying. If it weren't for the protective armor on their bodies protecting their vitals, their internal organs would have been crushed by the force of the collision. After all, they were just a group of people who were not even Yuan monarchs. The leading woman in white wanted to chase after the three barbarians when she saw them escaping but suffered serious internal injuries. At this moment, she could not get up and increase her speed. She could not catch up. She could only watch as the three barbarians were about to escape. Once they entered the forest, it would be very difficult to find traces of these guys, and it would be very easy for them to be ambushed in the process. These barbarians were all crafty and cunning. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the three barbarians were sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. There was a very obvious footprint on their chests. What happened? The barbarians, who had already escaped, were now being kicked to this place. It should be known that these three barbarians were equivalent to Yuan monarchs in strength. It would not be easy for their small team to take them down. However, they were knocked down in an instant. Obviously, the internal organs of these three barbarians were all crushed. Everyone, be careful. The white-robed woman said calmly. The situation at the scene seemed to have changed. An invisible danger was approaching. They were all staring ahead. The archers standing on the treetops were also trying their best to aim at the tunnel in front of them. Someone's here. The beautiful archer issued a warning and saw a young man wearing a gray alchemist robe appear in her line of sight. Creak, the bowstring in his hand was pulled tightly. The other party walked at a leisurely pace. Throughout the process, it could be seen that the other party was very calm, as if he was just taking a stroll around the area. Suddenly, a ferocious black tiger emerged from behind Li Zhongjiu. It's a black-wind tiger. Rank 5 origin beast, black-wind tiger. No, it wasn't as simple as a rank 5 chieftain. The black-wind tiger's speed and strength were the best among rank 5 soul beasts. When he rushed over, he directly pounced on Li Zhongjiu. The archer subconsciously released the arrow in his hand. The moment the rest of the people saw the black-wind tiger appear, they all widened their eyes. The black-wind tiger's ferocious movements showed that it had been dormant for a long time. Just this bite was enough to bite off the young man's head. Li Zhongjiu gently grabbed behind him and threw the black-wind tiger to the front. Bang, with a suave shoulder throw, the black-wind tiger was violently smashed to the ground. Boom! The black-wind tiger's body bloomed like a lotus flower. In an instant, it was smashed into a pile of meat paste. And the one who did all this was the mysterious young man in front of them. Thank you for your help. The white-robed woman led the crowd to gather. Although everyone maintained a vigilant look, they knew that the strength Li Zhongjiu had just displayed was enough to easily cripple them. No matter how vigilant they were, it was useless. When Li Zhongjiu walked closer, the white-robed woman saw Li Zhongjiu's appearance clearly. At least judging from his aura, Li Zhongjiu was a human. Where did you come from? Li Zhongjiu asked. We are disciples of the Sky Water sect from the Tianyan dynasty. Sky Water sect, Li Zhongjiu was slightly surprised. He glanced at the white-robed woman and the others. You are outer sect disciples, right? When did the Sky Water sect become so weak? Li Zhongjiu's words were like a knife stabbing into their hearts. These words were too hurtful and unbearable. The Sky Water sect was at least one of the top 10 super sects in the Tianyan dynasty. If the Xingyan dynasty's Xianyuan sect was 10 times stronger, it would be equivalent to the Sky Water sect's strength. At least that was Li Zhongjiu's impression. The Sky Water sect's strength in his previous life was not bad. Ahem, we are all inner sect disciples. May I know who you are? Just call me Evil Lord. Li Zhongjiu said lightly. His words sounded very humble, but the content did not make people feel that he was being humble at all. Even the long-legged archer on the treetop was choked by Li Zhongjiu's humble and extremely pretentious words. When he said it in such a serious manner, it was simply unbearable. However, it was not that funny because Li Zhongjiu was not joking in the first place. Ahem, evil. Evil Lord. Evil Lord Senior. It was indeed a little weird to call him that. However, he was so strong that he was not simple. He might be an old monster or senior who had cultivated for hundreds of years somewhere. Now that he was out for a walk, he just happened to bump into them. If he did not meet Li Zhongjiu today, these barbarians would have escaped. This evil Lord Senior in front of him. He was at least of the primitive emperor realm. Therefore, the white-robed lady and the rest were extremely cautious. In such a place, they could not casually offend these experts. It would be fine if they had some principles. If they did not have those principles, they might do something. Have you seen this Yuan beast before? Li Zhongjiu opened his palm. Immediately, a wave of yuan qi gathered in the center of his palm. The figure of a seagull emerged and floated in the center of Li Zhongjiu's palm. Seeing the appearance of the seagull, the white-robed lady and the rest almost had a feeling of fascination. Even if it was just a form that Li Zhongjiu simulated, it was too realistic. Therefore, it was very easy for people to be mesmerized by the seagull's posture. What a beautiful little bird. The blue-robed lady who was good at healing was also a water elemental master. When she saw the seagull in Li Zhongjiu's hand, she was mesmerized at a glance. From the eyes of these people, Li Zhongjiu knew that these people had never seen a seagull before. Forget it, it's useless to ask you. Li Zhongjiu retracted his hand and prepared to continue his search. The Sky Ridge mountain range was vast. Moreover, the search of mental power was greatly hindered in this place. There were too many factors in the surroundings, so Li Zhongjiu could only use his feet to search for possible situations within a certain range. I know about the seagull. I've heard of it. The long-legged beautiful archer jumped down from the tree. She carried her longbow on her back and looked at Li Zhongjiu. You've seen a seagull before? Li Zhongjiu looked at the latter. I know about the legend of the seagull. I also know where in the Sky Ridge mountain range there are clues. The beautiful archer said. There's no harm in telling you, but you have to help us save Junior Gua first. You first. Li Zhongjiu said. The beautiful archer was obviously hesitant. She glanced at the white-clothed female captain. She was obviously worried that Li Zhongjiu would not admit it after she told him. This information was not something that could be obtained easily. But there was no other way. By the time the experts of her sect arrived, Junior Gua would have been killed by these barbarians. At the highest peak of the Sky Ridge mountain, there is a seagull nest. Not one, but two. The beautiful archer pointed at the mountain range that was close to 10,000 meters high. At the highest peak. There was a seagull nest there. Originally, Li Zhongjiu's goal was to reach the highest peak. However, there was no telling what would happen, so he thought that he might as well search around and climb the mountain. To reach the highest peak of the Sky Ridge mountain, one had to climb up from the foot of the mountain. Because of the unique airflow formed by the qi of heaven and earth, it was impossible to reach the highest peak of the Sky Ridge mountain from this height. The powerful storm surrounding the mountain peak is enough to send you flying to some unknown corner. 2. Li Zhongjiu frowned. He did not expect that there would be two. This was a little troublesome. That seagull is rumored to be a supreme divine beast. If you anger it, you will definitely be killed. The long-legged archer said in a low voice. He seemed to want to remind Li Zhongjiu not to overestimate himself. At the same time, he was looking at the changes in Li Zhongjiu's body. He needed to know that Li Zhongjiu would not leave directly. At the very least, he had to keep his promise and help them save their people. Where are your companions? As a senior, Li Zhongjiu certainly would not break his promise in front of a child. Even before he became famous, he had to be an honest and trustworthy person. This was the only way to walk the right path. In front. Hearing that Li Zhongjiu was willing to agree, the few of them were very surprised. The 8 of them walked towards a hidden valley in front of them. They could see a few bonfires hidden in the valley. At the same time, there were some strange cries. Oh no, it's a medium-sized tribe with at least 100 barbarians. After surveying the surroundings for a while, the woman in white had a look of extreme despair on her face. Hundreds of barbarians. Just now, a team of 3 had already beaten the 7 of them to a pulp. Although they would definitely have a chance to capture them after a while, there were hundreds of barbarians in the valley. However, there were hundreds of barbarians in this valley. If these barbarians were to attack at the same time, they would be drowned in an instant. I think I saw a little girl tied to a piece of wood with a lot of firewood piled below. Li Zhongzhou's vision allowed him to see the situation in the valley clearly. When he said this, these people immediately became nervous. They must want to cook Junior's sister and eat her, these cruel barbarians. Immediately, the beautiful archer's face was filled with anxiety. She even grabbed the bow on her back, ready to rush in at any time. At least she had to try. Stay here and don't move. Then, Li Zhongzhou walked towards the barbarian tribe alone. Evil Lord Senior. The woman in white wanted to stop Li Zhongzhou and remind him of the terrifying number of barbarians here. What a huge lineup. He must not be careless. However, Li Zhongzhou did not turn around, only waving his hand behind him. The barbarians quickly smelled Li Zhongzhou's scent. Immediately, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Roar. There seemed to be a leader who roared in Li Zhongzhou's direction. Suddenly, the earth shook as if the sky was falling. Countless figures could be seen rushing towards Li Zhongzhou's direction. As far as the eye could see, the barbarians were filled with barbarians. Shadows of these barbarians covered the sky and covered the earth. They rushed out in a hurry, wanting to kill Li Zhongzhou. My God, will he die? The woman in white and the others were extremely nervous when they saw this scene. The formation of over 100 barbarians was even more terrifying than an army of thousands on the battlefield. I don't think so. Even the woman in white was extremely uncertain. However, with such a huge lineup in front of her, wouldn't Li Zhongzhou be devoured in a matter of minutes? Boom! Suddenly, he saw Evil Lord holding a small hammer-like thing in his hand and smashing it towards the ground. Immediately, there was a rumbling sound, and an incomparably terrifying vibrating force was set off. The barbarians, who had been charging at them ferociously, all fell to the ground at this moment. Bang! It was as if all the barbarians had been swallowed by a pit, and they were all involuntarily sucked in. After that, Evil Lord put his hands behind his back and easily went around the barbarians in the pit. The people from the Sky Water sect in the distance widened their eyes in disbelief when they saw this scene. They exchanged glances with each other, as if trying to get confirmation from each other's eyes. Is this real? After a while, the young Evil Lord returned to them with a figure in his hand. The person being carried was their junior sister Gua. Junior sister, are you all right? At this moment, junior sister Gua was tied up tightly. The situation just now had scared her to death. It was obvious that some strange ceremony was being held, and then they wanted to roast her and eat her. Fortunately, Li Zhongzhou descended from the sky and saved her. This gave junior martial sister Gua a sense of joy, as if she had escaped a calamity and survived. Whoosh, Li Zhongzhou didn't say much. After handing junior sister Gua to these people, he directly soared into the sky and rushed towards the highest peak of Sky Ridge Mountain. Everyone untied junior sister Gua. Woo-woo, senior sister bye, I thought I would never see you again. After being saved, junior sister Gua was obviously very excited. She immediately threw herself into the arms of the woman in white. It's okay. Aren't we saved? Let's quickly return to the sect and give up on this trial. Senior sister Bai said slowly. Even she herself was a little surprised that she was able to save junior sister Gua. Who was the person who saved me just now? Is he an elder of the sect? An elder of the sect, not to mention whether such a person with such a personality was an elder of the sect, just based on his age and appearance, none of the elders in the sect could compare. Just now, Li Zhongzhou could be said to have killed hundreds of barbarians with one move. He was incomparably powerful. Obviously, that move just now wasn't his limit. If it was his limit, who knows how many barbarians would have died with that hammer strike. He's called Evil Lord, we don't know him. He also saved us once. Everyone looked towards the direction where Li Zhongzhou soared into the sky. In their hearts, they thought that today was indeed an incomparably wonderful journey. If it wasn't for Li Zhongzhou today, they didn't know what would have happened to them. Evil Lord. What a domineering name, because junior sister Guo was in Li Zongzhou's hand, she didn't see Li Zongzhou's appearance clearly. Let's quickly leave this place. Senior sister Bai said. Immediately, everyone quickly retreated from the Sky Ridge Mountain. For the disciples of the Sky Water sect, the Sky Ridge Mountain was already so dangerous. If it was someone else, they probably wouldn't know how many times they would have died. This time, if they didn't encounter Li Zongzhou, the three barbarians would have rushed back to call for reinforcements. They wouldn't have been able to escape. Time was tight. Li Zongzhou's figure continuously accelerated in the void. After a while, he rushed to the foot of the highest peak. Along the way, he didn't know how many primitive Emperor-level meta-beasts' territories he had passed. Now, these primitive Emperor-level meta-beasts were constantly howling. Because they couldn't find Li Zongzhou who had already left, they directly looked for the meta-beasts nearby and had a good fight. Mountain Oak, I hope you're here, so that I don't have to look for you everywhere. Li Zongzhou raised his head and looked. Then, he began his journey of climbing the mountain. Along the way, some ferocious meta-beasts would suddenly rush out from a dark corner and directly rush towards Li Zongzhou. However, Li Zongzhou had the black dragon hammer in his hand and took down all the meta-beasts that rushed towards him. After that, he easily took out the meta-crystals from their bodies. It took Li Zongzhou almost a day to reach the peak of the mountain. The main reason was that he had passed by the territories of some primitive Emperor-level meta-beasts and discovered that there were many treasures in their territories. Therefore, Li Zongzhou naturally used his evil lord's charm to persuade them to hand over the treasures. However, these meta-beasts obviously couldn't understand Li Zongzhou's charm. After a few rounds of beating, they obediently handed over the treasures. Along the way, the harvest was also very rich. Just the 7th grade spiritual medicine alone, he had already obtained no less than 3 stocks. There's an extremely strong turbulence in front. Li Zongzhou was less than 200 meters away from the highest point. Now, the surroundings were already bare cliffs. Li Zongzhou could only move around the cliffs continuously, trying to find the mountain ox nest. Under the turbulence of the turbulence, Li Zongzhou was also extremely vigilant. Boom! The cliffs above his head were suddenly hit by a strong force. Suddenly, gravel flew out. Rumble! The terrifying and violent force that was constantly rushing towards him made even Li Zongzhou feel like there was a huge gust of wind under his feet, making it difficult for him to stand firm. Damn it! Li Zongzhou had no choice but to continuously dive downwards, so that he wouldn't be blown away by the force. Looking up, he realized that the 2 primeval meta-beasts were fighting in the sky. Between the surging dark clouds, the figures of the 2 meta-beasts were faintly discernible. With Li Zongzhou's current cultivation, he naturally didn't dare to go near them casually. The mountain oak. That's right, one of them is the mountain oak, what's the other one? Li Zongzhou's eyes flashed. He finally saw it clearly. It's actually a sky-flipping dragon. Li Zongzhou saw it clearly. A dragon was fighting with the mountain oak, and 2 primeval meta-beasts were releasing a terrifying aura at this moment. It was simply unbelievable. In fact, such a scene wasn't common. This sky-flipping dragon has at least 1,000 years of cultivation. It's probably going to break through now. When Li Zongzhou saw the sky-flipping serpent, he roughly guessed the latter's strength after a round of assessment. However, the mountain oak was indeed an ancient mythical beast. Although its body wasn't as big as the sky-flipping dragon, its wings were like knives, and its sharp claws could easily release a terrifying power that could easily shatter the scales of the sky-flipping dragon. The sky-flipping dragon didn't dare to go near the mountain oak, so it could only attack from afar. The heaven-shaking flood dragon spat out bolts of terrifying lightning from its mouth and bombarded the mountain seagull. The mountain oak seemed to have some reservations. Li Zongzhou's gaze also caught sight of a gentle ray of light within the clouds. I see. Li Zongzhou saw a figure in the clouds. It turned out that the other mountain oak was incubating an egg, but it seemed to be severely injured and couldn't hatch the egg successfully. Boom! The mountain oak that was in the middle of the battle suddenly released the power of the mountain oak. Suddenly, a huge gust of wind swept the sky-flipping dragon away. However, the sky-flipping dragon obviously wouldn't give up so easily. Immediately, the sky-flipping dragon channeled its terrifying energy into the sky, and dark clouds covered the sky. It was obvious that it wanted to start the final battle. Seeing this, the mountain seagull finally turned around to look at its mate and the unborn mountain seagull. It was obvious that the mother mountain seagull was already at the end of her rope. She channeled all her energy into the egg. She exchanged glances with her husband across the sky. Then, the two of them worked together and blasted the egg away. Boom! The egg was blasted away. It was obvious that it did not want to be eaten by the sky-flipping dragon. Then, the mountain seagull couple decided to work together to fight the sky-flipping dragon. At the very least, they had to die together with the sky-flipping dragon. Li Zhongzhou's figure instantly rushed towards the DN egg of the seagull that had been sent away. Whoosh! As for the battle between the mountain seagull and the sky-flipping dragon, it was obvious that Li Zhongzhou could not interfere. If Li Zhongzhou appeared as a human, it would be like two human experts fighting and a meta-beast suddenly appeared. It was obvious that the two human experts would deal with the meta-beast. Moreover, this was a matter between the meta-beasts and had nothing to do with Li Zhongzhou. He did not expect to be so lucky as to find the mountain seagull's egg. This kind of newly born meta-beast would become a loyal friend for life, and the degree of cooperation would be very high. Boom! Li Zhongzhou chased the egg across the entire Tianji mountain range. In just a few seconds, he had crossed tens of thousands of miles. There was a terrifying tremor from the Tianji mountain range. Li Zhongzhou did not know how the battle was going. Boom! The bird egg smashed into one of the strongholds. Coincidentally, this mountain range was a bandit's nest. They were celebrating when they suddenly saw the egg falling from the sky. One of the houses was destroyed by the explosion. When they saw this scene, almost everyone couldn't believe their eyes. F***CK. Boss, a treasure has fallen from the sky. Boss, you're going to be rich. Immediately, a person who looked like a military counselor said excitedly. That's right. Oh? There's such a good thing. When the bandit leader heard this, he immediately became excited. What beauties and treasures! Of course, this was what people like him liked the most. Otherwise, who would want to be a bandit leader? Although the things that fell from the sky had killed many of his brothers, the bandit leader didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. Since his brothers had died, he could just recruit a new batch of them. In the open space of their stronghold, a large pit appeared. Within the crater, a ray of light was gradually dispersing. After the light dissipated, everyone saw that there was an egg in the pit that was constantly alternating between blue and white halos. However, this egg was at least twice the size of an ordinary person's head. Just by looking at it, one could tell that it was not an ordinary thing. F***CK, military advisor, this is the treasure you were talking about? This is clearly an egg. When the bandit leader saw this egg, he immediately became furious. He wanted gold, silver, and treasures. Why would he want this egg? Leader, take a look. This egg isn't simple at all. Look at how it didn't even suffer any damage after falling from such a high place. It must be something that's even tougher than metal. If we were to forge this egg into a weapon, how fearsome do you think it would be? Even the 100-flower sect formation wouldn't be able to withstand it. When the military advisor was stopped, he immediately felt like his head was covered in sweat. On the spot, he tried his best to think of an excuse. He had to quickly make up for this egg. Oh? Since you said so, I'll give it a try. When we break through the 100-flower sect's 100-flower formation, I want to see how delicate these people are. Bring this egg up. Immediately, the bandit leader waved his hand and ordered people to bring the seagull egg up. However, just as these people were about to touch the egg, another figure fell from the sky. Boom! The people around him were sent flying by the shockwave. A young man appeared in everyone's line of sight and gently picked up the egg. His eyes were filled with surprise and joy. You! Who are you? Put down my egg. The bandit leader immediately pointed at Li Zhongzhou and said. After Li Zhongzhou held the egg, his body instantly rose into the sky. Boom! He disappeared in front of everyone. After an entire day of bombardment, the bandit leader was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? How dare you not put our Black Dragon Mountain in your eyes? Brothers, catch that guy for me. However, the bandits of the Black Dragon Mountain only roared and screamed on the ground. They were unable to find Li Zhongzhou's figure before disappearing into the horizon. Li Zhongzhou placed the seagull egg into his hell world. In order to ensure that the egg was always alive, the seagull egg in his hand was nurtured with his own power. After that, Li Zhongzhou rushed to the highest peak of the Sky Ridge Mountain again. Of course, Li Zhongzhou had always been thinking about the power of the 1,000-year sky-flipping dragon. In his previous life, Li Zhongzhou was famous for devouring power. Later on, he perfectly controlled this power. However, later on, his own power couldn't smoothly help him break through to the Saint Realm. Therefore, in this life, Li Zhongzhou didn't use the previous cultivation method. Instead, he cultivated the cultivation method brought by the 4 dragon souls. The sky-flipping dragon would definitely be severely injured in this battle. Under normal circumstances, if Li Zhongzhou fought with this 1,000-year sky-flipping dragon, his chances of winning would be very low. It was more likely that the sky-flipping dragon would easily escape. However, the 2 seagulls must have fought with their lives against the sky-flipping dragon. In the process, they must have used all their means. As expected, when Li Zhongzhou arrived near the Sky Ridge Mountain, he saw the sky-flipping dragon diving into a deep abyss. The 2 seagulls must have died under the sky-flipping dragon's claws. Li Zhongzhou chased after the sky-flipping dragon without hesitation. Facing the bottomless abyss, Li Zhongzhou was also skilled and daring. He jumped into the abyss. In the abyss, the temperature dropped sharply. This should be where the sky-flipping dragon lived. The territories of the 2 supreme-level meta beasts were so close. Obviously, the sky-flipping dragon must have been hibernating here for a long time. Humans were said to be dangerous, but these meta beasts were even more dangerous. The main reason was that the sky-flipping dragon had intelligence and developed an especially sinister character. It was waiting for the seagulls to be at the most critical moment, so it attacked them. Otherwise, if they fought head-on, the sky-flipping dragon definitely wasn't a match for the seagulls. Now that the sky-flipping dragon was severely injured, it built a cave on the mountain wall that was almost 3,000 meters below the abyss. Its sharp claws left marks on the mountain wall. It climbed in directly. This thing can really find a place to hide. Li Zhongzhou finally found the cave where the sky-flipping dragon was hiding. He didn't expect the highest peak of the Sky Ridge Mountain to be almost 10,000 meters above ground. However, he didn't know how deep it extended underground. Standing beside the cave, Li Zhongzhou took out the black dragon hammer and held it tightly in his hand. This place was extremely dark, and there was also a colding qi leaking out from the surroundings. Normal people wouldn't come to such a place. Moreover, there was an extremely ferocious and sinister primordial beast in the cave. Li Zhongzhou walked into the cave. The sky-flipping dragon didn't seem to notice Li Zhongzhou's arrival. It was lying on its dragon stone bed to recover from its injuries. According to the normal process, this should be the ultimate treasure hunt. However, Li Zhongzhou directly found this guy's lair. On the body of the sky-flipping dragon, it was also covered with cuts and bruises. After finding the right opportunity, Li Zhongzhou walked out without hesitation. The black dragon hammer in his hand directly hammered the head of the sky-flipping dragon. "Give me your life." Li Zhongzhou was silent before he struck. However, after he struck, there was a surge of lightning. When the sky-flipping dragon opened its eyes, it was too late to dodge. However, its tail was swung towards Li Zhongzhou fiercely. After resisting the opponent's attack, Li Zhongzhou's hammer had already hit the head of the sky-flipping dragon. In an instant, the body of the sky-flipping dragon started to twitch. The huge body of the sky-flipping dragon immediately shook in the cave. At the same time, a powerful and terrifying force bombarded Li Zhongzhou's body continuously. Boom! Li Zhongzhou attacked continuously. In the end, the sky-flipping dragon died under Li Zhongzhou's hammer. A primordial beast at the primordial beast level. He didn't expect it to be defeated so easily by Li Zhongzhou. The sky-flipping dragon didn't even dream that today was supposed to be the day of his ascension. However, at such a critical moment, someone rushed out and cruelly took away his strength. The strength that he had accumulated over so many years was taken away so easily. This made the sky-flipping dragon feel wronged. As the sky-flipping dragon lay on the ground on the verge of death, Li Zongjiu did not hesitate to extract the sky-flipping dragon's blood. A deep hole was dug in the ground. He poured the blood of the sky-flipping dragon into it. Then, Li Zongjiu also jumped into the blood of the sky-flipping dragon. Soaking in blood like this naturally didn't have any effect. It looked like a living pervert. However, the flood dragon's blood contained an enormous amount of energy. Although it wasn't as terrifying as the dragon's blood, it was a very effective accelerant compared to the flood dragon's blood. When Li Zongjiu gently released a bit of towering flame, it fell into the flood dragon blood pool. In an instant, the flood dragon blood pool rumbled, and an extremely terrifying flame fluctuation immediately rolled up. Who? The ancient golden tyrant body art began to circulate on its own. Obviously, it felt that Li Zongjiu's body seemed to be under a strong threat. Even Li Zongjiu didn't have time to react. The power came too fast, too fast. Moreover, when he was fighting with the sky-flipping dragon, his body was hit quite a lot and he suffered quite a few injuries. Only then did he recover with great difficulty. The surrounding power was surging. Li Zongjiu immersed himself in it and began a long cultivation state. The blood of the sky-flipping dragon only lasted for 5 days for Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu's body had already been tempered to the 3rd grade primitive emperor realm. This was quite a big breakthrough. Worthy of being a supreme primitive beast. The effect of fresh blood is so good. This was also the reason why Li Zongjiu was so anxious to cultivate on the spot. The blood had to be fresh. The effect of fresh blood would be more obvious. He couldn't waste it. This little thing's combat power has decreased by less than half. This wound shouldn't be caused by me. A supreme primitive beast is still a threat. Li Zongjiu finally had the time to check on the sky-flipping dragon that he had killed. The mountain seagull had left a terrible injury on the sky-flipping dragon. That was why Li Zongjiu was able to kill the sky-flipping dragon so easily. Li Zongjiu skillfully removed all the important parts of the heaven-defying Jiao dragon, such as the undeveloped dragon horns, dragon claws, and the unformed dragon pearl in its body. As for the remaining items, he kept them in his storage ring. After he brought them back and got someone to sort them out, they would definitely be very precious items. Just any one of these items in his hands would be enough to shake the entire sacred flame royal city. These were the items of a supreme primitive beast. Who wouldn't be surprised after taking them out? Ordinary people didn't have the ability to get their hands on these things. This dragon bed is a top-grade item. Li Zongjiu wanted to take down the dragon bed, but he didn't have the means to do so. He didn't have enough strength right now. This dragon bed was a whole piece of top-grade jade. Li Zongjiu couldn't figure out what kind of jade it was. Let's mark it first. Li Zongjiu took out the map and made a mark on the location. He didn't have the strength to move the dragon bed now. Even if he wanted to move it, he didn't know how much time and energy it would take. After making some markings, they headed toward the nearest city. After all, if he had to fly by himself, he didn't know how long it would take, and it was extremely easy to get lost. Although primitive emperors had terrifying speed, they wouldn't usually travel by themselves, because they would go astray if they weren't careful. Moreover, they would encounter all kinds of things along the way that would consume a lot of time. 100 Flower City. 100 Flower City was attached to the 100 Flowers sect. In the Tianyan dynasty, the support of the sect was obviously more obvious. Basically, there would be a sect behind every city. As the royal family of the Tianyan dynasty, they only needed to control the people of these sections. The main problem was the issue of tributes, and the people under them shouldn't have conflicts. If there were any conflicts, it would be solved in time. If the sect wanted to develop, it had to manage the city well because it was its resource. And if there are any major mistakes in the management of your sect, there will also be corresponding officials in the city to report it. It was equivalent to the dynasty borrowing the power of these sects to carry out decentralized management, and these sects would still be happy. The prerequisite for such a model was that one had to have great strength and be able to control these sects well. Otherwise, it would be a big deal if they casually created a demonic sect or evil sect, causing the people in the city to suffer. Before coming, he had already scouted the way. About half an hour later, Li Zongjiu's figure landed not far from the city gate of 100 Flower City. 100 Flower City had a unique 100 Flowers jelly. It was said that this 100 Flowers jelly was not only a fragrant and delicious wine, but also a kind of healing medicine. It couldn't be bought in other places. It was only sold in 100 Flowers City because it was the unique brew of the 100 Flowers sect. Therefore, there was an endless stream of people coming to 100 Flowers City to buy 100 Flowers jelly every day. There was already a long queue at the gate. Li Zhongjiu stood at the back of the queue and followed them into the city. There was nothing particular about entering the city. After all, the 100 Flowers sect was in charge. Who would dare to cause trouble? If they angered the 100 Flowers sect, there would be more sects behind them. The consequences wouldn't be so simple. After paying and entering the city, Li Zhongjiu walked to the center of the flying boat. I want to book a flying boat to the Xianxia dynasty. When the person in charge of registration heard Li Zhongjiu's words, he raised his head and looked at Li Zhongjiu. Which city do you want to go to? Do you want to go fast or slow? The fastest one, to Luoxia City. I'll arrange a dragon boat for you, for 100,000 gold coins. Because you have to come back empty, you have to pay 700,000 gold coins. Li Zhongjiu couldn't find change, so he directly took out 1 million gold coins and slapped it on the table. Sir, we can't give you change. How about I give you 2 bottles of 100 flower dew? That person's eyes were wide open. With so much money and so generous, he must be a rich man, so he needed to be well served. Is this thing authentic? Li Zhongjiu picked it up and glanced at it. He knew that it was fake. Of course, if it was sold in a place like this, it would be a little more authentic. It couldn't be too fake and would definitely be mixed with water. Sir, I can see that you are an expert. How could I use such a thing to deceive you? This is the pure 100 flower dew made by the 100 Flower Palace. It is absolutely authentic. Li Zhongjiu turned the bottle and found that it was indeed written with the words, made by the 100 Flower Palace. Hey, you shameless bastard, you are actually selling fake goods here. Li Zhongjiu was still observing the 100 flower dew in his hand. Who knew that a girl with a ponytail and wearing a floral dress would rush out from behind and point at the person just now? When the ticket seller saw the girl, he immediately threw a ticket to Li Zhongjiu. This is your ticket. It leaves at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Humph, you run fast. When the girl in the floral skirt saw that person escape, she angrily stomped her feet. These people were simply vermin that came to destroy their reputation. This made the girl in the floral skirt very angry. Hey, are you a foreigner? Only the 100 Flower sect has this 100 flower dew. What 100 Flower Palace, 100 Flower Square, 100 Flower Hall, they're all fakes. Li Zhongjiu was suddenly enlightened after hearing this. Ah, these people are so powerful. I thought that only the things inside were fake. I didn't expect that even the names were fake. This was something that Li Zhongjiu had not expected. Even if you were an old monster that had lived for 3,000 years, you would never be able to grasp or learn the tricks of a businessman. These people had countless tricks up their sleeves and could use all kinds of tricks. The only way to avoid being tricked by merchants was to not buy from them. That way, they would never be tricked. How much did you spend? The girl in the floral skirt looked at Li Zhongjiu and said. This person was so young, but he liked the 100 flower dew so much. As a disciple of the 100 flower sect, she naturally couldn't bear to see Li Zhongjiu go back like this. Otherwise, he would really think that the 100 flower dew of the 100 flower sect was such low-grade goods. 200,000 gold coins. What? If I catch that guy, I won't let him go. Here, I only have 1 bottle in my hand. The normal price is 50,000 gold coins. Don't be tricked like this next time. The girl took out a small gourd. Inside the gourd was the 100 flower dew. Li Zhongjiu took the gourd. Then, the girl seemed to be preparing to settle the score with the person just now. She also turned around to call for help with a fierce look. Li Zhongjiu couldn't help but mourn for that person for a few minutes. The ship would depart at 5 in the afternoon. There were still 5 hours left. Li Zhongjiu couldn't just sit here and wait. It was a good opportunity to walk around 100 Flower City and buy some things to bring back. Since 100-Flower City was famous, there were naturally many tourists coming and going. So there were naturally things to buy and bring back. After strolling around for a while, Li Zhongjiu found a tea house and sat down. He ordered a pot of tea and a bowl of noodles from a noodle stall across the street. Just as Li Zhongjiu was eating leisurely, there was a commotion in front of him. Li Zhongjiu looked up and saw a familiar figure surrounded by a few people dressed like hooligans. Their words were extremely arrogant, and it seemed like they were going to get physical. The person who was surrounded was the girl in the floral dress who showed up and gave him a gourd of 100-flower dew. At this moment, the girl in the floral dress was so angry that her face turned red. These people in front of her relied on someone to back them up and act shamelessly on the street. Basically, this girl found out that they were selling fake 100-flower dew, so she came forward to disrupt the deal. However, that was a big customer. A good business was ruined by this girl's words. Usually, it would be fine if he just endured it, but today, he really couldn't take it anymore. He had to teach this crazy girl a lesson. Since you know the rules, then I'll teach you the rules. It seemed like the negotiation had broken down, and the other party took the initiative to attack. He reached out to grab the little girl. The girl in the floral dress had also practiced a few moves. When she saw the other party's hand reach out, she nimbly dodged the move. Then, she lifted the man up and threw him behind her. Bang! This move directly smashed the burly man onto a small cart. In an instant, the small cart was overturned. Bitch, how dare you attack me? Cripple her. Catch her. I'm going to strip her naked on the street. This new ruffian was not simple. There must be someone behind him, and it was said that he was a spy sent by the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold. That was why she was so arrogant. She was so overbearing that she dared to attack a disciple of the 100-Flower sect in 100-Flower City. As the saying goes, 2 fists are difficult to deal with a 4th strike. In addition, the other party was young and strong, the girl was not skilled, and the other party had a lot of people lying in ambush nearby. The girl could only retreat as she fought. At one point, she even wanted to escape. However, just as she jumped up and was about to fly to the roof, her ankle was grabbed. Where do you think you're going? After he finished speaking, he forcefully flung the young girl away. The girl flipped a few times on the ground, but she still could not get rid of the force. In the end, she sat on the ground. It was obvious that the fall was not light, and she sprained her ankle just now. It was so painful that her face was distorted. Hee hee, why don't you run? Within a 3-street radius, there are all my brothers. Where do you think you're going? The strong man who was thrown to the ground just now stood up awkwardly. Now, he had a vicious look on his face. When he was thrown to the ground just now, he was screaming miserably. Hey, you guys, you're affecting my noodles. Just as the burly man was about to grab the young girl, an extremely inconspicuous person eating noodles at a nearby tea stall spoke up. The young girl who had fallen to the ground also looked at the young man who was eating noodles in astonishment. When she recognized Li Zhongjiu, her eyes were also filled with surprise. Wasn't this the guy who had been tricked in the afternoon? Damn, I'm so ostentatious. So what if I'm affecting your noodles? If you want to be a hero and save the beauty, you'll have to save your own life first. Cripple this kid. The leader of the group waved his hand, and his heroic spirit rose. At this moment, more than 30 brothers had already gathered around him. The Black Dragon Mountain stronghold did not have many things, but they had a lot of brothers. A group of people immediately rushed towards Li Zhongjiu. Hurry up and leave, they are very fierce. The girl in the floral dress was worried that Li Zhongjiu would be beaten to death by these people, so she hurriedly advised him. However, Li Zhongjiu was leisurely eating the last mouthful of noodles. At this moment, the person in front of the other party had already thrown a fist at him. Bang! Li Zhongjiu directly smashed the bowl on the other party's head. Immediately, blood spurted out from the head and the person fell to the ground. The rest of the people who rushed up did not even touch Li Zhongjiu's clothes. They were all sent flying and fell to the ground. Bang! 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 Because Li Zhongjiu had just broken through, his control of the strength in his hands was not very precise. Many people were directly knocked unconscious on the spot. There were also a few whose legs were directly broken. The worst one was probably the one whose brain was damaged by Li Zhongzhou's punch. He was foaming at the mouth on the spot. Anyone who got close to it was put down on the ground. The surrounding crowd was also in an uproar. They did not expect this young man to be a hidden expert. Seeing this, the girl from the 100 Flower sect was also stunned. The injury on her leg quickly recovered under her own treatment. Originally, she wanted to quickly recover before helping Li Zhongzhou. However, she saw Li Zhongzhou take down the other party in an instant. It was really shocking. She did not expect this seemingly honest young man to have such skills. No wonder he dared to roam the Jianghu alone with such a brain. You dare to hit our people from the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold. Kid, just you wait. If you have the guts, don't leave. Alright, I'll wait for you here. Li Zhongzhou thought that since he still had time, he might as well go against these people. It just so happened that he was bored. However, it was indeed a little boring to play these tricks with these people here. Moreover, it felt a little degrading. What are you doing here? Hurry up and leave. The leader of the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold is a Yuan monarch expert. Even our sect master does not dare to say that he can take him down. The girl in the floral dress was obviously very nervous. Although she was grateful to Li Zhongzhou for helping her, the most important thing now was to leave this place and escape. Returning to the 100 Flower sect was the safest right now. It's just a Yuan monarch. Don't worry. You helped me before. I won't let you help me for nothing. A kind-hearted person should be rewarded with a little justice. Sometimes, Li Zhongzhou felt that this was what a strong person should do. Although Li Zhongzhou had killed countless people in his previous life and it was the same in this life, it did not mean that Li Zhongzhou wanted to be a bad person. Most of the time, he was forced by these people. Bad people were usually forced to be bad. After all, there were only a few people who were born bad. However, if these bad people were to be bad to Li Zhongzhou, then Li Zhongzhou would have to give them a good warning. When it came to being bad, no one could be worse than Li Zhongzhou. You rascal, the people from the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold are all bandits and hooligans. Hurry up and follow me to the 100 Flower sect. They won't dare to do anything if you go to my sect. The girl said. Didn't you just say that your sect master might not be able to defeat them? Li Zhongzhou looked at the girl and said. The girl paused for a moment. Although this was the truth, at least it would be relatively safer if she went there. Otherwise, where else could be safe within 100 miles? You. Then hurry up and run away, it's fine, let's see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Oh right, your 100 Flower Haworthia is too light. Do you have something stronger? Li Zhongzhou said. He tasted the 100 Flower Haworthia that the girl gave him. It was obvious that the girl gave it to Li Zhongzhou out of her own pocket. Such a kind person was rare. Since you helped Li Zhongzhou did not care why you helped him. Today, he would repay you properly. Little Meng, are you all right? Two girls rushed out from the crowd and hurried to the side of the girl in the floral dress and asked with concern. I'm fine. The girl shook her head. You damn wastrel, how dare you bully our 100 Flower sect's disciple? I think you don't want to live anymore. One of the girls saw that little Meng was dirty and the two of them were entangled here as if they were talking about something. She knew that Li Zhongzhou must have bullied little Meng. Damn it, she had to take him down. No, Senior Sister Zhao. This mister just saved me. He's from the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold. Not only did they force people to buy and sell in our city, they even got some crudely made stuff to make the 100 Flower Haworthia. I saw that stuff. If I eat it, I'll die. Little Meng said. She was extremely angry at the actions of the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold, but there was nothing she could do. The Senior Sister Zhao, who was aggressive towards Li Zhongzhou before, was embarrassed when she heard that it was Li Zhongzhou who saved her. I'm sorry for offending you before. But the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold is not to be trifled with. Let's leave this place quickly and report this to the sect. Senior Sister Zhao said. Hearing Senior Sister Zhao's words, little Meng nodded her head. No need. They're all here. Li Zhongzhou pointed to the front. At this moment, an extremely domineering voice came from outside the crowd. Get out of my way. I want to see who dares to mess with my Black Dragon Mountain stronghold. I finally decided to settle down and do some small business. You're forcing me to become a bandit. When she heard this voice, it could be seen that senior sister Zhao's face changed. It became extremely ugly. She didn't think that the other party would come so quickly. Immediately, a large group of experts from the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold rushed in and surrounded Li Zongjiu and the other three. The murderous aura emanating from these people had clearly frightened the three little girls quite a bit. Boss, it's that brat. The person who ran to ask for help pointed in Li Zongjiu's direction and said fiercely. He even glared at Li Zongjiu, as if to say, brat, now you know how to regret it. The boss of the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold took a look at Li Zongjiu and stood rooted to the ground, stunned. He then moved closer and took a closer look. Instantly, his eyes widened like copper bells. Good, I've finally found you. Not only did you hurt my brother, you also stole my egg. Since I've met you here today, don't even think about living. Return my egg to me. It turned out that a few days ago, the seagull egg just happened to fall in the territory of the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold. The boss of the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold was naturally depressed because his egg was stolen. Moreover, he concluded that the person must be in 100 Flower City. His efforts paid off. He finally found Li Zongjiu here. He hated Li Zongjiu to the bone. He gnashed his teeth and wanted to bite off Li Zongjiu's flesh. Who took your egg? Watch your words. Li Zongjiu frowned. This person's words were too vulgar. How could he say such words without any standard? Hearing it made people want to vomit. Damn it, what nonsense are you talking about? Today, I will chop off your head and step on it. I want to see how long you can pretend to be so pretentious. The boss of the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold suddenly roared. With a whoosh, the shiny sword on his waist was pulled out. The cold light made people shudder. Be careful, young master. Xiaomeng couldn't help but shout. In the next moment, the sword had already chopped Li Zongjiu's body. No. To be precise, the sword had chopped Li Zongjiu's finger. The opponent's sword had been easily caught by Li Zongjiu's 2 fingers. At such a close distance, it seemed as if one could see Li Zongjiu's cold gaze. Clang, with a crisp sound, Li Zongjiu twisted the sword in half and stabbed it into the opponent's chest. A Yuan monarch expert fell to the ground with a thud. Just like that, he had been killed. Li Zongjiu killed the chief of the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold, who was also their boss, with a single move. The hundreds of people who came with him were stunned. Looking at the corpse on the ground, some of them immediately went crazy. This was their boss, and he was killed just like that. If news of this spread out, how would the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold survive? Some of them were also moved. This was such a good opportunity, wouldn't it mean that they had the chance to become the boss? At this moment, it was also a good opportunity to reshuffle the cards. Therefore, each of them held their own thoughts and rushed out to kill. Kill. Li Zongjiu only snorted coldly in the face of the hundreds of people surrounding him. Humph. Immediately, it was as if countless invisible arrows had pierced through their hearts. Bang! 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 These hundreds of people directly fell backward and landed on the ground at the same time, losing their lives. In front of them were basically half of the elites of the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold, but now, they were all killed in an instant by an unknown youth. Such a magnificent scene immediately stunned the surrounding people. Even senior sister Zhao and the others hurriedly touched their own bodies. Fortunately, nothing happened to their bodies, and they were still intact. However, the scene in front of them was too shocking, and they believed that everyone present was dumbfounded. However, when they looked, Li Zongjiu's figure had already disappeared. He directly left. When did he leave? The 3 of them couldn't be dreaming, right? Where is he? Little Dream also looked around, but she couldn't find Li Zongjiu's figure. It was as if the Li Zongjiu who appeared just now was just an illusion, and it made people feel as if they were in an illusion. Heavens! Is this still the all-powerful Black Dragon Mountain stronghold that tyrannically abused their power? The scene in front of them was really horrifying. Li Zongjiu was like the god of death, specially coming here to take their lives. However, some of them could see that. Clearly, this Black Dragon Mountain stronghold was just unlucky to have met someone with such a strong cultivation level like Li Zhongjiu. They were used to being arrogant, so it was inevitable that they would meet a ruthless person. Once they met a ruthless person, they were basically done for. Li Zhongjiu was too ruthless. He had dealt with all of them. That was why one shouldn't be too arrogant. Otherwise, if one met a ruthless character, it would be too late even if one regretted it. Who is that person? Senior Sister Zhao asked. However, it was clear that little Meng was completely unaware of Li Zhongjiu's identity. I don't know. I only know that he went to Luoxia City in the Xingyan dynasty. Because Luoxia City could be said to be the closest city to Sacred Flame Royal City, there were a lot of people passing through. There were even merchants from the Xingyan dynasty who came here to buy large amounts of 100 flower dew and brought them back. There were many such cases. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy to figure out Li Zhongjiu's identity. However, although Li Zhongjiu had left, there were still countless legends left behind. There were hundreds of corpses on the scene, but no one came to find trouble with Li Zhongjiu. Because the people that Li Zhongjiu killed were all people from the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold who had committed all kinds of crimes. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu had already boarded the airship to Luoxia City. This airship was called the Dragon Boat. In terms of speed, it was pretty good. It was able to surpass the Qilin battleship in terms of speed. However, there was still a big gap between it and Li Zhongjiu's Eagle battleship. The airship flew smoothly all the way because Li Zhongjiu didn't want to waste any more time on the road. Therefore, when some bandits appeared in the sky, Li Zhongjiu directly defeated them when they got close. This made the pilot of the dragon boat calm down. He didn't expect the passenger on his airship to be such a powerful person. There was nothing to say. Along the way, Li Zhongjiu had blown up countless airships. After his reputation spread, no one dared to provoke Li Zhongjiu's dragon boat. Finally, on the third day, they arrived at Luoxia City. He hadn't been back for almost half a year. Now that he was back in Luoxia City, he finally felt like he had returned home. Li Zhongjiu summoned the Sky Blaze Lion and the Sky Hell Python. When the pilot of the dragon boat saw the two meta beasts suddenly charging towards him, he was scared out of his wits. However, the two meta beasts landed gently on the airship. They didn't make any aggressive moves. Alright, you can go back. This is your reward. Li Zhongjiu casually rewarded the pilot with 1 million gold coins. When he received such a large sum of money, the pilot's legs almost went soft. He had never seen such a large sum of money before. He only received a few tens of thousands of gold coins. Moreover, this kind of reward was very rare. It was rare to see such a large reward in a year. The pilot was so excited that he kept thanking him. Li Zhongjiu brought the two meta beasts and landed in Luoxia City. Previously, the two meta beasts were active on the mountain of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect. The birds and cranes on the mountain were probably eaten by the Sky Hell Python. The Sky Blaze Lion looked at Li Zhongjiu hesitantly. Now, he felt threatened by Li Zhongjiu in his normal state. He even had a feeling that the strength of the Li Zhongjiu in front of him had far surpassed him. This feeling made the Sky Blaze Lion feel a little incredulous. After all, Li Zhongjiu had to go all out when he fought with him some time ago. However, now he had a feeling that Li Zhongjiu could easily crush him. Could it be that the strength of humans was so abnormal after all? He didn't dare to imagine. However, based on the Sky Blaze Lion's experience, not all humans improved as horribly as Li Zhongjiu. Only Li Zhongjiu could have such a terrifying breakthrough. He wasn't human at all. The two meta beasts shrunk and transformed. The three of them didn't alarm the people of Luoxia City when they landed. In half a year, the flow of people in Luoxia City had obviously increased a lot. Although the supply of high-grade elixirs couldn't meet the demand, the market for low-grade elixirs was still very large. The Li family and the Fog Snow Alchemy sect had joined forces and made the elixirs famous. Luoxia City was the first place to purchase elixirs within 1,000 miles. Not only was there a guarantee in terms of quality, but there was also an absolute advantage in terms of quantity. In addition, many exclusive stores were opened in Luoxia City. This also caused one to have to come to Luoxia City if one wanted to buy something. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to buy it. Even Yang Hongyu, who was considered as a disciple of the same sect as Li Zongjiu, directly opened an origin weapon shop in Luoxia City and specially invited a third-grade origin weapon master to oversee it. Luoxia City's reputation had spread far and wide among the third-grade cities. Even some second-grade cities might not be comparable to Luoxia City. After all, the real strength of Luoxia City was Li Zongjiu. If Li Zongjiu was willing, he could directly turn Luoxia City into a first-grade city. However, it wasn't necessary. In that case, it would destroy the peace of Luoxia City. Luoxia City continued to prosper. It was a good thing for everyone. However, it was a big headache for the city lord, Yi Chao. It was all Li Zongjiu's fault. He turned the peaceful Luoxia City into a mess. Now, there were so many troublesome people in the city. Many of them needed Li Zongjiu's help to deal with. Even the imperial court was pressuring Yi Chao to pay close attention to the Li family's movements, as if they were afraid that the Li family would rebel. After all, with such a big threat here, it was normal for them to rebel. It was necessary to pay more attention. In front of the Li family's gate. When the Li family's guards saw Li Zongjiu return, they were stunned for a moment and then kept rubbing their eyes. Damn, the young master is back. The young master is back. The two guards were simply in a state of extreme excitement. If it weren't for the fact that they were in public, the two of them would probably hug and dance together. I'm not dead. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but say. Looking at these people's expressions, those who didn't know would think that they were talking about him coming back from the dead. Go in quickly. Master and Madam miss you very much. Li Zongjiu nodded and then walked in. After walking around, he found that his father, Li Tianqing, was playing chess with the old master of the Gu family in the courtyard. Now that Li Tianqing had handed over most of the things, he basically didn't need to deal with these things himself. To be able to do this showed that the Li family had truly become powerful. At least they could operate independently. In each organization, it was also because of Li Tianqing's proper arrangements. Otherwise, how could it be so easy? Father. Li Zongjiu walked straight in. Well, you're back. Li Tianqing looked back at Li Zongjiu and then continued to ponder the chess game in front of him. TSK, this move is not easy to make. Hey, wait, did someone just call me father? Li Tianqing was immersed in his chess game and didn't even react until now. He suddenly reacted and turned around to see Li Zongjiu. Ah, you stinky brat, you still know to come back. Li Tianqing saw that the person standing at the door was actually Li Zongjiu. Although he was excited, as a man, he couldn't lose his sense of propriety and couldn't express it too much. It's good that you're back. Go and see your mother. Li Tianqing suddenly showed a serious expression, as if he was blaming Li Zongjiu for not giving Li Zongjiu a good look. Alright, I'll go see mother. Li Zongjiu didn't bother exchanging pleasantries with Li Tianqing. There was no need for two men to exchange pleasantries. After greeting Gu Xuanwu, he ran to the kitchen. Xianxia was also a child of Jianghu and had a heroic spirit, but recently, she had been too idle. Basically, she did not have much to do. Li Zongjiu was also young and had not yet married. If he gave birth to a chubby little boy for them to take care of, naturally, they would not be so idle. Therefore, he went to the kitchen to cook in order to kill time. Moreover, Li Tianqing was only used to Xianxia's appetite. Mother. Li Zongjiu appeared at the kitchen door and couldn't help but shout out. He had already been standing at the door watching Xianxia cut the vegetables for a long time. Zongjiu. You. When did you come back? Xianxia's body froze. When she raised her head, she saw that Li Zongjiu had returned. Immediately, tears filled her eyes. She immediately put down the kitchen knife and walked in front of her son. She rubbed his head and pinched his face. You've lost weight. When she finished speaking, she also looked behind Li Zongjiu. Why did you come back alone? Xianxia's expression changed. She looked at Li Zongjiu with a serious face. I can still come back half a person. Li Zongjiu was also surprised. That Qi family's daughter, why didn't you bring her back and let mother take a look? You even hid this matter from your mother. If it wasn't for your big sister Li Yan telling me, we two old fellows still wouldn't know. Xianxia seemed to be a little unhappy. Cough cough, mother, you are so young. How are you old? Don't talk nonsense. Xianxia said to Li Zongjie with a serious face. Mother doesn't care. This year, you have to bring that girl over and let mother take a good look. Ah, that's right. I remember that I still have a lot of things to take care of. Mother will go find father first. After Li Zongjie finished speaking, he quickly left the kitchen. That night, the whole family had a happy meal together. Then, Li Zongjie handed over the elixir pill that he had refined previously to Li Tianqing. He also told Li Tianqing how to consume the elixir pill. Alright. Your father is not a fool. How can I not know how to consume the elixir pill? Li Tianqing said. Li Zongjie was simply guiding him like a newbie. It's good that you know. Here is a bottle of essence blood. Refine a drop every month. After refining it, your physical body will be comparable to a Yuan monarch. What kind of essence blood is it? Is it so powerful? If his physical body alone could contend against a Yuan monarch, then the terrifying level of his blood essence was simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It must be very valuable. The essence blood of a supreme Yuan beast. Li Zongjie said slowly. At first, Li Tianqing did not react. When he finally reacted, his hand trembled and the bottle in his hand almost fell to the ground. Oh my god, where did you get it from? Don't tell me you are really able to match a supreme being elite now? Li Tianqing could not help but ask. This was a big surprise for him. Yes. No one below the supreme being level is my match. If it's a supreme being, I can barely match a beginner supreme being. If it's a little stronger, I can only escape. Li Zongjie thought carefully for a while and said. Upon hearing Li Zongjie's words, Li Tianqing was unable to calm down. Li Tianqing was also unable to calm down for a long time. He never thought that his son could reach such a level today. This was far beyond his imagination. With such strength, he could easily crush any genius in the world. Therefore, even though Li Tianqing heard that there were so many geniuses in the outside world, he did not have the slightest bit of admiration. In this world, there was probably no one who was more talented than Li Zongjie. Li Tianqing knew this too. The higher a person's level, the greater the danger they would encounter. Often, with such a level of danger, the slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. There would not be a chance to start over again. The underworld is dangerous. You must be careful. The future of the Li family is important, and so is your life. Li Tianqing and his son looked up at the night sky and sighed in melancholy. Li Zongjie did not reply. It was difficult for Li Tianqing to guide Li Zongjie in other aspects, but as a father, he still had to maintain some dignity. Early the next morning, Li Zongjie bid farewell to his parents. Although Madame Chen was extremely reluctant, she knew that Li Zongjie was not a simple person in Royal City. There must be a lot of things tying him down. She only reminded him to eat on time. After leaving Luoxia City, Li Zongjie took the airboat of Luoxia City. Although Luoxia City only had 5 airboats, after knowing that Li Zongjie of Li clan would come here in person, they directly dispatched 1 airboat to clear the way for Li Zongjie. Li Zongjie did not return directly to the Sacred Flame Imperial City, but instead went to the North Star City. Previously, because of the obstruction of the Hua family, Hua Ying and the Fan family. Therefore, Li Zongjie also appeared and resolved the matter comprehensively. In the end, Li Zongjie did not kill the people of the Fan family. After teaching them a little lesson, he let them go directly. Now that Qi Yanran had set up a stronghold in the North Star City and began to lead the mining here, this was definitely a big merit and matter for the Qi family. Many people wanted to snatch this opportunity. Qi Xiaohun arranged this matter to Qi Yanran, obviously intending to start training her. However, in the North Star City, there was also the Fan family here. They did not dare to do anything openly, but they wanted to make trouble behind the scenes, so naturally, they also needed a master to keep watch. Soon, the Fan family would know how boring it was to do this. Nevertheless, the daily survey needed to be carried out, the management of the personnel, the preparation of various equipment, and the procurement of it. It was not so simple to mine a vein. If there was a little bit of a business trip, it may cause a series of chain reactions, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Qi Yanran was not good at the allocation of personnel, she knew how to put these people in important positions. She arranged things clearly and decisively, absolutely without the slightest hesitation. It was clear whether it was a reward or a punishment. Li Zongjiu came to the stronghold of the Qi family and saw that Qi Yanran seemed to be having a headache about something. At this moment, Qi Yanran was also having a meeting with some members of the Qi family. So what if it's the 7 mountain strongholds? Are they still opponents of my Qi family? Qi Yanran frowned. Today, someone came to report that they had received news that the 7 mountain strongholds near the Xianhuang mountain also intended to take a share of the profits from the Xianhuang mineral vein. The strength of the 7 mountain strongholds was known from the reason why the Green Dragon army was stationed here. Although there were suspicions of using these 7 mountain strongholds to train soldiers, in reality, it also showed that the latter's strength was not ordinary. Otherwise, they would not have become the training targets of the Green Dragon army. As of now, the 7 great mountain strongholds had already announced that if they wanted to open up the transportation route for the mines, they would need to send 10 carts of gold, silver, and jewels to each mountain stronghold. This was a bottomless pit. A total of 10 carts. How much stuff would they be able to carry? It was hard to say whether the carts would be bigger or smaller. Moreover, these people were all bandits. They were insatiably greedy. The first time, they took 10 carts. The second time, who knew how many carts they would take? Qi Yanran's idea was to fight and take down the 7 strongholds one by one. Some people had to be fought. The only way was to beat them until they were scared. They wouldn't dare to do anything in front of the Qi clan. However, the elders of the Qi clan said that if they defeated 7, there might be another 7. Moreover, there were more than 10,000 people in the 7 strongholds. Did they want to kill all of them? If this round of fighting, it was unknown how many people would be killed or injured, how much manpower and financial resources would be consumed, and it would even make things more serious. Moreover, the Qi clan was a business family, not a military family. If they did business by fighting and killing, there would never be peace. They did it for money. Spend money to buy a safe way back. However, Qi Yanran, who was in charge, disagreed. Although what he said was reasonable, in Qi Yanran's opinion, these people couldn't be settled by just giving some money. Furthermore, when the Azure Dragon army had appeared, the 7 strongholds had not joined forces. However, today, when the Qi clan had just landed and everything was ready, they had already made such a move. If there was no problem with it, then it would be strange. Qi Yanran absolutely did not believe that there must be someone behind this. Everyone argued endlessly. Those who supported Qi Yanran were some younger people, but those who advocated peace were the older generation. They were older and had experienced more things. Although Qi Yanran was the highest person in charge, this matter was of great importance. It couldn't be decided by one person. In this case, we can only report this matter to the master and let him make a decision. An elder said. Yanran, I'm not targeting you. If this matter is a little wrong, the consequences will be very serious. We have no choice but to do this. If the situation here couldn't be solved and they used the power of the Qi clan, it obviously showed that the manager here was not capable. Qi Yanran was naturally helpless. Since they had said so, she could only do as they said. It's just the 7 great strongholds, and you're scared to this extent? Just when this matter was about to be settled, a young voice sounded at the door. Although the voice was young, it was domineering. When she heard this voice, Qi Yanran's eyes suddenly glowed. When she heard the first word, she already knew who it was. Li Zongjiu. Seeing Li Zongjiu appear in front of her, Qi Yanran was surprised and pleasantly surprised. Whenever she needed Li Zongjiu would always appear by her side. Qi Yanran alone could defeat the 7 strongholds, but the elders would not allow her to do so. Because Qi Yanran couldn't appear in the mine all the time. Since the 7 strongholds dared to do so, they must be prepared. Today, let alone 7 strongholds, even if there are 70 or 700 strongholds, let him come and tell me. Li Zongjiu appeared in front of everyone. Although it was impolite to barge into the Qi family's meeting room and interrupt their meeting, no one felt displeased. Instead, they were looking forward to Li Zongjiu's arrival. The elders of the Qi clan stood up and saluted Li Zongjiu. Li Zhongzhou's identity was not ordinary. The honorary elder of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. The state protector. Of course, these people of the Qi clan were willing to get closer to Li Zhongzhou, so they called Li Zhongzhou elder as before. If they called him the imperial tutor, it would be too much. Only those in the officialdom and the imperial court would call him that. Sit down. I passed by and came to see Yanran. Li Zhongzhou said and looked at Qi Yanran. Being stared at by Li Zhongzhou, she naturally felt shy and couldn't help but lower her head. At this moment, she felt that she was a person who was completely protected. Li Zhongzhou's doting made Qi Yanran completely immersed in it. Li Zhongzhou also naturally sat beside Qi Yanran. Someone took the initiative to bring a chair over. I listened for a while outside the door just now. I also heard the words of the elders. It makes sense. Harmony breeds wealth. But if even these 7 little pigs dare to touch the Qi clan of Monarch City, think about it. If these people dare to blackmail the Qi clan, do they deserve it? Li Zhongzhou's words hit the nail on the head. Everyone was moved by his words. Li Zhongzhou also knocked on the table. Which stronghold is the leader? Tonight, we'll pay them a visit. There are 7 of them. We'll kill one to warn the others. End of chapter 1056. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.